I'm smoking gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
It's Xavier, Jordan.
$12 blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Nobly, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to the bacon, nigga. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, XL battery. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just make one phone call and hit up my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seat. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and it cheap. This Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't got a lot. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, you know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. And my crib niggas cut throat, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it body. Steak props, ABM, but the thing's the rocket. I'm like Shaq to the youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, keep big macs just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shit. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move.
Side 92nd Street, nigga. Can't shit, nigga. Hey, I'm watching on the block for real, nigga. Ducking them all the way back to Cash Street, nigga. Cash Street, the dope shit, nigga. Balls up like my motherfucking thumb, nigga. 2-3, nigga. What's bracket, nigga? Nigga.
Hey, I started off rapping passenger. Call the ambulance, every single beat a massacre. Yeah, my bitch be running, had to make that dick adapt to her. All my homies feel like pictures, they trying to capture her. Roll up that glizzy like a workaholic, get busy. Yeah, I got shot like Shaquille O'Neal, he missed me. Merry-go-round, cause you hit it, you might get dizzy. All these motherfucking bars, you would think I'm rapping in prison. From Memphis to Watt, bitch, I'm pop, bring by ambition. I'm touchable with revolvers, got the juice like I'm Bishop. Pack a nigga out like we helping them do some sit-ups. Got a homie like a Uber, I pay him, he threw them pickups. It's war, nigga. Grab that Draco and left to right. Starting to think my white boy racist, they killing niggas on sight. This the game, not a guy and little homie, so change your life. If your gun jam, make like a plumber and change the pipe. I love it. Y'all ain't shit, man. Check this shit out. Hey, Late night after dog, me and YG Wolf on the mission. Broad day or dark, it don't matter, no competition. Joey J. Hen, that's some shooters, but they ain't in it. Crucial said it best, your bitch ain't the only one with extension. No, I'm not a cook, but I'm cooking shit in the kitchen. Then they broke my hands like that bitch for testing my pimping. Breaking bitches left to right, Brian Nick be my witness. After I get through fucking that bitch, I'm in her mouth like a dentist. Free blood raw, I done turned this shit to a movement. These niggas acting, we load a couple clips, shoot a movie. These niggas pirates, gay as fuck, just want the booty. Make my family proud, sugar mama, penny and Trudy. What's up? Twist your finger, chop what she banging. My flag like an old lady titties, you know it's hanging. Breath off in the time, but these bullets will get the slanging. No, I'm trapping off these features. A year ago I was slanging. These bitches dogs too, but they never bite like a poodle. These niggas giving out information like they on Google. Treat them like a model. Set them up, then I shoot them. Gang shit, man. Hey man, YG Cable, man. Don't bring your ass to Memphis, nigga. God. Nigga don't watch it and watch. You know I'm all over this motherfucker on blood. Damn fools, nigga. Y'all talking that stupid ass shit, nigga. Pull up on my motherfucking block, nigga. Unloading them 30 rounds, bitch. Like my nigga Cruiser said, man. Your bitch ain't the only one with extensions, nigga. Nigga, I got pulled out in Cali, nigga. That's about me, nigga. Straight tools, nigga. Come on, man. Y'all know what's going on, nigga. I done been out there on the motherfucking blocks, nigga. Nigga, I done took shots for this shit, nigga. I ain't had to go to the doctor for this shit, nigga. Stay in your line, little nigga. Gang bang shit ain't what y'all want, nigga. Tools. What's up, nigga? Fuck.
Purchase your tracks today.
You stop a nigga like me, nigga.
Nah.
You never be fly as me, nigga.
Nah.
I used to bust down a P, nigga.
Yeah.
Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga.
Hey.
I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga.
Yeah.
I'm a priest to the streets, nigga.
For real.
Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga.
Hey.
Listen up, listen up, listen up.
Yeah.
Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck.
Yeah.
Flex on these bitches with no muscle.
Hey.
You know it blood on my Fendi buckle.
Hey, drips on my nigga, codeine in my liver. I'm smoking that fruit in my paper like Skittles. Ballin', you niggas won't pick up my drip. But then the bill like school dismissal. Just caught a bum, no Milson. Nigga try to do me, I'm Hitler. You know I ain't lying, no symbol. Money with bitches that simple. Bowls in the kitchen, no dishes. All about bread like Jiffy. Clumsy with the weed, I'm tripping. Shawty got it for the low, let's get it.
Get in the guapo. Nigga, we passing like Rondo. OJ in that Bronco. We smoking gelato. Nigga, we smoking that game. The bitch with the ass. She ride like 6 Flags. We counting the cash. Nigga, I fuck them, you love them. My nigga, I'm a hustler. Get cake like a muffin. Hot in the oven. Ace money got brains. Nigga, we popping them tags. Nigga, pull up in that chain. She in love with the swag. Thank God for the blessings. Blue sheets, salad dressing. Jugging finessing. Fucked her in seconds.
Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to bust down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Hey, I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loading my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Rats all on me like I came out the bank. We turned up, he just broke out of paint. Told my engineer don't turn me down. Toss it to blue, told him break it down. Back to back rolling up out of pound. Got some little gangster come out the mouth. Shoot around me when I'm out of town. Soon as I hit him, it got around. Fuck all these niggas who doubted us. Bitch, I went 4 years without a fuck. I do not give a fuck, no nigga killing us. I know you broke, you ain't feeling us. My life expensive, I live it up. These niggas wishing I give it up. Still the same shit, I can't switch it up. These niggas bitches, they switching up. Gucci the lure, I switch it up. Rags, packs, switch it up. Run it up, run it up. Your life ain't worth shit but $100. 4-0 don't pull up without it. No limit, we bout it. Strong, got it, clouded. Nigga, come through in the outed. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing.
Damn, got hit.
Like cocktail, you know what I'm talking about? Breeze work. Pop it perk.
I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Nigga, whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping the work. Whipping the working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Popping the perky.
Change all I can, I behave. I whip the work like a slave. Bitch got my big man like a fade. Call up base money, get paid. We still want 200 for J's. All these ain't come out the store. And I just pop me a perk. I'm about to flex on the hoe. We put gelato on boats. We put gelato on planes. We put gelato in cars. We smoke this shit to the brain. I pop a perk, then I elevate. Get a new bitch on the elevate. We hit the road dropping hella states. She drop it out, give me hella cake.
Ace money to shit. Working that wrist. Ballin' like Swiss. Diamonds wet like a fish. Pull up with them sticks. Come fuck with the clique. We fucked on your bitch. She sucking the dick. I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk. Whipping the work. Sipping the perk. Nigga, whipping the work. I'm whipping the work. Popping the perky. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Whipping it work. Whipping it working. Whipping it working. Whipping it work. Popping the perk. The money and power. I'm serving the powder. I'm smoking that sour. She sucked for an hour. My nigga got Zans. Ace money got bands. She popping them Zans.
She fucking for cash.
Whipping it whipping. Whipping it working. I'm popping it perky. Nigga the purple. I'm fucking with Bono. Smoking gelato. Call me a cello. Rest like the lotto. I'm whipping the work. Whipping the work. I'm popping the perk.
H-Money, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. What's up, Warren? What's good, my brother? How you feeling?
Man, I'm doing well, brother. Just coming up here to chop it up with you a little bit, man.
Man, I appreciate you
allowing me
supporting
on
the
your
channel.
platform, man. Much gratitude.
Man, absolutely, Warren. I appreciate the support. Man, thank you for coming through. Warren, we got some big fights coming up tomorrow night.
Yes,
which
sir.
fight are you which fight are you looking forward to the most? Is it the Devin Haney George Kambosos fight for the undisputed lightweight championship? Is it Clarissa Shields versus Savannah Marshall, another undisputed championship? Or is it a unification fight between Alicia Baumgardner and Michaela Mayer? Or is it the return of the bronze bomber Deontay Wilder?
Well, I have to go with the females on this one because they create an interesting storyline and a plot for it that makes it intriguing. You know, they sold that fight, if you ask me, far as wanting to invest your time to see what the outcome is, you know, for me. And then next would be the Kambosos rematch and Devin Haney rematch, because they've been thinking the plot in the last few days too, with how the energy of that fight is. Kambosos is seeming like he's He ain't taking. He ain't have. He being mean in there. You know, like he coming for the title to get his title back. So that's interesting. And
How
then
do
of
you think
course,
how
okay,
do you
go ahead.
think I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Warren. I'm sorry.
No,
Say
no,
it again.
no, no. Go ahead, sir.
No, you good, Warren, after you, brother. Go ahead.
Now, just just you want to see what the outcome is with that Kambosos because during some of the interview, he was doing some stuff that was considered like I don't want this from you. I ain't even on that page, Kambosos. I guess with his father, I guess Devin Haney father gave him something he threw down or
He had
slapped it
that book.
down.
He gave him a book, The Art of War, because in the first fight, George Kambosos, he was talking about the art of war so much in the first fight, but he ended up losing. So Bill Haney
Okay.
tried to help him out with the art of war by giving him that book so he could read it. So he
I
stopped
think
making
he was I think
excuses.
he was making a mockery of the whole thing by doing it though. So I can
He
understand
clowning his
Kambosos.
ass, Warren,
Yeah,
clowning him.
yeah, yeah.
That's how we used to do on the schoolyard when we was in school. Just roast each other, make fun of somebody, and
Yeah,
it looked
yeah,
like that's what Bill Haney was doing, just having fun with it.
yeah. So that
It
that
was
kind of made
entertaining,
it
wasn't it?
interesting. So yeah, it was entertaining. So I think, but I think the girls. I got to go with the girls on this one.
Which
They
girl
got
fight? Both of the girl fights, or
both of
is
them,
it
both
one?
of them, both of them, because they fight on the same card, right?
The Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall, and Michaela Mayer versus Alicia
Yeah,
Baumgartner.
yeah, both of them. Yeah, yeah. I gotta go with them. They they got the headline on for me this one. And then second place is Devin Haney rematch and then the Bronx Bomber for free. I'll probably catch that on some clips, watch some highlights of that. I ain't really interested in that fight.
Why is that? Could you explain to me, please?
Man, I guess I have a problem with the price. Um the cost of the fight to fight and I know it needed tune up, so don't get me twisted, I get that. But I'm not gonna pay no $78 to $80 for to see him fight his sparring partner, man. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. And then the way PBC been moving lately, man, all the stuff that's happening, all the stuff that's leaking out and coming out, it's like um everything that they put, all that energy that they put out, starting to come back to home, and it's starting to shine a light on their little dirty laundry. You're starting to see they stuff and all
And
the dirt.
the
Go ahead.
dirt, like what? What dirt we talking about?
Well, we're starting to see that the PBC model is starting to look like that model was not a good model, or they didn't take time to adjust their model so that it can last or be sustainable. Because I don't know if you heard. Well, I'm pretty sure you heard. I know you out there, so you got your ears to the ground. Paramount has Showtime now, and they're talking about cutting the fat from Showtime. And PBC contracts in this end of the year. Espinosa may not even be with Showtime anymore because of Paramount. Espinosa's boss has just quit from Showtime to move out the way so that it allow Paramount the flexibility to make the changes that they need. Because Showtime has lost 1.5 billion in stocks. They down in their
Okay.
stocks. Their stocks have fallen drastically. So they're trying to they may become an app now. They may be coming under Paramount and be a part of an app package with Paramount.
So you
And
think they're leaving Showtime Sports?
I believe that they cutting the fat. Now, what fat I don't know, so I'm not going to sit up here and make no allegations about that. But I would suspect that PBC, back in I think it was 2013, there was a lawsuit against PBC.
I don't know anything about that, brother.
Yeah,
I haven't heard about
it's in
that.
SB. So it's SB Nation reported that there's a $825 lawsuit filed against over investment for PBC and Al Heyman in the misuse of misuse of money. So the investors are suing. So the money that they got are from a company called I have to get the name of it. I have to give you the name of it. I don't want to misquote any of that, making somebody. It's called Wilder and Reed. They invested over close to $1 billion. That's why you was able to see them. That's why you was able to see them.
Damn, Warren fell off. Make sure you come back, Warren. Chris says, we got Get the Smoke in the building to help bring us some clarity. Shout out to Big Smoke Dog. What's good, Smoke?
Chilling, man. Chilling. I heard you guys talking a little bit of network television business, and that's what I like. I've been following this story for a minute, so I can help out where I can, give some perspective.
Yeah, Smoke. Let me get your input on this. It seems like a lot of boxing fans are upset with the PBC, and it's a lot of fans.
Mm-hmm.
What you got to say about that? A lot of people saying Steven Espinoza is about to, I guess, step down from his position with Showtime. People are talking about Showtime might get out of boxing, and I don't know, Smoke. What you got to say about that, man? Because I don't know what to believe at this point.
So I looked into it a little bit, and I'm gonna do a deeper dive into it even further. And that's going to be like one of the subjects of my live later on tonight, my 3 a.m. shift. I'm going to figure all this thing out. But so far, what I've come up with is the idea that CBS that like Paramount bought CBS is false. It's actually the other way around. CBS bought and Viacom, they bought Paramount. They rebranded themselves in order to focus on streaming.
Okay, there you go. Man, I'm sorry, man. I was just talking my head off, man. And I didn't realize I was off. Sorry about that. Get the Smoke. How you doing, brother?
It's all good, man. I'm chilling. So I heard that Steven Espinoza's boss stepped down, not Steven Espinoza. And I think that is getting lost in the sauce. Or maybe they both are going to step down. Not sure. No. I'll figure that part of it out also. But it seems
Steven Espinoza may be out the door. I'm saying he may be out the door too. He may be next out the door.
Right. I don't know where people are getting that from. I think people are just like Steven Espinoza.
I'm just assuming that. I'm assuming that. So I'm not
saying I'm telling you, it's not. I'm not. This is not about you. I didn't hear your opinion about this at all. So you don't have to keep like throwing this thing. Okay. I was on somewhere else. I was on another stream, and they were talking about the same subject. And so I heard you talking about Wardell and Reed and $1 billion. So like that goes back so far. And that doesn't really have anything to do with what's happening today in PBC. But even then, there's like a couple of things that I think, the way that I understand it may help you understand it better. And even with the Wardell Reed stuff, that was one of the investors, not even the main investor. They didn't put up all their money. They were basically an investment bank or a group that managed a bunch of funds, right? And they had a whole bunch of assets under management. Some of their funds, some of their assets was the initial investment into the PBC. They didn't disclose how much that was. The board of Waddell and Reed wanted to. They didn't like the way that investment was performing, and so they wanted their initial investment back. And that had something to do with an internal problem Waddell and Reed was having with the person that initially did the investment. Right. So they didn't like the way that guy was doing business, and they just wanted to yank his business. It didn't really have anything to do with the PBC at all. Right.
But but the fact that so we talked about the fact that PBC is even being mentioned still, and with what's going on with Showtime and Paramount, still shines that light where now people may be gonna start looking into them, and whether it's independently or on a law regulating investigation. They're going to start being looked at and viewed as something.
No. Okay, so none of this is even interesting. The only reason why it's interesting is because we follow PBC, right? But the idea that, first off, the Wardell Reed story it was when that was 2015, 2016. It's
2016.
super old. It was part of. Anyway, it was while the PBC was adjudicating both lawsuits from Top Rank and Golden Boy. All of this got settled then, right? This is old ass fucking news. But even then, it wasn't anything about anything being illegal or untoward. It was one of the investors trying to claw back their investment because they didn't like the work that one of their internal guys was doing. It didn't really have anything to do with the way the PBC was operating business at all. And then they, all those lawsuits were either, I think Top Rank settled and Oscar got thrown out of court. So all that shit is here.
The champ is here.
Mr. Moore. But yeah, as far as whether or not PBC has a home, right? It appears that basically Showtime is focusing on their streaming service. What that means for boxing, they haven't said. They didn't say that it affected any way, shape, or form, other than maybe PBC is now going to be a part of a streaming service.
Now let me ask a question.
Let me say this, then. You see Floyd out there going to zone make money, and we already heard Floyd said that he's PBC and PBC is him, and he's going to zone to make money. So here's and this is just I'm just assuming there is trouble in paradise. There's got to be some trouble in paradise. We can't just look over the fact that there's something that's happening that they probably have no knowledge of, that we probably ain't got privy to yet. There's something that's going on where they're not getting the money that they need.
Hold on. Why do you say that? Because you're talking about, you bringing up Floyd, but you're talking about a retired fighter. A retired fighter can do whatever he's retired.
Why wouldn't
he's retired?
If I'm Floyd, right?
Right.
And I say that I'm PBC, and then I say that PBC is me, and I'm out there. First of all, you know that a lot of people was putting down Zone, like Zone ain't nothing, but he's going out supporting whatever venue, whatever they pay him. So what makes you think that I wouldn't do the same if I was a boxer with PBC too? Well, I'm not getting any fights with PBC
because the difference is you're under contract and Floyd isn't.
No, that's not different. Another difference is if Showtime wanted to pay for Floyd, they would have. They want to pay because of the guys, right? The only time Floyd has fought on Showtime since his retirement has been a Jake Paul undercard. And Jake Paul has Showtime cards, not Floyd. Otherwise, Floyd's fighting in Japan or fucking somebody else's shit. Nobody's paying for Floyd. Just because Floyd likes to promote himself, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden, like the business is going under. That doesn't mean to say that, but I think that you make a point. Like something is like there's something that's up. But what I think that's up that you're just missing is that broadcast television is fucking dying, and everybody is moving over to they're consuming content through streaming fucking services and shit like that. And that's what happened during the pandemic. They switched over even fucking more and more. And what I think CBS is trying to do is just keep up with the fucking trend.
Yeah, I mean, Floyd is retired, and like Smoke said, which is the biggest point, ain't nobody really checking for Floyd. Right? Everybody really tripping on Floyd. People ain't knocking down the door.
No, I'm not tripping on Floyd. I'm tripping off what he said. His statement, what he said, and why we're not getting it. And the reason for us not getting this fight is one of the reasons why I'm coming up with. I am trying to give the boxers the benefit of the doubt. I figure they both want to fight. They both want to fight. It's all this stuff that's surfacing, whether it be some of it has some truth. I don't believe that. As AB has, it's some truth in what AB is saying. That there's trouble in the paradise. And we have to assume that HBO, hear me out, and then I'll let you have the flow. If HBO took the time to cancel their boxing, the sport of boxing from their thing, would make us not believe that Showtime will not do the same. Why we feel like Showtime is not going to...
Can we say the same thing about the DAZN? Can we say the same thing about the DAZN who lost billions of dollars as well?
Right. So here's the difference, right? So a couple of key things, right? And this is
also PBC because PBC is PBC got the fight that we want, right? Non-zone, right?
Hey, Warren, just one second. First off, you have to just acknowledge your own desperation for facts, right? And you're being manipulated. Like if you are using Floyd and Adrian Broner as your fucking chief sources, you might just take a deep breath.
You say I'm not taking them. I'm taking all.
You are. You're like
you're saying
that's out there. Listen, you're saying that
I'm taking all of the information that's out there.
I got it. I got it. What I'm saying to you is Floyd Mayweather is a well-known egoist, right? Like him saying that the PBC is him and he is the PBC doesn't make it anything other than self likes to fucking talk really big about himself. That doesn't make him the PBC and the PBC is him. Adrian Broner saying that he needs some money and people are poor and not paying him doesn't actually make that a fact because Adrian Broner is often in the media talking about stuff like this in this way. And it doesn't turn out to be out to be any basis in it. That's what I'm saying. Like these are not reliable sources for the conclusions that you're drawing.
Yeah, basically explains. But what I was saying in the situation is that Showtime might not be long for boxing in this current form as far as like pay-per-view network broadcasting. It's probably dying out. That's what I would say.
And
because people aren't paying for this shit. Hold on, fellas. People are not paying for this shit. This pay-per-view, I'm telling you, this pay-per-view Saturday is not going to do well. People are not paying $80 to see Deontay Wilder in a tune-up fight, and you got one guy with no pop and another guy that's 63 years old. People are not paying for that.
That's not even the point. That's not even it. People are not paying for it.
That's why boxing is having trouble. People ain't paying for that shit.
Mr. Moore, that's not even it. People are not paying for it. People won't pay for something they can get for free. Period. Like it doesn't even matter how good it is.
Yeah, facts. If you can stream it, why pay for it? Exactly.
Exactly. Like there's already a market fix. The only free, and not only that, you can see that they weren't long for the business. They're not tripping off of it because Steven Espinoza said that the 90% of the revenue goes to fighters anyway. So you know that's not their business model.
Yeah, but so
if CBS, a way for them to pay the fucking fighters.
So if CBS is the parent company of Showtime, can't they put fights on CBS?
Yeah, but Showtime. All right, so Showtime and Showtime is both Showtime and Viacom, actually the parent company. Viacom has changed their name to fucking Paramount. I think Viacom and CBS something has changed their name to Paramount to highlight the streaming service. Like they're moving to the streaming, arena, right? So
yeah, because remember I had Paramount Plus. Yeah. I had Paramount Plus, and they used to show CBS on Paramount Plus. Last month, they pulled CBS off of Paramount Plus.
Right.
Now
So
you got to just
people were talking.
CBS.
Yeah, people were talking about that Paramount bought CBS. It's actually the other way around. Viacom and Paramount bought. Viacom and CBS bought Paramount, and they just decided to change the name to Paramount to focus on the streaming fucking thing, to rebrand. It's just a rebranding thing.
Yeah,
so
regardless of all of that, the point I'm trying to make is I'm talking about PBC and Showtime. I think is coming to an end with their business relationship. I believe that PBC boxers are going to start going straight to Showtime, and Showtime is going to start reaching out to boxers, because you hear rumors out there with what Tank Davis and Ron Garcia fight is doing, and what they're trying to negotiate without PBC or even Mayweather.
So we understand.
So let's not pretend like PBC is not having trouble. We act like PBC, and I'm not saying that you are. So maybe I shouldn't say it that way. All I'm pointing out is that there is trouble in paradise for PBC, and I'm not sure of all the facts, but I know that there's too much different things coming out to put a negative spot on PBC. I'm not going to cover up for this shit.
I got it, but you're just missing you're missing the trick. The problem with the PBC is that they got most of their contracts, most of their budget was from Fox that got sold during the pandemic, and Showtime, which was moving from broadcast. The broadcasters are getting hit by streaming services. So now the way people are consuming content is changing. That is absolutely going to affect everybody, not just PBC. But it's going to affect PBC because Fox was half of their fucking budget and a whole bunch of things, right? So of course it's going to affect it. But the idea is just about what is affecting it and what's really the canary in the coal mine, and how are they going to adjust? We don't know.
Yeah, because Fox is a news organization, and people forget that. Fox don't give a fuck about boxing.
But they also
They don't.
It's gonna be
streaming. They got Major League Baseball. They got college basketball. They got college football. Boxing is like an afterthought to them.
Fox Sports. See, Fox Sports is a different. All right, so they have Fox News Corp. They have Fox Entertainment, Fox Searchlight. Then they also have
those contracts. But the Fox Sports ending at the end of the year with PBC.
The Fox Sports. All right, so their contracts were not a year. That it was like a 10-year thing with a yearly thing. Anyway, without getting into all of the different things, all I'm saying is Fox got sold a couple of different times during the pandemic, and that shortened their dates. Like they stopped PBC on Fox and all that shit. The YouTube fucking channel's still up, but since they're selling, they've done 2 Andy Ruiz pay-per-views and this Wilder pay-per-view. But that's basically PBC on Fox's a bunch of fucking pay-per-views. Not even a bunch, a few pay-per-views. So that's why they figured that shit the fuck out. Steven Espinoza has been putting everybody and their goddamn mama on pay-per-view in order to get the fighters paid. And that's pretty much. But
that's PBC, not true. That's not true.
But hold on a second. But when it comes to Tank Davis is managed by Al Heyman. So there's guys who are managed by Al Heyman. PBC is a production company. They need to put on television. I got you. So if they are a production company that puts on television shows, they need a broadcaster. They need somebody to distribute their content. But the fighters,
when I say PBC,
you got network TV and you got streaming apps. Those are your 2 fucking options. That's the future. Streaming apps, network TV.
Exactly. And so and now Al Heyman, I think, is rolling with Paramount at this point, because it seems like broadcasters are not trying to mess with boxing in general. I don't know what the hell Bob's got going on with over there at ESPN, but Bob is always talking about how this guy. Bob is always hold on. I'm gonna land this plane and we can have it, Warren.
Okay.
Bob is also talking about how everybody needs to take pay cuts and how everybody's costing him money. Go ahead, Warren.
They're cheap motherfucker.
So now let me say this. what PBC did or Showtime, don't matter, whoever was in charge of it was not trying to share TV revenue with other platforms. And I think now that they have been brought out by Paramount or whatever is going on, they decided we rather have 50% than not to have nothing at all of a profit from these sites. So we're going to share some of these, and I think the sample that we're going to share some of these streaming or some of these fights. Like again, if it comes to Tank Davis, will be with Showtime and the Zone. They're sharing the revenue or sharing the cost of the fight.
I mean, the last thing I heard from Steven Espinoza is that he was not interested in that. But maybe
I'm not
that
talking about Espinosa. We're talking about behind the scenes. There is a notion that the Zone Golden Boy are in talks with Showtime.
Yeah, that's Espinosa.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, but that's right. I'm just saying that.
What Floyd's doing right now,
these are all ifs.
I wouldn't.
These are all ifs.
Maybe Floyd is trying to serve as a bridge right now.
I'm just saying, like specifically Espinoza, like the guy at Showtime that would be the guy making the deal, said he is not interested in cross broadcasting this fight. He's like, there's no point to it. He's like, we have already the demand for Tank fights in house. We don't need to do it. We don't need to do a cross promotion with Ryan.
So let me say this. So who out of all the content that's been put out, so should we believe any of it? Is any of that source somewhat true relevant to PBC and the way they handle their business with their fighters?
I mean, it is what it is. Like, so you got primary sources and secondary sources. So it just depends on what it is you're talking about. Like when it comes to a Floyd Mayweather fight, a primary source is Floyd Mayweather. When it comes to Showtime making a fight, a primary source is Steven Espinoza. But if you want to hear Steven Espinoza talk about a Floyd fight at this point, he's not putting on a Floyd fight. It's kind of like he'd be talking out of his ass. The only thing he'd talk about is, an offer that they either made or didn't make.
Well, I'm not,
right. So Floyd talking about his relationship to the PBC. He's had a relationship with the PBC. Floyd Mayweather Promotions has been putting on fights on the PBC since its inception. I understand they're business partners. The idea that like people talking about this really like close-knit relationship as if Floyd is pulling strings and making fights, I don't know that that's the case outside of guys signed to Floyd Mayweather Promotions. When it came to the Ugas fight, I didn't hear Floyd talking about how he was helped Spence make the Ugas fight, or any fucking fight of Spence's. So I don't understand like how all of a sudden now he's the like chief guy making fights.
Well, we're talking about Floyd's situation right now. Can we say that? Floyd, okay. Wait, listen, Smoke. Listen. If Floyd Mayweather Promotions is currently cross promoting whatever with Deji's going on, I guess what his brother got, KSI, whatever, and they got to deal with the Zone. So right now, Mayweather Promotions is fighting in conjunction with KSI, his people, and the Zone.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, he's just a fighter. He's not promoting. I mean, he might be promoting it.
We're talking about since April for the last 6 months. So my thought is we want to see. I know you want to see Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight, right? And all this news started to break out different things, the things that Terrence Crawford had to go through, and this, that, and the other, and different things that they're saying that they needed to look at. It's just a whole bunch of series of things to point at that PBC has something going on that there is, and it's going to come out that and it's coming from different sources, but not all of it can be bad. Some of it may be some truth in some of what these people are saying. It may not be all true, but there may be some truth into some of it. You chew the meat and throw away the bone. That's the sort of thing.
Right.
I'm not trying to exempt them or exonerate them from them being under a microscope. At this point, they're under a microscope, and
right. We're just trying to point to what the issue is. Like, it's nobody saying that they're not under the gun or they don't have duress. Like I said, most of their dates went away and half their budget went away when Fox got sold and aren't putting on fights. We don't know what's going to happen with broadcast television. Of course, that's going to affect PBC.
Right. Well, I'm just saying it's trouble in paradise, and then there may have to be some decisions that some of these boxers may, including Earl Spence, have to make. That's all.
I mean, of course, but what is the thing? The issue is it's a system-wide issue. It's not something that is some sort of bad luck because of the way the PBC operates. Everyone is going to have to be figuring this thing out. Well, like, really, like literally, like it's just kind of like all we have in the United States for boxing is basically ESPN, Showtime, and DAZN. DAZN, right? That's it. We got 3 people.
Yeah, pretty much. As far as major networks, yeah.
You can do like some pro box and do like $2 pay-per-views. I don't know. There's some other thing that I'm missing. Like, so it may be a thriller thing every now and then, special event.
So Steven Espinosa talking about not doing cross promotion may need to be. It may be re-looked at or revisited to see if that may be a. Why not?
Because he said they have. Because he said. Steven Espinosa says that they have already the demand. There is no demand for them to do this the cross promotion. If there's no demand for it, they can do the same numbers for in-house. There's no reason for them to cross promote. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so all right, there is a message, or there is something out there stating otherwise with Golden Boy Promotions and the fight with Tank Davis and Mike what's his name? Ryan Garcia.
All right, I hear you. I got you. All right, so here's the thing. If you want to cherry pick so that you can get a sense of what's going on, you can do that. Or you can just take the principles and and then do what the principles are saying. Steven Espinosa, in order for they to do it, because Tank Davis is signed to Al Heyman as a manager and Steven Espinosa as a broadcaster, right? Steven Espinosa becomes really important, a primary source for information on this fight. Oscar De La Hoya, another primary source, right? So we don't know if Tank is signed with Floyd or not. So maybe Floyd is a primary source on this negotiation, or maybe he isn't. But we do know that, like, Henry goddamn Garcia, Ryan Garcia's dad, is not a primary source. He's a secondary source, right? He's not the manager. He's not the promoter. He's not going to be paying for the fight. He's the dad of the fighter. So Oscar De La Hoya and Ryan Garcia's dad saying some shit, and you know, even if Tank said some shit, right? You have that's a pretty good. Those are pretty good signals. But then if you go to the guy whose job it is to pay for it and who needs to make the deal, right, in order for it to be a cross promotion, that guy saying, hey, you know what, this ain't gonna happen, then it actually doesn't matter what all those other people are talking about.
Again, with the contract ending at this year and Paramount saying they're cutting the fat, Espinosa may not even be around much longer.
You don't understand. You don't understand. Yeah, it's not Paramount. Paramount is not the parent company. They're not cutting the fat. Viacom owns Paramount. All they did was rebrand the name.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get caught up in
yeah, but you're saying Tim the Fat. That's what I'm trying to get
Paramount,
you to understand.
When I say Paramount, you know, I'm talking about those that are.
I'm trying to tell you, there's not a trimming of the fat. It's not like they're laying off workers. All they did was rebrand to focus on streaming.
But a part of that may be trimming the fat too, because again,
I mean, it could be. It doesn't mean that it is.
Right. They're right. I'm saying these are all speculations right now. Get the smoke. So it doesn't mean that. First of all, PBC has not renewed their contract. There has not been a renewal of their contract with Showtime.
Okay.
Their expiration date is coming to an end in December.
Right. So the idea that Showtime doesn't have contracts past December is belied by the fact that we already have Showtime PBC fights in January. Like the biggest one, like of note, being Charlo versus Tim Tszyu. Like for me, like I try to tell you, like there's an idea of an annual budget versus a contract. Like so, you may have the idea is like you can have a 10-year contract, and then you have an annual budget for that 10-year contract.
Right. So when I was working for Xfinity, and we were negotiating with Stars, even though the contract ended, they still had series that would extend past that because they had already agreed to certain things, and that might be running out as well. So you might get you might be seeing that flow come out of that. The contract
it is. I'm telling you, I know what it's coming out of, and that's what I was trying to tell you before. Is what you're talking about is a fiscal budget year, their annual budget contract coming up. So they have to renew to get a new budget. That doesn't mean that their contracts are going to be not renewed. Their contract goes into like extends for the length of their contract. Where I think it got extended like 6 years or something in 2019. So I think it goes through like to 2025, and it was supposed to be X amount of dollars per year, and that depended on the budget and like the performance of the fights and all that shit. Like your annual budget is subject to performance, but not like whether or not you're still under contract. You're just getting your annual budget.
Well, I'm gonna rest on that. I'm just gonna wait to see because I still believe that there are some things that is coming out of PBC that this just doesn't sit well, and eventually some of these boxers.
But it could have been a 3-year. You might be right. You might be right. I'm not sure. It could have been a 3-year. I think it was a 6. You know what? Let me look it up. You may be right though.
Because I didn't think it was 6, but I mean,
it could have been a 3 and a 6.
I don't have my sources. I can't pull up receipts on it. Oh, I don't feel like pulling up receipts on it right now.
That's all good. I'm here. I'm here for it.
It's just looking like that maybe Showtime's broadcasting model might be running out of juice. So now they got to find another network. That's what it might be looking like.
I don't know about that. I think it's just a whole lot of speculations. But I just want to say one thing, y'all. I know the truth. You know the truth. Nigga D tell the truth. What's good?
Hey, man, look, man, I just wanted to step in because I hear both of y'all going back and forth. I don't think it's fair for either one of y'all to say, I know both of y'all like.
Well, it's not fair if it's our opinion.
Hold on,
exactly. It's not a matter whether it's fair or not. It's just our opinion. So you can't.
Hold on.
All right, but don't tell me what's not fair. It's just my opinion. You don't have to accept my opinion.
I'm not going on your opinion though. Listen to what I was about to say before you just cut me off. Now is not a good time to be getting into arguments. You look like Jordan Poole, so it ain't a good time to be getting into arguments right now. But anyway,
I'm sorry, I look like who?
Jordan Poole. Draymond Green just hit. The one Draymond Green just hit.
I don't know how. Yeah.
Is that what I look like?
I'm just. Let me say this real quick. All bullshit aside. Let me say this real quick. What I was trying to say to you, man. What I was trying to say. All right. What I was trying to say was not speculating so much about how the business is done because. You were actually right what you were saying, Warren, and then Smoke jumped in and he was like, no, they gonna have to renew the next contract. Business is done all type of different ways. Sometimes companies be them bought companies a long time before. They don't just jump up and buy them. They be the paperwork. I'm not making a general statement. Just like
what the hell?
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Who cares? That don't matter. Doesn't have anything to do with the specifics.
It does matter because your ass sitting up there giving out information like you Al.
Correct. About this particular
you don't know shit. That's the reason why I jumped on you, nigga, to get on here with your
you
ass.
don't know shit.
Well, let's get
you're talking about your general statements about how stuff works.
So shut your motherfucking mouth.
But I got receipts and you
I got receipts and you don't. That's why I jumped in, Warren, because you were being nice to his ass. And he keep cutting you off.
But I got
receipts. You cut him off, he got smart shit to say. Look, bitch ass, fuck him.
Conversation.
Fuck you, nigga.
Actually, you just on here mad about nothing. I got receipts for what I'm talking about.
You ain't got no damn receipts.
Yeah, I do. I'm about to pull them up right now.
Show me all their contracts. Show them to me.
Oh, whose contract? I'm not sure. I didn't
Everything
make
you just said. You said you know what the fuck going on with Paramount and Showtime in the boxing thing. Show me where they say that. Oh yeah, we're keeping everybody, all the boxers on Paramount. You don't have to renew, even if you're. Show me all that shit. Break it down.
Show me where I said anything about that.
Show it to me if they get a pension.
Show me where I said anything about that.
Showtime had a pension for them.
Show me where I said anything about
Paramount gave them the same contract, or did they take it back? Show me all that paperwork, you bitch ass nigga. Because you can't show me a goddamn thing.
Hey, dummy. I have receipts about what I was talking about, not the dumb shit that you're talking about. I have receipts for what I was talking about.
If you weren't yelling, then you actually making a good point.
Like you knew all that shit, nigga. And
right, again, I can be at receipts for what I'm talking about.
That nigga don't know what the fuck.
I know you just mad. You just mad. You just mad because you know what I'm talking about.
I'm tired of niggas running around like they in the business.
Right.
Them niggas don't even know what they doing. How the fuck do you know what they doing?
I have receipts for everything that I said. So if instead of telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, ask me for receipts about something that I actually said.
Shit, what I just said. That's why you.
I didn't talk, but I didn't say anything about that. So why you about
that shit? You gotta stop, bro. You made a good point, D, but y'all arguing two different things. Like, slow down.
Oh, he can't.
No, he's talking about companies in general. He's talking about companies in general. I was talking about PBC and Fox and Showtime. Their deal specifically. And he's talking about like, hey, you know what? Sometimes the company does this. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not arguing that. Nobody's arguing that shit. Your ass is just mad that I'm right, and you mad that I'm right.
I'm tired.
So now you're talking about that I'm not right. So since you don't know what I'm talking about, what did I say that you need for me to provide a receipt for?
Out of their country, you jumped on that bitch talking about some you.
Okay, what do you think I need to provide?
They good. They good for this year. They'll have to renegotiate the next year. But this year,
okay, I guess right. I guess you missed the part. I guess you missed the part where I said,
"Hey, you'd have been said something. You. That's why you want to talk about something else you said. But I ain't talking about nothing what else you said. I'm talking about what I jumped on here for.
Right. Damn. So maybe between you jumping
I jumped on here to shut that stupid shit up.
Right. Maybe you missed the part.
Right. So maybe you said some other true shit. But that shit
I got you. You came on here saying stupid shit up. But anyway, maybe you missed the part where I said to Warren that maybe he could be right. Maybe he could be right. It could have been a 3-year contract and not a 6-year one. Maybe you missed that part. Maybe you missed that part where I said to Warren, maybe it was it could have been a 6-year contract, not a 3-year one.
So what?
I know, bro. That's why
is it the 3-year or the 6 year?
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna look it up right now.
All right, for sure.
You tell the truth. I would like to hear your opinion on it, brother. I'm waiting to hear your opinion on it. D, tell the truth.
My opinion on what?
On the conversation we're having, sir. I'm waiting for you to. I'm just waiting to hear your opinion. That's all. Your part.
No, I didn't have no opinion on that because I don't know that part of the business, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It ain't right. I mean, I can speculate on what I think is going on. I mean, I got common sense, but when we just keep on doing that, when we keep on doing that, though, it's not. I'm saying, because I'm the same dude that'll get mad at a dude when they pushing the agenda, whether it's just continuously, just going at a person for no reason, man. I ain't got no reason to hate on fucking Spence. Not just to talk about him and ain't even talking about the other fighter.
No, I'm not even talking
about
Okay, cool. Right. So in August of 2022, Showtime renews 3-year contract with PBC. Are you all right now?
In the background. Shelton.
Are you all right now? Are you cool now? Like screaming about I don't know what I'm talking about?
Who, me? I ain't know what the fuck you talking about.
No, D, tell the truth. I don't know, man.
What you talking about?
Like, bro. Like, here's the thing. I don't come up here and just talk about my ass.
You just said to me, hold on. I just told you what I jumped on here for and what I was talking about. What did that just do? What you just said to me?
Because you said what I'm talking about. Telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about. That's why you jumped on.
I said why I got on there because you were saying they had a year for their deals and this and that or whatever. And I said, you don't know how he. Listen,
I already know what the fuck was going on. You came up here to correct some shit that you don't know. So why the fuck are you up here trying to correct
you just want to argue.
You did zero goddamn research, and you coming up here to correct me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why'd you come up here?
You like arguing. You just like arguing anyway. So just anyway, move on. Anywho, brother.
So 2025, that's the deadline. All right, we got it.
2025 for what?
The contract that PBC and Showtime have will come to an end.
Now, can I explain something to you, Warren? That's why I say you can't go on shit like that because
you don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is. I'm going off.
He's still going off. I don't even have to talk to him. He just want to argue because he bitch made. He bitch made. That's what he do. That's what bitches do.
No,
they look for motherfuckers to argue with. I ain't talking to him. So let me finish what I said. I'm saying to them niggas on the panel. So anyway, hey, bro, when a company buys another company, sometimes companies might sit up and say, we don't need all them motherfuckers. We only hiring this many. We keeping this many. And we're going to go by this way. These are going to be the qualifications. You don't know any of that part about how that stuff is drawn out. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. You don't know. And there's nobody on here that can sit up and say they know. I don't think that's
I never once said I knew.
What you don't understand.
I preference my conversation around. I'm sorry.
Just so you guys understand, there is no new boss. The Viacom and Paramount, that transaction happened in 1993. The only thing that's happening is that they're renaming the fucking company and focusing on streaming. That nobody's getting fired. There's no trimming of the fat. There's no picking of contracts. None of that shit is happening.
So Wall Street
put out before you start screaming about what's going on and what people know and what they don't know.
Wall Street put out an article.
Came on here and said, "Ain't nobody gonna lose their job. Nobody. Everybody's gonna keep their job." This nigga just came out and spoke. So if anybody on here works for Paramount or Showtime, Smoke just guarantees you will not be losing your job. That's what he just did for y'all.
Okay, and then because they rebranded. Because they rebranded.
This nigga don't work. He don't work nowhere near them motherfuckers.
Okay.
Ain't nowhere near them. Don't work for them. Never work for them. Probably.
Okay. What about what I just said meant that nobody's gonna get fired? What about what I just said means that nobody's gonna get fired at Paramount or Viacom? What if they're terrible fucking employees to get fired or not?
So let me add my 2
cents.
No,
what you're saying is stupid because you came up here screaming about some shit that you don't know about.
You man just said ain't nobody gonna lose they fucking
and no,
job.
You just said that.
Like you know.
Nobody said that.
I would never make no dumbass statement like that.
You're the only one making the dumbass statement like that.
You might be having people right now being forced to retire. That's why they switching over.
Of course, that always happens. Welcome to corporate America. Welcome to corporate America,
D. So stupid.
You're the only one saying this shit, bro.
Shit like that.
Okay, but nobody said that.
The Wall Street
nobody said that. Literally, nobody said that.
Hey, it's all good. Can I get a coincide?
The Wall Street Journal put out an article and CNBC put out an article explaining why the boss of Espinosa stepped down to make flexibility to move out the way so that Paramount had the flexibility to make changes to Showtime, including streaming, which also could mean that they may be cutting some programs out. HBO did it. It don't mean that Showtime won't do it. Won't mean that Showtime won't do it either. That's all I'm saying. And it's just my opinion on that. I'm not saying it's correct.
Anyway,
that's what I fucking said earlier. Like
you was hitting it in the head anyway, Warren, when you was talking. When you said earlier, I heard you say,
"Oh my
God,
man,
all of it might not be true."
You said,
but there's got to be some truth to some of it. Once again, the little short little bitch ass nigga.
Can you just stop?
Which means
anywho, can you shut the fuck up?
Nigga still running his mouth for me, and I'm not even talking to you. The nigga
Taco, would you like to tap in on this one? Go ahead, Talk.
Man, I don't even know what they talking about. They talking about some contracts. I just hopped on, just got off of work.
It's stupid as fuck.
Like, they talking about the PBC shit. They talking about the PBC situation. Are they going out of boxing? Showtime, Stephen Espinosa stepping down. Things like that.
No, we're not talking about it. One nigga telling everybody who gonna keep their jobs and everything.
Okay, again. Okay, so when did I ever say that nobody's gonna get fired? Please tell me when I said.
Who said you, bitch? Who said you?
Well, you did. You keep saying that I said that. You said it many times.
We're not talking about
it. Nobody on the panel said that.
Smoke did not come out of my mouth.
Nobody on the panel said that they knew who was going to get fired or not. Nobody said that.
I don't talk to you.
I got nobody. You just talk about me. You just talk about me because you're a child.
Why is this shit even a topic of conversation when we got boxing on all day tomorrow? Why is this shit even a topic of conversation when we got boxing on all day tomorrow?
Hey, you got a problem with somebody getting off your chest. If you don't like somebody on the panel, this the platform where you could confront a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna hold you back.
This dude is mad because he's
stupid. About liking it, just don't sit here and be messy on this panel. I think you gonna get
you don't want messy on the panel. You came up here like yelling about like how people don't know what they're talking about, but you're the one that doesn't know what you're talking about.
Once again,
like you are the only person up here screaming about fucking dumb shit when you don't know what you're talking about.
Damn, y'all ran method off.
I don't know why.
Like a lost child, nigga just said, "Fuck it, I'm done."
Yeah, because when I don't pretend like
that man said up on here. Anybody in this chat can agree with him. That man saying nobody losing no jobs. He know.
Yeah. Okay. Nice lie. So more lies. He does nothing but lie.
Can y'all just?
As you can see, they saying
one at a time.
Did anybody on the panel hear me say that? Did anybody on the panel hear me say that?
Please, somebody on here, put a yes or a no.
Exactly. Nobody said.
He didn't sit up and say they weren't losing no jobs.
I didn't hear that.
Exactly. Nobody.
I heard. You can go rewind it. I ain't just make it up.
Yeah, you did. That's the whole point. You're a fucking liar.
Whatever.
Go somewhere else and lie on somebody else.
Why this topic even came up?
You can't run me off.
Yeah, I know.
The reason why this topic even came up
I know, man. Stop stuttering. That's why
I won't stop stuttering. Anywho, I won't stop stuttering.
Everybody ought to know by now. I don't know.
I'm not gonna stop stuttering. That's how I speak.
Bro,
I stutter and I don't tell lies.
Nigga, change your name.
Maybe you should start stuttering.
Change your name to 50 and smoke it.
Why did you change your name to details?
We got two retired.
Was that the only one that Was that the only one that saw that wave
came up? The reason why the topic even came up, if I may say, the reason why it even came up was we was talking about the fights that's happening this week, this weekend. Me and H Money. And then we went into talking about Floyd Mayweather and how he's fighting over at the zone and how that can create for other boxers to go start looking out that's sitting on the shelf. Maybe I should try to reach out to these other organizations to see if I can fight. And then I went into some other shit about how there's trouble with PBC. Like there's trouble in paradise. There's got to be some trouble. It's just too much coming out from April. Ever since Earl Spence won the fight against Ugard, there's been this different information that's been put out there. And then here we got Espinosa Boss stepping down from Showtime because of their restructuring, whatever that may be. And whenever you go through a restructure, they're also looking at maybe we need to, their stocks are down 1.5 billion.
Yeah, Showtime is not long for boxing. It is what it is, nigga. They're gonna have to switch shit up. That's what the fuck going on.
Right. So we and then I fell off for some reason. Then the smoke was talking about Espinosa do not want to cross promotion, but I was like, they may need to keep their boxing going because I don't see why they can't do cross promotions.
Right. So, and just
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Right. Like
they may need to do that.
CBS's stock is not that right. Like CBS, they lost a bunch during the pandemic, but everyone did. Right. Showtime is not publicly traded at all. These are just parent companies. Viacom is another thing. Right. So the idea about their stocks being off, they're focusing on streaming. Does that mean that nobody will lose their jobs? That has absolutely no bearing on whether or not somebody can make a fight at God. Like what they're not picking and choosing which fights they're going to honor at PBC based on the conversation that we're having. Yes, some people at either Paramount or Showtime might either get absorbed or their job might become obsolete in the new that doesn't mean that they'll be picking out.
Still addressing that dumb shit.
Right, because we're still talking about it, but you're too stupid to understand the fucking conversation.
It don't matter, man. It don't matter.
I know it doesn't matter.
They're gonna get a contract. We just don't know what it is. It don't matter. But you want to go back.
We're talking about something that you are not.
Some guys lose their job. Yeah, probably, maybe.
We're not talking about that.
Not lose their job.
We're not talking about that. It's literally not the fucking subject.
About it. I'm trying to let you move on, telling you that it don't matter.
You were the only one interrupting. Like you're saying is you wanted me to move on, but you're interrupting me to keep bringing up the fact that somebody might get fired. Who gives a fuck for whether or not somebody might get fired? It is tangential to the entire conversation that we're having. You're the only person. You're the only person who introduced this as a topic. I was moving on, and you interrupted me, like while I'm talking.
No, you weren't. You went back to it.
Correct. To make a point that it is tangential to the topic that we're discussing.
Man,
whether or not somebody gets fired in this process is tangential.
Words, but you still
anyway, like I was saying, like PBC has an issue. The issue that they have is they're a production company that needs a distributor. The distribution network, both Fox and the traditional distribution network, Fox since 2019, and Showtime seem to not be interested in doing live sporting events. So PBC has to figure out who is going to be their distributor. Yes, that is the trouble in paradise. Does that mean that they're going to start? Does that mean they're going to start doing cross promotions? At this point, Steven Espinoza says no. When it comes specifically, and that's specifically to the Tank Ryan fight. He spoke specifically about this fight. So, like, bringing that fight up as a possibility, the head of the network, the VP that's in charge of paying for it says no. He's not interested in the cross promotion.
Well, that might change because you might have PBC on the zone. You're talking about two separate entities as far as PBC and Showtime. Showtime might not be long for boxing, but Eddie Hearn got the big bag over there, so you might see PBC on the zone.
Well, you also throughout this whole process, right? Since we're talking about a system-wide change, you saw DAZN, their skipper already left. John Skipper being his name, he already exited. They already came up with a new CEO, and that guy says they're no longer overpaying for fights. And we've been seeing pay-per-views out of DAZN ever since the new guy took over. Right? They're not overpaying. There's no bags over there to be had anymore. Outside, the bigger bag that Canelo was offered by PBC. Hey, we'll check
it out though.
Be a bag over there if Floyd going to get some money.
So I mean, yeah, nigga, that might be the way to go.
For an individual fighter, perhaps, but you have to understand that Eddie Hearn told Terrence Bud Crawford that they didn't have any fucking fights for him. Like, it's not not just because you are a draw or you are a thing that means that now the zone was to pick you up. The zone also has an issue. This is a system-wide issue. It's not just
okay. So with that being Bud and EJ fight. With that being said, that was almost 3 years ago. Or maybe 2.5 years. I'm not sure. I'm speculating how many years ago. But now there may be a new reason to pick up a Terrence and Errol Spence fight because the money is not there with PBC. That's all I'm saying. It's not there.
That's a few months ago. No, it's a few months ago. No, bro, that's a few months ago. That wasn't a few years ago.
That's more than a few months ago now. That's more. Eddie Hearn said that when he left. As a matter of fact, it had to be last year.
No, it was right. No, it was after he left ESPN. It's a few months ago.
Right. So. No, he didn't leave.
Bud's last fight was. I understand. Bud's last fight was on ESPN
over a year ago. He left.
Bud's last fight was on ESPN.
Right, which was last year, November.
Correct, and Eddie Hearn said that after he left. It wasn't 2 years ago.
Okay, sometime last year.
No, it was a few months ago. I'm trying to tell you, it was within the last 12 months.
It was before the Errol Spence fight. Let me say that.
Yeah, the Errol Spence fight was in May.
That was in April, right? I think.
It was in April or May. I think it was in May, but whatever. It doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying is it wasn't years ago. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It was earlier this year.
With them not being able to make the fight as of now, there may be options where Earl and Terrence Crawford can take themselves over or allow the zone to pick up that fight. It may not be for three fight, it may be 2-fight deal or something. I'm just saying that possibility is out there now that Showtime is going through a restructuring because there is a possibility that Espinosa may not be with the company much longer. It may be.
Okay,
we don't know that yet.
I think we need to get our terms straight. They're not going through a restructuring; they're going through a rebranding.
Isn't that okay? I'm sorry that I'm not using the words that you want me to use, but this
I'm
is
just
saying
telling you,
restructuring, rebranding.
But they're not the same.
Okay. All right.
But they're really like if they're restructuring, then that would give credence to we don't know who in the hell is going to be happening. Steven Espinosa might be gone tomorrow. If they're restructuring, then all of these people's jobs are under thing. But instead, they're saying that they're rebranding and focusing on streaming. Does that mean that Steven Espinosa is gone because of that? Not really.
The reason didn't he say he was stepping down though? Like he said he's stepping down.
No, the guy
Espinosa Ball stepped down to allow paramount flexibility in the Wall Street Journal and CNBC, who deals with financing, who that's their focus of their news, and all of that, and stocks and all of that, right? Have already said that he's moving down. So to allow flexibility for Paramount to make moves, to make changes that they necessarily need to get Showtime where it needs to be.
Well, that sounds like restructuring to me. Like shit.
No, that's okay. So a restructuring, right? So a restructuring would be whatever the hell they add,
which can include rebranding. Restructuring doesn't mean that it's not
correct.
I mean, rebranding could fall under that category.
No, it doesn't. Sorry. So let me just make sure that we understand what's happening. What they're talking about.
I know, right? Can we get on some boxing? Because some niggas just looking to argue.
Not really. We're just not looking. I got it, bro. Just be calm for 20 seconds, and maybe we can resolve this shit, and we can all get back to where we go.
No,
so like I was saying.
Because we done found out, nigga, you like them suicide people. You don't know how to land no plane.
Oh my god, dude! Can you shut the fuck up for real, D? Shit, damn, I got it. Like, can you take a nap or something? I got it. I don't know how to land. Cool. I'm running through a building. Awesome. So in a restructuring, you can get divisions that get thrown away. You get the corporate structure gets reorganized. All of that stuff. That is a restructure. What they're talking about is a rebrand. Instead of so they're getting rid of the name Viacom. Viacom still exists, but they're getting rid of the name and they're focusing on streaming. So they're refocusing on where it is they're going to put their energy. That doesn't mean that they're going to get rid of whole divisions. It doesn't mean that they're restructuring everybody's office.
Not sure what they're going to get rid of. I know something's going to change.
But they changed it.
Hey, Warren.
Time will tell if that eventually happens.
Yeah.
You guys are missing this push. It's already happened.
Yeah, that's why I said let's just wait and see, Smoke. Let's just wait and see.
Okay.
Can Smoke just be right? Can Smoke just be right? And everybody
I don't understand what you guys are missing about this. Like, for real. The rebranding has already happened. It's not some future thing. They already purchased this shit like 20 years ago, 30 years ago that they purchased this fucking company. All they're doing is changing the fucking name. They did that in February.
If PBC re-ups the deal with Showtime, then I would say everything's all good.
Man,
yeah,
he right. So let it go. Let's move on.
Let's just go, man. Let it go. He got his point off. Everybody got their point.
Who y'all got winning these fights, man? These some tough fights coming up. The ESPN card is something else with them women, and then topping it off with Devin Haney and Kambosos. Shit, we got a hell of a night coming up Saturday. What do you think about that? Somebody, please.
Man, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot.
I like the women fight.
Man, I love the women fight. I'm sorry, and I ain't never said nothing like this, and I'm gonna let you know. My channel for that day, at least until them fights are going, is pretty much gonna be stuck on ESPN, I think, because I like all of them fights. Now, if Devin finished Kambosos early, of course I'm going over there to check out Wilder, but otherwise, I'm not paying for that. I ain't paying to watch no nigga fight no
Yeah, they was
sparring
done. They was done.
Them fights come on at different times, G. That Wilder fight ain't gonna
good.
Wilder's not gonna hit the ring till about 9 o'clock at night, my time, which is about 11, 12 your time. So.
That's a smart move. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I'm happy to hear that.
You got Savannah and Clarissa first. They'll be followed maybe in an hour and a half by Devin and Kambosos, and then by 9 o'clock, Wilder will make his walk. So it's spread out, man. I don't know why people thought all the fights were gonna be jumping on top of each other.
Because you know how they do Saturday. Usually Saturday night have all the undercards, and they just.
Well, I don't really give a fuck because I'm gonna be watching Alabama and Tennessee until
Bumgarner fight. You got all that going on with the college football going on.
Yeah, I'm watching Alabama and Tennessee until Bumgarner and Mayer come on. That's the fight
I'm watching Jackson State.
They play tomorrow.
Man, I went and watched them. Boys
play tomorrow. I'm not sure, bro. I'm not gonna even lie. It's either
Warren. I went and watched them. Play. They come to Mobile and play. Who they got? I think they got Alabama A&M in Mobile. But I went and watched them play against Grambling up there in Jackson State. I went and watched.
I heard it was lit.
Oh man, it was. But I don't know why Dion went off and said there wasn't that many Grambling people there because it was a good.
I guess he said it was the heat. I mean, they didn't have that water at the time.
Like 4 or 5 people fell out, and then they ran out of water. They started getting people ice bags.
Yeah. And so I guess after Jackson State was beating them to a pole, I guess some of the fans left.
Yeah, they started leaving. It was hot as hell. I had a scab on my motherfucking head and face the next day.
Yeah,
they hot as hell out there, man. I don't know why they did that. It's gonna be good now that they got them games at 1 o'clock because it's turning fall time, so it's gonna be beautiful. But during the summer, they got to change some on that. They're gonna have to put them games back at like 5 next year or something because it's gonna be a lot of dead people out there.
So who y'all got in that fight? Who y'all got in the Bumgarner Mayer fight? Who you got?
Man, hey, she's trying to make me change my mind, Bumgarner, but I think Maya is the girl. But Bumgarner, man, she got some confidence about herself, but I don't think she can beat Maya.
Yeah, I got Bumgarner. Ben had Bumgarner. It ain't changing.
Why?
I think she can produce more work. Like her work rate can increase when it fight Michaela Mayer, and I don't think Michaela Mayer gonna be ready.
I got Bumgarner. AD, I'm rocking with Bumgarner. I think she's a stronger fighter. I think because she's stronger and she's more aggressive. She just got that dog in her. And Mayer got that dog in her too. I'm not going to take that away from her.
I think Mayer is the longer.
But she don't use her height though, D. She give her height up. She likes to go toe-to-toe.
I think she's had a lot of good competition, and sometimes you increase when you get good competition.
I seen Bumgarner knock out an undefeated champion in Harper, right? So, like I said,
speaking to that point,
I don't know a lot about him. I only seen both of them fight. I seen Maya fight twice and the other one fight once.
The girl she knocked out, Terry Harper, just went up to 54 and knocked out the champion up there and became champion at 54. So that Terry Harper win is starting to look better, H.
Wow. Yeah.
I agree with that, Sheldon. I just think Bumgarner is stronger. Like you could see her body type with Mayer. Yeah. She tall and lanky. You know what I mean? The other girl is stocky.
Hey, Bumgarner look like a beast.
That's what I'm saying.
I ain't gonna lie. That's why I say she's trying to make me hesitate.
The reason I'm going with Mayer is because I've seen her win a dog fight.
Me too.
I've yet to see Bumgarner in a dog fight.
That's the only reason why I said I only seen 2 fights from each one of them. I seen one from Bumgarner. I seen 2 from Maya, but I know Maya fought, like you said, she was in a dog fight. She got some heart, and I think she just the more experienced fighter.
But she don't want to be in no dog fight with Bumgarner. She gonna lose.
I don't think she want to either from the way Bumgarner look. But I'm just saying, I think she's gonna be a little bit more advanced from the.
That's the only reason why I'm picking her, D. Because I seen her in a dog fight, and she gutted it out. She dug deep, and she won it. I've never seen Bumgarner have to dig deep. I don't know if she can do that.
And that's just something we taking our chances on it, but that's what you put it on though. It's like a person that gets competition real good, you know, or fight someone that ain't gonna go away. And we seen that with Maya. She was in a dog fight with that girl and she kept going. So we know that she got that in her. So that's the only reason why I probably put it up on her. But far as if I didn't know neither one of them on the outside, I would bet on Bumgarner. But I'm gonna roll with Maya, man.
Yeah, I got Bumgarner Marshall. That's my picks for the ladies fighting.
I got Bumgarner and Shields. Shields in the split. I mean, unanimous.
The Shields fight, man. Even though I said I was gonna wait to pick to the last moment, I gotta go with Shields. Even though I do think it's gonna be a problem, though. I just believe when a person beats you, man, they gonna always have that confidence that they can beat you if they've done it once. What makes you think if I done something once, I can do it twice? So I think that confidence gives your girl Savannah a good chance, man. But I gotta go.
Do we have some Savannah Marshall fans on the panel?
I think it's gonna be a good fight. I kind of want to go with her, but I just can't. I mean, Clarissa just did too much in the sport.
I've seen them both. I've watched both of their last 4 fights. The reason I got to go with Clarissa is because I've watched Savannah Marshall fight. Now, granted, Savannah Marshall is putting bitches on their backs. That's for sure. But Savannah Marshall is slower than molasses in the wintertime. Clarissa Shields is going to out-athlete her. She's going to outbox her.
Right.
And she's going to beat her up for about 10 rounds. She's not the athlete. She can't compete athletically with Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields is too much for her.
I don't know. It's gonna be a good fight. Like I said, I have to go with the 2-division unified championship, undisputed. How can you not? So I can't bet against that. That'd be. I mean, you can't bet against.
No, I hear you, bro. I'm just going with what I've seen from both fighters, and her. The problem I got with Savannah Marshall, now her power is there. She's knocking bitches out. I give her that. But she's slow as molasses in the wintertime, man. She's not gonna catch shit.
All right, so I got my smoke question. This is a question Smoke like to ask. What's gonna be the bigger upset if Savannah Marshall beat Clarissa Shields or if George Kambosos beat Devin Haney?
Oh, George Kambosos beating Devin Haney.
Exactly. That ain't even no question for nobody.
Ooh.
If he beat Devin Haney, I'd be shocked like a motherfucker. That'd be the biggest
shock people
of
are picking
tonight.
Savannah Marshall to win this fight, bro. A lot of people are picking her to win, so that wouldn't be too big of an upset. But if Devin Haney loses to George Kambosos, oh my god,
I don't even know if Wilder lost. That'd be a big upset.
And you got to add that in there too, D. If Wilder loses to Helenius, is that a big upset?
I don't know if that's bigger than Devin Haney losing because I don't expect Devin Haney to lose. I think his is the most guaranteed win of the night for me, at least for me anyway.
Smoke been asking that question for a week and a half. You got your answer yet, Smoke?
Yeah, I've been saying it's Helenius. I've been vacillating between the two. I've been toggling, but yeah, it's Helenius. I keep landing on Helenius.
So if Helenius beats Wilder, that's a bigger upset than Kambosos beating Haney.
I think so. I think Kambosos is a better fighter than Robert Helenius. I think he's achieved more in the sport. He has better W's. There is the fact that Wilder's coming off a knockout loss.
That's the only reason why I say it, right? That's what you just said.
There's that part, but I don't know. Helenius just seems to be like, tailor-made. Like, I don't know. Like, even in that loss, like, he dropped the dude 2 times. He didn't seem like he was done. He was tired of shit. He seemed like he definitely had a stamina issue, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. We've seen Wilder lose, and
I'm gonna tell you what made my decision clear for me. I had to go with Wilder. When that nigga came in this morning at 214 pounds, I said, "Oh yeah, Wilder gonna smoke him."
Yeah,
that's the old Wilder.
He down his lightweight. He needs to stay like that because
he
don't have no legs. He can't. He don't have the type of body to carry weight. I think me and Rachel had that conversation one time on here talking about people that have big legs. That's how Pacquiao was able to move from that little light ass 109.11. Look how thick his legs is. You can carry weight when you got thick legs. Wilder arms ain't even as fucking big. Wilder arms are probably bigger than his legs. If you stuck one of his arms down there by his leg, it might be bigger. So
yeah, 214 is perfect for him. I think 214, anywhere between 212 and 220 is perfect for Wilder. Wilder at 214 is going. He gonna smoke plenty.
I wish he would have fought, even though I know it was kind of hard on him.
How old is Wilder?
Pressure on him. I wish he would have came in. I wish he'd have came in at 215 when he fought on. Or
yeah, that's what I said. And Fury Wilder, he was coming around 212, 215.
Man, he looked sluggish.
So he can move. He can move.
Yeah. Yep.
I care less about that fight.
I really want to see how he do though, back to his normal weight, because that's important to me. I didn't like him at all when he was, with that weight, carrying that weight around. My personal opinion of it, I didn't like it. I don't think some people are good with weight. It's like some people you can look at and you say, "Ooh, man, if he was a little bit bigger, he'd be a lot better." Yeah, he can gain weight, but some people, it's not good for them to gain weight. It only slow them down and make them worse.
We'll see. How long was his layoff?
Shit, been a year, ain't it?
Yeah. No, not even that long, because they fought in January of this year, so not even a year.
Yeah. I think he need, this that fight. We know that, man. We talk about it all the time, whether it's football, when you get a concussion. Sit that man out. Don't let him play the next week, because if he get two back-to-back like Tua did, it's a problem. Same thing with boxing. When niggas get knocked out in boxing, they usually give you a comeback fight. They carefully move you. They don't throw you back in there with no big puncher. That ain't shit that you do. That ain't normal boxing procedures there.
And I'm not sure why he took the rematch, unless they was trying to take it off the table. Is that right? He took the third rematch right away?
He took the rematch with Fury because that was the biggest fight available, and he thought he could beat him. That's why.
Also, let me say something about that. Also, you got to remember that's the one Warren where he really thought he had some in his gloves. He loaded and cheated, so he was kind of like thinking that he can't do that to me unless he cheated. He really believes that to this day. He believed that. You gotta understand that. So he felt like if I get back in there, I'm gonna knock him out because he can't knock me out. Well, he found out that maybe he didn't cheat.
But prior to, after that fight, wasn't they talking about fighting with Joshua? That was on the table after that fight.
You mean after the
third one?
It
was.
No, after the second one. After the second one.
Yeah, Joshua wasn't ready though.
He had to fight Usyk. He had a mandatory. He had to defend it. It was on stripping.
So he had to fight. Like Fury had to fight Wilder. He was under contract. AJ, whatever. Like AJ's thing. That the Usyk thing happened. I think Usyk was a Mando.
Yeah,
but it was really.
Didn't Wilder take him to court?
I think Usyk was willing to step aside, whereas Wilder
take him to court, though, Smoke?
No.
If I would have Wilder, I would have let
Wilder took him to Smoke. I thought Wilder took Fury to court.
He took Fury to court. The third fight.
Yeah.
Arbitration, right. He went to arbitration for the third fight, but Usyk refused to step aside for that AJ fight. He wanted this fight, and they told him if he didn't fight Usyk, he was going to be stripped of the WBO title. So he had to take the fight.
Okay. Fury is talking about fighting Chisora in a trilogy that literally nobody asked for or wants to see, and I think people in the UK are trying to like sell it, but I don't even know if I saw other people.
You're gonna watch it, Smoke. You're gonna watch it. You're gonna watch it.
I'm gonna watch it. It depends on what time.
The whole thing. With AJ,
Boxing lost a lot of money not making that
Fury
fight.
was gonna fight Char or Chisora. Period.
We lost a lot of money in boxing though, not getting that fight when it could have been done when they both was undefeated. That Joshua and Wilder fight would have been big, man. That was a big fight.
I mean, it still can happen. So down the line, no, still can happen.
It still would be a good fight, but it ain't as big as what it was at that time. We really thought nobody was like Joshua and Wilder.
That's if
it's
Wilder,
still the biggest fight in the heavyweight division. It still is.
I don't know if Fury might be bigger now, though.
if AJ could beat Fury, it'd be
Fury
a big
the
fight.
biggest. Yeah, Fury might be the biggest now. Fury and AJ, because both of them, you know, they bring that European and the US. They got followings from all around the world.
I
so
think,
I think that's the biggest fight.
I'm gonna take that back. D. I think the undisputed fight is probably the biggest fight that could be made now.
Yeah, and I say that too, because I mean, when people know people from the European that's a champion like Usyk or Fury or Joshua, that makes for a big fight because they get everybody. They get the whole world to watch. It ain't just no American. With no offense, but Wilder is a big star here, but I don't know how big he is in Europe. You know, he's still a big star because they know him, but it's a little different when you got two Europeans that's actually real champions.
Yeah. What's different about it is the size of the purse you can expect. I don't think that either one of these dudes are that big a draw, and I don't think that's going to be the biggest fight.
Usyk ain't ducking no Wilder smoke.
Well, you already see.
Hey, I'd love to. I love that about Usyk. I think Usyk not only will not duck. I think Usyk will fight him right there in Alabama. He'll fight him.
You said, hey, you got to put some respect on Usyk, Smoke. You said Usyk was gonna might have ducked.
No, I didn't say that. No, I said if Usyk ain't ducking nobody. I said if Usyk is only going to fight Fury or nobody, he's ducking. But now he's talking about fighting Wilder. As soon as he said that, I was like, okay, now we got some action.
Now let me ask you a question, Smoke. That statement you just made. When has going to anyone's backyard ever been a problem for Alexander Usyk?
It never has. That's what I said. Like I think he'll not only fight Wilder, I think he'll fight him in Alabama.
One thing about Usyk, he will fight anywhere, anytime. He will fight.
I mean that's what his reputation is. Like, let's see, because literally he only went around Europe, right? Like they see backyard, but everybody the backyard he went to was like Europe, right? So it's really just one big ass backyard that he was traveling around in.
I think Wilder got a better chance with winning with Usyk than Usyk got a chance of winning with Fury.
Say what now? Say it again.
I think not you. Whatever his name is. I think Wilder got a better chance beating Usyk.
Me too.
Then Usyk got a chance of beating Fury.
I do too.
I think Usyk beats them both.
I think that's why I think
I don't know.
For Wilder.
I don't think Usyk can beat
legitimately think that. I think he can beat Wilder legitimately.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. If Usyk beats Fury, he gonna have to be in the debate. He gonna have to be in my debate with Crawford for the best of this generation.
Yeah.
If he beats Wilder and Fury,
right now we got to say that.
No. If he beats, he don't have to beat nobody else. If he beats Fury, for me, I said my opinion, like y'all said, I can have mine too, right?
Yes, sir.
I get to have mine. So if he beats Fury, for me, he's one of the best of his generation. And when I say generation, I'm talking about from the time he been fighting, basically the 2015 through 2025. He's the best of his generation, him and Terrence Crawford. That's who I got right now.
I'm telling y'all, man,
right now,
that
movement is my best.
That movement is a problem for any heavyweight.
Oh, it is. But that's why I say if he can pull it out, though. But he'll be in there with a bigger boxer. That you know what they say, Sheldon? A bigger good man beats a bigger little man.
That's true. I just don't think. I don't think Fury looks fast against these other guys. I don't think he's gonna look that fast against him.
I think he has those problems with smaller guys, Fury, but he could just use his weight.
Right.
If he pull it off, that's all I say. I don't care how he do it. If he can pull it off, he goes into mine the best of this generation.
He would too. So, not the best, but one of the best for sure.
I don't care how he do it. I don't care if he knock his ass out with one punch. I don't care if he run and box. If he pull that off, he bad.
If he beat
Wilder, what's crazy is I don't think it's a hard fight for Wilder.
That's what
I don't think he's a hard fight for Wilder.
Exactly. That's what I said. I think Wilder is the more dangerous fight because when Wilder lose that weight, Wilder ain't got to worry about no little man bullying him. That's
He's
what y'all
so fucking
understand.
fast. He's faster than Usyk.
Yeah, exactly. When he thin,
we talking about 1-2, boom, boom. He's way faster than Usyk.
It's a dangerous fight. I would love to see that fight. And when he started attacking,
then Usyk get touched a lot. He putting that nigga to bed. He going to bed.
Let me say this too, my man. Listen, if the difference is this: if Wilder come in there, for example, fighting Usyk, and he come in there around some fucking 212 pounds or 210, this the difference. When Anthony Joshua hurt him, I promise you, if Deontay Wilder hurt somebody, just because of the way he looked when he swing his wild ass, they gonna stop that fight if he hurt you.
I think they did that shit before. This nigga just started swinging,
so wild.
and they were just
that nigga gets so wild. Yeah, he gets so wild. The referee be trying to pull him up off you, bro. So if he hurt you,
I forgot who he was fighting. They did that to. The nigga fell off through the ropes. I was like, damn, nigga.
Shit, that was Saburn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You right. You right.
Somebody he okay, and they let him fight again, and then he damn near knocked him out on the ring, and he was asleep with his legs folded behind his head, laying out the ring.
But I think that's real. I hope Usyk keep his. When he knock out Usyk, they gonna give him. They gonna have to give him his respect again because he one of their great white hopes. But he won that earned it. He won that earned it. Clean fighter too.
That's the best.
Usyk earned it.
Best fight. Let me say this. That's the best fight in the world for Wilder to redeem his whole career. Because
they've been talking about it.
He's the only one that is thin and that is real fast and has a serious power punch that can change a fight. And Usyk can't fuck up for 12 rounds. And I don't know too many perfect people because I ain't seen one
yet.
He
gets hurt. He gets hurt too. He just don't get touched. He gets hurt.
But I ain't seen nobody in 12 rounds, and Wilder don't. You can say what you want to say about Wilder. I just
he gonna touch you,
bro. He gonna get you in 12 rounds. I have not seen him not hit one person.
I can't give guys credit for fights they haven't fought yet. I just can't do that.
But all we wouldn't do is I've never seen him not laying that right hand. That's all I'm saying. He ain't the greatest boxer. I understand that.
Yeah, we talking about what he's done before. We talking about what has happened, what he's done before.
I'm just saying I've never seen that right hand in a 12-round
but
fight.
I've seen somebody get up. So maybe the right hand ain't what they said.
Yeah, but who else got that body frame of fury? One heavyweight in history got that body frame of fury.
Hey, I seen one man get up from it. I ain't seen a lot of people get up from it.
And then this controversy about that man getting up too late.
It doesn't matter if he got up late or not. He got up.
Yeah, it does matter because if it was supposed to be counted out, it was supposed to be counted out.
Hey,
but as far as the record, yeah, it don't matter.
There's controversy about the count happening at all.
Oh, I can't hear with that shit in the background.
Yeah, I'm saying that there's controversy about
that work.
Happening at all.
That work.
About what? I can't say it again.
Get out the count.
About the count happening at all.
Yeah.
Like people thought that fight should have been waved off.
Wow.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Because when you unconscious for like 5 seconds, nigga, that's done.
No, unconscious at all.
He came out and said he wanted to give him a chance and shit. I never heard nobody say shit like that.
Yeah, he got a chance to get up the fucking fight. Shit.
Hey man, y'all. Hey, we talking about that one incident, man. That happens every day in boxing. Do you know how many people have been stopped and they thought they could continue, or we can go on and on down that list. So they stopped it. That shit is over with.
No, they didn't stop it.
I think we talking about Fury getting up.
Yeah, well, I mean, they did stop that one, but what I'm saying is they do that. My bad. I didn't mean they stopped it, but they've done that for certain fighters. I've seen fighters, for example, get hurt and the motherfucker sit up and say, hold up, go to your corner and act like he talking to the motherfucker, then come back and count.
Yeah.
Y'all know I ain't lying.
But that's where that's true. It is true. They do that shit. But I'm saying they playing.
What are we saying? He was allowed to get up because he's white? Is that what we saying?
No, we see they do that shit for certain people. They cheat for certain motherfuckers.
How many times have you seen
that's what I'm saying. So you saying they cheated for what?
I'm being honest. I seen this shit happen with a lot of different fighters. That's all I'm saying.
Asking you. I'm asking you, did they cheat for Fury? That's what I'm asking.
In that fight, yeah, I think they took too long to start the count.
I think they playing favorites. You can call it playing favorites or cheating, whatever you want to do, because the nigga even said himself, I know Fury's a great champion, so I wanted to give him the opportunity to get up. So what if he wasn't a great champion? What would you have did then?
Well,
so it's
the definition is literally out his own mouth.
I mean, furious.
So you don't gotta ask me, you don't gotta ask him. Ask the referee, and he answered your question already, brother.
Yeah, and not only that, when you seen the guy,
I ain't know he said that. So there you go.
Yeah, he already did
what you just said.
So are we dismissing Fury?
When have you ever seen a guy? When have you ever seen a guy count over an unconscious body? Like, what's the count for? What are you counting? If the guy's unconscious.
Hey, that's true now.
That nigga woke up like the
hold on.
He said,
hold on. What Smoke just said, hold on. I have seen fighters get hit the same way Fury got hit and the way he laid down. I've seen a referee not even count and just sit up and say, that's it, and grab him.
It's over. It's over.
So, hey, like I said, I'm just telling you the whole boxing shit fucked up. I ain't.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to too. All this
if I can agree,
playing favorite shit, I hate it.
There you go. That's all I'm trying to say.
Are we certain referees got it up to their own discernment? Like, no, bro, we don't need that shit like police. Bro, this is a different cup. That's why he shot his ass.
That's what we saying. The shit was rigged for Fury. That's what we saying.
I just told you that what the ref said.
You know what? I'll go even further. That's why
I don't care about what the ref said. I'm asking you.
Nigga, he the one that did it. What do you mean?
Hey, hold on. Hey, is it anybody on here?
You ain't gonna answer the question.
Hey, is anybody on this panel?
If Fury
I got a question.
What the fuck would we be saying if he hadn't have got up? It was rigged.
Get in there, D. Say what you got to say. Go ahead, D. I don't want to see what Piro got to add to it.
Hey, I got a question for everybody on this panel then. So, do you or do you not believe when a fighter has an A side, you really think they ain't got the ref that they want? Whether it be a ref that sit up and say, hey, I'm gonna break y'all up every time when the shit get heated up in the middle. If you grab them, I'm just gonna break it up. Or you might have that referee say, I ain't gonna be fucking breaking it up. And you choose
even the judges.
Refs, that's right, but you choosing those refs of your fighting style. Like when Sean Porter fought Crawford, and I'm a Crawford fan. One thing that nigga Crawford let that referee know, hey, if he starts sitting up whatever, doing dirty shit, headbutting and all that, hey, I want you to let him know. They
even Kambosos and Haney.
That's right. They picking their refs. Hey, they picking their refs. And even when Shakur fought, believe it or not, a lot of people didn't like the way Shakur and Oscar Valdez went. But I'm gonna say something about that fight. I thought they were more for Valdez than they was for Shakur because they was complaining about Shakur using his hand for measuring.
They always do.
Yeah, but sometimes
they never
don't
give
do that.
niggas the benefit of the doubt.
But I'm just telling you, they never did Shakur like that. When he fought Valdez, the referee told him he couldn't do it, and he always fights like that. So why he can't do it tonight?
Yeah,
because he ain't the money maker Oscar Valdez is gonna be.
But I'm just telling you,
they even let the nigga fight dirty, so you know what the deal is.
I just don't think
what he do too. That's why Floyd. That's why Floyd has certain referees. Floyd ain't no fool. He knows something.
If I get knocked down, give me a longer count and I'll get up. I don't think Tyson Fury did that before the fight. Be honest with you.
Fighting a nigga with the most devastating punching power he's ever came across. You don't think that came across his mind at all?
So let's go to the first fight.
But look, that don't have to be the thing he got him for. He could have just got.
Let me just ask Piro. Hey, he's been waiting patiently.
Do you think Wilder won the first fight between Fury?
Let H ask Piro what he want because he just came on here.
Hey, P, what you think about what some of the people on the panel saying? Calling Fury a cheater. Do you feel like Fury cheated, or do you feel like he won fair and square?
I mean, shit, man. I heard it all before. Most of it was debunked. I mean, you could argue that the count was long, but that's at the referee's discretion. But I mean, what's done is done, bro. I mean, like, shit. Nothing's gonna change. What's already happened,
Mississippi.
Hey, I give you that, Puro. I think you answered that perfect, bro.
So let me say this.
Yeah,
what
that's
about
exactly what I was saying. I was like, it's
so let's go
because that up to discretion shit is bull.
So
I ain't say he
won the
cheated.
first?
I didn't say he cheated, and I don't know if he cheated, but kind of like what Puro just said. That's why I say he answered it perfect. You know, it was speculation.
Do you think Wilder?
I think this nigga Fury been on drugs. That's what I think.
So what do you think about the first fight? What do you think about the first fight?
What Jack Reese said about why he did what he did was some bullshit. Like, yeah, that was outside of what the refs are supposed to be like. Word.
It don't make no sense, bro. You sitting here playing fair. Well, he's a great champion, nigga. What? What the fuck?
He wasn't even champion.
You had weeks to think of an excuse, nigga, and that was your excuse.
But hold up. Y'all saying,
Reese bias on this panel.
I gotta say something. Hey, I gotta say something about what y'all just said too. Y'all just said, I'm pretty sure he didn't go in talking about some, hey man, I'm a champion. Hey, don't give me a long count. That's bullshit because he probably did say that because Deontay Wilder is very clear about the way he wanted to go out. He said, let me go out on my shield. He even fired his coach.
That, not the
he even told hold on. He even fired his coach. Hold on. He even fired his coach. No, I'm just being honest. I'm being honest about the way fighters feel.
He didn't tell the ref, hey, let me get my ass.
Some fighters, a lot of fighters don't feel like that. A lot of niggas want to get up out the way.
The problem is Fury was not a champion. Fury was not a champion. What he said was pure bullshit.
You sound like a hater, Smoke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
I ain't saying he said it or didn't say it. All I'm saying is, hey, Smoke, I didn't say
he definitely said it. You can even look it up on YouTube.
No, I didn't say
all I'm saying is Smoke sound like a hater.
I'm not saying he did or didn't. I'm saying that I could believe a fighter is going to tell a referee, like if I'm getting in a fight and I feel like, for example, okay, this dude got some power, but fuck that, I ain't quitting, and I know his tank run out. Hey man, don't stop this fight unless
he don't even have to necessarily tell him what's gonna exactly happen. The nigga don't got a crystal ball saying I'm gonna get dropped and be unconscious for 5 to 6 seconds. All he gotta do is hire the coach he want. And you know what's going on, nigga. Give me the benefit of the doubt in anything. I throw too many low blows, let it go.
It's like
take that point away.
It's like a lawyer. It's like a lawyer going to court. It's like a lawyer going to court with their favorite judge, nigga. That lawyer gonna win every time.
Jack Reese said he was doing it for the good of the sport. That's WBC's president's job, not the refs.
Yeah, but that don't have nothing to do with Tyson Fury. That's what I'm saying. Like Tyson Fury ain't do that. That's the ref's discretion.
Yeah. That's for sure. But I never said it was Tyson Fury cheated like that. What I said was I think he been on drugs and he's been popped for drugs before. But everybody, it just washed out niggas' minds. When he started talking about this nigga cheat, he just all of a sudden this nigga's a knockout artist. As soon as he gets that same doctor and what's his name as his motherfucking trainer, and he get that doctor that Conor Ben got popped with too, that BBC network, everybody knew wasn't gonna say shit till it got leaked. But but boxing is the cleanest sport ever. This ain't the Wild West. Soon as it comes here.
If you've been watching boxing for a long time, the name Eddie Cotton will ring a bell to you. Eddie Cotton said that Tyson Fury was the dirtiest fighter he has ever refed.
At the end of the day, it's a decision of the ref and the refs alone. We just got to eat it, man. You know, there's been
and that's what I said, Bureau. That's why they fight for
we know what is. We know what is. We're talking about what ought to be. We're talking about what ought to be. Like what is it like if what is was
you guys sound like Jack Reese.
Like how baseball didn't want to change what they cheating ass for the longest. Talking about they didn't want no replays and shit. Y'all gonna turn it into something it's not supposed to. No, motherfucker, you either was safe or not, bitch. We don't want to hear all that. Well, no, because we could just cheat, pay somebody under the table. These niggas got the mafia involved in boxing and some more shit.
Hey, Shabo,
the same nigga that Fury claimed he got that tainted meat from, that nigga came out and said, nah, he didn't get that shit from me. But guess who they sent over there? And that nigga shut the fuck up real quick.
Hey, man, I'm going to say this to y'all. I'm going to say some
shit.
Sent
them boys to his house.
I'm going to fuck y'all head up. Now. We just allow betting in sports. Y'all know that, right? Everybody
allow what?
Sports. Betting in sports.
Oh, bet.
Betting in sports is allowed now. I'm just trying to tell you something.
Online betting.
It's kind of simple. Hold on. It's kind of simple. If let's just say, for example, think about let's just think in a business mind. And I ain't saying, but it is some corrupt people out there. We know people that took bribes. So let's just say an example. If you set up and went out here and put some money up and you said, oh, I want to give a clear cut, something like, let's say a rematch. Let's say a rematch. Terrence Crawford versus fucking Amir Khan again. All y'all go out there and put all your money up. Now, y'all know fucking Crawford gonna beat Amir Khan. He done. He old. He ain't got no chin. Everybody put their money on it. Y'all really think Vegas gonna lose all their money?
Hell no.
They might go to. They might go to
do the odds.
Hold on. Listen, they might go to Crawford. I'm just saying this how crooked. When you allow betting in, this is how business goes. Them niggas might sit up and say to Crawford, nigga, we'll give you $500 million if you lose this fight. Guess what? Man, I'm taking that $500 million. Fuck that $20 million. That's what happened when you put.
I ain't gonna lie, I would too. But the thing is, they wouldn't have. They with betting being there. People
been busted for that though, Chavo. A lot of people have been busted for that.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Also, but how the odds would be set up, they wouldn't have to do that.
Can y'all hear me?
What I'm saying to you is
because they set their own odds, so they wouldn't be losing no money.
Hey, Chavo, can y'all hear me? What I'm saying to you is, Chavo, you can't control how people gonna bet. When people see bets that sure bets, like for example, you might have to bet 1,000 just to win 500, but niggas like, I don't give a fuck. They still gonna beat them. I'm just betting.
But how online betting works is it don't matter how me and you bet. They morph to how me and you bet. If we all bet on American, that's how they gonna morph their odds in favor, so they don't lose no money really.
Here's what I tell you to do.
Nobody bet on him.
Here's what I tell you to do. Think about this. This is betting, bro. We are athletes. Either you're better than me or I'm better than you. How the fuck do they get this shit right every week after every week? That shit is almost like 1 point off. I don't understand it. Maybe you can explain it to me. I watch this shit every week. I done seen, for example, Golden State need to win by fucking 3 points, and I done watched Klay Thompson miss 2 free throws in a row. Something I never.
That is different. That's different. Talking about basketball, the points. That is way more easier shave, like point shaving and shit like that.
Hey, I done seen it in football. Did you see the nigga last night? The nigga caught the ball and bobbled the bitch and fell on the 1 yard line. You can't make this shit up,
when you need points and scores too is way easier. Fight is totally different. You either win or lose or draw.
Think the fighting is even easier though because they can cheat on points or you can fucking fall out. I think it's even easier in boxing.
Well, yeah, you could.
Well, let me ask you this:
points all the time, though.
But the thing about that is, you don't do by points. They don't give you like +6 for Crawford. Like Crawford got to win by more than 6 for you to lose.
You've seen in the last 5 years.
But you can take an even bet, is what I'm saying, my man.
What top fighters in the last 5 years? You can take a bet that he gonna get knocked out in a certain round. You can bet it's gonna go to distance. He gonna win on unanimous decision.
But what I'm saying is, online betting has gotten so strict and so good, and the AI and everything is so on point. It's way harder to do that shit now. It's damn near impossible.
And that's why I'm saying
boxing. You got to take a straight dive.
Hey, you
got to do it with some mafia money or something. You can't do it from agents saying they ain't gonna pay you because they already getting paid.
Everything you just said, I'm with you 100%. I'm just saying, how the fuck are they on it like that? How can you be so fucking accurate? How?
It's the computers.
Ain't no computer.
Tendencies, everything, injuries, shit that they not supposed to, shit that the average person don't know. They know.
Bro, I ain't betting on that, man. It's more to it than just physical ability. And
I want to go to the first fight.
If we're using your logic, D, if we're using your logic, what's the fucking point of watching any of this shit?
Hey,
I'm thinking he talking about betting.
I ain't talking about. It's certain niggas don't give a fuck about no bet.
No, because what you alluding to is that
I'm saying some people. That's right. That's right. Right now, for example, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Right now. You think Adrian Broner ain't ready for some corruption where he had in his career? Fucking right. He won that I didn't bet against.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't care how you dress it up or flip it. You alluding to the shit is rigged. So if the fucking shit is rigged, what's the point of watching it?
Not all of them. Not all of them. Like Spencer.
I say it's rigged, but not like how he's saying it's rigged as in what they was going to try to do to Chris Eubanks Jr. That's how it's rigged.
You got to understand something, Sheldon. There's a person right now. Hold on. Let me break some down for you. Just like you, what you do right now in real life. Do you know that it's a dude right now will sit up and lie and say he work where you work, and he don't even have a job. And if he can use that to get what the fuck he need, he gonna do it.
That's true. That's true.
Just like I know a lot of niggas sit and say, "Hey man, I played overseas." Where you played at? Overseas. Nigga don't even understand countries, but they gonna use what they can use. So you think they won't do it in boxing? Is that what you're telling me?
No, boxing definitely is rigged, but it's just rigged in. They try to do it in.
There are certain people.
How they was doing Conor Ben and Chris Eubanks Jr. It's dirty. They don't give a fuck. Like this nigga. You heard what that nigga? Not Eddie Hearn. The other nigga. The old Bob Arum tried to say. Well, the reason why this nigga could still fight. Well, who was we just Oscar Valdez talking about? Well, it's on an Indian reserve and the rules are that nigga. He popped dirty. What the fuck are you sitting here blabbling about? Talking about Indian reserves and shit.
That's all.
Bro, they will try to kill you in that bitch for some money. They don't care.
Hey, man, at the end of the day, money run the world, bro. It don't matter what we think or whatever. Now, there are certain fighters that I love. That's why I like.
But it even get deeper. It's not even just about money. It's about the right person being there.
Hold on. Here's what I want to say. That's why I like the fighters that kind of like break the mold. The mold ain't supposed to go this way. Like H dude Morrell, when he sits up and hollers out, I want to fight Benavidez. That ain't the way this shit supposed to go. It ain't supposed to go like that. You ain't supposed to want to fight him yet. You know, when a Shakur
really don't want to fight him now.
When a Shakur, when a Shakur or a Devin Haney or a Bud, them niggas breaking the mood the way this shit supposed to move. It ain't supposed to move like this. Nigga, you ain't supposed to be the champion. Nigga, you ain't no Olympian champion. You weren't even supposed to get no gold medal fight. We gave you some gold medal fights. You ain't supposed to be our superstar. I love when them type of fighters because they chasing legacy because they know this shit is bullshit and I beat their ass. So I love the Devin Haney's, the Shakurs. You know, that's
it's really Devin Haney leading that pack. No, nobody else is really independent.
It's a lot of
but he's the only one really DHP. Independent. I work with this nigga. I don't work for him. Shakur is with who? Top Rank? Who's David Benavidez with? PBC, right?
Yeah.
So they are working for somebody. Even Gervonta, even though he not being a slave to some belts, but he's still not doing nothing for legacy too much.
Okay, Chavo.
Devin is that nigga. He's the only one.
Chavo, here's why I have a problem. Let me say this. Why, if let's say, for example, think of it like this: if you went to a burger place, right? If you went to a burger place,
me a burger.
Okay, so you go to this burger place, and they sit up and say, you sit up and watch them sit up and say, a dude come in there and say, "Hey man, I want a burger," and they say, "Nah, man, we ain't selling no burger to that nigga. Nah, fuck that nigga. If he want to buy it, charge that nigga $13 for that burger." Damn. Okay, hold on. If you just seen that, now a new person come. Now he want a burger. He can't get one. Why are you gonna sit up and say that ain't true? That ain't true when you just seen it. You just seen it, and you know what I'm speculating when I say this. Hold on. I'm finna give you what I'm going at. If you done already seen Adrian Broner complain about the same bullshit, you done seen Tank sit up and say, "I don't pick my fights." Niggas keep saying they ain't picking their fights. What makes y'all think it's different now? If that's the same people that's been controlling, that's what I don't understand.
I don't think it's different. That's why I said the person that's really independent leading the pack who really independent is DHP. Who else got any? Who else? Because he pick his own fights.
I think Bud just did it. That's why he went by himself.
But Bud, it's a little too late, my nigga.
Nah,
how many opportunities did he was he complaining about Bob Arum and then went back to the old white nigga?
Hold on, but here's the thing though, Chavo. If he didn't really want to be great, let's just sit up and make up some things right now.
No, I believe he want to be great, but I'm talking about independent, like the burger situation you was giving. I'll come in there and they wouldn't serve me no burgers. All right, I'm making my own burgers. Then they gonna want to come fuck with me. Damn, you slaying your burgers for $10 a pop.
Okay.
How can we come together? Well, shit. I'm saying that's what Devin's already doing at 23, and he undisputed.
But those are different.
Let me say this. How long has boxing been around?
Hold on. Let me address what my man's saying. First of all, let me say this. Devin Haney, I always say this, is that dude. Him and Shakur, they them dudes. Them two right there.
I'm saying you can't put them on the same level.
Hold on. Let me say what I'm finna say and why I'm saying it. Devin is that dude, and Shakur is that dude for me. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Unless you talking about just in the ring, I completely agree.
No. Let me tell you why I say that. Because Bob and them didn't want that one. What Shakur was supposed to do, call out Oscar Valdez. He never wanted that fight. They was trying to get him.
He didn't even want him being disputed.
Listen, and he went out there and put it on blast and said Bob Arum said a lot of shit. Bob Arum be lying. Bob Arum, he with Bob Arum. Shakur be speaking his mind, so you can say what you want to say. He is one of them dudes too. Now, Devin Haney.
But just because you're on the plantation willingly talking shit don't mean nothing. You gotta start the
Devin Haney. Hold on. Devin Haney, another one. He don't give a fuck about none of that shit. This dude.
He don't need to. Big DHP.
He's trying to be great. Wait a minute. Listen to where I'm going with this. Both of them, they trying to be great. But here's what you got to understand. When a dude ain't win no Olympics, he ain't got that big old following. He ain't have nobody to start him off. He had to go sit up and jump under other people that were champions that he hadn't already beat their ass, and they knew about him, like Mikey Garcia, and said, yeah, he can fight. So he got a deal, and they sign him, and he gets to fighting. Hold on. This dude 36. Nigga, you 36 years old? Your things change about what you gonna do and what you ain't gonna do versus 23 and 26 and 27, okay? I'm just letting you know that. That's all I'm saying.
No, I completely agree. He didn't have the gold medal and shit like
one
that.
Man is a 3-division champion. He's undisputed in one weight class, and he couldn't get none of the other belts because they was on the other side of the streets. They made him fight the other dudes. He made him fight his own best friend for a measuring stick. He didn't want to do that either, but he did it. All I'm saying is he wanted them too, because I wouldn't be doing that at 36. He don't need to fight.
But no I'm saying he's one of those. You just naming shit in the ring. I agree. They all on the same level. You could throw Shakur in there too, and Tank. If we talking about talent, not Tank. If we talking about resumes too.
I ain't talking about.
But if we talking about in and outside the ring, this is Floyd Mayweather over again.
No, it's not, brother. So let me say something.
How is it different outside of the ring?
So let me just give my take on it.
And remember, at 23,
let me give my take on it right quick.
Go ahead.
First of all, so just like any sport, there is a system initially put in place, and things change. He comes up in a time where now, just like the record labels, and now there are rappers or artists that are doing their stuff independent, so that they can own their what is the word I'm trying to look for? So they can own their records or their recordings or whatever. Whereas before in the system, it was their masters. They couldn't get a handle on their masters, and so they was losing money. And we're seeing that migration. You just happen to see a few individuals starting to migrate over to that. Eventually, you're going to start to see a lot more boxers take an independent approach to how they're handling things. So now they're learning more about the business side of it than just what they do in the ring. Before, fighters was not interested in the business side of it until it started to become public, and until it started, we get the social media, which helps them to be able to educate themselves a little bit more. But before then, man, I mean, that was it's just the evolution of sports. So,
but the thing
I
about
mean,
the
I
difference
understand what
between
you're
music
saying,
and
but it's
boxing is
not.
boxing
Don't
is
make it.
very old school. They they trying to step on niggas so they don't come back up like Floyd. They can do all type of backdoor shit, all this type of shit.
Floyd took advantage
He
of a
pioneered it.
situation. Floyd took advantage of a situation that the system Floyd found a glitch in the system, and he took advantage of it. But with the way Devin Haney is doing it, is he learning the business while he's young, and his father is involved with him with that, and he's starting to take. He's got more
But that's
control
how he came
over
in the
his
game, though. So he didn't learn it and just start doing it out of nowhere. He came in the game like that because he already learned it from
because
Floyd.
of
He
his
came
father.
up around
Because
Floyd.
of his father. Because of his father. Okay, so
and then you
that you
won't
got
see
to.
a lot of new kids starting their own shit because we see them all coming
But
up
a lot
and they
of
all
them do
with
not
somebody.
have. A lot of them do not have their father.
Oh no, that's a lot. A lot of these boxers got their father as they fucking train.
So does Shakur Stevenson have his father?
No, I'm not talking about Shakur Stevenson,
Okay,
and that's just one person.
So we'll take Devin Haney.
Kid Austin got his daddy. T.O. got his daddy.
Okay.
Kenny Porter, Andrew Garcia.
Okay.
I mean,
A lot of these niggas got their daddy. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about?
We talking about
it's
black
not just
fighters.
say daddy, and then you don't need your daddy to look at an idol, which a lot of people idolize. Floyd did it on this. Did that shit by himself.
Sir. Floyd had his father, who was a former boxer.
I'm not talking about by himself, like individually. I'm talking about by himself with no company, with his own company.
Again, Devin Haney's father is his manager and the company in charge of. He gave charge to Devin Haney as being the owner of the company, but his father makes sure that he's on track and stay on course and teach him the game. Not too many fighters had that when they was coming up, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Like who?
The time
Name
is
them.
changing.
Name them.
That is a special relationship. Not only that is special relationship, but that is unique among father-son combinations in boxing.
Yep. You
I'm
can
not saying-
take Tank for an example. That's a good example.
And then we what does these examples mean towards the point of Devin Haney is that nigga?
No, we're talking about being independent. We're talking about being independent and becoming your own promotional company, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, we got Vince Carter on here. What's good, Vince Carter?
Come on, let's keep it boxing. We get to the jokes later.
Y'all be calling me
talk
Vince
some
Carter.
boxing.
I'm older than him.
So the reason
he look like me. Stop saying I look like him. He look like me.
So the reason I'm saying that is just the evolution of boxing. Now you're gonna start to see a bunch of new young fighters start to learn more about the business and start to create their own
boxing is too cutthroat, too corrupt. You know how they say you got to get with these networks
if you learn the game correctly. If you learn the game, I'm not saying that everybody's gonna be able to push through. Just like every rapper is not gonna be able to be independent. Some of them just gonna have to get on a label.
But the thing that you keep paralleling it to that when it's parallel it to music, because I could put a song right now on YouTube and all y'all can see that shit. You can go put no fucking sanction fight on YouTube,
sir,
and get signed looking ass.
But social media has a lot.
They need to go to Netflix and start.
What you gonna do? Hit the speed back?
Netflix, where the money is. That's where they need to go.
Why is Ryan changing?
Why you talking? Hell yeah.
That's where they need to go.
They have a big following.
That would be good.
In the market,
they'll pay their ass.
And the people that are wanting the market. Ryan has a great following. He has a lot of following, and they look at that. And they look at that though. I'm saying the market. I mean the people powers to be look at that and say how they can make money. That's all I'm saying, man.
Ain't Ryan Garcia signed?
I'm sorry.
Ain't Ryan Garcia signed too?
I'm not. Yeah, I believe he is. He would
Is
Golden
it the
Boy,
top
right?
rank though? Oh no, it is with Golden Boy. I'm tripping.
He was Golden Boy. All I'm saying is you're gonna start to see more people come out. It's gonna be an evolution, just like Jackie Robinson started something in baseball.
You know why it was so hard for this nigga Devin to get a lot of these fights? Was because he wasn't with these folks. They not gonna do that. You heard what Floyd said. Why make you rich? Why? There's no reason to. Honestly, there isn't.
Devin Haney.
Boxing is too greedy is what I'm getting at. And there's no way around it like the music industry. I could go on SoundCloud. I could do this, that, and the third. You cannot do that
undisputed? Is he not undisputed?
After how long did he wait for that?
It don't matter.
Now he only has one more fight at 135.
Man, you think Floyd just jumped in here and started doing this? Floyd had
I didn't say Floyd did nothing. I just told you. I said he was doing this shit better than Floyd now, and then you said no, he wasn't.
Right,
I said this is the second. I said this is the second coming of Floyd.
Right,
you said no, it ain't. Let me tell you why. And I'm still waiting on the why because I said he did at 23 better than what Floyd did.
When Money Mayweather was Pretty Boy Floyd, he took a whole lot of shorts, brother. A whole lot of shorts.
He damn sure did. And it was hard for him to even get the Diego Corrales fight. Hard for him to get the Oscar De La Hoya fight.
So what I'm saying is he got it at the time that he was supposed to get it. He's undisputed at the time that he was supposed to be undisputed.
If we're talking about independent, Devin Haney is way farther along at 23 than Floyd.
Way far, exactly.
Exactly. It's an evolution. That's all I'm saying. It's an evolution. So you're going to start to see younger people come up and change how boxing is done. That's all. It's the start of it. Just like Jackie Robinson broke into the white.
So I'm just trying to hear why you said he wasn't coming.
It can be. I mean, it's represented by Devin Haney. The only problem with that thing, that Devin Haney was trained by the same dude that trained Floyd. So, like, it could be like this is just the way that these guys get down. Not necessarily the younger generation is going to adopt this writ large.
But somebody
because it takes a lot of will, bro. That's a lot of will just to sit back. Young people don't have that type of. Bro, they want right then and right there. Young niggas do not have that type of let me sit back. They don't have that type of patience.
Terrence Crawford have their own promotional companies.
They do. They're not. It's not. But even then, they're like.
Everybody, it's starting to change. It's starting to change.
No, they're not. To see that real change, that Floyd change is Devin. Big money, early.
So, independent. Hold up a second, because there's two separate things. I just want to weigh in real fast. There's a history of like the independent nature of boxing, right? That goes even predates Jack Johnson. But then there's a thing that Oscar De La Hoya did with Golden Boy, where it wasn't just him getting the money for at an independent company. He also brought other fighters underneath his umbrella, and they were getting it too as independent operators. And they were all like, you know, they were co-promoting and they're working together to make like iconic fights, and they were splitting the bag and they were cutting out the middleman. And Floyd is a product of that, of the Oscar De La Hoya model, more than he is the like Sugar Ray Robinson model. Right? That's also what Devin Haney.
Well,
Devin Haney's got fighters underneath.
Even back then,
like independent thing.
De La Hoya fought everybody though. I gotta say that De La Hoya.
He did. I'm not talking about him as a. I'm only talking about him as an independent guy and how he operated his thing different than other independents. Lou was also independent. You know, like Muhammad Ali was also independent. But what he didn't have is a whole bunch of stable fighters underneath them that they were also helping to get it and also helping to groom them in the business of it, not just being a promoter. And I feel like Devin Haney is more cut from that. Oscar De La Hoya did that. Floyd Mayweather did that, and now Devin Haney is
again.
That takes a lot,
and you're gonna find out that a lot of young fighters are finna to adapt that model and take it and try to break through.
It won't even be able to be a lot. Boxing would never let it happen.
You crazy as hell. Jake Paul running boxing right now. How they ain't gonna let it happen? Jake Paul is the fucking biggest ticket seller right now.
But Jake Paul came in.
Yeah,
Jake Paul came in from being an influencer. If you telling me he was one of the biggest YouTubers,
it's because his following.
So unless you mean a YouTuber,
Jake Paul, Ryan Garcia,
No, Ryan Garcia don't say his shit don't translate.
Wait a minute, Jake Paul, Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis. Right now, they letting you know right now we don't need no motherfucking goddamn. What we need a belt for? I mean,
Paul's not even a boxer.
Hold on, I make more money
I'm about to say we
without a
wasn't talking
belt.
about.
If I make more money than you without a belt, I'm just saying they following that format.
Regardless,
I mean, Warren was
social media,
like Jake Paul,
social media has changed the landscape of how we view boxing now.
following the format.
Same thing with Ryan.
That's why they with him.
Right. So if Jake Paul was selling like he's reported to be selling, then he would have fought Hassan Rahman Jr. The reason why we didn't get in that fight because Jake Paul ain't selling like that.
Hey, Smoke, let me ask you this. If we're gonna sit up and say that they're not following the format, how can we say that Floyd still got his hands in everything, and these fighters are sitting up saying, I don't pick my fights? That mean that they following the same format, right?
Right.
I'm just asking.
So if a guy signing to Floyd doesn't want his fights, doesn't pick his fights, that means every young fighter or even any other fighter in PBC is following the same thing. No, I think we're having separate conversations, and I'm not quite sure.
What's the young guy?
And I don't think Davis really wants these fights.
Wait a minute. What's the young guy?
He did an interview where that nigga said he could go ask for a certain fight, and then the nigga said, "Have you?" He said, "No."
And
so that's where he lost me at. I love the fuck out of Tank. He could talk all the shit he want. He said Devin Haney was next, and Devin Haney's not next. You seen why Devin Haney waited so long to go for the rematch? Like where all that shit y'all was talking? What's up? Because somebody come fight. I'll drop the belts. And they just keep saying, "Oh, you got a rematch. You got Doug, he gonna drop the belts, nigga. He gonna drop the belts to fight you. You gonna fight? No. Because half y'all can't fight. Even if Ryan really wanted that fight, which he don't, because it's an L. People don't want to lose that O. They really scared to lose that O. But if he really wanted to, he wouldn't. Oscar De La Hoya already said he ain't putting in his fighters in no fight he think they could lose.
But I think they think they can beat Tank though.
Isn't that the Mayweather?
No, Ryan Garcia may think he could beat Tank, but I'm talking about Devin. They all don't want it. They all don't want
Devin. He don't want Devin.
None of them do. Lomachenko the only one that'll do it because his O already gone.
And Shakur too. Shakur said he will.
Shakur said he would, but he never sent no offer. After you saying that's what you wanted, you didn't send no offer. I don't know if it's because you know where he want to go with Lomachenko or what.
He just went to 135. Give him a chance to send one first now. Because
I think
I ain't even gonna say all that about Shakur because I think he knows what he wants. That he want Lomachenko, which I can't wait till he get Lomachenko. Dev versus Lomachenko gonna beat the white Jesus ass.
Devin Haney. He's not gonna get Lomachenko before Devin Haney.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko.
We don't know.
No, he's not gonna get Loma before him. Hell no, they wouldn't even do that. Because that's an L before he even gets to go to Devin.
That's contingent upon Devin staying at 135, though.
Exactly.
No, he is. He's definitely gonna stay there for one fight.
How do you know that? How the fuck you know that?
He said it already.
Hey, until that happens,
he got 3 fights with Top Rank. That's gonna be his last fight.
He's a growing young man, though. He a growing young man.
He is. He tell you, yeah, that's the fight I'm looking for. It depends on how I feel after this fight. It depends on how I feel after this fight. But he didn't even said it before then that he's gonna fight after Kambosos Lomachenko.
Marky, all I'm saying is I don't have no doubts about Devin Haney fighting any motherfucking body. I really believe he will. I don't care who it is. That's just my personal opinion from what he done showed me, and I'm gonna respect what he done showed me. But I'm telling you, he's a young man.
That's why I think Usyk gonna fight Wilder.
He's a young man. You cannot say that Devin Haney is going to fight at one. Devin Haney is I think his best weight going to be at 140. I don't even think y'all seen the best of Devin Haney. 140.
Well, the only reason I'm saying that is because of what he said. He ain't never lied before.
No, he ain't never lied. But I'm just saying, he already done said, let's see where we at after the fight. He said when they asked him about Devin Haney, he said, let's see.
But he also said before that, I think why he keeps saying that now is because he also do want to see how he feel And then he also wants niggas to stop asking him about that shit when he focused on Kambosos. Because he a boxer through and through. He's bringing shit boxing. He's not taking nobody for granted. Nobody looking over you, past you. He always say, I'm this Saturday.
Loma didn't get him to fight when he wanted it. So that's why.
But that's not what it is for him. That's not what it's about for him.
I know it's not.
It's about knocking off that Jesus.
I know
getting respect. Because who he gonna fight at 140 that's gonna give him the same respect that this nigga Teddy Atlas sat his old stuttering punk wet lip ass next to Terrence Crawford and Andre Ward, and this nigga was like 12-1 or 11-1, Lomachenko, and said, "I'm sorry, guys, but he's better than you, better than y'all." Basically, I was like, "What the fuck?" This nigga, I was like, "Okay, this is just racist." There's no other way you could tell me that you could see something. I've never seen nothing like this. Oh my god, like he's just great, motherfucking, like he's white Jesus. They literally, so that as soon as he knock him off, there it is. Just like Floyd said, y'all build him up, I'm gonna take him right down. And it's gonna give him some hate too. Oh, well, he only won because Loma's old. He just got off a war. That's why
I wanted Mark it in. That's why I want the fight, because that's the fight for me. That
is that Marky Dan talking?
No, that's gonna shut somebody up.
Yeah,
and I can't wait.
I had to realize who he was.
Nah, that's Chavo. That's Chavo, dude.
That's Chavo.
He sounds like Marky Dan though.
He do, but it's not. It's not Marky Dan.
I ain't know if he changed his name or what. You know, I be messing with Marky Dan, but damn, you sound just like him. But you know, I respect everything what you're saying, man. Hey, it is what it is. We'll see, man. That's all I can say. We'll see. We can't judge.
Yeah, for sure. Because nobody really know. We're just going off with the nigga talk what he said.
And that's why I be sitting up saying, I'm like, hey,
but man, I think it will happen. I really do. I really do. Because what the fuck Kambosos gonna do to this nigga, bro? To have him change his mind, like, I was a step too slow.
Already know his ass whoop. He got Kambosos shit. and hey, Bill Haney a real one. I gotta say that right now. Bill Haney a real one, boy. Bill Haney need me.
Bill Haney, that nigga's an inspiration.
Nah, he need me on his.
I can't wait to have a little boy.
He need to
that nigga is an inspiration.
Yeah, I like him because he know how to fuck with niggas. That nigga gave that nigga Art of War a book.
I just heard it hit the floor. I was like, oh, that nigga, oh, he threw it.
See, if he had me at the fight, I would have went up there and got that shit and put it back up there.
Right. Boy, I've been talking all the time. Devin Haney, he's just too professional, bro. He need to just let loose. Get the shit talking, because that nigga was talking the most shit about that nigga. And he quiet. His daddy gonna do it for him, though. Quiet as a church mice. Yeah. That shit was played in a bitch.
Everywhere he goes, like when he went to the bathroom at his house, they'd be like an Art of War there. Like, how the fuck? Like, he would be amazed at the places that I could find that he was at. That there would be like a poster, some kind of shit, some reminiscent thing. Yeah, Bill's he understands. He understands town biz.
Yeah, he on his ass. They was on the train. He was like, "We bounty hunters posed as boxers." I was looking for Kambosos.
Hey, I was mad because they ain't go off and sit up and say, "Oh, not talking on me and shit," because y'all did all the talking the first fight. I'm like, right. You did all the talking the first fight. Oh, that's part of the the Art of War. You did all the talking the first time. Shit,
no, niggas knew that shit was bullshit once he missed weight and got off talking about the Art of War. Nigga, get the fuck on.
Now you're gonna try the silent method. That lets you know, man, when the nigga shook, man, you trying different things, man. You all over the place. You see the shit. That's what I look for in the fight.
He know he should have shut the fuck up the first time. It's like when you play 2K, you start winning. You talking all this shit playing 2K. You start winning. Yeah, nigga. Boo, boo. The nigga, man, you know when you make a run in 2K, it's unstoppable. Nigga come back from 15-point deficit. Boom, boom. Hey. Beat your ass by 5 points. Next game y'all run back, you not saying shit the first 4 quarters.
Hey, I'm like Jordan on that. Don't talk to me when the motherfucker when you up 7. Now I like a nigga to talk shit to me when you down. I talk shit when I'm down because I know I'm coming back. I don't like no nigga.
Right. I need to go ahead and get myself right.
And that let you know the nigga he ain't got nothing for Devin. He letting you know he ain't got nothing for Devin. He ain't got nothing for Devin.
But what we're saying about fighters' words.
They fucking with him too. They say you gonna come with it. You gonna counter.
Oh yeah. His daddy.
We gonna fight.
He's like, yeah, Jim, you gonna come? Or you gonna wait? You gonna wait?
They can't say nothing. They can't say nothing. He told that nigga, you can't counter punch, nigga. You sorry. This. What you gonna do, nigga? Come, because if you come, we're gonna knock your ass out.
Yeah, and he gonna have to. He gonna have to come. That's the only way he gonna have to come, and it's come more aggressive. And I think that's gonna be the bad thing for him.
And Devin,
as more he swing, the more he is gonna get hit.
Did you peep what Devin said in the elevator? Devin said, "Daddy, you started it when you said what you gonna do. You gonna come? You gonna counter punch? What you gonna do?" He said that's why he started saying, "Nah, nigga, you can't bring no pressure." They trying to knock his ass out. They gonna knock.
Yeah, they trying to knock him out. I'm already knowing.
They want him to come.
And we're here. And as far as his weight, he used to really have problems because he didn't have no nutritionist. Yeah. Now with this nutritionist, the nigga look good than a bitch.
But that's why I said let's let him, let's let him fill out, see where he at before the next fight. All I'm
because if he can't get Loma or Tank, then yeah, because he's already answered a bunch of questions about fighting again. But he always at the end of it, he will always say now.
But does he have a right? Here's the thing.
We'll wait.
Here's the thing. Let's stop looking at Devin because of Devin who he is. We know that Devin fight anybody. Devin take anything. Devin is about being great. But at the end of the day, because he lives his life that way, you got to respect Devin and let Devin do what he want to do. They ain't moved the way Devin wanted to move.
For sure.
So why the fuck am I move the way they want me to move now? I got everything.
No, that's not how they want him to move. They wish they want him to let the belts go because it's gonna be way easier. They gonna make a beeline path for that nigga Lomachenko to get them belts. They gonna sweep the floor. They gonna sweep the floor for this nigga, roll out the red carpet straight to them belts for that nigga Lomachenko to get them belts.
What you're missing is if Devin gives up the belts, Loma is never becoming undisputed because Tank is going to become the WBA super.
But they believe he could beat. They believe he could beat Tank. I don't think he can.
Me to cook this guy. I just want to cook him, man.
Yeah, you can do that if you want,
but I'm saying they're gonna give him the opportunity. I don't think he'll ever be undisputed if Devin keep the belt.
Matt, you want to call somebody out? You want to cook somebody? Put a name on it.
I'm about to cook your boy Siobhan right here, man. Your boy been fanboying. I've been on work. Yeah, I'm talking about Chavo Wilder. And if it's too early, I'm still waiting for the weigh-ins to start. So I'll wait till the weigh-ins. I'm gonna cook this motherfucker.
Hey, Matt won Chavo. Y'all sure that ain't Marky Dan? Because that's all they do.
I don't know who he talking. He talking about Chavo or Siobhan?
Chavo, that's
his name is Chavo. I thought his name was Siobhan. My bad.
But you sound like Marky Dan, and he always mess with Marky Dan.
I don't even know who Marky Dan is. No,
you sound like Marky Dan. That's all it is.
It kind of started a little bit. It's reminiscent.
Yeah.
Y'all thought Chavo.
So what do you want to talk about? What? Who's the fanboy? About who?
Nigga, your ass a fanboy. Fuck you talking about, nigga?
I said about who, brother. Can you get to it?
I ain't gonna cook you after the weigh. When the weigh ain't, when that weigh ain't get done, your ass is in flames.
All right, brother.
Matthew said he wants to smoke.
But like I was saying, the reason why I know
who Shab is. Shab, I know the fuck.
Hey, have they done the weigh in?
Listen, I'm saying like if you think that
they weighed in today. Was that yesterday?
No, it's today. Have they weighed those Smoke?
They had a press conference yesterday. They had a press conference yesterday as well. It's gonna be the press conference.
Have they weighed today yet?
I don't know. I do not know. You can check it out.
All right.
It should be starting soon though. The weigh-in should be soon. The weigh-in should be soon.
It'll be. Where are they fighting? Are they fighting in New York?
Australia.
Who?
Haney and them fighting in Australia.
Wilder fighting in New York.
Yeah,
that's the only person fighting in New York.
Right?
I can't wait to see what Caleb Plant Darrell do.
So that's
an underrated fight.
Yeah, that's a good fight, man. I think that's a good fight because I don't think Caleb got that much power, and I think Darrell got a little power, so that should be an interesting fight.
There's some
I want to see how it's gonna go. If he gonna stick and move, or is he gonna sit down on them bitches?
Nah, he gonna move. Caleb gonna move.
Sit down on what? Caleb Plant doesn't have punching power. Like, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
He got enough for Darrell to fuck with Darrell.
What do you mean enough to fuck with him? How? Like, what do you mean? He can't like Darrell is not like a.
He didn't have enough punching power to keep Canelo off. That is totally worldly different than keeping Darrell off.
Bro, he didn't have a punching power to keep anybody off. He didn't have enough power to keep Caleb Truax off. He doesn't have punching power.
How did he sit Uzcategui on his ass twice?
Oh, okay. So we want to go back to Uzcategui. Cool.
Yeah, you going back to Caleb Truax? We're going in the past. Let's reach back.
Okay. Do you realize he fought Caleb Truax years after Uzcategui?
That's just fine.
Fig and Butts. If you want to go like what's more recent is Fig and Butts and Truax. I don't have to go.
Okay, who's better? Who's better? I went to his best opponent. That's why.
Bro, I got you.
A lot of times you perform the best against the best.
I get it. You're triggered, but hold on. I'm not interrupting you. Follow me.
How am I triggered by the same facts? Who is better, Caleb Truax or this nigga Uzcategui?
You keep it,
bro. Just answer the question. Who's better, Caleb Truax or Uzcategui?
Stop interrupting me to ask me questions. Let me finish my point before you.
Okay, so you're not gonna answer the question.
I will after I'm done making my point. That's what I'm telling you about your trigger. Like I was saying, we don't need to. When I say he doesn't have punching power, I don't need to talk about Canelo Alvarez. I'm talking about guys like Fig and Butts and Caleb Truax.
That's what I'm talking about.
I need to go all the way back to Uzcategui, who's going. That's years ago. Like Uzcategui hasn't done, and in that fight, I also got like a tank issue in Uzcategui, who's always had like a tank issue, right? But anyway, that's not even the point. What I'm saying to you is Andre Darrell, even though he is rinsed, like he is a shell of his former self, the guy's punch resistance isn't gone. It's not like has a glass chin. He still is a dog. Like I'm not quite sure how.
But he's susceptible to cuts.
Oh Jesus Christ! I don't know how susceptible to a guy to a punch against a guy who doesn't have punching power means anything. I got Caleb Plant winning this fucking fight. I think Caleb Plant's gonna win. I just don't understand why you think he needs to sit down and punches. Like, what do you think that's gonna get?
I didn't say he needs to. I said I want to see what he's gonna do. And then you still didn't answer my question again that you said you was gonna answer. Can you answer it for me?
Well, I don't know what the question is. I was talking.
Oh my God. Never mind. Fuck.
You want to post it? You want to repose it? Fine. I don't mind answering your question, but you.
No, it's okay. I guess you do mind answering.
No, I don't. I'm telling you, I will answer your question.
Who's Caleb Plant's best opponent?
This is what he does. This is what y'all fucking do. Instead of y'all just answer the question.
I'm trying to listen.
Just around the question for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna answer it when I'm done.
Hey yo, about his slumber
right now.
Hey yo, who you got on your? Hey, hold on. Hey yo, hold on. I'm sorry, Smoke. Hey yo, is that Predator on your profile?
No, these guys in.
This nigga got Predator on his profile. That nigga fucking with Ben. Hey, Ben gonna get you, boy.
No, it's because they both like got the Predator dreads.
Both
of them, him and
he gonna get your ass too, Smoke.
Who got Predator dreads though?
Damn. When he come on here, you gonna know who he is. When he come on here, he gonna get all y'all ass.
I don't regret nothing.
Oh, okay. You hear that? I hope he hear you too. I hope being listening.
Right. So I was saying the best win on Caleb Plant's resume is either Caleb Truax or it's probably Caleb Truax because he beat DeGale and got a belt, or maybe Uzcategui. Either one of those two guys.
We all know who it is, bro. We know why you gave that answer too. That's why I said never mind.
What do you mean we don't know? What are you talking about? Okay, what do we
all know? It's Uzcategui. We all know it's Uzcategui.
How is Uzcategui better than? How's that a better?
You ran around the question for about 10 minutes and then said maybe Uzcategui.
I didn't. No, literally. All
right. I don't even want to talk about that part no more. What I was saying was, I was hoping. I want to see what he's gonna do.
I want to talk about your question. Don't dance around it. How's Uzcategui better when?
Am I dancing on? Oh my God. I just don't want to talk about it, bro. I don't want to lip box.
I pause it one more time.
I don't want to
How
talk.
is Caleb
I don't want to talk about it.
How is who's got to get?
Bro, I don't want to talk about it, fool. I don't want to talk about it. I said no. I don't. Never mind. You kept pressuring me to ask it to you again. Bro, you know this shit is on YouTube and people can just rewind.
You said everybody knows.
You know niggas can rewind this shit, right?
So now,
nigga, you know people can rewind this shit, right? You know people can rewind this shit, right?
And you said that you got to give it a better win to get you at. Now it's got to be a better win to get you.
You're right. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong.
You said who's got to give was a better win.
You're right. I'm wrong. Can we move on?
So who's got to
Can we move on? Damn.
So Uzgati's not a better one.
You gotta let that young man.
No, whatever you say is right. I don't even know what you said.
I didn't say it. I said either one. I said either one. You said it has to be Uzgati.
Right, but that's not.
I'm sorry.
It could be true.
And you said you understand and you understood why I said what I said.
I said you right. What are you arguing for? You arguing with yourself?
I'm not arguing anything. I'm asking you a question. That's not an argument.
Nigga, you are arguing because I'm not answering shit.
I'm asking. Okay, that's not an argument.
This nigga crazy. You talking to yourself.
Do you not understand what the question is? So now you're dancing around the question.
I don't. I said I'm not talking. I said I'm not talking about it.
The man say he don't want to argue, Smoke, so let him go.
Damn, this nigga want to argue so real bad. What time you
handle Smoke? You gonna have problems.
So don't argue.
He trying to see what you all about, Chavo. That nigga Smoke trying to see what you all about, nigga.
Exactly. I don't have to argue. You don't have to argue. All you have to calm down. Ask me a question. I'm asking you a question because I'm interested in your thought process. We don't have to argue.
He trying to break you down like Earl Spence, nigga.
That nigga broke me. That nigga broke me, bro. I'm really hurting like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about. Why you dodge the question?
That nigga hit me with some body work, boy. I'm done. That nigga took me out early, little bitch. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry. You right, brother. You got it, my nigga. Damn, bro.
Right about what? I don't know why you said what you said.
Hey, Smoke,
it's such a gay. It's such a stupid ass little point.
The first round KO.
Like it's not even a point. We're not arguing about nothing. It's literally nothing.
Hey, I'm gonna leave you alone now because I see you can't take no smoke, y'all.
Yeah, you know. You already know that, bro.
Chavo, they looking at you like fool now, Chavo. They see weakness, nigga. They looking at you like fool now. Now you got method on your ass.
But Ace Money, you know what the business is. You know what the business is when it's an actual debate.
Don't try that boy nothing they don't know, man. That nigga must have forgot like Roy.
That nigga said they must have forgot like Roy.
That nigga Shavo
gonna when it's something worthy, we could really get out. I'm not arguing over little stupid shit, bro. I'm not arguing over little stupid shit. So it's honestly a waste of time.
Chavo, get with that nigga. Chavo, get with that. You see how fast she was my fanboy to a goddamn crybaby? God damn. Y'all was gonna
who am I a fanboy of? Hey, no, I want you. Who am I a fanboy of?
Shorty, Smoke had you great shit on yourself, Shorty.
Answer the question. See, we're not gonna do this shit if niggas don't answer questions.
You fucking retard.
I want those questions. I got questions.
Answer
who am I a fanboy of?
Nigga, you literally just fanboy for Deontay.
Now we not talking. Never mind.
For like 40 minutes, I sat there. I looked at the camera. I got off camera. Got off the string. Got back on the string. Then you was fanboying for Haney. And then that shit was like, it got actually more.
What did I say about Haney that wasn't true? You gotta say fanboy only applies niggas that say shit unlogically and shit that's not true. What did I say that wasn't true?
I don't believe logic and your thinking process work.
What? Just okay, then point it out, brother. What did I say about Haney that wasn't logically, factually true?
After the weigh-in, I'm gonna cook these shit out you.
Oh my God! See, never mind.
Don't duck the smoke, man. Just know at the weigh-in, Kambosos Devin.
Nigga, you ducking the smoke. Say it.
I'm bringing the pan out with the geese.
Bro, you know it's other people on this panel that can see you not providing what the fuck you just said.
Hey,
do you know that? You know other people are here, right?
I'm giving you the time.
Nigga, dude, I'll be da. Nigga, what the fuck are you saying? Say What the fuck? I said that was not logical.
You got your whole mouth on the phone.
See, this is why I don't like to do this shit. Cause nigga, I'm just sitting here asking you time and time again, and you just saying nothing. You're not even saying you don't want to talk about it. You just not saying nothing.
Hey, answer him what he's saying though, man. Answer what
motherfucking emotion.
Thank you.
Hey,
somebody
man, answer what he's saying though. What he said that ain't true about Devin Haney, so we can get on with this. What did he say?
Or we could just talk about boxing.
Say what?
What did he say that wasn't true about
Don't
Devin
worry
Haney?
about it. Like I said, after that way,
all right, well, let's move on then. Let's move on then.
What's wrong with Charlie?
Nobody want to sit here and lip box, bro. We want to talk about boxing, son. Y'all niggas don't be having nothing for me. I'm AI in this bitch.
Nigga say AI, nigga. You ain't even in the league, nigga. Your ass ain't even in the motherfucking league, nigga.
I'm shaking the paint, nigga. My defense is impregnable.
Hey, G, look like you like this Chavo nigga, don't it?
I like him because he reminds me of Marky Dan. I like him.
I'm fucking around, but I really do want to just talk about boxing, bro. I don't want to go. This is fucking stupid because it leads to nothing. Every time it leads to nothing.
You're not going to escape getting cooked for fanboy. Like,
I'm trying, nigga. I brought the spatula, the pan, the stove. Your ass ain't hungry.
I'm gonna cook
your ass ain't hungry. You don't like beef. Get you some salmon, nigga, some catfish, something. You don't like beef.
But yo,
I love me a burger. You heard dude get on the burger story. I was like, oh, I love me some beef, nigga.
I'm telling you,
I love me some beef.
I'm pre-warning you, basically. Right? I'm saying I done heard about an hour.
Man, nobody want to hear that shit. I'm preheat my own oven, nigga. I just throw the pizza in there and turn it on.
I'm getting you ready. After that way in,
I don't even preheat the oven, nigga. I just throw it in there and turn it on.
Yeah. I know. Again, but after that way, nigga putting the heat on your motherfucking ass, nigga. Don't start crying and doing that weird shit that you did with smoking, nigga.
Okay, well let's speed this shit up. Let's talk about something else.
Nah, nigga, fuck all that, nigga. I hear what I said, nigga.
What the fuck are we gonna talk about when you don't want to talk about nothing?
It ain't about what I'm talking about, nigga. I'm still telling your motherfucking ass you getting cooked, nigga. You gonna get cooked.
When is dinner time, brother?
I want you to remember this shit now, nigga.
I'm hungry now.
After the way,
I ain't ate all day.
After the way, Memphis is gonna cook these shit out, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Chavo say he went to the grocery store.
This nigga ain't ever cooked me. The only time I had dinner for this nigga, I served his ass a full 4-course meal.
Say he don't want it, Chavo.
Had this nigga bringing up, well, I'm just out of my body today. I'm not in my right mind. And this nigga starts talking about all type of shit. Well, I'll put that shit on your ass. You better, nigga, boy. You better sit down somewhere,
like
nigga.
You failed third grade, nigga. Sound like
I bet I actually did.
I could tell, nigga. You're a little slow.
And then I passed that motherfucker. Now what?
Yeah, it took you a while. It took 2 years, but it's all right. You know?
Yeah.
You know,
and I still put your slow ass. Still put your ass on the slow roaster, cause I'm the slow roaster, nigga. I put your bitch ass in there, and I slow roast you and eat a nigga like you.
I know damn well, nigga, that fell with.
I like my shit tender, nigga. I like it tender.
Nigga, you failed school.
So yeah, let the beef sit then. Let the beef sit, nigga. Let the beef sit, nigga. Let it sit. We gonna eat. We gonna eat. Daddy got you. I'll cut your steak up.
Chavo say he got a slow cooker. Chavo say he got a slow cooker.
That nigga think he's Chavez or something. What's wrong with him?
Chavo say he's smoking, nigga.
I don't know, nigga. I tried to eat right now. Your ass ain't hungry.
Nah, nigga, you gonna wait till
later. I need to finish playing outside. I need to finish playing outside.
You waiting to fight time, nigga.
Daddy got you. Sorry, I'll cut your steak up. It's gonna be in the microwave for you. It's gonna be in the microwave for you.
Don't be surprised. That's all I'm telling you, young ass.
It's gonna be in the microwave for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be in the microwave.
Well, the weigh-in's gonna happen. I'm gonna see what happened after the weigh-in because I don't know what he's talking about.
Nah, he just talking out his motherfucking ass. You know, Ace Money be going live for like 16 hours. You gonna wait till I get off to start talking some shit. The whole time I'm up here, I'm gonna keep giving them chances before I leave.
Run, nigga. You better not run,
nigga. I want it now. Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna hit a fanboy.
God damn, this nigga here sitting here Googling shit and shit. This nigga sit here writing on the notepad. I could bring this up too.
Nigga. You know, you gotta pass.
Shut the
you gotta
fuck
pass
up.
the
Nigga ain't
class.
had no
You
facts, no
gotta
nothing. He
pass
just
the
be talking.
class to drive,
Right here,
bro. You know I'm
waiting for
driving right now.
Arsenal,
You gotta
right
pass the
here.
class to drive.
What the fuck are you talking about? This nigga's retarded.
You
Can we just talk about some boxing, bro?
Talking, you keep saying what somebody talking about. Like that's a sign of an idiot. You see what I'm saying? You could talk.
That's a sign of an idiot.
I'm telling you.
Nigga, spell idiot.
Hey, y'all
I ain't
picked
even
on that
start cooking
man.
you yet.
Y'all
I'm
picked
just
on that
nice
man.
and
That
hot,
man
nigga.
said,
I'm gonna cook the shit out you.
hey, that man,
Nah,
y'all picking on Chavo because Chavo said, what did he say was
Nah,
not
that
true?
nigga
And ain't nobody
Chavo. That
asked
nigga
him.
Chavo is an
And it's
emotional
no, it's
fanboy.
because look,
He's
the truth
an
is because it ain't
emotional
one.
fanboy. He's gonna
It's
get
not
cooked.
one.
And it's still early.
He called me a
That way when he
fanboy,
get cooked.
and what does a fanboy mean? I'm
You
just sitting
nigga,
here saying shit about a
you
fight that ain't
nigga,
true.
you's a fanboy, nigga. Keep asking what's a fanboy. You your ass, nigga.
How? He still won't say how.
Nigga, you a fanboy, nigga.
I keep entertaining shit because this nigga is funny, bro. This nigga is funny, son.
I ain't telling no jokes, nigga.
I'm gonna stop entertaining though, because it's starting to get old, bro. I'm pretty sure nobody want to hear this shit.
Niggas ain't telling your dumb ass fanboy either, nigga.
I'm gonna try to keep method off. Hey, Chavo, who you got? Spence Crawford. Who you got in that fight?
Spence.
Oh
Kick
shit!
this nigga.
Big dog.
All right, woo wee, shawty, this nigga retarded. All right, so that's three things: the Wilder fanboying, then he was what? Haney fanboying, then he went to
Now
Earl
I'm Spence fanboying, huh? This nigga just called anything a fanboy.
For sure.
He ain't heard the rhyme or reason I gave yet.
Hey,
and if you believe it's such an easy fight for Terrence Crawford, then it's not a worthy fight. Once he beat him, if you think he's gonna beat him, then it was easy. It ain't shit to talk about, right? That's not an accomplishment.
I tried to give you out, Chavo.
I believe it's a 50-50 fight. But I think Spence gonna win though. And I can give a rhyme and reason. How the fuck is that a fanboy, you slow, dumb, bitch ass nigga? Up here just calling names and don't know the definition. Yeah, I'm shooting 100% from the field, Arsenal Fitness. Yeah, I'm shooting 100.
I don't think 100% means the same thing in your world that it does in everybody else's.
Okay, well, help him out then. Help him out then. What did I say? That was fanboy shit.
Don't intervene with that shit. Yeah, I was on the phone.
No, I can bring what you
he gonna learn. But help wait till I'm gonna put that nigga.
Man, let that nigga talk for himself.
So what has you not shooting 100% is the shit you said about Kato 2X.
No, that's not the question I asked you. That's not the question I asked you, brother. Hey, that's not the question I asked you.
Yeah, you're correct.
Can you answer the question I asked you?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, once again about the tangential question. So, like I was saying, the reason why
I don't know Chavo.
The reason why you're not going 100% is what you said about Caleb Truax and Uzgatagi. That's why you're not batting 100.
Oh my god.
That's why you're not shooting 100%.
I just want to say this.
Can you answer?
Hey, I just want to say this. I don't know Chavo. I don't know Chavo, but I just want to say this. That nigga holding his own on him.
No, man. Stop giving out participation trophies, nigga. Goddamn nigga. That nigga still on that Uzgatagi.
How is the same nigga that said he ain't holding his own gonna say something about me?
He holding his own.
The same nigga ain't want to eat saying something about me.
He been in
This nigga ain't even eat his Wheaties this morning.
Yeah, this ain't correct, rodeo.
Y'all fucking with him, but you ain't correct him on boxing yet. That man
I'm
said,
not,
what did he say?
Driving, nigga. I'm driving, nigga.
You sure can. You sure got a lot of talking to be driving, nigga. That shit ain't got nothing to do with your lips moving.
I know, nigga, because I'm every time, nigga, still early, nigga. Once I get in that crib, I'm cooking the shit out your ass out of that way, yeah, nigga.
And how far are you away from the crib?
Nigga,
so we can cut this shit down. Business, oh, there you go. He really don't want that work now. I gave it to him before. It's been a while. It's been a while, Crocodile.
Yeah, I cooked your ass last time. You finally came back to the family.
That's the thing.
You know damn well I don't forget shit.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Nigga, you know I done cooked you before, nigga.
And then today is just so worldly different, right?
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
Your ass.
Out of nowhere, I just turned into Chef Boyardee and started cooking niggas.
It looked like you.
No, I've been him. I've been him.
That nigga Chavo say he brung that what's that?
You're the others. You're them. You're the others. The other guys. I'm him.
Chavez say he brung the meat. It was already cooked. You ain't have to do him warm it up. You won't warm it up.
Now I gotta put this shit in the microwave. You know I cook with love. You gotta eat it when it's hot, my nigga. You gotta eat it when it's hot. I don't want you reheating my shit. I don't want to rehash old shit. You gotta eat it when it's hot, nigga. When I want it, I want it. When it's stupid, I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, Chavo,
and right now it's becoming stupid because you have nothing. You ain't said shit.
Hey man, Chavo,
if you don't want to cook now, we not cooking.
He even asked you what time you was gonna be home, so dinner will be hot.
Don't entertain that dumb nigga. He don't dictate nothing. He know damn well he don't dictate shit up this bitch, nigga. He know that. He know he gonna get cooked, nigga. He know that.
Man, that
nigga said he ain't even asked you what time you gonna be home.
That nigga trying to cook a hot meal for you. That nigga said, "What time you get home?" He want to cook a hot meal.
Yeah, Chavo want his punishment right now. He don't want to wait. You got some shit to do. You don't want that ass for later on. You want that ass for right now, so we can go watch right now.
That man said, "What time you get home?" He want to cook. He got some pasta on, the water boiling. He said, "What time you get there?" He finna. What you making over there, Chavo? What you cooking, Chavo?
Ramen noodles.
No, I'm cooking I'm cooking a roast, nigga. Some oxtails, some roast, a little bit of salmon. Cause just in case he don't want no beef when he come on.
That nigga got unlimited food stacks.
That nigga Chavo say he's smoking salmon. That nigga Chavo say he's smoking salmon.
I'm gonna give you an answer. Hold on. Cause he keep bringing up the dumbest. Stupid shit. Like he got a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card in his back pocket. This is a nigga. I'm gonna kick his Pokemon cards. You see them niggas? Y'all used to go to school with them niggas at the lunch table in the hallway playing Pokemon on the floor.
I just got done watching the weigh-in.
Pokemon now.
I'm gonna kick this nigga Pokemon cards.
Talk about Magic the Gathering next.
He beat. No, I fucked with Magic the Gathering and I fucked with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Are you gonna talk
about? I fucked with Yu-Gi-Oh too. I accidentally said Yu-Gi-Oh. That's my bad. I fucked with Yu-Gi-Oh too. I didn't fuck with Pokemon.
I bet you did. You're a child. But can you talk about?
Did y'all watch the weigh-in?
But this is
happening already.
This is it. I was a child before, unless you was born an old ass man.
Yeah, I got you. Are you gonna ever talk about Caleb Truax?
Was you born an old man?
Ever? Yes, I was born an old man. Are you gonna talk about Caleb Truax and Uzcategui?
Okay. The reason why Uzcategui was a way much better win. A way better win. He dropped him twice.
Well, what about the end of
Caleb Truax? He was struggling.
What about the end of
So you're saying it's a better performance?
Better performance, and I believe Uzcategui's a better fighter, but just barely.
What about
Caleb Truax was out of his prime. Uzcategui wasn't.
I agree with that.
Caleb got hurt.
So that's the point. It's so fucking easy, bro. Everybody knows it, but this nigga kept staying on that point like I didn't want to answer the question. I didn't want to talk to you no more because you wouldn't answer my question.
I did answer your question.
Goofball. No, you didn't, nigga. You didn't.
I'm sorry. The reason why your question didn't get answered is because people interrupted.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you no more about nothing.
I know you don't want to talk. You want to scream.
I don't want to talk to you no more about nothing.
No, I got it. I know you want to run.
I'm tired of cooking you niggas.
But this cooking is still here. I know you don't want it. But it's here.
Nigga, I want that burn ass shit.
I know you don't want it. It's coming for you anyway. Yeah, nobody wants to fight the 800 pounds.
When I go to cut me a piece, I'm taking the table. That shit too tough.
So right, so
I like my meat tender.
Please tell me what is the best win on Uzati's resume? What's the best win on Uzati's resume?
I'm done talking about that shit.
I know, but
God damn.
Yeah, so what's the best win on Uzati's resume?
This nigga keep talking about Uzati.
Yeah, I know.
I think I got 1 point. I think I got 1 point.
No.
What's the update, brother?
What you said was dumb as shit, and now I'm on your fucking ass about it. What's the best win?
What did I say that was dumb? Hold on. What did I say that was dumb?
You said that everybody knew why I put Caleb Truex on there, and everybody knew that Uzati was a better win. It was dumb as fuck what you said. And now
nigga, I just explained why he was a better win, and he said I agree with that.
No, you just said
nigga, oh my God, never mind. I'm really not talking to you. I'm not talking to this nigga.
Never mind.
So what's the update, brother?
Yeah, the cooking ain't done yet.
Quick update.
Yeah, what's up, Phantom?
The Kambosos Haney weigh-in happened. A fight almost broke out because they was, jockeying, trying to shove each other. Devin Haney got up in Kambosos' grill, and Kambosos responded, and they almost fought. And Bill Haney got in the mix a little bit, but yeah, they almost fought.
Yeah, Bill Haney ready to throw hands in that motherfucker. Yeah, nigga, we ready, nigga. Devin Haney pushed that nigga. That's why it broke off like that. Because Kambosos thought he was hard. Haney pushed his little ass. And Bill Haney hopped in that motherfucker. And Bill Haney was looking for a fight, nigga.
Hey,
we down with all of that shit.
I knew when Bill Haney told that nigga, are y'all gonna come? He looked like he wanted to beat up his daddy, Jim.
Hold up.
That nigga like, y'all gonna come? Look in that nigga face.
H, give us 2 minutes. We need some hype time. 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
What's going on with the fight? Let us know. The weigh in. What's going on, H? Give us the rundown.
Okay, we just had the weigh-in right now. It was really heated. Devin Haney was very aggressive at the face-off. He was all up in Kambosos' mug, talking shit to Kambosos, and Kambosos kind of like gave him a little shoulder when they turned around to pose, and Kambosos kind of like leaned on him with a shoulder, and then y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
he gave him like a shoulder bump when he turned.
Yeah. He gave him like a little shoulder. He gave him.
You went out, H.
Hey, you went. Yeah, I'm about to say, is that me? You went out.
Y'all can hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
We got you back.
You got it.
So, like, when they turned to pose, like, Kambosos kind of like gave him a little shoulder, kind of. And once he did that, Haney shoved his ass. And once Haney shoved him, nigga, that shit just started to pop off. Nigga, it was like Mike Tyson and Lennox Lewis all over again, nigga. It was damn near a brawl on the stage.
Who jumped in first, or could you not tell? Like everybody came in at the same time.
Bill Haney was in the mix. He was trying to fight Kambosos' daddy.
Big Bill.
Bill a real one, man.
Big Bill gonna put a nigga on his ass. Jim fat blubbery ass.
Bill a real one, bro. I'm telling you.
Right, Bill a real one. Don't get that nigga pulling out that Oakland shit on the nigga.
Now you can see it. You can see it from the outside, man.
DHP Entertainment.
Exactly what he doing. It's more than entertainment. He know exactly what he doing.
Chavo for the Hall of Fame.
Hey man, I got respect for them, man. I can't even deny it, bro. I love them to see his son and what they doing.
Preach, brother.
And the way they moving in the boxing game, bro, you can't help nothing but respect it. You can't help nothing but respect it. If you don't, you're a hater. And I'm a Shakur fan.
He need his own documentary.
They gonna get it. They gonna get it.
Yeah. Made by him. I don't want the shit made by no network. None of that extra shit. I want to see the real deal, Holyfield.
Hey, bro, if them niggas want money, I keep saying it. Them dudes bigger than what they realize, man. Take your shit to Netflix. That's where they need to go. All bullshit.
Well, I think he's just doing all shit.
What Haney's doing better than everybody else is understanding that the networks and your promotional companies can't do the best job of promoting. They can do what they can do, but you have to get out there and put your own brand out there in the streets, and they're doing it.
When they can promote the fuck out of you, it's just them doing it. It's who they choose to do it to.
That's the thing.
They will choose to promote the fuck out of Lomachenko. They're not gonna do it for Devin.
That didn't work.
They're not gonna do it for Shakur.
Yeah, that didn't. You got to go out and do it yourself.
They always want to do that shit though. Like
I know,
even
but
Floyd,
again,
they
like,
tried to promote other people over
there's a
Floyd.
level
Like,
of
what the
promotion.
fuck?
There's a level of promotion that you can get from a promotional company, but there's nothing like taking your own career in your hands and taking your career to the people. That's what the Haney's understand. The Top Rank, they still got the machine behind them, and you can see how Top Rank promotes them, and it's pretty cool. Right. I mean, we got the Rooted in Oakland series. That's really cool, but you can tell that even on that thing, that the Haneys have their own fingerprints on it. Because they made sure it's like a hometown thing, right? Like you can tell that they are a little bit
that Damian Lillard song was hard
than anybody else. Hey, can you stop screaming over everybody while they're talking? I mean, I know you like excited, but I wish you stop screaming every fucking time somebody's talking.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
All right, I got it. Like, take your own advice.
I already cooked your punk ass.
No, you didn't. All you did was run away from questions. But anyway, like I was saying,
was run away from questions. You the main nigga running away from every question. I'll answer it after I'm done talking. I'll answer it after I'm done talking.
I got you,
nigga.
I know, I got it.
Your food's still in the motherfucking refrigerator.
Don't people talking. The Haneys understand the PR cultural moment better than every other person out there right now.
Nigga, you already said that.
Yeah, well, you can figure out. Yeah, you tell us who's Gotti's best win. You figure out who's Gotti's best win. While you start screaming out there trying to act like you belong on the panel, you tell us
what's that nigga with the gun hunting the rabbit?
Yeah, I got you, bro. What's Gotti's best win?
H, where you get this nigga from, H?
Hey, screaming idiot. Hey, screaming idiot. Who's got the best win?
From,
what's that nigga that carry around the gun?
Hey, screaming idiot.
Who's put it in the chat? What's that nigga that carry around the gun looking for the rabbit?
Who's got the best win?
H, where did you get Chavo from? He knew. H, money, put the mob panel behind Chavo. Put the MOB behind.
I'm putting his name. Yeah, put him out there. He can be a master trolling. This is not master trolling. This is No, I got it. But don't
do it.
We need to find out something about boxing. Who has got to get his best win?
Oh my God! Here come this nigga again.
Okay, yeah.
I told you that conversation's been done.
Yeah, I got you. Who's got
the conversation's been done. Next thing you gonna ask me is how many baby mamas you got?
You run away from the question. Yeah, you run away from the question. Talk about you cook. What you did was run away from the question.
That is a good question.
You said a bunch of dumb shit and then ran away. That's not cooking.
That is a good
That's some troll shit.
Okay,
it's a question that has nothing to do with what I said.
I know he likes troll shit.
Give me 5 seconds. Hold up real quick, yo.
Time out.
Yeah, let me just give a special shout out to John Canal, the father of Shamar Canal from Devin Haney Promotions. Shamar Canal, 19-year-old boxing phenom, the next Devin Haney, future world champion. What's good? John Canal, what it is. Y'all continue, my bad. Go ahead.
Let's get it.
Hey, now let me say this real quick. Time out. Smoke is giving you a question, Chavo. I'm with you because you've been trying to get them to answer your questions. Hold on.
I've been telling him I'm not answering none of the questions. And then I gave in and answered the question he been asking me for 30 minutes. Did I not?
You didn't.
I answered that one. Did he ask me another one? I'm answering my question from the beginning. I'm not talking to you about right now.
You can loud. You can scream all you want, but you're running. Everybody knows you're running. And
I already told you that. You broke me down, bro. I already told you that.
Got the keys. Turn.
Hey, Smoke. Hey, let me say this.
I already told you I'm not answering no more questions.
Hey, Smoke. Hey, Smoke. I don't know where he came from, but I think he gets it. He understands that you just want to
you just chilling the troll.
He just want to keep going.
Nothing. That dude ain't finna argue with you. I be feeling like that.
I got you. I'm not. We're not arguing. He's just not
asking. This nigga though, bro. I've even been up here and I came up on the panel and he do this shit all the time. The nigga just keep going about nothing. About nothing. He keep going on and on and on and on and on and on about nothing.
Right, and on and on and on.
Until you be like, all right, bro, you got it. So I'm tripping out early. I'm not gonna waste my breath with this nigga.
Hey, Threes. My man Threes put defense as hell. Hey, Threes. They say the best fighters, they real defensive. And Chavo got them. He got them personalities about him. Hey, my man, he defensive. he got his shit together. Hey, that's all I'm saying.
The best fighters is defensive fighters.
Put that MOB behind him. That's all I'm saying. I'm just.
Oh yeah, I know him. He's been around. I put it on.
I get it. You guys want to, bro? Yeah, listen. All I'm trying to figure out is what the fuck the guy know outside of trolling and screaming.
Yeah, because that's all I've been doing.
That's what I want to find out. Like, who's got to his best win? That's what I want to find out.
Go back and forth.
That is a good
what was your question before that? What was your question before that?
That's a good question.
What was your question? Hold on. What was your question before that?
Talk back and forth. Talk back and forth. Let's be respectful on here, y'all.
Yeah, Smoke. What was your question before that?
What was the question before that? The question before that was, how do you figure that Uzgati was a better victory than Caleb Truax?
And then what was the one before then?
There wasn't one.
Yeah, it was.
There was you just saying a bunch of dumb shit and screaming.
You answered that question.
You said who was Caleb Plant's best win? That was the question before then. I answered both.
No, that was the question that you asked me. I didn't ask you that. You asked me that.
Before we kept going, I answered both. You answered none. So the conversation is over, brother.
Okay, you asked.
Now, if you want to talk about something brand new,
you're still screaming.
If
you asked me a question. You asked me a question about Caleb. You asked me a question about Caleb. I answered your question.
Look, smoke. The thing is, I'm not gonna answer that question.
I understand.
So if you got another question,
I understand.
If you got another question, you can ask it.
I understand that. Here's what
I'm doing right now. Nobody's stopping here.
I got you.
You said you're a grown man, right? You say you're a grown man, right? Let's not look and waste time. If you want some smoke, ask a different question.
I also said
if you want some smoke, ask a different question.
Get a little bit of self-control. Stop the trolling shit. You asked me a question about Caleb Plant. I answered your question.
So you're not gonna ask a different question, right?
And then you
you don't understand me. We're not talking.
I got you screaming. I know.
You can't force me to talk about something I'm not gonna talk to you about.
Is talking about how he's not talking. If you're not talking, why don't you try muting yourself? Because I can hear you not talking. So anyway, like I was saying, you asked me a question about Caleb Plant. I answered your question about Caleb Plant. I gave you two guys. You said one guy was way better than the other and accused me of some kind of bias for even mentioning Caleb Truax. So right now, you and I on this conversation about Caleb Truax and Uzgatagi, unless you just want to bitch up and run away and act like you won anyway. You can do that. It's cool. But all you are is a screaming fucking troll child talking about you cook people.
Uh-oh.
You got something else you want to talk about? Like, I don't know why you were sitting there lip boxing going on that big ass tangent for no reason when I told you I'm not talking.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
So you don't have nothing else you want to talk about? Nothing else you disagree with? Nothing else you disagree with? Because you don't even know my answer to that question. What do you disagree with? What do you disagree with? What do you disagree with?
I disagree with you telling me that I have some sort of bias for bringing up Caleb Truax in the Uzgatagi fight, right? It's either Uzgatagi or Caleb Truax.
So I called you biased? You know people can rewind this shit, right?
There's no bias there. What's the bias?
I asked you, did I say those words? Did those words come out of my mouth? You're being biased.
You said we know who the okay. Actually, if you want to know the exact words, their exact words was we know who the best win is, and we know why you're saying this other guy. So why do you know that?
Because you don't want to be wrong. You do this shit all the time.
So the reason why I said you guys don't want to be wrong.
You will go on and on and on. I like to come to facts and conclusions.
So this is more troll shit.
I like to come in facts and conclusions. You don't come to no conclusion until somebody stops.
Just keep screaming about fucking nothing. I got you. You don't know shit about boxing. You just come in screaming troll.
Thank you. I don't know shit.
It's all good, bro. Do you?
Chavo.
Thank God.
Trying to let you know, but the point is, Smoke is letting it be known that Ustagi or whatever his fucking name is was ordinary at best. He was strong, but he was fucking ordinary, and he was tailor-made for fucking what's her face that's gonna fight Darrell?
Caleb Plant.
Yeah,
and if that's what he was saying, I don't have a problem with it because look, this was my this was my rebuttal.
Hold up, Chavo, you got it next. Go ahead, Ayo. Let Chavo answer after that, but go ahead, Ayo. Let him finish.
Past this, we gotta, you know what I mean? Like honestly, like this shit. Like,
thank you.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, it's over. I know a troll child with fucking nothing to say when I hear one. Steve
This nigga ain't let this shit go for an hour. It's not
make
over,
jokes,
bro.
It's all good. We know you're a clown. We're gonna make jokes. That's what you're here for, to make jokes. Cool.
All right, let's move
on. So like I was saying,
like
if that's what he was getting at, which it wasn't, I didn't have no problem with that. Because he said that it could be that or most likely or maybe he said Uskati.
No, I said either this one or that one.
And
it's either Uskati or Caleb Truex. Either one. And you're like,
okay.
oh, we know why you
said
that.
So you did say that. What dude just said. What dude just said. Okay. What dude just said he was tailor made for him, and that's why Caleb Truex was a better opponent. That's not even what you were saying.
Because I didn't give a reason why.
So I don't know what the fuck.
You gave a reason why. I just named two guys.
That is one
you
of
asked
the
me
facts.
who. I told you two names.
Yeah, that could be one of the facts or however y'all feel or whatever. But the whole thing was when I got a chance to, when I finally answered your question, I said because he dropped them twice and he had a way better fight. And they're the same. They're either on the same level or Caleb Truex. I mean, Uskatagi was in his prime when Caleb Truex wasn't. How old? Fuck, I gotta look up how old that nigga was. But like, after that fight, that nigga Uskatagi just went downhill.
Yeah, that's true though. Because
he derailed that nigga whole career off of getting his ass beat out of nowhere.
That's why I asked you
thought Caleb Truex was gonna do that.
He said he went downhill. Right. So he says he went downhill. So what was his best win then?
Before he went downhill. I'm done talking to you about this nigga.
Okay, now you're done talking to me. I got you. You're done. You're done. I got you, bro. I got it.
I was talking to dude. I was talking to the other nigga. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you.
Run for it. Run for it. Run.
Run from what? The shit is over.
Honestly,
when does the conversation end?
That nigga Smoke went to the juvenile down south. Run for it. You better run for it.
Than the other guy. You know, because none of them niggas really they're not prime examples.
Hey, yo, you better
niggas is still on this.
Yeah, man, we do this on intuition. It's not even this is effortless.
Truex is a better unorthodox fighter than Ustagi.
Hey, yo, you better run before my boy Ben Israel come on here. When Ben Israel come on here.
Tagaki was a champion, though.
That's right. He was the real deal.
That's what I'm saying. He was in his prime.
He was a world champion. That's how Caleb Plant became a champion, by beating that man.
But Truex was a champion, too. But
not like who the fuck he beat?
I don't think Caleb Truex was not no champion.
And I who do
you think? Okay, that's because I guess you guys don't know that he got the belt off the Gale, right? So he was never champion. So
it doesn't matter. We're talking about their prime. We're talking about their prime, so let's just talk about their prime.
Thank you. Nobody talking. Otherwise, we'll be talking about Triple G Canelo 3
when they won their fights. We got.
I got you. Listen, the prime is a fair point.
Smoke. We got to
respect. We're not talking about shit. That's the problem. We still on some bullshit right now.
You're screaming about.
Can we go to some actual boxing?
Yeah. Those
you screaming about the dumbest shit ever.
Who's got to get beat is not actual boxing.
You good.
Yeah, I know. I'm great compared to this fucking fool, but it's all good. Let's move on.
Yo, we moving on.
Well, I'm under this nigga's skin, and he want to be under my nuts.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, if you say so, bro.
I just worked out.
I guess you got a rich imagination, but you should stop trolling. Like you should think some shit and not see it.
I got rich dick too, nigga. You want to taste it? This nigga here, bro. Get my shit out your mouth, dog.
Okay, all right. I guess we're unmasked. The guy is now hitting on me.
If y'all not
put Jerome. I don't know how to say his name. Jerome. My bad. Jerome Benjamin. Look what he said. Put up what Jerome Benjamin said in the chat.
I was not trying to pull your whole card. I wasn't.
Shout out to H Money, man. H Money bring all the talent to the panel. You got to be able to hold your own on this panel.
Crax was considered washed up.
Hit the like button and subscribe to my man H Money because he bring all this talent to the panel. And I know it don't go the way it's supposed to go all the time about boxing, but it's fun, it's entertainment. That's why he got all the subscribers that he got. Hey man, keep it up. Hit the like button, please. For my
man thank you, D. Appreciate the kind words, D. Appreciate you, brother. And D's the big homie on the block.
Big money,
you know what I mean?
Nah. Nah, I just like to hear this shit. It's entertainment for me.
So who
I
you
don't
got
like
winning?
to get into.
So who you think winning right now, Chavo or Smoke?
Hey man, I ain't.
No, it's Chavo versus everybody but Truth right now. H Money, it seems like.
Hold on. This is the thing. This is the thing about when you get into these debates. I'm gonna tell you what I like about my man Chavo. He's kind of like Ben. He gonna stand up. He don't give a fuck who on the panel. And I love that about a person when they stand up and fight for themselves. And then when you give him something that he don't want, that's the fucking thing. He say, fuck y'all. He not answering that. And I got respect for that. And that's all I'm saying. He know how to operate he know how to own his territory. He ain't finna let nobody bully him. So I like that. That's all I'm saying. So for him coming on the panel for the first time, for the first time being on this panel,
Binky, man.
Hey, hold on. And Matt, you the first one. You the first one. And I'm gonna use this.
Get your boy a Binky. Don't get him the little
listen, because Matt, you my man.
Get your boy a Binky, a bib.
Listen,
his little ass a high seat. That nigga is child. That big young motherfucker.
You see, this nigga
man.
ain't saying now words to a nigga start saying kind words about a nigga. That's how you know niggas just got hate in his heart. Just a hating ass nigga.
Hold on. Matt is my dog too now. Matt is a funny ass nigga. This nigga
that don't mean he ain't no hating ass nigga.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I'm gonna put your boy in the blender. I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, listen.
I tried to feed you already, nigga. Seems like I got to feed you, force feed your ass or something. You becoming malnutrition.
I never seen my nigga Matt. I never seen my nigga Matt, and I just grabbed that smoke and just run through it. So that's why.
It's because he know who he fucking with.
This nigga a bitch. He better stop that shit, man. Stop that, man. Stop that.
What? You gonna put the beef on the floor? Cause it been there a minute.
Nigga, first, hey,
she got roaches on it now and all types of shit.
You know, once the train start, nigga, ain't no going back.
Oh my God, nigga! I've been had the golden ticket. I've been had all aboard. I'm sitting there with the PJs, the cocoa in my hand, all type of shit, ready to ride this motherfucker.
Right. I'm gonna cook the shit out. I just saw the weigh-in.
What was the song on that goddamn movie?
If y'all ain't seen the weigh-in, man, go check that shit out.
Hot chocolate.
That boy. That boy Kambosos.
Nigga, I got the golden ticket. I've been trying to get with the shit.
Nigga, you's a bitch. That nigga Kambosos is built like a 14-year-old. Him and Devin got into an elbow match. Some random guys jumped on the podium or the stadium, whatever the fuck it was. Got into like a little shoving match. A lot of words, probably a lot of spit flying and shit. Real nasty vibes. I can't wait to the fight. You know, hopefully it'll be a little bit more entertaining than the last one where somebody gets the holy dog shit beat out of them. You know, and that's what I think fans want to see instead of guys being more physical at the weigh-in and the fight be more violent. We need the fighting to be violent compared to the weigh-in. It seems like everybody else outside.
I think
everybody that's not fighting seems to be more violent than the guys that get in the ring. Them motherfuckers is being hella fast.
They the ones started it. What I do say about this fight is they speaking the truth when they said this one's gonna be better than the first one. I do believe that because he gotta come forward, and Devin Haney want to show new shit. And I think why he just secured that first fight was because he wanted to make sure he got them belt.
He don't gotta do shit. That shit is an opinion.
He don't gotta do nothing. I said he wants to. And we know how he get in his head. When he want to put pressure on the nigga, he go out there and does it. Even if it do make him vulnerable sometimes.
He ain't got to do a damn thing. He can just get in there, sit in the corner, and move around. Yeah, he can do whatever the fuck he wants to.
But he will.
I don't think the fight going to be better than the first fight.
I do.
For
sure. Unless I'm just a fanboy, though. What do I know?
Yeah, you're a fanboy. So I ain't seen no telltale sign of the fight being better than the first fight, based on the weigh-in.
Except for a fight at the weigh-in. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, and the weigh-in still didn't show me it's going to be a better fight than the first fight.
I know. I'm just a fanboy.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, something wrong with this nigga.
What the hell's that damn train called? I've been waiting on that train to come by, nigga. I'm standing outside my PJs, Coco, my golden ticket in my little pocket.
Hey, is you a Mexican?
Who you talking to?
Chavo.
Nigga, I sound like a Mexican? Or you just reading that name that you thought was Siobhan with your non-reading ass?
No, you look like a Mexican.
Oh, okay.
You look like a Mexican.
Yeah.
Okay,
you can't see my face though. Yeah.
Are you CCD?
I wouldn't have a rocket launcher with my fucking face naked, nigga.
Yeah, black people don't walk around with rocket launchers.
I wasn't walking around. I'm in a house. Dick face. This nigga here is like, bro, how stupid do you get? If you a hating ass nigga, just admit it. If I'm hating on a nigga, I'll start off. I'm hating. Damn, I wish I could be in Brazil right now with 200 bands and 20 bitches. I'm hating on that nigga right now. And I'll close my Instagram and be mad as fuck where I am in life. I do that shit all the time. I do it all the time.
Nigga,
I'm envious on Instagram all the time. Like, fuck, why can't I? Damn, I wish I was Devin Haney with all this motherfucking money right now. Skip the boxing shit though. I don't want to do all that extra shit.
That mean you might.
Damn, I wish I had money like LeBron.
Right. That mean you're your mama's son. You got a lot of your mama in you. You know, you're a tad bit heavy on the feminine. You know, but
what?
You know, that's you, yo.
This niggas, he wish he could be like, he'll talk like a little kid that like a bitch on the playground. He'll punch her and talk shit about her when he really want her. That's you. I'm gonna tell the bitch I want her. Ooh, you find this motherfucker.
Right,
I'm right up with it, nigga. I'm right up with it. Your punk ass be around here hating on the nigga, envy on the nigga, want to kill a nigga because of what he got.
Right, I hear all that dumb shit. So again, that's what girls do.
Yeah, I hear all that dumb shit. This nigga ain't say damn word the whole time until Truth start talking about me.
You know
until Truth start talking about me. That's the only time this nigga come. Oh no, those are too many kind words for that nigga.
Nigga, I'm gonna break you down.
This nigga came in with his goddamn cowboy hat and sheriff belt on. That's too many kind words for that nigga there.
You gonna get tired before I get tired, nigga. So you
nigga, I'm not lip boxing with you about nothing, bro. Unless the beef on the phone, we picking it up, and we not talking.
You was raised by a single mama, right? So that explains why you so damn feminine.
No.
Go ahead, screaming at the top of your lungs, not being incoherent. Don't nobody understand what the fuck you talking about.
That nigga got that good mic. I told Threes I don't fuck with them niggas with them loud mics.
That nigga ain't got no good common sense. That nigga dumb as a bitch. Fanboy ass nigga.
Yeah, Siobhan. Who the fuck reads my name as Siobhan?
No,
where's the end, you dick face? Right. Where's the end? Even if you couldn't pronounce it.
Hey, niggas, is this boxing or is this a goddamn therapy session? What are we doing?
There you go.
Hey, Sheldon, fuck all that, Sheldon.
There you go. There you go, Sheldon. Let's get this shit on boxing,
man. He don't know shit about boxing, Sheldon. He's a fanboy. So I'm gonna break the fanboy down piece by piece.
Same nigga that won't give me no facts. How? How am I saying? Let's leave that alone. Let's leave that alone because he obviously can't.
What's the conversation?
Hey, at the end of the day, Chavo passed the test. Can we get back to boxing? Because y'all ain't finna
let me talk. Sheldon, you came on the panel. You want to change the subject? Go ahead. If not, we could keep doing free smoke. So what you want to
change the subject?
I want to talk about the cards we got tomorrow. And how we see these cards playing out. That's what I want to talk about.
There you go. Let's go down the line. Let's go down the line.
I am not interested.
Hey, don't Anton Russell fight on that Wilder card?
He fights on.
Yes, he said his name.
Antonio.
Who is he fighting?
Gary Antonio fights. Antonio.
Oh, Gary Antonio. So it's not the 140.
No, it's the little one. It's the little one.
It's the little one. I think he's in a title eliminator. Am I correct, Method?
Oh, I don't think I ever seen him fight.
Yeah, he can fight. He's little though.
It's a title eliminator versus
118, I think. 118, 122, something like that.
Oh shit.
Method,
he's not as good as the brothers, though. To me, he's not as good as the brothers, but he good.
Hey, Meth, is he in the title eliminator?
I'm not sure.
I think he's in the title eliminator.
He might be the weakest link out of all the Russell brothers, but it doesn't mean he's not good, though. I think he's still good.
That's why I said.
I think he's
That's
okay.
why I said that, H. He good. Yep. I just say that the other brothers are just a little more talented. That's
I agree with you. I agree with that, D. I'm with you on that one.
Is he entertaining? Because I believe
I don't think he. Don't think he no sorry fighter now. I'm just saying that the other fighters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna be entertaining because.
Oh yeah, he can fight now.
The 140 brother was not as really too. He was good, but he needed to work on some shit.
The 140 brother good. The 140.
But now he's good. Now he up there. So I don't know. I've never seen this other brother, so I have no clue.
You talking about Antoine? Antoine got the stoppage in his last fight, didn't he?
Yeah. I said that's why he's way better now than where he was 2 fights ago.
Yeah, Gary Antoine at 140. Gary Antoine Russell at 140 is a problem, fellas. He's a problem.
Yeah, that's a fact. Wait, was he even at 140 2 fights ago?
Who's the top dog at 140?
Damn, that's harder than 130. Well, no, that's just as hard as 135 to me.
Shit, Josh Taylor.
I don't know.
No, 140. Clavo. What's it? Is it Clavo or Chavo? Chavo, my bad, brother. Chavo, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'd say Regis.
140 got killers. They got killers.
I know.
Josh
Taylor be your top 5, Sheldon.
Josh Taylor beat the brakes off of Regis.
At 140, I gotta have Josh Taylor first because he's undefeated. He's beat everybody up there.
Hell yeah.
I got Regis second. I got Subriel Matias third. I got Gary Antoine fourth. And honestly, I got Jose Cepeda fifth.
Okay, my next question.
I'm not even mad at that.
Where would you fit Devin Haney in that mix if you had to mix him in?
See, if there, I don't really know. I don't know if he's in the top 5. He might be right outside the top 5 because all those dudes got pop.
Okay.
Answer it like this without throwing the record away. Just skills. If you put them all in there, if they had a tournament, fuck the record. Who wins?
There you go.
Who comes out on top? Because that nigga Josh Taylor last fight was woo.
The last fight would probably
be. He already beat the brakes.
In my opinion, the last fight would probably be Regis Prograis and Subriel Matias. I think they beat everybody up there.
Well,
yep. I'm about to say Josh Taylor ain't in no more.
The problem with that, though, brother, is that I'm not a Josh Taylor fan. I thought he looked bad in his last fight. I thought he lost the last fight, but
me too.
At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, there ain't no way I can put Regis over him when he just, to me, he just beat the brakes off Regis.
I didn't think he beat the brakes off Regis. No, Sports Haven.
He did not beat the brakes off that man.
Sports Haven. Hold on, D. Let me back up. First of all, let me say, hold on, brother, please. Let me say, peace to the chat. Give praise to H Money, the king of the internet. Listen, I want to give praise to all my brothers on here and hello. Right.
Shout out to Sports Heaven. What's good, big bro? Salute to you.
So don't beat me up, Big D, because I've got my.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, D. Hold on.
Hey, let him finish.
We gonna listen to you. Go ahead.
I'm smoking a cigar too and drink my cigar. Your cigar a little thicker though. I ain't want don't. But look,
mine got something different in the middle.
But all I'm saying is, let me rephrase when I say beat the brakes, because he really didn't beat the brakes off him. That was
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm just simply saying is that convincingly he won that fight, and it's hard for me to say.
Hold on, wasn't it a split decision? And he didn't win convincingly.
Oh, hold on, brother.
And it was in Europe.
Please, brother, I'm a press mute.
I
ain't saying
let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Yeah, we don't gotta take our voice to sound like Whitney Houston. Listen, all I'm saying, is that to me, I thought Josh won 8 rounds. I don't care what the judges say and all the I thought that Regis did show some grit and he came back at the end. But to me, he was in a position to alter the fight, but he really didn't. And it's just to me. And I watched the fight 4 or 5 times. And let me tell you something. Everybody won't agree with me, but I'm pro nigga. I'm borderline racist. So I don't like the fact that the white boy. I don't like this shit. I don't like white folks like that. But I can't lie as a boxing person I'm a Tank Davis fan, but I respect Haney, and that's a 50-50. I'm not gonna lie just because it make me feel good. Because fuck them.
That's all we want.
That's all we want. Now, see, here's the thing, though. Here's the rebuttal.
Let him finish.
Josh convincingly, I'm gonna be quiet. Josh convincingly beat Regis, so there's no way I can put Regis over him because he struggled against a situation that might have been just a matchup difficulty.
Well, see, then you got to listen to what I'm saying. I said Josh Taylor number 1 because he beat everybody up there. Did I not?
Yep.
Oh no, brother. I agree. You right, Shelton. But I'm just saying.
I just asked him a different question the second time.
Yeah, the second time you reversed it and you said based on
no. He said without all of the titles, he just gave him a different scenario, and
that's
he
right.
said
You asked me. No
matter what the scenario is, I can't put Regis over Taylor. Is all I'm saying. No matter.
No, what I'm saying is, you asked me if they had a tournament. Someone asked me if they had a tournament, who would win the tournament? And in my opinion, you don't have to agree with me or not. You don't have to agree with me. But in my opinion, I think Subriel Matias and Regis Prograis would be in the final. I think if they fought again, Regis would beat Josh Taylor because Regis gassed out in that fight. He gassed out in that Taylor fight.
Since they fight, Regis has gotten better. Josh Taylor has gotten worse. And can he not really make the weight no more?
I don't think Josh Taylor's
he
a big
moved
guy.
up to 147. He might as well retire.
Josh,
he's fooled at 47.
He's not fucking with them boys.
He's fooled at 47.
Hey, here's the thing. Josh Taylor is a very big dude for 140, and he's left-handed. But I think people have caught up to him. Certain people are going to be able to fight him with certain styles, like the Shakurs, like the what's the guy that just beat him? I can't even think of his name. Catterall. Even though he didn't get the win, but he was left-handed. And see, that's the thing that you got to understand about boxing. Styles make fights. Just because you beat one person doesn't mean that you can beat another person. And
that's
therefore, I agree with Shelton. If it was a tournament and it went again, because it could have went that way that time, I do think Regis was the better 140-pounder. But I also think that Devin Haney is a problem if he decides to go to 140. I think he gets stronger. I think he feels out better to what his body is. Not just him. There's other fighters at 140. Antoine Russell is going to be a good fight for Regis. It's a lot of good fights up there, and I don't want to say who the best is or whatever. But I do want y'all to understand. I do want y'all to understand that it's all about the styles. That's all I'm saying.
So, Truth will be your top 5.
It's hard to say, man, because it depends on who fights who.
Just give you a top 5 that you like.
Who. So I'm gonna go on. For example, if I went through 140, this is my opinion of it. If I went through 140 and I said I don't know how they're gonna match up, but if everybody fight everybody, who's going to come out with the less losses? Because there's some people that I think are going to be able to
before you even bring Devin into that equation, just right now, who is your top 5 based on what you see now?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the top 2 are finna fight for me, and a lot of people ain't gonna agree with that. Regis versus Cepeda. I think that's a great
your
fight.
top 2. Give me 3 more.
Yep, I think they're better than, and I think right behind that would be Josh Taylor.
You know what, Jerome Benjamin? I don't know.
That's just my opinion. You asking me now?
No, I was just find somebody in the chat
because I think Catterall, he's up there, but I do think that a person that understands left-hand fighters will be able to do more damage to Catterall.
Exactly.
I don't think he's that good. It's just that Josh Taylor doesn't understand a good left-hander, which lets me know that people like I don't even want to say that.
You got
because
2 more now. Give me your 2 more.
And it's crazy because he got good ring IQ.
I'm naming the ones that I think. So I got Regis, Cepeda, Josh Taylor,
Ramirez.
Ramirez is a guy that I believe that fights on heart, and I think that his heart is.
Yeah, I'm about to say that nigga's a dog.
Guys. But with the top 5 guys, it means nothing for them because they got heart too, and their skill level is better. That's what happened to him with Josh Taylor. When he runs into someone who got the same heart as him,
that's true.
With talent, he's gonna have problems. So the 3 that I named, like I said, Regis, Cepeda, Josh Taylor. I will have to go Antoine Russell, even though I have some. I got a little. I don't know too much about him like that because I don't like the way they did his last 2 fights. They helping him, and people might not like this, but like my man said, shit, I'm there almost to being racist, but I'm gonna give credit what credit due.
But I think he just needs the opportunity. I think he can. I think he just needs the opportunity.
But I'm just saying,
a couple fights ago, I wouldn't put him up there.
But they moving him a certain way is what I'm saying, Chavo. When he fought, who was the last guy he just fought? He stopped in 6 rounds. That guy was not hurt. They stopped that fight early. The same thing happened with Postal. Postal was in the fucking 12th round with 10 seconds. They stopped the fight. I'm just being honest, bro.
He was still on lose though.
I don't care, but don't give him no knockout to make his record look good with 10 seconds. You ain't stop nobody. That's all I'm saying.
Let me go see how that stoppage looks again.
And the other guy, I can't think of his name, Bartholomew or some shit, but he didn't get stopped.
Look,
that was another.
Look, here's a better question. How y'all feel about this fight with Tio? This upcoming fight with Tio against Pedraza.
Don't give a shit about it.
Well, let's not talk about that. Tank, let's don't do that.
You talked all that shit about Tank. Tank don't fight
I'm pissed off. He said his next fight was gonna be a bigger fish.
No, you can't say that.
Then what's his name?
You just brought it up, brother. You just brought it up.
He talked all that. Listen. Check it out. He said he talked all that shit about Tank's this, Tank's a bum, Tank don't fight nothing but bums. Why are you fighting Tank's leftovers?
Because you know why he's doing that. Let me correct that. Let me tell you why he's doing that. The same reason why the rest of them doing that, because when he fight this fight, when it all said and done, what they gonna say is, oh, he fought a 2-time world champion. That's why you fighting him. No, easy win. And he's a former champion. That's why they fight champions.
If he wins. But I get that though. But I get that, but it's hard to
win.
But I'm not asking. I guess, do y'all give a fuck who y'all think? Do y'all think he got a chance, Pedraza?
Yes, he has a chance. Pedraza can fight.
I mean, let me say this, and I hear what you're saying.
Pedraza ain't win.
D, I hear what you're saying, but guess what? The problem I have is, and this is where my fan. I'm a man, so you call me a fan man. So this is where my fanism kick in. Is that it's hard to sit back and hear anything other than just be quiet, because at the end of the day, Tank knocked this motherfucker out when he was a kid still, and motherfuckers are sitting up there talking about, well, he ain't fight nobody, he ain't did.
They don't care about that though.
I ain't talking about you, D. I'm just saying, D.
Hey, that's a cool little stoppage on post, so I'm not mad at that.
No, but what I'm saying is
it could have went longer, but he wasn't throwing nothing back.
But they don't care is what I'm trying to say to y'all. Y'all think they care about all these dudes got Kambosos on their record after he been fucked up? They'll fight him right now because he's a fucking 3-division champion.
I see.
It's a name. That's all I'm saying. It's a name.
It's business.
They know they can beat them. They know they can beat them. And it's the best name on your resume. Think about it. Why would I fight a dude that's better than the dude that's a fucking 4-time unified champion? Which one
until they get done like Hellenius did that nigga? Like did Kalnaki, because they thought they was serving up Hellenius to Kalnaki, because Kalnaki knocked out what's his name that knocked the Hellenius out, and they thought they could do the same thing, but it's that matchup.
Chavo, do I like the way the shit roll? No, I don't. But I'm just telling you, that's the way the shit is. Why would you pick a fighter that is fucking dangerous like Boots? Why would I fight Boots?
No, you wouldn't at all.
If I can fight Pacquiao easier, and he ain't fucking Boots. Boots ain't got.
But here's the thing, though, D.
I'm just saying that's how it works.
Here's the thing you're missing, D.
I'm already knowing that's how it works.
I don't like it, but let's admit that it worked that way, Sheldon.
Wait a minute. If you are who you say you are, why are you ducking Barbosa? When Barbosa has called you out, he wants to fight you. And you keep ducking this man for lesser competition.
But we all it's just what True said. He don't really believe that.
If he can make more money, and think about it, what is Barbosa? How many champions is he? Is he a 2-division champion? 3-division champion?
No, but ain't Barbosa ranked?
D,
wait a minute. Fuck the rank shit. Wait a minute. Fuck the rank shit. I'm asking you a question. What is Barbosa? Somebody on the panel tell me, is he a champion? He's a 2-division champion, 3-division champion. What is he?
Well, you're right.
I'm asking a question.
In my opinion,
I don't think he's ever been a champion.
Okay.
Pedraza's a 1-division champion.
Let me ask you. Wait a minute. I'm asking people on the panel. because this is your resume. You're the boxer. Everybody on the panel is the boxer. Now, there's a guy that you think is probably easier to beat. And he's a 2 or 3 division champion. Which one you fighting? Which one gonna hurt your resume worse? And which one gonna make your resume look better? Which one you fighting?
I'm going for easy money. I ain't saying
it's right. I don't like that. I want to see the best fight the best.
I'm going for easy money.
Oh,
okay,
wait a minute. Stop y'all. Stop y'all. Hold on.
Ahead,
I gotta put this out there. I gotta put this out there. I gotta put this out there.
Nah, he'll make more money with Barboza.
ESPN is dirty as fuck. ESPN is dirty as fuck. Guess what they just did?
They
dirty. Moved Terrence Crawford out the way and gave what's the name?
They just moved Haney Kambosos 2 to 7:30 my time.
Oh shit!
So when the it's gonna start at the same time as
I told you that.
For that.
I told you that.
They
I already saw that.
They're competing with PBC.
Hey, that's why I said that to you earlier, and you said that. I said no. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I saw the undercards, and it was all of them going from 7 all the way to 11.
Why would they do that?
You know why they do that. It ain't no different. Floyd do it all the time. Don't get mad now when they do
it. Hey, the problem is that undercard is trash. That might hurt them. That ain't smart.
No, man. ESPN Plus is loaded that day. Nothing but fucking females and Devin Haney. That bitch is loaded that day.
But the other day, the male undercard is ass.
My problem is you're gonna put an undisputed championship up against Wilder fighting Tuna.
No, the problem is you put a pay-per-view against a sparring partner and you gonna fucking lose money. That's what the fuck just happened.
That's a good point, brother.
Let's be honest. Let's not protect nobody because I like PBC, I like ESPN. I think they all move the same way. I think they protect their business, and I understand that. But when you go sit up, for example, and put a fucking sparring partner on pay-per-view, you're gonna get what the fuck you deserve.
That's a good
end of the story.
Because think about it. Let's be honest. Let's be practical.
Let me ask you this: Would y'all pay him fight that was available?
Are you gonna pay $80 or are you gonna watch the free fight on ESPN?
Let me tell you, a lot of people would have paid $80. I wouldn't have paid $80 regardless of whoever the fuck it was.
I would have anyway. Hey, if it was Border and Spence, you would.
I'm not paying for it. Period. I'm not. Look, I rarely pay for fights at home unless I have people over, and I rarely do that. Like very rare. I ain't did that in the longest. I go out and watch the fight.
Okay, Chavo, but here's the thing.
People can get people, but I'm saying it's people always come out for Deontay. He's never had a low selling pay-per-view. And this Helenius is just not some bum ass nigga people trying to make him to be.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, Chavo, the only
this is not no fight. He just gonna walk through, and people really want to see what Wilder gonna do. Well, how did he change? How is man? You can every time I see this nigga working out, I'm like, damn, I can't wait to see the fight.
Not more than Haney and Kambosos, brother.
Yeah, about the same. If I had to choose who to watch that day, it would be.
Are you gonna watch unified? You gonna watch somebody unify the division or two people with no belts?
He said it already.
But look, right? That's what I'm saying. If it was the first time around, hell yeah, I would pick Haney. But this is the second fight after he smoked that nigga in the Philly blood.
Smoke this nigga in the Philly blood. He gonna have to do it again though, because he in the
but let's be honest, the first fight was so one-sided, it was boring.
Hey man,
Wilder is never boring.
Hey,
I don't think it was boring.
Hey, Chavo, you my dog. You my dog.
I said it was so one-sided, it was
on YouTube.
Chavo,
I can catch Wilder and his sparring partner on
but
YouTube.
Here's what I'm gonna say. Chavo.
You can catch all this shit on YouTube.
Hey, Chavo, but support. This is what we are here for. Support them ladies for getting out there. Because here's the thing.
That's what I want to see the most.
Wait a minute. Listen to what I'm finna say. Get out there and support ESPN. And I'm going to tell you why. Because everybody on this panel, we just did it. There are probably 3 or 4 people on this panel that say Bumgarner going to win. There are probably 3 or 4 people that say Maya gonna win. There are probably 3 people or 4 people or 5 people that say Clarissa Shields gonna win, and some people say Savannah gonna win. And that's what you look for in boxing. So I'm gonna support what I really want to see when I don't know who gonna win versus these motherfuckers jumping in these rings with these niggas 38 years old and they had their ass kicked and they a 5-time division champion to make their record look good. So I'm gonna support. I'm just telling you the way I roll.
Hold on. You saying that's what Wilder's doing?
That's the way. No, I ain't saying that. But what I'm saying is you ain't finna put no pay-per-view on no fucking sparring partner on this night. You better move that bitch because I'm not watching it.
Yeah. But he's not. The only reason why I say is he's just not a sparring partner. Like Avni Yildirim versus Canelo, that's a fucking sparring partner. Helenius just isn't a sparring partner.
Chavo, I'm with you, bro, but you got to understand, Deontay Wilder been on his back.
I think it's so high because everyone wants to see Deontay. That's who they want to see. Listen, that's who they care about.
I'm gonna help you out.
Now, hold on, let me say this. Who would you want to? Hold on. Who would you want him to see that's available? Who would you want him to see that fight that was available for him to fight?
I want to see the Devin Haney.
Okay.
Fight.
No, I'm talking about Wilder. Who's the opponent you would want to see him against?
Let me answer that. Okay, here's the thing. And I used this earlier. When motherfuckers get concussions or motherfuckers get knocked out in boxing, they don't.
Yeah, I understand. I heard you.
Hold on. They don't throw you back in there with a motherfucker that they think gonna beat your ass. Do you understand that? You don't get knocked out and say, put that nigga in the ring with the nigga that we think that can beat him. We don't do that.
But he choosing his fights up.
Okay,
but not for $80.
When he did get his ass beat in the second fight, he went to court to go get it again.
Wait a minute. And you're 100% right. But at the same time, I'm just saying, listen to what I'm saying. That's a person that you done sparred before, and you chose out of all the heavyweights out there on your comeback fight to fight him. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
But I'm asking you, who would you have rather seen him fight that was available for him to fight?
I'm not saying I don't want to see him fight nobody
in the top
I
five.
don't want to see him
fight.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to.
Top 5.
You
That's available, brother. That's available.
No.
Available at the time.
Sheldon. I can't even
name the people in the top 5, Sheldon.
I can't even answer that question. What you saying?
No, I said Sheldon.
I got respect. I got respect for Deontay Wilder because he's a dude that lost, but he lost once again chasing greatness. And I respect a man that got back in the ring, that a man knocked you out and got back in again, knocked you out. And
I feel you. You're not saying nobody, but Sheldon said somebody in the top 5. Who in the top 5, Sheldon? Name a couple of them.
That's available.
Yeah.
Joyce ain't available. He just fought.
Mm-hmm. Y'all niggas better watch out for Frank Sanchez too.
Just fought.
They keep ignoring him.
Frank Sanchez ain't got no fight.
Yeah, that nigga.
Frank
that bad.
Sanchez, boy, they would have shitted on that nigga so bad if he fought Frank Sanchez. They would have been like, "Oh, he's fighting to nobody." Frank Sanchez ain't fought nobody.
No, he ain't want Frank Sanchez.
If Frank Sanchez, hold on, D. If Frank Sanchez and Helenius fought, who you take?
Frank Sanchez.
I'm taking Frank.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
But you said, like dude said, I can't give people credit for shit that they ain't did yet. I'm just saying that from the side. I don't know that.
Bro,
he ain't had no. Okay, hold on. Who on Frank Sanchez's record is better than Helenius?
I do.
Who on Frank Sanchez's record is better than Helenius?
Hey, can I help y'all?
I do.
Hey, let me help y'all.
No, let me answer that question for y'all. Nobody.
Hey, hold on. Let me help the whole conversation that's going on right now. Can I help this whole conversation? Hey, let me help the whole conversation. What's going on?
Who is better than Robert Helenius?
It's not about that. Hold on.
No, I said who on Frank Sanchez's record is better than Helenius.
And that's where I'm going, Chavo. That's where I'm going.
Hell no. Come on now.
Yeah.
Hey, Chico, that's where I'm going. That's where I was going with this. Listen, let's ask this question. Helenius. Who has Helenius fought? Answer these questions. Who has Helenius fought and got beat?
Who heard of him before Kalnaki? Ask that question.
Wait a minute. I ain't Sheldon, I'm with you, but I'm asking you to answer these questions. I'm not even because I ain't no big fan of neither one of them.
But that's like saying who heard of Kambosos before Tio. People get their name off of their wins, as you should.
Chavo, who has Helena's fault and lost to? Name some great fighters.
I don't know.
Gerald Washington? Or is it George? However the fuck you say his name?
Now, I'm gonna ask you another question. Who has Frank Sanchez fought and beat or lost to that is very popular? Name some people.
Besides the job, I don't know, but nobody.
There you go.
He ain't got nobody on his record. That's what I'm saying. He's very untested. He's 30 years old.
Put the question out there. I'm not against nobody. I just put that question out there, and y'all figure it out.
That's a good question.
And that's what I'm saying. He's untested, so I can't just get at nigga. Oh, he smokes Wilder. Nobody wanted to see that fight either. It's the division is so fucking small. Who are you? Who's he gonna? That's why him and Fury talking about a fourth fight. Because after he smoked this nigga, which I hope he smoked this nigga. I hope it's not too fast though. I wanted him to play with this nigga a little bit. But after that, what's going on? I want him to fight Usyk, boy. And Usyk's a man his word. So
don't
far
forget
from what
Joe
he told
Joyce.
me.
Don't forget Joe Joyce.
I don't know. I forgot Joe Joyce already. Unless Fury don't want to, because after if he whoop Usyk, which I think he's very capable of doing, knocking his ass cold, big bedtime stories. It's gonna shock everybody. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
that
god!
Ain't Joe Joyce. That ain't the same as knocking out Joe Joyce though.
It ain't, but that's how they gonna take it.
Hey, but I'm gonna say
they're gonna take it way better than that because Joe Joyce ain't in the top. He's not the top dogs.
Hey, listen,
He's not the top dogs.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Hey, I'm gonna say this.
But I'm talking about the three-headed snake, four-headed snake, whatever you want to call it. Fury, Wilder, AJ, and Usyk.
Hey, Chavo, let me say this because I'm one of them dudes that I don't like the nigga Joe Joyce. But let me say this, and I'm finna tell them also. Hold on, I'm finna tell them also because it ain't all good for Joe Joyce. But I gotta say this.
I gotta hear.
I gotta say this. Listen, I was one of them dudes that said, "Man, that Joe Joyce dude gonna get his motherfucking ass knocked out." Man, that nigga way too slow. Everybody kept telling me on this panel. They say, "D, that nigga." You can't hurt that nigga. That nigga walking niggas down, and they ain't lying. Now,
but here's what I'm gonna say to you. Down,
wait a minute, Chavo. I'm going through what I'm saying because I don't know. I'm not no fan of none of them. I'm just telling you what I learned from a lesson. Because these niggas told me, they say that nigga Joe Joyce don't get tired. They told me that nigga can take a punch, and they ain't lying because the nigga's slow as fuck.
That's true. I seen him fight too.
Hold on.
I agree.
I don't like the nigga to Chavo. Let me say this first. I don't like him. I don't like him at all.
He born to what?
Hold on. But here's what I'm gonna say.
Man, that fight was born as fuck.
You gotta respect them. You gotta respect them. But at the same time, they as the Joyce fans, they got to understand that there is a man that has serious motherfucking power that will make you fucking stop following me.
Yeah.
Right. And so he ain't fought nobody with half of that power.
I don't know who them people are, but I'm going to respect them until I see that person that put it on his ass, just like fucking goddamn Jalen Hurts was.
Exactly. But they talking about this great-ass chin with who has had the power. Exactly. To give one to him.
When that power hit
nobody. Like I understand the juggernaut and it's cool he wearing the hat and shit. Like it's okay. It's cool. He just fought. People have recent fight bias. People like talk about somebody that just fought.
Oh, this is what I say, bro. If the juggernaut ain't shit and he's slow as shit and he can't fight. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. He ain't shit. He's slow as fuck. He can't fight. He this, he that. There should be no problem for any of them top guys to get in the ring with him and dust his ass off there, right?
Get that easy.
But the top guys are trying to fight each other. So why the fuck would they go picking Joe Joyce up?
He's the number one contender.
He wanted the top.
But I would rather see Fury and Usyk or Usyk and Wilder. I don't give a fuck about contending nothing.
Usyk already told you, I will fight you, Fury. I'm not fighting you in December. I will fight you in April.
Yeah, and he said he going to this Wilder fight. Also, did you hear that part? And said he wants to fight Wilder because he's one of the big three. Because he's one of the big three. But now it's a fourth head on that monster, and Joe Joyce ain't one of them. Is what I'm trying to get to y'all brains. I don't give a fuck about a contender.
Who beats him? Andy Ruiz?
No. I don't know. Maybe.
Is Usyk independent?
No.
Or is he with
maybe hold on. Who has he fought with power like Andy? He ain't even fought with nobody with power like Andy.
How's Andy have power?
Hands
knocked down AJ.
With the hands.
Wait. He knocked down AJ.
Hold on, AJ got power now.
And got dropped.
AJ got power now.
By a 43-year-old Chris Arreola. Twice.
I agree with that. You know what? I thought his chin was so shaky, he was gonna get knocked out by Ortiz, but he stood in there and caught a couple of them bitches and ate
He
them.
got dropped by a 43-year-old Chris Arreola twice.
I heard you. I know, but I'm saying since that fight, he took he took Luis Ortiz punches.
I mean, he was doing the stanky leg a little bit, though.
Luis Ortiz.
He did, but that's Luis Ortiz.
I know.
He's not what he used to be.
A 50-year-old Luis Ortiz.
But your power goes last. I can see if you're talking about he wasn't as fast. The power don't go nowhere. You been pushed by
when you
Hey,
get
that's the beauty of boxing. That's the beauty of boxing, man. Hey, that's the beauty of boxing.
Let me ask you a question.
Everybody different.
Who the fuck has
Different
Luis
fighters
Ortiz
have power. Some people have power. Some people don't have power.
But you talking about who he fought. We're just talking about who could take a punch right now.
Hold on, Chavo.
But now I'm getting to this nigga show.
Hey, let me finish this. Let me get this out here so y'all understand this.
I'm just talking about punching power, brother.
There are different fighters that can sit up, for example, and attack a certain fighter and can punch a fighter and then hurt a fighter. There are different fighters that can take a punch but can't box. So everything is all about the fighters, man. That's why it's always when we sit up and try to compare, oh, he beat him, but he ain't beat him. That shit means nothing in boxing. Understand that.
That's why I'm just talking about a punch resistance. And that's it. Because we talking about punch resistance with the Juggernaut. That's his whole fucking name. Keep coming and take it. Keep coming and take it. But hold on. How bad do your defense gotta be for niggas to tell you could just keep taking punches and keep coming?
Who wants
that as a name?
Wilder punch resistance didn't look so good against Fury, y'all, brother.
Yeah, but who knows what Fury was fucking doing? Who knows if this nigga was juicing? And he gave Fury.
Hold on, please, brother. All I'm saying is that, you know, it ain't so fun when the rabbit got the gun. The name you was talking about earlier, his name was Elmer Fudd and Sammy Sam when they was chasing boys.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so all I'm saying is,
everybody remember Buster Douglas, right?
Punch resistance, rather he cheat, whatever the reason is. And that third fight, his punch resistance don't seem the same. So if he going on the ground against Fury, I want to see what happened when Joy go up in his rib cage. That's all.
I just want to make one point real fast.
But hold on, you wouldn't talk about it from the opposite side.
Hold on. I never do this.
Talk about it from the
I never do this.
You ain't talking about it from the opposite side. This nigga Joe Joyce getting punched.
Time the fuck out. Let's smoke talk. Because this nigga been patient. And let him talk, please.
Go ahead,
he been patient.
I mean, we were like, there's other people like to talk.
Smoke, no. But Smoke need to talk right now because I fight with that nigga, and that nigga been patient. Please let him talk. Please. Go, Smoke.
Right. I just wanted to point out that under Javon Sugar Hill, Tyson Fury has a 100% KO. I don't know that we can necessarily say that, compare his other fights and call him pillow-fisted. The dude's knocking shit out. Dylan White doesn't have the greatest punch resistance, but Wilder, I don't know that like a lot of his that last knockout was due to exhaustion. I don't know that his punch resistance is gone. Go ahead.
I mean, the way he was stumbling.
Wilder's punch resistance definitely is one of the best in the heavyweight division.
Hey man, we gotta go one at a time, man. It's a lot of people on the panel. Hold on, it's a lot of people on the panel. I don't care who go because I love hearing other people.
Have you?
Rather than me talking.
I'm gonna throw something on the table.
Hey, hold on. But when a person talking, you have to let that person finish and if you start talking and you see he don't shut up, then we gotta shut up.
So let
me ask my man Cavo this. Cavo, check this out. Have you ever seen Andy Ruiz wobble?
Hell yeah. Seen that nigga crip walk.
So let me ask you this. Have you ever seen Joe Joyce even stumble?
No. But I've seen Andy Ruiz fight better competition. And better punching power. Joe Joyce. Hold on. Who's the hardest puncher Joe Joyce has faced? That's how we can easily answer this.
That's a good
shit. I don't know.
That's a
exactly, because it's a bunch of stank truck niggas. Nobody.
Okay, well, this is what you do. This is how we end the argument. Since Andy Ruiz was supposed to fight Wilder, he was supposed to fight Wilder. He doesn't have a fight. Line him up with Joe Joyce. Let's find out.
Why would you do that when he could fight a way better fight than Usyk? Just to prove it to you.
Hey, we're gonna cut that one off there, Sheldon. That makes sense.
He ain't got no shot against
it. Don't.
That makes sense though, Sheldon. That do make sense though. Why I'm gonna fight him?
No shot at getting that Usyk, brother. Andy Ruiz is the last.
Usyk said he wants to fight. This is why I believe Usyk is telling the truth. Usyk has always been a man of his word.
Why be in the house? Why be in the house?
Hold on.
Salute to my man YB.
You just said let people finish. This nigga Usyk has always been a man of his word. He got hella pride in his country, hella pride in being a man, a stand-up nigga. He said he's gonna be at that fight. I believe he's gonna be at that fight. He said he.
When did he say he wanted to fight? No, you said Andy Ruiz. When did he say he wanted to fight Andy Ruiz?
No, brother, you gotta listen. It's probably because he was yelling. I'm talking about Wilder.
He's probably gonna fight Wilder.
Fighting Wilder.
He's probably gonna fight Wilder. He probably
yeah, exactly. So why the fuck would I go backwards and fight Joe Joyce?
Who you talking about, Wilder?
Yeah, why the fuck would he do that?
Well, I never said Wilder fight Joe Joyce. You was talking.
Oh,
you was talking.
Well, we had miscommunication. Then you was probably talking about Andy Ruiz and Joe Joyce.
Hey,
you was talking about Andy Ruiz to me. So I said, let's line Andy Ruiz up with Joe Joyce.
I would love to see that fight, but I don't know who Andy. I think they trying to slow match that nigga up.
Okay, so
here's my question. Get on the inside. They think he can probably pressure him and get on the inside, and I think that's why they want the Wilder fight. But that's not a big money fight for him, so I don't think they'll take that fight.
Hey, Chad, I have a quick question. In the world of like sides of the street and all this shit, why is nobody talking about Joe Joyce versus Tyson Fury? Since those are the only two fucking guys Frank Warren has.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because Tyson Fury, in my opinion, wants no parts of Joe Joyce.
Probably so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, why are we talking about it? Forget all that. I'm just saying, like, why are we talking about that shit? We're saying we're mixing up all these fucking fantasy matches. Like Frank Warren is all of a sudden a PBC guy. Why are we not talking about Frank Warren? Why are we talking about Joe Joyce versus Tyson Fury?
Hey, let me answer that real quick, Smoke. I want to answer that because I look at that and I don't like going that way. I do want to answer that because you said that when I look at it and you say what you just said and he got both of the fighters, that's because both of them fighters is his money makers. Why put one and fuck the other one up when I can make money off both of them? I just wanted to say that.
I understand why Frank Warren isn't doing that. I'm asking us as boxing fans, why are we entertaining this fucking dumb shit? Why are we talking about like Ruiz when this motherfucker like there's two guys right there? Why aren't we talking about fights that are easy to make versus fights that are hard to make?
They would never do that. They would never do that. And honestly, Joe Joyce, I don't think he's ever gonna really get a shot because it's been way too long.
Nah, he'll get one.
Just now starting to get a lot of buzz because of the last fight.
They move them certain ways. That's what I'm trying to say. They move
exactly. It's like he's low risk. He's high risk, low reward.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, if I have someone, think of it like this. It's the same way right now. I'm gonna use PBC for an example, and I'm gonna say this. Even though I know Boots is not really technically signed with them, he's more of a Showtime person. But I'm gonna say this: I'm gonna ride Spence out. I don't want Spence to fight fucking Boots. For what? I can fucking make money out of that division in the next division. Why am I gonna sit up and put them in the ring to fuck my business up? You have to look at it as a business perspective you're a person that has two good people. Why am I gonna make these two people fuck each other up when I can let this one make money and this one make money?
Cause it's boxing. This ain't no goddamn daycare center, man.
What D is saying is actually that's putting it from the promoter's perspective, and he's absolutely 100%. But us as fans though, that chop up all these fucking, but us as fans that chop up all these fights.
I want
to, but as
make no mistakes.
Yeah, us as fans that chop up all these fights. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
But I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like,
why
I was a businessman, I wouldn't do it.
I got it. But what here's really what I'm saying. It seems very convenient that all these guys call out PBC fighters that are fights that are really hard to make and don't get made when they got fights on their own side of the fucking street that they don't fucking mention at all. And then it's just all about the business when it comes to this thing. So PBC winds up catching all the hell, right? But they get to skate free, even though they got smoke right at their fucking back door, right living in the house with them.
Man, because PBC bullshit. Fuck we talk about. We don't just say that because we calling shit out on top ranked people. Because if a top ranked motherfucker do it, he gonna get his ass cooked too. Just like we see in T.O. fighting Pedroza when he could fight Barboza. Cooked, know what I mean? Just like motherfucking Benavidez and Caleb Plant could have unified, but what they do? Let Canelo come take their shit. Cooked. Like, come on, bro. It ain't just that. We don't just do that. We do that with everybody. Ain't nobody.
Hey, like, Q. I think you missed the point, right? I think you missed the point. But let's get right. Let's be on the same page. I was talking about why we're not talking about Joe Joyce versus Tyson Fury when that's a fight that they're both on the same promotion. And meanwhile, Joe Joyce, we're talking about Joe Joyce talking out PBC fighters, not Joe Joyce talking out Queensberry fighters. Yeah, and Joe Joyce should be in line for a title shot. Last time I checked, Andy Ruiz is fucking champion of nothing, right? So as a guy who's Joe Joyce, if we talk about Joe Joyce and the goods, why are we not talking about Joe Joyce fighting for a title?
I don't think they ever. You brought up the point of him being with Frank Warren. You just brought up that point with Frank Warren. I don't think they want him to be as big as Fury. So I think that's why they was moving that nigga that way.
The computer stuck. Hold up.
I think that's why they was moving him that way.
We got to go back to what just happened. Hold on. Q just came on here and then Smoke just answered him. And I don't let shit go because I love this shit because this is what this channel is about. It's about debating. So I got to go back to the point of what was just said and why Q came on and why Smoke said what he said. Q basically brought up to you, Smoke, that a lot of the bullshit. Now, make no mistakes about it. I love this because I think ESPN full of shit. I think DAZN full of shit. I think PBC full of shit. But he just called PBC out on some shit. Basically, he said they the motherfuckers that bullshitting, and Smoke defended it and moved the goalpost. So I just had to stop it.
Didn't move the goalpost. And what I'm saying is, regardless of everybody, and what Q did is underline my actual point. Everybody wants to talk about the PBC. Meanwhile, nobody mentions that the bullshit is happening right in front of your face with Frank Warren.
Everywhere.
And we just moved the fucking thing from talking about Joe Joyce and Tyson Fury right to the PBC. My actual
I ain't gonna lie. Q, when we talk about Q, and y'all can go anytime hear me talk about this. I've been saying this for a long time. I don't give a fuck about the heavyweight division, dog. On me, until big baby Jared Anderson get up in there. Only thing y'all over here clamoring about is these niggas talking, and it's pretty much straight off of Fury dictating the whole conversation, point blank period. Fury come through, said what he said, got everybody else in their shit. I don't give a fuck about the heavyweight division. People think that shit coming back. They don't come back till somebody come and get in the ring and fight each other. Other than that, them bitch ass niggas talking. Salute to them. Shit popping.
This wasn't really even about. I'll be right back after Usyk beat him. After Wilder beat Usyk.
Hold on, Smoke. This is for you. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Joe Joyce a champion?
Right. So not only is Joe Joyce not a champion, Joe Joyce is not a champion, and neither is Andy Ruiz, and that's where this came from. This didn't come from. Let me finish. Let me finish, Mr. Moore.
Stop. Wait a minute. Let me finish.
I will. I'm gonna go on mute.
Is AJ a champion?
Of course not. He wasn't even part of the conversation.
Then why aren't they fighting?
Right. So the reason why Joe Joyce shouldn't be fighting AJ is like I was talking about. Like Joe Joyce is 37 years old and fought for nobody's title on his side of the street, literally in his promotional company. But this dude got the champion. And instead of talking about that fight, what we're talking about is fucking Andy Ruiz and all this other shit that guys are not even champion. And we even got into how PBC don't fucking make fights. This has absolutely nothing to do with goddamn Queensberry Promotions and them not making a fight for Joe Joyce, who's supposed to be the man and is in line for a title shot.
Look, Smoke, to your point, what I was trying to say earlier is the reason why that was they don't want kind of like how somebody like if Meek Mill signed somebody or something and he don't want him to get too big, you're not gonna get bigger than him. He don't want you to get bigger than him. So I think Frank Warren did not want Joe Joyce to get bigger than Fury, or to the point where niggas started saying, hey, y'all have them two fight. Because Joe Joyce could possibly win.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying as boxing fans, how come? Like, what does it matter with that fight?
There's no way he shouldn't have a title fight yet. None at all. Right. He's way too fucking.
Like, what? And why the fuck are we talking about fighting dudes that don't have titles and all this shit and like getting all up, get each other? Like, shouldn't Joe? Why are we not talking about Joe Joyce versus Tyson Fury fighting for a title? Like, why is that not the conversation?
Instead of this Derek Chiroza nigga, this struggle beard ass nigga.
We talking about Usyk versus Wilder. Why can't we talk about fucking Joyce versus Fury?
Well, also Fury never said nothing. Wilder said something. I mean, Usyk said something about Wilder. Tyson Fury not gonna utter that nigga Joe Joyce name,
and they're not even.
He's not gonna utter that nigga name.
And they're not even under the same fucking promotional company. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, that's because he really won't. Tyson Fury don't like tough fights unless he forced into them bitches. You gotta back this nigga in the corner, play some defense on his ass, take the nigga to court, all type of shit.
That's what I said. He wants no parts of Joe Joyce. He don't want to deal with Joe Joyce.
And Frank Warren, you see some of these certain promoters that will cater to you too. If you got the complexion for the protection, they will cater to you. What's that song? I want to cater.
Joe Joyce is the number one contender. Has Tyson Fury ever even mentioned his name? Has Tyson Fury ever mentioned his name?
Not at all. The dude is literally lives under the same roof. Promotionally speaking.
Man, Fury turned up on these niggas, bro. He the reason why y'all think that shit popping right now, because he out this bitch talking, getting everybody amped up. You know what I mean? Usyk ain't want to come through and fight him straight up. He talking about he wanted to rest. Then he brought up Deontay Wilder. Fury over here capping. He retired. He giving up a belt. He want to fight AJ. Like, come on, bro. Like, man, heavyweight division ain't shit, nigga. Whole bunch of.
But that's all gonna change. The next fight Wilder has. When Wilder fight Usyk, it's all gonna start changing.
I have a more pointy question.
All gonna change.
Do you guys think that Joyce versus Fury is a good fight?
Yes.
Do you think it's a fight that's worth talking about?
Yes.
That's all.
It's better than the fight he's gonna try to win with Derek Chiroza for sure.
I mean, I'm trolling that shit, dog. I'm doing the same thing Fury do when it come with Fury.
Right. Be just saying a bunch of bullshit. Fury just be lying to niggas.
But
Fury
the thing
say anything. No one knows what the nigga gonna do.
But Fury the coldest though out of all of them. That white boy cold, bro. Like,
but you can't say that if he only fought one nigga.
Fury is a fat piece of shit.
And then compared to a lot of niggas quotas, Wilder ain't shit. So I don't understand how he the best nigga on your record, but he ain't shit.
Tyson Fury abduct that Joe.
Tyson Fury ain't said he wasn't shit, but everybody else did.
Joe Joyce, bro.
He
said it himself. Tyson Fury said he number one, Joe Joyce number two, nigga.
Tyson Fury fought this sorry ass nigga that been waiting for a title shot since 1933. And with Dillian White, we all knew why the fuck are you getting in the ring with this nigga.
Not 1933. That nigga what? That nigga like 90. He what? 90-some years old. That nigga
90-something been waiting for that title shot from. Hey, he skipped me, looking ass nigga. That was him on the sideline. Hey, he skipped me. Niggas taking this nigga lunch money. He was fucking. We all knew what was gonna happen. But it is mysterious to me how this nigga just became a knockout artist out of nowhere. Had the same doctor as Conor Ben dirty ass.
Oh, bro, here you go.
And then you got videos of this nigga Tyson Fury. Yeah, that's my doctor, man. Helps me out when I get a cold, anything, man. A cold, huh? A cold. A cold. Man, you sure he didn't put that? What did he pop dirty for again? I forgot the name of it.
Tyson Fury.
I don't remember, but all of a sudden, this nigga don't got no stamina problems. This nigga beat niggas to death. This nigga doing a knockout artist all of a sudden, quick too. Drop of a hat, knockout artist. Never seen it. Never have I ever seen it. And just like Conor Ben, drop of a hat, running through niggas. Drop of a hat, running through niggas.
Nigga, you said who would knock out? Who would knock out artists?
The problem what I have.
Fury and Conor Ben.
Hey, here's the thing.
How you gonna call him a knockout artist in the same sense you just said he ain't fought nobody but Deontay Wilder?
Yeah, you can't be. You can be a knockout artist knocking out nobodies.
He knocked out one. Come on, fam. But
he knocked out Wilder twice. He knocked out Wilder twice. A nigga with an iron chin, and then knocked out Dillian White.
Wilder ain't got no
that's three niggas out of nowhere.
You said
not three niggas. That's two niggas out of nowhere.
Wilder got an iron chin.
Yes. Who has he? Who has put him on his
Wilder doesn't. Wilder doesn't.
I done seen Wilder.
Hold on. Who has put Wilder on his ass?
No, nigga. Hold up.
Go back and look at Wilder done been knocked down before, man.
You done been knocked down, nigga. Wilder done been hurt. Luis Ortiz hurt that nigga, dog. Where you
he hurt him. He didn't knock him out. He didn't knock him down.
Man, that nigga.
Nah, he tough now. We giving him that.
It's the truth.
He's a warrior. He's a warrior, but what he's saying is he can be hurt.
He ain't been knocked out.
Fury dropped him.
Here's the thing. Iron chins don't get stopped twice. Iron chins don't get stopped twice.
Yeah, he wild.
Like we talk about guys.
I said he had. He got stopped by the nigga. He got stopped by the same nigga I'm talking about was on drugs. And y'all gonna say he's not on drugs? He already got popped for doing it.
All right, so
we
everybody
just
on
keep speeding past that though. We keep speeding past him popping dirty.
I understand, but we have like drugs only get.
So hold on. If Conor Ben knocked out Chris Eubanks Jr., would y'all been saying it was because he was dirty?
No, Chavo. The problem with the whole thing is they didn't prove it. That's the problem.
They did prove it. What are you talking about?
All right, so every drug is not the same, right? Not every drug is going to give you power. Like you get some drugs give you like stamina, right?
Okay, what was the drug? What was the drug then?
Right, you are the one.
Because why would you bring that up unless you knew the drug?
I'll tell you why. Because you're assuming that just because.
But do you know the drug? Do you know the drug?
Again,
you wilding right now.
I understand.
That nigga Chavo.
I'm just asking a simple question.
I understand.
Let's be civil. Let's be civil. Do you know the drug?
That nigga Chavo is part lawyer. That nigga Chavo is part lawyer. Nigga, what was the drug?
I got you. Hey, take me your question.
Answer the question. What was the drug?
What was the drug? Now teaming up. I will take
what was the drug
after I'm done with my point.
What was the drug? You
man, you're not falling for that shit again, my nigga.
I know. I got the
answers.
No,
you don't got the answers.
No, I got you. But you think interrupting me means that just because of a question,
bro, you don't have the answer. That's why I'm interrupting.
I know. No, here's the thing.
You shouldn't be talking about all of the drugs.
What I shouldn't be doing is talking to you instead of making my point. What I shouldn't be doing is talking to you instead of making my point. The reason why I said what I said.
Bro, you did this shit last time. You didn't have. You never answered the motherfucking question. You said I'm gonna answer my point.
No, I understand that you don't want me to finish my point, but I'm going to finish my point. Like I was saying, the reason why I said what I said about it, I didn't ask what you cared about. I said what I said because when you said he got knocked out and that means he was on drugs, not every single drug gives you knockout power. If that was the case, then guys on drugs
can it help you with a knockout? If it helps my stamina, it helps my knockout power.
Okay. Boosting your stamina does not help your knockout power.
Oops. Nigga, yeah, it do, because it lets me keep my strength longer. It lets me get in positions easier, because I have the motherfucking stamina to do it.
Okay.
Nigga, you
get more punch output, nigga. Do you understand the game?
Sorry, what's the question?
Time to play the game.
What's the question? If that's what you think, that's cool.
Nigga, I don't have a question no more. I'm tired of doing that shit with you.
I got you. I know, because your questions are just interesting me, right?
God damn.
What all your questions are about.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm about to roll you niggas up right now, and y'all cook right now. What y'all talking about, man? Chavo, you wild.
I know I keep hearing that in the background somewhere. Chavo, you wild and like an ad lib.
On me, you're nigga wild right there. Go smoke.
So nigga said that helping you knock out your stamina don't got nothing to do with you knocking niggas out. Nigga, what? You better ask Canelo.
What?
You gas out,
Canelo
you
has
got
power.
shit
What? Canelo got power. Canelo got power in that.
So why you think? Hold on. Why you think he took that computer roll the second fight? Getting ready to fight Triple G.
Canelo got power and he got the chin that you was trying to put on Wilder.
Okay, he could. So what? Hold on. You saying Canelo got more power than Wilder?
No, I'm saying Canelo got.
Well, you added them both together, brother. You said power and chin.
Bro, I didn't say nothing about Canelo having more power than Wilder, bro. Relax.
You said he got the power and the chin. Did you not?
Go ahead, go smoke. I'm not about to argue with this nigga.
Yeah, I did. Like I said, I got time for a troll. I got time for a kid troll, man. Like, listen, like, somebody come babysit this kid. Like, man, we try to talk boxing. You just screaming a bunch of nonsense.
Shut up, nigga, if I put my
yeah, whatever. Like, anyway, like I said, Iron Chins are not literally generally attributed to guys who've been stopped.
But can anybody answer that question? Why did Canelo take that computer roll the second fight? Because did y'all think he gassed out the first one?
Canelo been gassed out since before he fought Triple G, bro.
Okay. But was it really prevalent? Like, was he finna lose? Like the Triple G fight?
You wilding right now, Chavo.
I know. No answers. It's never no answers.
The flow yours, cook, nigga.
I said what I had to say. The nigga took that computer on. Help him with that stamina. I ain't seen no stamina issues since.
Man, keep cooking.
Hey, that's what it said. That's what Clenbuterol helps you with. But that doesn't give you power.
I know it do.
Yeah. And Red Bull doesn't give you wings, right?
Punch output.
Yeah, you're just on a complete tangent right now. You want people to answer your question, but then
help you with
answer the question. Here we come again.
If that shit help you with punch output, Broner.
You just told me to cook. I was cooking.
Broner needs
nigga, you can't come pick up a chicken wing out the motherfucker. I'm cooking. Let it cook.
Okay, and you ask somebody to answer your fucking dumbass question.
Like I said, the nigga is help out with the nigga punch output. Because when you tired, you ain't got them punches for a nigga. And punches what? Not niggas out.
None of that helps your power. Hey, Leo Santa Cruz got
it does. You can't put more on it when you tired as fuck. You can't put your whole body into that punch when you tired than a bitch.
Yeah, Leo Santa Cruz has crazy punch output. He does not have power.
Nigga, have you had a street fight before? And have you been tired in a street fight? This is an actual question for you. I'm guessing not. So niggas that have fought in the streets before?
All over the world. Punch output does not equal power.
Okay.
I'm laughing my ass off because Chavo is not fucking letting up and he's spitting motherfucking facts.
Man, this nigga's going on the dumbest shit. I'm not understanding how you not have in your head the energy you have is gonna affect as hard as you can punch.
Let me say this. What he just
no matter
said.
What volume you said, or how you repeat it, or what nonsense detail coach tried to cheerlead.
Smoke. I'm not cheerleading. Let me say something. Can I speak, Smoke? Because I
run 10 miles and then punch somebody.
Chavo, let me speak.
Let's see how hard you can punch.
Hold on, Chavo.
Ass nigga said, it don't matter if you dog tired. You can still knock a nigga out. No, you can't. What kind of dumbass shit is that?
Hold on, Chavo. Hold on. This is why I say common sense when I speak about things, and then when we talk, I understand. I can't sit up and brag because I play sports. You can't relate basketball with boxing. You can't relate football with boxing. You can't relate boxing with
shit
basketball.
You can.
Hold on. When you say what you just said, and you understand that, but people don't understand that when they sit up and say,
he couldn't have fought or played sports before his life.
Wait a minute. It's like this. Hold on, Chavo.
Nigga played the bitch.
When a person say they took steroids in baseball, people say that don't help you in baseball. What's steroids?
Bro, that was the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Hold on, because they don't understand hold on, wait a minute. They don't understand is if I already have timing and accuracy and you give me power, that's a fucking problem. The same thing with basketball. If I'm a very skilled person and you give me something that I can take and I never get tired, that's a problem.
Facts.
They don't understand
That's
that.
That's what I'm saying. Niggas will say that same stupid ass shit. Oh, it don't help them. All it does is just give them some strength. Like, nigga, what?
Understand that. No, what we understand is the difference between performance-enhancing drugs and taking a steroid that gives you power. That everything gives you power just because it's performance-enhancing.
No,
yes,
it's not
some things can be performance-enhancing. That doesn't give you power. That's the entire fucking point. That is the point. Is that not everything you can be on banned substances and it not give you power.
But you're not understanding. They're also taking it in training. So using clenbuterol also gives you more wind to train longer, train harder.
It's cheating. Can we just say that? Cheating is cheating.
This nigga saying, bro, why are we arguing about this whole ass shit? This nigga, no, it don't really help you like that, nigga. So what's your issues now? Like what? What the fuck?
No matter how loud you scream, no matter how loud you scream,
only in boxing.
Stamina does not equal power.
Bro, it's cheating, nigga. He's cheating, nigga.
It was cheating. Who said it wasn't?
Nigga, you sitting here making excuses for it. It didn't really help him in no power. So what did it do?
This entire thing.
Look at that.
Here's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, that nigga cute a god wrote a GT smoke.
Entire point is
that nigga put GT smoke in the blood.
So all right. So do you think that Tyson Fury has stamina issues in the third round? Right. So do you think Tyson Fury has stamina issues in the third round? Did he have stamina issues in the third round?
I wouldn't even listen to what you said, bro. You don't make no sense.
Because you're too busy talking and you're not. I know you don't want to hear.
Nah, that nigga already sparking you up. Go ahead, puff one for a nigga.
Yeah, I know. You're derailing
that nigga got a flashlight.
I know. I know.
That nigga roll that nigga up.
You over here Kiki Ken because you're running from the smoke like you usually do.
Nah, I ain't running from the smoke. Anyway. My nigga pass the blood.
You're gonna get this work.
Pass the blood.
No, like you said.
Okay.
You said.
Thank you, my nigga.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Don't
you said Tyson Fury. You said the reason why Tyson Fury knocked out Deontay Wilder was because he was on performance-enhancing drugs. We just talked about a whole bunch of clenbuterol and stamina. How in the fuck is that supposed to help him in the third round when he dropped Wilder? How's stamina supposed to help him there?
Brother, we're done.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Yeah, please stop.
This nigga said, how does
stamina
your stamina has nothing to do? We were done once you said your stamina has shit to do with your punching power. We were done there.
Guys have huge gas tanks and still
so
can't punch.
So if you
they're not the same.
We're done with that.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Today, I was cutting one of my clients' call, and he an Earl Spence fan. That nigga left the chair mad as fuck at me today, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you must have been on his ass about Terrence Crawford.
Hey, cuz left the chair on me. We chopping it up talking. I done took too long cutting his hair and shit.
Right, talking shit.
Yeah, so my client that I had before me, he waiting and shit, and this nigga get out the chair, he's still standing in front of the chair talking to me, this and that. I'm like, damn, nigga, move out the way, cuz this nigga right here, man. Was hot. He was hot today, man. Salute to Earl Spence and all his fans, bro, but I'm smoking y'all today. You hear me? Yeah.
Damn, my nigga don't roll me up. I smoke myself. You don't pass me the blood with a little bit of me in that motherfucker.
Tastes good, don't it?
Hey,
But hold on, let me ask you this: Do you think it's a truly 50-50 fight? Like you think it's or you think Errol Spence is a bum and he just running through him?
Nah, it's not. I don't think Earl a bum, but it's not a 50-50 fight. It's 60-40 Bud way.
Hey, and I want to add on to that, Chavo. I got all the respect. You know how I've been supporting you on here and talking shit for you, but that's the only thing that you kind of like scare me on. When you said you got Spence over Crawford,
on me, he ain't even
respect that because that's your opinion. But
on God, he ain't
you.
I can give you a rhyme and reason. I never got to that. If that's what you want.
No. Listen, I'm one of them dudes that everybody talking about the fight so big, and I'm gonna tell you why I say what I say. Then you can go. If you go back and look, he fought 2 left-handers in his career. One, he stopped in the first round, so it really never showed.
Hold on, who you talking about?
That was the one that just got beat by
No, I'm talking about who you talking about, Spencer or Crawford?
Spence.
Oh, okay.
He fought 2 left-handers.
Ugas said,
wait a minute. One was Ocampo. No, Ugas is not left-handed. First of all, he fought Ocampo. Listen to me. No, he's not. He's right-handed. He fought Ocampo, who he stopped in 1 round, so he didn't get a lot of left-hand experience. The other person that he fought that was left-hand, and it went about like I think maybe 8 or 9 rounds. I don't know, but he got hurt in that fight, and it was a left-hander, and that was Emmanuel Larte. He was the left-hander. And I saw how Emmanuel Larte fought as a left-hander, and I compare that to Crawford, and I just say that it's really not a good fight. It's not. It's the styles. It doesn't take away from Errol Spence. It's going to be the styles of the fight because Crawford can fight left-handed, and I seen what and how he reacted to the left hand. I seen uppercuts hurt him in the 4th round. I seen in the 7th round when he got rocked, but it was at the end of the round because if it wasn't at the end of the round, it could have went bad. And I also saw when Ugas hit him with a right hand in a counter punch. And you're talking about a person that's going to have dangerous hands on both sides. So when I look at the fight, I don't see it as a 50-50 fight, but I don't think that it takes away from Spence. I think there are people out there that Spence can beat that Bud might not be able to beat, but I just think that matchup, it doesn't go well. And that's what I've been spending my whole life about this, and everybody think I'm crazy. I just look at styles of fights, and I understand certain things about fights that don't go good.
Here's what I gotta say about that. If that's what you going off of, that's not enough for it to be. You agree with 60-40? Just because he's left-handed, and that left hand.
It's not
way back in the day.
It's not just because he's 6. It's not just because he's left-handed. It's the things that I saw in the fights, and the things about Bud. Bud is let me get my perspective. Okay, but Bud is a unique fighter. I just got to say this. Bud is a unique fighter. Bud is the fighter that believes in exchanging while you throw. And there are very few
this is where it's going to fuck up for Bud right there. He believed that shit. He gets his emotions in the fight too much, where he could win from picking you apart and downloading data. He could win there all day. He makes them harder than they have to be. Earl not making shit as hard as they got to be. And he can fight different ways, but he chooses to fight one way because most niggas don't want to scratch. It sounds crazy, but most niggas don't want to scratch. They don't want somebody always. Hold on, let me finish. But exactly. But when he did do that, what happened to him? That nigga got on that knee. That nigga put that. I mean, not that knee. He put that. Now, hold on. You gotta let me finish. You was just preaching. Let somebody finish. Let me finish. That nigga put that glove on the floor. He got popped by his ass. What was his name? Mean Machine. Got popped by Mean Machine. Right. Boop. And Earl got that same cannon on him. And Earl can take a motherfucking punch. And he keeps coming. It don't matter. That's who you need to call the juggernaut. Hold on, I'm not done. That's who you need to call the juggernaut. And he can box. He's not this flashy ass nigga. Jump back, hold his hands up, all this extra shit. He's straight to business. Very technically sound, not gonna get hit a lot. And the only time Ugas caught him with something was when the nigga was looking for his mouthpiece when the referee said stop. He clearly said stop.
I'm
what
not
he
gonna
should
argue
have
about
did
none of that.
was put his hands down.
I ain't
But
got
I'm
nothing
saying,
to say negative about when he got rocked, bro. I don't have nothing negative to say about when he got rocked. All I'm gonna say is what you just said. You said that when he chooses to fight, and I want you to understand something. When he's in his mindset, when he's figuring people out, that's when he got caught. When the nigga turned it on, he ain't never been rocked. He's a whole different animal. And what you need
but
to
he's turning it on when he's in the knockout mode.
Now I'm cooking.
Go ahead.
I let you cook. Now let me cook. Now the difference is when he becomes the aggressor, I want you to look at any fight when Bud Crawford started walking forward. Every nigga in the motherfucking fight business is asleep. Every nigga.
Everyone.
Hold on. And I'm gonna go a little bit further with you. Sean Porter fought forward. We already know. Earl don't fight good going backwards. We already know that. Now, here's the problem. Here's the problem. What you need to understand. Let's go do the history on niggas that come forward against Crawford, how easy they get stopped. The niggas that's patient is the niggas that get him problems. That's why the nigga that you just spoke of rocked him, because he was patient. Go look at the fucking Kell Brook fight. It wasn't even a punch thrown, probably the first fucking damn near minute and 50 seconds of the fight, because it was a chess match. But when you get the nigga to moving it forward, niggas go to sleep. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, look, this is that's also not totally true. Because him and Sean Porter, it took him. Hold on, this right here, this part right here.
It's the one nigga that say he was down on the card for him to fight forward, and it took 30 seconds for him to get his ass up out of there.
Okay, let me just
they
get.
Said he was losing, and he became a forward fighter and got his ass out of there in 40 seconds. It goes.
Let me just get it.
You don't want.
You gotta let me get it out.
But
you just gotta let me get it out to understand what I'm saying.
Now, but them facts, what I just said, you don't want to move it forward. Because they told him he was losing when he started moving forward.
But look, this is what y'all trying to pick a side so much. This is why I say it's 50-50. I agree. He dropping anything after. Well, I ain't gonna say anything. He's
50-50. Q and me.
I said that's exactly, brother. You gotta listen. You gotta let me talk. I just said.
I said 50-50. I'm not saying 50-50.
I know that's why I said 50-50. You gotta hear me when I'm speaking. But this is why I said that, was because this nigga, because he does drop people when he's coming forward in that mode, but he has to get to that mode. It took this nigga, what, the 6th round or the 7th round to do that to Sean Porter? They had to tell the nigga he was down on cards? And this is, hold on, I'll let you finish. Let me go. This nigga had took so long for him to start that motor against Sean Porter because it was a chess match. And guess who can do that same motherfucking thing? Spence. But once you get down on them cards against Spence, you not coming back up unless you drop them. You're not coming back up. What he does all the time is start slow. Spence don't ever start slow. Even Terrence Crawford fans know that. Terrence Crawford fans know that. Terrence Crawford always starts slow. And hold on, let me just say this last point. Let me say this last point.
Let him finish, Quill, and you got to. I'll let you go before me. Let him finish, Q.
And then you said the only people have is with the chess match shit. No, look at Benavidez, the nigga that gave him his toughest fight, I think. Besides me, Machine.
What happened to Benavidez?
There was no chess match all the way through and through. Even though he was boxing good, he just wasn't. It wasn't a high chess match like it was.
What happened to Benavidez?
Like I can't even hear myself.
What happened to Benavidez? What happened to Benavidez?
Benavidez got knocked out.
What happened to me, Machine?
He got knocked out.
What happened to Porter?
It looked like he always in that mode.
He got knocked out.
What happened to Porter? Okay.
But is that disputing my point though?
Yes.
No, I think
he always in that mode.
How is it? I agree with I agree with the point. I said when he comes forward, he knock his shit out.
Chavo.
I didn't say the nigga ever lost the fight. That's stupid. We can say the same shit about Earl. What happened to him? He lost. What happened to him? He got knocked out. What happened to him? He got knocked out. What happened to him? He lost.
Chavo,
Like nigga, what?
Chavo, if you being honest,
all that, bro.
What happened to Gamboa? Like, what
but
does
if
it
you
matter?
being honest though, Chavo, if you being honest,
Neither one of these fighters have fought. That's what I was trying to say before y'all kept interrupting. Neither one of these fighters have fought somebody like each other.
Me off now. Now you cut me off.
No, that was just my last point.
What I'm trying to say to you is, you know, I'm a person, for example, I don't live nowhere in Nebraska. I don't live nowhere fucking goddamn Texas. You know, and I look at it from the outside. And I just understand, you know, it's simple. It's not difficult. I'm not saying that neither one of them, I think both of them are two of the greatest fighters of this generation, but it's just a style matchup. And when you see the fight, I promise you, I've been on here, anybody will tell you, they gonna roast me. They gonna roast the shit out of me if Bud lose. Everybody on this motherfucker gonna roast me. Because
a lot of people get roasted.
No doubts. I have no doubts in the fight. I don't think it's a 50-50 fight.
Not like D. They put his entire boxing knowledge on it.
Yeah, I really believe that, Smoke. I really do. And if you roast me, I deserve it. But because I'm looking at what I see in
so how's he gonna win then? If you putting everything on it, how's he gonna win? By knockout?
Man, he can beat him. For me, let me tell you something. Here's what I see as a fighter versus what y'all see. Y'all see Spence don't get tired. Oh, Spence don't get tired. Oh, he don't want no chess match. Listen, man, when you make it a chess match, I'm just gonna put chess match out there, like what you said. When you make it a chess match is meaning that twos. I'm sorry. If you make it a chess match, it's gonna be a tool thing. That means that when you keep hitting me with something, what can I do to answer that? Do I have a left hand power punch? Do I have a left hand right hook?
Hold on. I want no miscommunication. I didn't mean that's what Spence gonna do. I didn't say that's what Spence gonna do. It turn into a chess match.
You cut me off now. See how you cutting me off now? So
no, I just said I don't want miscommunication.
Let that nigga finish, bro.
But when you break it down,
finishing. I wouldn't stop him.
Break it down. Listen, bro. When you break it down and you start looking at everything, and these are the things, me as a person, I'm just telling you what I look at as a person when I look at a boxer. I can go back right now and I can tell you to go back and watch it. Watch Emmanuel Larte rock that nigga, and watch what happened when he get rocked. When he got rocked, you know what he did? That nigga started putting his hands up and like, who hitting on me? And covered up. When Crawford got rocked, what did he do? He grabbed that nigga. And those are the things, the same reason I'm on this panel for sitting up saying that I hate Bernard Hopkins, but I would never bet against that nigga because he was a real one. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I understand every aspect of a fighter. A nigga that can fight when they need to fight, a nigga that can hold when they need to hold, a nigga that can grab when they need to grab, and that ain't no good fight. I'm just telling you that. And you're gonna find out, and you're gonna remember it, and you're gonna come back and apologize. I'm gonna let everybody.
What I'm saying is that nigga gonna apply relentless pressure. Relentless pressure. He's never had nobody apply that relentless pressure. He ain't never had nobody attack his body like that. Yeah, he is. He always do it. When has he not did it?
I'm gonna answer that right there. What you just said. You know why I know he ain't gonna do that, Chavo? You know why I know
he's
gonna
do switch that? Up his whole game plan. He's always been
no. Let me tell you why he ain't gonna do that. Because the worst thing you can do against Crawford is be aggressive. Did you hear what I said earlier? Every nigga that has been patient has been successful against Crawford and has rocked them. If he come out there aggressive, they say Earl throw 80 punches around.
Who came out there aggressive against Crawford?
Hold on. They say Earl throw more than 80 punches around. Here's what I told everybody on the panel. And I'm going to ask everybody on the panel one more game. Who want to bet that he ain't going to average 80 punches around? If that nigga throw 80 punches around, I guarantee you that bitch won't make it past 5 rounds.
Okay, you don't name who he looked out that was.
You don't throw 80 punches against a nigga that is a master boxer that's calculated. Because if you make the same mistake twice, you don't throw 80 punches. Unless you got fucking 80 motherfucking twos.
Man, fuck that. Good. Sean Porter ain't throw the shit. Sean Porter ain't throw the same amount of punches he was throwing in his fight.
That's right, because he know not to. He'll get knocked out. And then ain't nobody gonna throw that many punches against Crawford.
Because a motherfucker know. Go look and see how many punches motherfucker Crawford averaging. All them bitches some hot shit.
That's right.
They don't. It's because of the style matchups. They don't fight the same. He wanted it to be a street fight. He wanted it to be a brawl.
Figure it out. You're gonna figure that part out. You've been doing it, but you're a little old right now. You figure that part out.
Man, Crawford gonna do all that shit.
Let me ask y'all this: who has Crawford faced with the punching power of Earl?
I can tell you this. Devin Haney.
They never faced nobody like each other. So y'all comparing these fights to old ass washed up niggas that Spence already ran through that he fought after. It don't compute. You can't do that. I ain't tried to do that shit one time.
All I'm saying is listen to these dudes I'm naming: Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. You do not repeat the same.
People said the same thing about
you do not repeat the same mistake. That's all I'm saying. So if you throwing 80 punches, that means that you got a whole bunch of punches. Because if you repeating the same two-piece, good night, nigga.
So you saying that's all he do is repeat the same two-piece?
No, I ain't saying it was the same two-piece. I'm saying if you throwing 80 punches, then why would you? I don't give a fuck what you doing. You repeated something twice in 80 punches.
When a nigga in your face, right up in your face.
Okay,
a bigger man.
Try it.
What is
hold on, D. We can talk about this shit for days. That's why it's kind of pointless to talk about it until it's really gonna happen.
What are his biggest two attributes?
You understand what I'm talking about? It don't make sense now, but it will later. I promise you.
What are his two biggest attributes, Chavo? I'm sorry. Chavo. Buzz Crawford's biggest two attributes are what?
Might not make sense now, but it will later.
What are his biggest two attributes?
Crawford's his footwork and his counter punching.
I disagree. I think it's his judge of distance and his timing. He times, motherfucker.
Timing and speed.
Yeah, actually, I agree. I'll say you can interchange them. Either two.
And that's how he's gonna catch Errol. He's gonna time Errol. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him either in between. Listen, hold up, D. He gonna catch him either in between his shots, or he's gonna catch him with a shot that he doesn't see coming. He's gonna stop him anywhere in between 9 and 11 rounds.
I mean, Emmanuel Lottery. Go see how
who has he fought as big as Earl? He ain't fought nobody as big as Earl.
He fought Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn bigger than Earl.
Kell Brook is big as Earl.
Never mind.
Kell Brook is bigger than Earl.
Kell Brook bigger than Earl.
We talking about Jeff Horn, son. We really talking about Jeff Horn?
And longer. Keep going. Who else you?
We really talking about Jeff Horn right now? And Earl Spence in the same conversation.
Wait a minute.
This is the same conversation.
Hey, I'm gonna reverse that question to you because you just said nobody as big as
I didn't think he'll bring that out his ass though.
Here's what I'm gonna mean for you, Chavo. Here's what I'm gonna mean for you. All these dudes, I don't care how good they were. They were bigger than Earl. I don't care how good they were. One was bigger than
Yes, but look it up. Google it.
That nigga was damaged good.
Now hold on. Now let's reverse that question. Who has Earl fought that was big? He fought Mikey Garcia, them 140 pounders, Danny Garcia.
Well, you naming his littlest fights. Literally, that was his littlest fight.
His biggest fight.
And Danny Garcia ain't no motherfucking Danny Garcia is at 154 right now. Everybody knows that weight. So when people say, "Oh no, if that was the case, we could call Manny Pacquiao motherfucking 126 pounder." Like that shit is stupid saying shit like that.
Danny Garcia just
back in the day. Now he weighs 147. Like it's pointless to talk about that shit.
Hold on.
What they used to weigh back in the day sound like schoolgirls and shit. Take me back to this size. Looking at.
Hey, Chavo, you just threw that in there to Danny going to 154. So I'm gonna add this to that nigga just beat Benavidez, but the nigga was on the run the whole fight. He was on the run the whole fight against Benavidez. Benavidez got knocked out.
No, Benavidez ain't been the same since that Terrence Crawford fight. He ain't been as good.
But
since he got shot after that fight, right?
But he had Danny Garcia on his back foot the whole fight.
Oh shit! Well, yeah, it was after the Terrence Crawford fight. He ain't been the same.
But he had Danny Garcia on the back foot walking through Danny Garcia punches. He ain't walked through Terrence Crawford punches. He walked through Danny Garcia punches.
He didn't take a lot of them.
Come on now. Let's stay true.
He didn't take a lot of Danny Garcia punches. Danny Garcia would give him a 1 or 2 and then back off. He was boxing. He was just trying to box him.
Why?
He don't got the killer instinct. Danny Garcia don't got no killer instinct. Bud is a murderer.
But Danny Garcia
is a murderer. He don't have that instinct. Danny Garcia, you can't compare these niggas to nobody else. We're talking about the two generational talents.
Hold on.
We can't compare these niggas to fucking scrubs.
Talk to me, Tom.
You need to stop doing that.
So, hey, but talk to me though. So you saying Danny can't stop nobody, right?
Nope.
Okay.
Shit, Danny has had a hard time stop. When was the last stop he got?
Okay, but hold on.
He could take a punch like a motherfucker though.
Listen,
Danny
you answering all the questions. Chavo, you answering all the questions. Danny.
I'm supposed to.
Hold on. Danny fought Earl. You just said he can't stop nobody. Uga, 6 losses. He ain't got no power. Danny Garcia. He ain't got no power.
Hold on. Somebody just put in the chat. Kell Brook is not bigger than Earl Spence.
Lamont Peterson.
Kell Brook is not bigger than Earl Spence.
Hold on. I'm answering your questions, bro.
But that was a question earlier. Somebody put it in there. I didn't know.
I'm going down the line though. Ain't none of these niggas stop nobody. And these niggas came from 135 and none of them hurting nobody. You just said that yourself. That's why I let you talk.
I was reading the thing. What was you talking about again?
No, ain't what I'm gonna talk about again. It was what fucking Earl Spence that been beaten. And you just said Danny Garcia can't knock no nigga out. And he had to take a 1-2, this and that or whatever. Okay, so he fought Danny Garcia.
You don't have killer instinct. I say he don't got power.
They call Sean Porter pillow fist. That's what I heard back in the day. They call Sean Porter pillow fist. He fought Sean Porter, Danny Garcia.
So did Terrence Crawford.
Hold on. Mikey Garcia, who he moved up. He also fought Matias. Matisse fought Lamont Peterson and stopped him in 1 round. It took Earl Spence like 7 rounds.
Let me tell you about that Mikey Garcia fight. Why it was so beautiful. Niggas was saying Spence couldn't box. Niggas was saying he was just big weight bullying.
How much you want to bet, Chavo, on that fight?
Hold on. He was I believe it's a 50-50 fight. I would never bet on no 50.
How much you want to bet on
here's what y'all getting fucked up. Y'all picked the side already. And y'all confident on that side, like there's no way this could happen.
I don't
believe
have no
that.
dog in the fight. I don't live in Texas. I don't live in Nebraska.
I didn't say you had a dog in the fight. You're going for Terrence Crawford. You said he's gonna win. You believe he's gonna win. That's the dog in the fight. That's literally the definition.
But I want to bet some money. I'm just saying. I don't want to argue with you who the best. I just want to bet money. Do you want to bet?
I just told you no. I would. Why would I make if I believe it's 50-50? Why the fuck would I bet?
I respect that. Okay.
That's 50-50 of me losing the money for no fucking reason. Because you want to bet. Why would I do that?
I can win.
But but I could 50% lose it. I would only do it if I believe 70-30.
Respect, bro. I respect that.
That's the only way.
I ain't got no problem with that. You know what? I even got more respect for you because you ain't no dumbass nigga that just bet just to goddamn prove a point. I respect that.
Yeah, it wouldn't even prove my point because I believe it's 50-50. I'm going for Earl for a certain amount of reasons. And I gave them reasons. But these people you named that you trying to shit on Earl Spence record with, Terrence Crawford fought him after this nigga.
Listen, I'm not.
Hold on. To answer this, how many people did Terrence Crawford fight on his record? He fought the best of his record came from Earl Spence after Earl Spence whooped him, right or wrong.
Can I answer that, please?
I was waiting for you.
Okay, now let me answer this. I look at the people that Crawford fought, and I'm gonna say this. I watched him fight Felix Diaz. I think Felix Diaz did better than Sean Porter. I watched him fight Benavidez. I think Benavidez did better than Sean Porter. And I think Benavidez did better.
He did the best.
Wait a minute, bro. Now I'm talking. You asked me a question. I think Benavidez did better than Kell Brook too. I think Mean Machine did better than Kell Brook and Sean Porter. So when you ask me that, if you want to go by what y'all call names, and what are the wait a minute, let me finish. When I say y'all call the names, I'm gonna tell you who the names are. The names are Danny Garcia.
That's one.
Earl Spence. Wait a minute. Earl Spence, Keith Thurman. And they only fight each other, and they won't give niggas that's in the mandatory positions like Virgil Ortiz or Boots Ennis a fight. And they fight each other, and y'all make them niggas out to be elite. But who the fuck have they beaten besides?
Hold on, you said Keith Thurman? Keith Thurman ain't fighting neither one of them niggas.
Wait a minute, bro. Listen to what I just said. Sean Porter, Keith Thurman.
That's not one.
Keith Thurman and Earl Spence. And now you can add Ugas to that list. Those four niggas, who the fuck have they beaten elite? For me to start worrying about who the fuck they done beat when you talking about Crawford beat they leftovers. Who the fuck are them four niggas? Because all I know is the nigga that beat all them niggas before Earl Spence are old ass.
I only said Earl Spence leftovers. I didn't name none of the other niggas.
Listen to what I just said. Hold on. An old ass Pacquiao beat the nigga that beat all them niggas before Earl Spence beat him. And the nigga that whooped Pacquiao, whether he lost or won, he bullied that nigga, was Jeff Horn. And ain't none of them niggas been in the ring with Jeff Horn. And all I know is Crawford fucking wiped that nigga just like he wiped them niggas y'all talking about.
So you keep bringing up Jeff Horn. Do you believe Jeff Horn would beat Spence?
No,
or even come close? So what
I think it'd be a good fight.
Jeff Horn got his ass whooped by absolute cans.
I think Jeff Horn would be a good fight.
Bro, come on now. You gotta have this. Terrence Crawford is your dog at this point.
Skills and timing and switching speeds on a nigga head is what's gonna make the difference in a fight. And that's
hey D, do you think that referees not calling fouls and letting Jeff Horn fight that way contributed to the outcome of the Pacquiao fight?
Yes.
That nigga damn near body slammed this nigga on his neck.
Let me answer Smoke. Yes, Smoke. I agree. And I also think that refereeing had something to do, for example, since you added that on there, when he fought Sean Porter and when he fought fucking Ugas. Go back and watch the fight, and anybody that want to challenge me, you can sit up, for example, and think I'm being biased. I think that they let Earl throw low blows all motherfucking night on Ugas and on fucking Sean Porter. And if I'm wrong, come back on here. But don't criticize me now. Go watch the fight and then criticize me. Because I believe
that fight a bunch of times.
Okay. Right. Do you think the low blow?
I think he threw a lot.
Do you think the low blows are why Ugas' eye got broken up?
No, I do not. But I do think that he threw a lot of low blows that should have stopped some times in between the fight.
Look, the every time the PBC be making cards, man, they have them
before
bullshit.
You judge me if you
they be having them bullshit WWE referees. We all know that. I mean, even Smoke know that.
You don't think
how many low blows is a lot?
I'm just asking a question, TBH.
I'm thinking about a lot of things. I might not know it. So hold up, don't give me the benefit of the doubt. I might not know.
I'm asking a question. If you watch the fight, TBH, am I lying or not?
There was a lot of low blows. I believe he was.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Ray Jones saw that shit, man. Stevie Ray Wonder saw that shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that if we're gonna compare everything about what people are doing,
it's gonna
be interesting if he gets in there, for example, with another fighter, and they sit up, for example, and say every time you throw a low blow, I'm gonna give you a warning. Okay, if you give them a warning and they do it again, that could be the difference in between a person losing.
There goes a real champion right there, unlike that coward Spence.
Now, let me ask.
Doing all that. What you doing, TBA?
Let me ask Chavo this. Let me ask Chavo this.
Well, I wonder if he's been in the ring.
You said, hold on. You said,
he boxed, Chavo.
Wait.
God damn, y'all niggas passed the fucking mic. Y'all two niggas keep talking, bro.
Chavo, let me ask you this question. You said that Errol Spence beat these guys, that Terrence Crawford fought Errol Spence's leftovers, and all these guys Errol Spence beat first, correct? That's what you said?
And a lot of them not just beat, destroy.
Okay. Point taken.
But then somebody
So
beat him before him.
Hold on, D.
But destroy them?
Let me ask you this. Did Errol Spence also fight Keith Thurman's leftovers?
Oh.
Yeah, but it's a difference between leftovers. It's leftovers. Hold on. Let me talk. It's leftovers you wrap up and you put in the refrigerator, and it's leftovers. You still got the spaghetti in the pot, and you just throw it in the fucking refrigerator. And the shit done crusted up on the sides and shit.
Hey, Chavo, you a motherfucker, bro. You a motherfucker, Chavo.
You're biased, young brother.
You a
but that's cool.
motherfucker, Chavo.
I'm not biased, bro. Okay, hold on. If I break a nigga face and you fight him after me, that's not different than you going 12 rounds and winning?
Did Triple G not break his face?
Come on, bro. Come on.
Hold on. Answer the question. Did Triple G not break Kell Brook's face first?
But he broke it on the opposite side.
Oh,
I can see if he broke it on that same side. He broke the other.
Wow. Boy, you funny, kid. Hey, you funny, Chavo.
Hey, am I lying though? Just tell me if I'm lying.
Wow, bro. That was some
Hold on. We laughing. Tell me if I'm lying.
Nigga, you dumb as shit, nigga.
Oh, but I'm not lying. But I'm not lying though.
Ain't no way you gonna do it.
You literally just said if you break it, nigga face, that's leftovers. You just said that, bro.
That's like saying me, you getting a fight. You black my left eye. Hold on, that's like saying me, you getting a scratch. You black my left eye. Then I fight the next nigga, and he black my right eye. And I'm like, man, I already heard a black eye before. What the fuck?
Ain't nobody trying to hear that dumb shit, bro. You acting like niggas fought over 100 fights. You acting like niggas got Chavez numbers, my nigga.
Hey, bro.
Nobody trying to hear that shit. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit.
Hold on.
The only punching. Earl not punching like that, my nigga.
This the same hoe ass nigga.
Earl not punching like that, my nigga.
Hold on. I fell off. I didn't hear.
Weird nigga, bro.
This nigga said he wanted some beef.
Hold on, wait. Did Triple G not break his face first?
Bro, who are you talking to? I just answered that question.
Sexual ass off the
no,
panel,
I fell off. That's what I said. I fell off.
Oh, shit, my bad.
Nigga. Fuck wrong.
Did he not break his? Hold on.
What's up?
Hold on.
Weird nigga, fool.
Did he break his face?
Weird nigga, fool. Weird ass nigga. Shut the fuck up. Calm your punk ass down, nigga. Calm your ass down, nigga. This nigga want to suck this nigga dick. Like I said,
nigga, you a straight bias.
Wait, hold on.
You a straight bias ass nigga. Shut up, you fucking child. Shut up, you child.
Hold on. Let me fucking answer. Let me answer the question. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question, bro.
Let him answer the question.
This nigga got Terrence Crawford as his. This nigga gonna call me Earl Six. This nigga got Terrence Crawford as his YouTube motherfucking profile picture.
Why is this bitch ass nigga on the panel?
This nigga is crazy. You call me a Stan. Hey, Stan the lonely man. Be quiet.
Hey, that nigga Threes mic loud too. That nigga Threes.
Hold on.
Threes. EJ is in witness protect. Oh, this nigga's a dick eater. Hey, bro, I don't want to talk to no stands. I'm not a stand. I don't want to talk to no stands, bro.
Listen to me.
That nigga over here writing letters to Dan Crawford. I know you got my last message. I even wrote the address perfectly.
Hey, Travel TV, you are a biased motherfucker, bro.
Listen to me. Hold on. Did you answer the question? Did you answer it right now?
Yo, Sheldon, how Crawford fighting Spence leftovers, but Spence not fighting Keith Thurman leftovers.
I don't understand.
Bro.
I'm asking you dumb bitch. I just said he did. I just said he did. This nigga is out of his mind. He want to hear what he want to hear. He's a fucking dick eater. That's the problem with it. The dick eater. The nigga always got dick in his mouth. He can't hear.
Weird niggas like me, yo bitch ass nigga never come back with this nigga stretched out on that motherfucking canvas. Stretch out, nigga. Bring your bitch ass on here too, nigga. When this nigga stretched out on that canvas.
Bring your bitch ass on here too, nigga. I love Crawford, nigga. I'll fuck Crawford right now if he was in my face.
You want to pop that shit?
Sheldon,
Pop that.
so to answer your question,
get his ass laid
okay,
up.
I don't know about
Pop
that
that
shit. Bro, I don't give a fuck if he get his ass beat. This ain't my motherfucking daddy, nigga.
Weird ass.
I don't give a fuck what happened to these niggas. Get his dad out of my. Hey, what's your profile picture?
Wait.
Bro, we talking about
Who's
your profile picture?
Niggas weird. This nigga's a corn.
Who's on your profile picture?
Bitch ass nigga out of here, bro.
Hold on, wait.
Answer that question. Who's your profile picture?
Wait a minute.
Bro, you acting like you run the show. H Money ain't gonna know what the
somebody
fuck.
leftovers, but the other nigga not
You
fighting
say you fucking faggot?
Get your bias ass
You
out of here.
fucking baloney smuggler?
Bias ass out of here.
You baloney smuggler?
Did he break his face first?
You fucking doodoo pusher?
Chavo, did he break his face first?
You shit smuggler?
I'm gonna tell you
You got a fucking baloney smuggler on the panel. This nigga smuggled baloney in his ass.
Chavo, did he break his face first?
So is this a roast session? Because I keep going. Okay, or you want me to answer this nigga?
Hey, we don't want to hear you, Earl-sexual. We don't want to hear you, bitch boy. We don't want to hear you, bitch made nigga.
I could answer your question, bro, but I'm over here cooking these niggas.
Weird ass nigga. We don't know you, bro. We don't know you, bitch. Get your goofy
bitch,
ass
you think
out
I give
here.
a fuck if you know me, nigga? That's the mob from anywhere I go, nigga. Nobody give a fuck who. Nigga, nobody know you. Who knows you?
Nobody give a fuck about your
Besides
girly
these
ass
niggas
voice,
on this
nigga.
panel, nigga. I live in real life.
Girly ass bitch boy voice, nigga. Nobody give a fuck about me. Get your whole
Hey, answer this. Who's on your profile picture, girl? Hey, sis, who on your profile picture?
Nigga, this the mob, nigga.
Who on your profile? Is that your man?
Nigga, this the mob, you whole ass.
Is this supposed to be Fine Nigga Friday?
Nobody want to hear your motherfucking lips, nigga. Mute your motherfucking mic, nigga.
Hey, you put that on your profile picture for Fine Nigga Friday?
You weird ass nigga. Get your lame
Is that on your profile picture for Fine Nigga Friday?
Who the fuck is you?
You fucking baloney smuggler?
Fucking ass, nigga. Niggas will slap your mark ass, nigga.
Niggas will slap your ass, nigga. What, you gonna do it through the phone, dumbass?
Bitch ass, nigga. Come to
Bro, I hate how
California.
niggas get gangster over the phone.
Pussy boy, come to LA.
Come to LA. Why would I do that?
Come to LA.
Why would
I pop it like a little bitch?
Why would I do that?
Come to Los Angeles.
Why would I just come to LA because you asked me?
Come to Los Angeles if you want to pop it like a little bitch, nigga.
Come to Los Angeles so you want to pop it like a little bitch. Nigga, you be popping it like a little bitch all the time. Watching Terrence Crawford fight, popping it in the living room and shit. Baloney smuggling ass nigga.
Goofy, bro. Bring your whole ass to LA. Hey, H. Bring this bitch ass nigga to California, my nigga. Bring this bitch ass nigga to California.
Bring this nigga to California. Yeah, H. Bring me to California.
Put this nigga in the dirt. Bring this bitch ass nigga to LA.
Damn nigga gonna kill me over Crawford. Damn, this nigga is a stand, bro. This nigga gonna kill me over Crawford.
Keep popping it.
They gonna keep going.
This nigga keep popping what? You fucking baloney smuggler?
Keep popping.
You baloney smuggler ass
Your
nigga.
bitch ass in the dirt, weird ass nigga. Shut your goofy ass up, nigga.
Come on, man.
Nobody want to hear that.
What's wrong with this guy?
He was fighting leftovers.
How old are you?
And it's a question if he was fighting leftovers after leftovers.
This bitch ass nigga bias historian.
Exactly.
This nigga weird.
This nigga trying to kill somebody over Crawford, bro, and got the whole thing wrong.
This nigga's
he got the whole thing wrong.
This nigga out of here.
All I'm saying is this.
Hey, look out, True. Didn't you hear me say he did fight Thurman's leftovers?
Leftovers, but Errol Spence not fighting Keith Thurman leftovers. This nigga biased, bro.
Hey, hold on. We can dispute that right now. Hey, look out, True. True. Didn't I just say he did fight his leftovers?
This nigga's a corn.
And I said it's difference between leftovers, right? And we all laughed about it. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
This nigga weird, bro.
Okay, somebody please.
Your dumb ass.
But are you doing this talking out your mouth?
No, you stupid bitch. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? You said no.
I didn't say. This nigga's a liar. I did not say I'm gonna kill you. Oh my god! Now y'all turning my words against me.
Hey, Sheldon, did he say yes or no, Sheldon? Did he say yes or no, Sheldon? What'd he say?
He said it was a difference between leftovers. The leftovers you save and keep in the refrigerator, and leftovers you just throw away.
Thank you. Look, now he looks stupid. Now he looks dumb. Oh, no, fuck that.
Ain't no fucking difference, you goofy nigga.
Exactly.
Fuck that. This nigga said he gonna kill me over Crawford, bro.
Weird ass nigga out of here, bro.
This nigga is crazy.
That's the way it goes. But here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. No one has to agree with me.
Damn, somebody gonna kill you over something. You better be on the Crawford side.
I do not think that Errol Spence has the skill to compete for 12 rounds with Terrence Crawford. I think Terrence Crawford
a robot, OG.
I think
What
he's too
skills do Errol
skilled.
Spence
I
got? The
think he
nigga's a
hits
robot.
too hard.
Nigga got an
I think
amateur
he's
style.
too crafty. And I think he's going to catch Errol anywhere between 9 and 11 rounds and stop him. That's my opinion.
Right, Big Bigelow. This nigga, we Aerosexuals, this nigga ready to murder over blood.
Ain't no 50-50
like,
fight.
God damn, my nigga.
Ain't no
Nigga say he
50-50
gonna
fight.
put me in the dirt.
Nigga got an amateur style. Nigga finna get knocked out.
I know he done wrote some letters to that nigga Crawford. Crawford, I know you got my last letter.
Hey,
I even
Sheldon.
wrote the address on it perfectly.
Niggas finna get stretched, boy.
Son, you from San Diego?
Dear Stan, I'm sorry. I've been busy lately. That nigga already killed himself and his baby mama.
Spence finna be on that canvas stretched out.
What you
That
say?
nigga posted. You know it's serious because he posted
said you
nigga
from
on his
San Diego?
profile picture for 5 nigga Friday.
Inviting niggas to his fucking genitals. Man.
Oh, okay. I'm watching this Padres
What's going on
game.
here, man? What's
the
the
Padres
fuck going
crazy.
on here, man?
Yeah.
Look
Hey,
at
Bobby,
that.
get rid of the Dodgers.
How do I have a bias if I said it's 50-50? Only niggas
Shut
up
the
here.
fuck up. Dodgers dropping butterflies and everything.
Everybody else up here saying it's a wipeout.
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. It's over, nigga.
Hey, where's that other whole ass nigga that said he gonna
Shut
cut me
your
when the
bitch
weigh-in
ass,
starts?
nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Shut your bitch ass
nigga
up.
say he gonna cook me when the
Shut
weigh-in
your
starts?
bitch ass up, nigga. Shut your
Where that
bitch
same
ass
nigga
up,
at?
nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
So is it you here, right? This you?
Nigga, shut your faggot ass up, nigga. Fuck you
Is
talking
this
about,
you?
nigga. Keep bumping your gums.
So
I don't know
somebody
why.
can cook me.
I don't know why niggas show this faggot ass.
That nigga
Still
said
this
Chris got killers
Shut
too.
your bitch ass up, nigga. You talk too much, nigga. Shut your bitch
Who
ass
this
up.
is this whole ass nigga? He got that
Somebody
Maryland
praise you,
DC
nigga. Stop
DMV
looking for somebody
accent.
praise you, nigga. You gonna get this work, bitch ass nigga. Shut your bitch
When,
ass
bro?
up.
It's been
So
hours,
now,
literally.
nigga. So now,
It's
nigga.
been
We gonna
hours. I'm
talk
about to
facts,
get
nigga.
off.
So,
I'm about to get off soon. I got life.
I'm glad
So
Joe
when
Punk
are we
ass.
gonna cook?
I'm
When
glad
are we
Joe
gonna
Punk
cook?
ass rolling out, nigga. I'm glad, nigga. Hey,
So we not gonna cook.
live will
Hey,
be
chat,
so
I
much,
told you the nigga
so
didn't
much
want none of
smoke.
this. Nigga need
Nigga,
to strip that MOB from his
use the
name.
bitch,
Like
nigga.
T.I.
Use
get
the
that
bitch.
chain off that
Real
bitch.
bitch.
Like
You
T.I.
said
get that
what?
chain off Nunu, strip that MOB off that nigga. He not official. He don't want no smoke. None.
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Just wait on
You
it.
don't know
We
what the
gonna
fuck
cook.
you talking
We
about,
gonna
nigga.
cook. Just wait
Nigga,
on it.
stay your
Just wait
ass
on
in
it.
Texas,
Just wait
nigga.
on it.
Stay
You
your
cannot
punk
drag
ass
talking
in
about just
Texas,
wait on
nigga.
it.
Stay your punk ass. This is what I'm saying to you. Stay your punk ass in Texas where they do that weird shit that you do, nigga. And stop saying nigga, bitch. Flat out, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Stop saying that shit, nigga.
What is this nigga to talk?
Nigga, you know
This
you
nigga
talking to,
crazy?
nigga. Yeah. Stop saying nigga,
Is this
bitch.
nigga crazy
Flat
out
out,
his
nigga. Stop
motherfucking
saying nigga,
mind?
bitch. Stop saying nigga, bitch. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. Watch your fucking mouth, bitch. Weird ass
This nigga
nigga.
crazy.
They don't get no pass from me, that shit, nigga. You been saying that shit. You put yourself
I don't
there
need
because
no
I'm saying
pass.
brother, bitch. Whole
I
ass
don't
nigga.
need a
You the
pass.
bitch.
I'm a
You
nigga. I don't need a
need a
what is
pass,
this nigga?
bitch.
Bro,
For me,
this
you need
nigga
a
is
pass,
crazy.
bitch. For me, you need a
This
pass,
nigga
bitch.
is out of
For
his
me, you need a
mind.
pass, bitch. I ain't one of them other niggas. You ain't there, yeah, nigga. Watch your
This
fucking mouth,
nigga
bitch.
is out of
Keep
his
that shit going,
mind.
you nigga. Say brother, my nigga. Sweet Amber, brother. You better watch your fucking mouth, bitch.
This nigga's out.
Nigga, you
Okay,
ain't
when we
like
gonna
that in
cook?
real life, nigga. Don't
When
get
are we
around
gonna
talking like
cook?
that, nigga. Shut your bitch
When
ass
are
up,
we
nigga.
gonna cook? Cause last time I had this nigga on
Nigga,
here
shut
crying,
your
talking about,
bitch
you know
ass
what?
up. You been
You know
talking
what?
about
I'm
nothing
sorry,
this
y'all.
entire
I'm
time,
sorry,
and
y'all.
niggas
I
just
just
let
ain't
you
been
talk
biting the hand
freely
since
when
my
you
man
talk about it,
died.
nigga. You
I
just
just ain't
talking,
been.
nigga. You don't know what the fuck you
Man, this
talking about,
nigga
nigga.
bringing up his trauma.
Nigga gonna
Nigga,
talk about nigga gonna say it's a
I'm not
difference.
so
How the fuck is it
motherfucking
different? It
doctor.
takes 6
This
to
ain't
plus
Dr.
months
Phil
for
bitch
organs
ass
on
little
the
boy.
fucking heal.
God, this
Goofy
dude is
nigga.
a
This ain't
next
Dr.
level
Phil
Goofy
bitch
troll.
ass
ass
nigga.
little
Y'all
boy.
wanna listen to this
I ain't
dumbass
your
nigga talk.
motherfucking
But man,
counselor,
niggas
nigga.
gotta have some standards
Fuck
for
you
these
and
niggas.
your
Yo,
mans.
this
I ain't
weird
your
ass
counselor,
faggot nigga.
nigga. Nigga
Nigga,
come up
shut
here
your
talking about,
bitch
I'm
ass up.
sorry.
I
I
don't
was
care how you
tripping,
do
dog.
the channel, nigga. You
My
weird
man
as
has
shit.
died. I just ain't know. I ain't know. You ain't know what? You
Listen,
couldn't start no. You was starting some shit with one of those female
listen.
shit, nigga.
Nigga, stop
That's
saying
what you
nigga,
thought.
bitch.
You
Stop
thought I had
saying
that
nigga.
shit for
You
your
don't got
ass,
no
nigga.
pass to say nigga, bro. Stop saying saying that shit. That's my first strike with you, nigga. That's my first strike with you. Because you quit yourself early and you stopped. You started saying, bro, that was my first strike with your bitch ass, nigga.
I say brother all the time.
No, so stay saying that. Don't say nigga, bitch.
This nigga is crazy, bro.
Bitch. Yeah, nigga, it's shit personal now, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up. You talking about booty and shit. Shut your faggot ass up, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, sitting here crying after I fired his ass last time. My man died, bro. My man died. I was just tripping. I was just tripping. You thought you was gonna get an apology, a handshake. I said, nigga, fuck you and your man. I dig his ass up and put him back.
You see other niggas, nigga, you ain't no boxer.
Put him back.
Nigga, you don't know shit about no boxing.
Put him back.
You don't know shit about shit, nigga.
I dig your man up and put him back.
Shut your weird ass up, nigga. This ain't no fucking
shit, nigga.
nigga.
I've been
This ain't no
asking you to cook.
nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Your bitch
Shut
ass
your
ain't
weird
want
ass up, nigga.
no problems.
Shut your bitch
You
ass
ain't
up,
want
nigga.
no problems. The whole chat, no, you ain't want no problems.
Anyway, nigga. Whole ass nigga, like I said, nigga. It take over 6 months for a fucking order to go in the fucking head. How the fuck y'all booking back in the ring? How the fuck you not gonna fight after 6 months?
Stop talking.
Weird ass nigga.
Can we get a
Y'all
weigh
niggas
in?
got pissed,
Can we get a
nigga.
weigh in?
And that's why
Can we
niggas
get a
don't want
weigh
to fight
in?
that nigga, bro, because the nigga really
Can
with
we
the
get a
shit.
weigh in?
Stop capping, you fucking dick riding
Can
ass
we get a
nigga.
weigh in?
Can you get a what?
Can we get a weigh in?
Can you get a what?
Can we get a weigh in? So we can start this smoke, bitch ass little boy. Cause you've been running for a minute. Your food already cold. I gotta start a whole new pot of roast, nigga. Oh, now you quiet every time. It's because last time, it's trauma for this nigga. Last time, his man died, all this other shit. Now, this time it's going to be, man, I just lost my motherfucking dad, bro. I don't know. I've been going through it. Nigga, shut your bitch ass up. We going to dig him up and hear all the shit. Yeah, nigga, I'm on it now, bitch. Yeah. Shut your baloney smuggling ass up, nigga.
I'm going to take my shit
baloney
again.
across the border in his
I'm going to
ass.
take my shit again.
Fucking doo-doo pusher.
Yo, what the fuck, bro? Come on, man.
This nigga CCD weird ass nigga, bro. I know I ain't goofy.
You niggas over here posting Crawford on your profile picture. Talking about stands. Nigga posting Crawford every Friday for 5 niggas Friday on Instagram. Shut your dick sucking ass up,
nigga. You can play that shit with them up
White
niggas,
letters
nigga. You ain't
to
playing no shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
No,
yeah, nigga, you ain't about no smoke, nigga. You ain't about no smoke. Niggas don't even know what the fuck you is, nigga. The whole time, nigga, you fake bitch, nigga, don't know shit about boxing. You came over this bitch with a full friend, bitch ass nigga, weird ass nigga, goofy ass nigga. You don't know shit about shit. Young dumb ass nigga.
You ain't got shit for me,
sound like you weird ass trying to come out the closet, bitch ass nigga.
That's the problem. You have nothing for me. It's weird ass nigga, bitch ass
nigga. I don't want to give you shit, bitch. You can't get a dollar. Nigga, you got nigga. That nigga can't get out. Watch this nigga. Nigga, you's a bitch. All you gonna get a smoke, bitch ass nigga. Watch your fucking mouth, nigga.
You ain't gave me no. I've been begging.
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up. You ain't talking about shit. Nigga, all you want to talk about is buttons and meat and shit. Nigga, you weird as shit.
I got the MOB on
you
my
weird as
name
shit.
because you ain't want to give me no smoke.
Like a whole girl in this bitch. Nigga, you weird, nigga.
That's the MOB off this nigga name like T.I.D. That bitch you knew.
Niggas and talking about dick and booty and shit, nigga. Weird as shit. Weird as shit, nigga. That ain't no smoke, nigga. That's faggy time, nigga. That's shit you talking about, nigga. Party getting down the fucking real, nigga. Weird ass nigga.
Dig your mans up, we gon' hit him up again.
Out of cage, you weird ass nigga.
Dig your mans up, we hit him up again.
Weird bitch ass nigga.
You don't want to get personal. Dig him up, we hit him up again.
All you do is bump your gums, nigga. All you do is bump your gums, nigga. You don't know shit about shit, nigga. Nigga, you a whole miserable soul, nigga. You came over here for some friends, nigga. You ain't got no friends, bitch. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Goofy ass nigga. Square ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga got a whole pit with a mask on. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Go find yourself, sucker ass nigga. Fuck, nigga. Stop letting
you ain't never put on no mask. That's why your man's died.
Weird ass
you
nigga.
ain't never put on no mask, bitch ass nigga.
Take that mask off.
That's why your man's died.
Came up, bitch. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool, nigga. And you dying inside slow, bitch ass nigga. Weird ass nigga. Can't live with yourself, nigga. Faggot ass nigga. Goofy ass nigga.
Your man's
died. You ain't gonna do shit about it.
Well, I'm gonna kill you inside slowly. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Grab some nuts. Even if they ain't your own, grab chance nuts. You ain't bigger than yours.
Your shit, you're throwing that
shit
ass nigga. That shit goofy as shit.
You got a whole lot of coochie in you.
Stop saying nigga.
It's a whole lot of coochie in you.
You're going around with me, bro.
It's a whole lot of coochie in you.
You won't even admit that you're a fucking Mexican, my nigga.
Because I'm not, dumbass.
Nigga on this bitch. You won't even admit what the type nigga you is.
This nigga's crazy.
Talking about booty and bologna meat, nigga. Like what the fucking type of shit you doing? You can't even be honest on the panel with a bunch of men, nigga. You's a whole bitch on here, nigga.
You a half a man on this bitch, nigga. Keep bumping your gums.
So what you
nigga.
do when your man's died? Did you put that
square,
mask
nigga.
on?
You don't get
Did
no
you
talk
put that
time.
mask
Shut
on?
your bitch ass up, nigga.
No, you
Shut your
didn't.
bitch ass up,
Cause
nigga.
you a square ass
Shut your
nigga.
bitch ass
Trying to
up.
fit in the
Shut your
circle,
bitch
bitch.
ass up. And let real niggas talk
You a
boxing,
square
nigga.
ass nigga trying to fit in the
Don't take
circle.
your bitch ass on, nigga. Go take your bitch ass on,
Shut
nigga.
your baloney smuggling
It's
ass
so much
up, nigga.
nigga out there.
Dig your
When they
mans up
welcome
so we
your
can hit him up
dusty bitch
again.
ass, nigga. Want to talk about booty meat and shit, nigga. Weird ass nigga. You
I
weird
ain't
as
talking
shit,
about
nigga.
booty meat. I talked about you
Nigga, you weird
smuggling
as shit.
meat in your
Nigga,
ass.
you weird as shit. Weird as shit. You weird as shit.
Oh my god, nigga.
Man, I gotta say it again, man. Earl Spence, man. He fought Kell Brook coming off an orbital bone break. It takes 6+ months for orbital
Shut your
bone to
bitch
heal.
ass up, nigga. You know how long it takes for your man to come back?
Legitimately
February,
8
nigga.
months after he
February,
got his
nigga.
face,
He
bro.
ain't never coming back.
And
He
those
ain't
are
never
facts.
coming back.
So he never
And your
fought
man
a
ain't never
punch.
coming back. That's a fact.
Niggas don't know what
And
the
you
fuck
ain't
they
do
be
shit
talking
about
about.
it.
Niggas don't know what they be talking about.
I'm talking about your dead ass friend, nigga.
Okay.
The one that can't breathe no more.
Okay, that's cool. That's
Okay,
cool.
yeah, I know it is, cause you a bitch.
That's
You ain't never
cool.
put that
That's
mask
cool,
on.
but you
I know it.
for sure.
Baloney smuggling ass nigga. Got
But you
nerve
for
to sit
sure
up here
not
and
no
talk about
stepper.
somebody
But
else,
you
nigga.
for sure not
Why
no
you got on
stepper.
the mask?
You for
Why
sure
you ain't put the
you for
mask
sure
on,
not no
bitch?
stepper, nigga. But
Cause
you
you
for
a
sure not no
pussy.
stepper. But you for
I
sure
ain't
not no
speaking on
stepper.
shit.
But you for
I
sure
ain't
not no
speaking on
stepper.
shit.
You
But
for
I
sure
know
ain't
you
making no
do.
noise.
I know
You
you
for sure
do.
ain't making no noise,
You
nigga.
be up here talking about
You for
killing
sure
it.
ain't making no
You
noise,
got a
nigga.
gun this.
It's the
You
only
beat
time,
bitches up. This,
is
that.
hearing your
But you
voice,
keep
nigga.
taking L's.
Nigga, you cry
All
like a
your
church
mans
mouse
keep
outside,
dying.
nigga. When you're on town,
The
nigga, you for
two
sure
and
cry
two
like
don't
a
go
church mouse,
together,
nigga.
nigga.
I guarantee it, nigga. I guarantee it. You's
Shut
a
your
whole
bitch
bitch
ass
when you
up,
wet,
nigga.
nigga.
Shut
Nigga,
the
you
fuck up.
probably in your mama basement right now eating off our food stamps and shit, bitch. I guarantee it, bitch ass nigga. You taking
Hell
all the
yeah.
milk in the refrigerator, bitch ass
Big
nigga.
DiGiorno
Eating all her stamps
pizza.
and shit. Nigga, you probably
Big Captain
still got
Crunch.
Diana's parents and shit, nigga. Dusty
Pizza
ass nigga, dope ass
rolls.
nigga. Straight bitch made,
But
nigga. You bitch made, nigga. You bitch
But
made,
guess
nigga.
what?
You bitch made, nigga.
Yo, nigga, yo.
Nigga's gay, bro. Trying to tell you, this nigga's gay,
Yo,
man.
what you gonna do
Fuck out
about
of here,
your
nigga.
man's getting clapped,
Go
son?
ahead, nigga. Gone, nigga.
You
Shoot,
talking
nigga.
about you don't
Shoot,
kill
nigga.
me
Get
over
on, nigga.
Crawford?
Get
Why you
on,
ain't kill
nigga.
the nigga that
Get
killed
your weird ass on, nigga.
your man's?
Get your weird ass on,
God
nigga.
damn, why you ain't kill that nigga?
This nigga weird.
Oh my god, man.
Again, like I said, man, Cal Brook had his orbital bone broke by Triple G in September. He fought Earl Spence, and I believe that was May or March. 8 months after September, he fought Earl Spence, and the orbital bone never truly healed. It takes 6+ months for that orbital bone to truly heal. We can't even
How
compare
long
that
do it
to
take your
Anthony
man to
Crawford.
start
He
breathing
fought
again?
that man after he was freshly healed, after all the orbital bones, all his bones had fully got time to recover. It's not even a comparison, my nigga. And I can
That nigga said
really get in
hide
the
the
bag,
baloney.
bro. I'm saving my shit, nigga. I'm saving my shit for real boxing. It's your ass
That
don't
nigga
know
said
shit. You
hide the
just a dick
baloney.
rider, nigga.
Hide the
You just
baloney,
riding the wave,
y'all.
nigga.
The
You just
smuggler's
riding the
here.
wave, young nigga. You just riding the wave, young nigga. You don't know what the
You
fuck
just
you
ride
want
the
to do, nigga.
baloney, young nigga. You
You don't know
an
what the
old
fuck
punk.
you want to be, nigga.
You an old punk. Ride the
But I'm
baloney, nigga.
I'm a pass the mic. I ain't gonna hold the mic. Y'all
Thank
can
you.
entertain that
Hey
retarded ass
man, hey,
bitch.
you know what? Hey, Chavo TV,
Hey,
man. Enough with the those homoerotic jokes, man. But with that being said, let's talk about the fights tomorrow, man. Please.
which one?
Yeah, cool.
Well,
Thanks, TBH. I know you've been wanting to speak. Go ahead and speak your piece, bro.
man, look, I'm gonna tell you something. The two female fights are more intriguing to me than the other fights on the
That's
moral.
a fact.
Yeah, they're better.
Because
They're better matches.
way better matches because we already know what the fuck Devin Haney. Look, I would put like 4 bets up this week, 3 of them boxing, right? And I'm hoping I can hit on one of them, but hey, if I don't, I don't. I'm not fucked up like that. But
With
I
people
believe
or
Devin
online?
Haney should sit on his punches. He should go and go for the knockout because he's gonna beat the shit out of oh boy. Wilder, it's just a matter of moment against a guy who's not good at all. In Hellenius, you know what I'm saying? It's more about which round he's gonna knock him out in. So these two female fights, though, we don't know who's gonna win. Now I'm picking
historian, you not finna cap because all you niggas was saying she'll gonna just beat the shit out of Marshall.
No. I know for the longest time when I first saw them guys. No, I'm speaking of me. I'm the first. Look, when I first saw them beef when Clarissa Shields went over to the UK, and much respect to her for doing that, right? When her and Savannah Marshall was yapping their gums and whatnot, right? So I think, man, Savannah Marshall, what really stood out to me is how tall and how much bigger she is, and even the past couple shoots of them doing the press conference. Look, both of these gals are skilled as hell, especially Clarissa Shields. But I'm gonna tell you something: that size, that power that Marshall has is no joke, and so is her long reach. Now, I think Clarissa's quicker. She has better reflexes, probably better boxer overall. But I'm kind of here's the thing: they both could take a punch to a degree, but I'm thinking, man, if she clips her one of those hooks, one of those right hands, I want to see how Clarissa Shields reacts to that, because that's going to be a deciding factor in that fight. Now, of course, we're dealing with 2 minute rules in the women's boxing, which should be 12 rounds since it's a title fight. But I don't understand why they're doing that, but that's going to be an issue. That fight's going to be a hard pick'em of how it's going to go down. As well as Micaiah Mayer versus Alicia Baumgartner. Now, here's the thing about the odds with the Alicia Baumgartner and Micaiah Mayer fight. I think Micaiah Mayer is a little bit more proven, but let's not deny the explosiveness, and the power of Alicia Baumgartner.
I like that explosivity.
I know. I you know what? That's why I don't correct myself. It sounds good, but
it's not good, man. Let's keep it.
but look. Here's what I say. Right, that fight's intriguing to me as well, because McKay Mayer can box her ass off, and these two females got some beef. That last little 1 minute clip is all I need to know of what kind of entertainment factor this fight's gonna be, because them two chicks hate each other, all right, and that's good, and we need some. They got more. They have more charisma than a lot of these so-called champions and men's that you have. I'm just gonna call it what it is. It makes me more intrigued for the fight.
It's ready.
Padres going to the pennant.
Ah, shit. Well, you know what? I'd rather it would be the Padres and the Dodgers, man. Fuck the Dodgers. And fuck the New York Yankees, and fuck the Astros.
Bro, I thought it was no way when Tatis went out. I thought it was done for us.
Shit, man. Well, whoever knocks out Astros, man, I'll send y'all a postcard or something. But Micaiah Mayer can box. She can move. She has better footwork, a good jab. She's not a power puncher, but she can sit under punches enough. Alicia Baumgartner is kind of like a force of nature. She's explosive, powerful, has no problem mixing it in. And sometimes Micaiah Mayer likes to mix it in as well. But I think it'd be more inclined for Baumgartner to force the fight. I believe that that fight is going to be the most intriguing of both fights, but they're both intriguing. And look, you don't know who's going to win that fight.
Over here. Huh? Okay, but I was moving stuff. I'm sorry.
Big Billy, man, fuck the Astros, man. That's my team's rivals, but yeah, but
oh my God, they're getting cooked in the fourth.
Yeah, they saw it.
But yeah, man, that's what I got, man. Here, but if you're asking me who I'm picking, it's gonna be close, but I think Savannah Marshall's gonna stop her late. Something about that matchup that I've been seeing. I might be wrong come Saturday, but Savannah Marshall's probably gonna stop that girl. And Micaiah Mayer versus Alicia Baumgartner. I'm liking the energy from Baumgartner. Now, press conference and all the other stuff is really for hype. but these chicks don't like each other. These ladies do not like each other. But something about Bumgarner, I'm a believer in of her talent level. Only thing is can Micaiah Mayer set her up with traps, and can her jab work, and can her footwork be good enough to set up offensive moments for her and openings for her, and can Bumgarner make adjustments when that happens? Because I believe it's going to happen, but can she make those adjustments? Because she's been blowing through certain women through her explosiveness and their power and their aggressiveness, which aggressiveness is a great thing, but it can be manipulated if you're fighting the right fighter with the right IQ in the ring, which I think Micaiah Mayer has that. But I think that if she brings the right energy and effectiveness and a little bit of skill, she can do it. But what can backfire with all this aggressiveness that she's showing to Micaiah Mayer is that it can play to Micaiah Mayer's advantage. So that's my guy, man. What y'all think about those two fights?
What y'all think about Devin Haney's weight cut?
You see how a nigga just try to change your whole race to fit a narrative? I'm a Mexican though. I'm Mexican though. My black ass is a Mexican. No, I'm about to get off because he don't want no smoke. I done gave him plenty of times. He said, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Never did it. I got a life, so I got to go, y'all. I just need to see how stupid this nigga is. I'm Mexican. Me. I'm a Mexican. What is Viva, whatever. Adios.
That nigga just wanted to cam up and show his face, weird ass. Get your ass out, nigga. Get your goofy ass out, nigga. That nigga weird. Let me make it worse, nigga. Your ass black talking about butts and baloney, nigga. That make it worse, nigga. You got a pass. You look like Eminem, nigga. Get your ass out.
I hope he find peace.
What you saying is a mental patient.
Hey, get no break for your boy, man. Something wrong with him, man.
I'm thinking about putting a parlay on Wilder, Haney, and then Clarissa.
Wow.
I mean, I think that's a safe bet.
Well, but here's the thing, though. Haney, you're not going to get much money unless you're dropping buco cash. You're not going to get much from Haney, man. He's like a minus 600 or something.
What's the over-under on the Haney fight?
He is minus 6, bro. You better go for the knockout, if anything, because he ain't going to get no money betting on Haney on a straight-up win unless you betting big-ass money. I'm just being real with you.
Bitch ass nigga, what we not gonna do is talk shit when I leave. I'll prove you wrong and you try to
Yeah. Hold on, nigga. Hold on. Where you at?
nigga.
So you are black, nigga. So you admit to being black. So when a nigga asks your punk ass earlier, bitch, nigga speak up, nigga speak up, nigga, like a man, bitch. Nigga ask you a question, bitch, speak up, nigga. Stop trolling, bitch. Weird ass nigga.
What the fuck is this nigga got mental problems.
Take your bitch ass, take your country bumpkin ass on, nigga.
This nigga got mental problems.
Take your dumb ass on, nigga.
Yeah, I came back on the Jackson on the bitch ass nigga.
You said you gotta go do something, nigga.
That nigga was glaring when I was going. He was like, oh my God, I can finally talk now. He was like, oh my God, I can finally talk now. I'm getting roasted. Shut your bitch
nigga, you ain't roasting shit, nigga. You just talk about nothing. You talk about all you want to talk about is baloney, nigga. You talk about baloney and butt, nigga. Like, nigga, you don't got nothing to talk about.
You
and all you want to talk about other niggas talking points because you don't know shit about boxing. You talk about everybody else talking points because you don't know shit about boxing.
Look at this nigga logo.
You don't know shit about shit.
Look at the nigga logo. All the gay niggas talking got a man as their logo.
And I got, see the difference between me, right? And the difference between me and you, right? I got actual facts.
But no. You started talking shit
nigga. I ain't just talking about, I ain't talking about my neck, my nigga.
Why you start talking when I leave?
Nigga, you can't, nigga, take your bitch ass on, nigga. Do like
You
I
was
told you
scared
the
of that
first
smoke.
time.
Look,
Nigga,
leave.
go ahead and
Please
roll out.
go.
Nigga, go
Please
ahead and dip.
go. Please go.
Nigga,
I'm
I
tired of getting on
understand.
your
I
ass.
understand times
Shut
is
your
hard,
bitch
nigga.
ass up,
I
nigga.
understand
I
times
don't
is
know why
hard,
they call
nigga.
you method.
And
Nigga
this
ain't
is
got
the
no
only
method.
time that people can
Nigga
hear your
got 2
voice.
words he
Hey, take
repeat.
your bitch ass home, nigga. Goofy ass nigga. This nigga weird as shit.
Nigga, you weird. You the nigga talking about how niggas back. Nigga ain't had shit to say when I was here.
Nigga,
As soon as I leave,
I'm
after I
done
prove a nigga
talking to
wrong,
your bitch
niggas,
ass.
and
Nigga,
then
you
hold
want
on,
to
who's
hold
the
the
extra
down,
nigga
nigga.
talking to?
Niggas want to talk
Now
about.
the nigga talking,
I
we can bring them
completely
at the
said,
same
nigga,
time.
I'm done
We can do
arguing with the
everybody.
goofy ass nigga. Cause the nigga weird as shit. You weird as shit. You not born. I look at the tip. You say, all right, I'm cammed up. Look, y'all, I'm black, by the way. You still a bitch. It don't
No,
change, nigga.
I'm proving your bitch ass wrong.
Right,
Cause
but you
you knew
still a
I
bitch.
was
It
black,
don't
bitch
change that
ass nigga.
nigga, you still
You
a
already
bitch.
knew that.
But you
The
still a
thing
bitch.
was, he ain't had shit
But
else to say.
you still
That's
a
how
bitch. You
stupid he
all right,
is. He ain't
look
had
at
shit else to
this.
say. He
Only
started
thing
making
that
shit up in
changed,
his
only
head.
thing that changed,
This
only thing
nigga
that changed
literally
is that you
changed
say
my
nigga.
race.
That's the only thing that's
This nigga
changed
changed
in the
my
homicide
race.
process. Okay, now you can say nigga, but you're still a bitch. You see how that works?
You
See
said
how my
it's
see
10
how my
p.m.
see how that
It's 10
changed for
p.m. in
me?
the
Don't
DMV.
shit
Yeah,
move
we
nothing
not that
change.
late over
You
here,
still
brother.
a
In
bitch
Texas,
ass
it
nigga.
ain't that late.
But you can say nigga now. Yeah. Yeah, bitch
What
ass
nigga? I
nigga.
was always gonna say nigga. What the
Yeah, you
fuck? Who
nigga.
you
No,
bitch
no,
ass
no,
think you
no,
is?
no,
Do we
no,
gotta
no,
dig your
no,
homie up and
no,
drag
no,
his ass
no,
back
no. I hear that. I
to
hear
show
that.
you it can happen
I
to you
hear that.
too?
I hear that. That's not even a joke nor a diss, because it
Cause you
don't
didn't
really.
give a fuck, right? You was lying when I
I
started cooking
generally
you
don't,
last
because
time.
you're not
That
stepping
nigga
to me
started
with none of
citing
that
mental
shit you
health
talking,
issues,
nigga.
cuz.
So
Nigga
when
was
niggas
like,
talk deaf, when you talk deaf
see, my
and you
brain ain't
talk to
been
me, I
right.
know you're
I've
not
been
doing
talking
it.
to AB.
I
He
know
been
you
trying to
was a
get
bitch.
my brain right.
You
And
saying that
I don't
only
know, I
just
still
that
been
there your
tripping.
homie did, but I'm like, well, you don't do any of that shit to work, so
Man,
you
you
just
don't
talk.
do
You know what I'm
any of
saying?
that.
There's a
The
lot of
nigga
words
even
coming
got,
out your
every time
mouth,
he
but it
say
don't mean
do
shit.
you, any of that
Goofy
shit,
ass
listen to
nigga.
the EU at the end. It stand for doo-doo.
Say,
The
say,
nigga's a
nigga.
bologna smuggler in this shit
Say.
somewhere.
Move around,
Yo,
nigga.
what
Say.
the?
Hey, say, move around, nigga. Nigga, country ass Bama, nigga.
Nigga, bro, about
Fuck
80
this shit,
niggas
nigga.
started hating on me as soon as I said I'm going for an EJ. What kind of dick sucking ass shit y'all want?
Nigga.
What kind of dick
You just
sucking
a
shit is
casual
that?
ass, dumbass
Bro,
fanboy,
wow.
nigga.
This shit
You
was
ain't talk
crazy.
shit about
I'm fighting the
boxing, nigga.
whole
You
panel
ain't
because
make
I said
sense,
I'm
nigga. You
going for
came in
EJ.
capping for Wilder,
Nigga,
nigga.
take the
You
dick
came
out your
in
ass.
capping for Wilder,
Ain't
talking
that
about he got
bologna in there
cheated.
already?
How the fuck you get cheated and you get a draw, nigga? How you get cheated
Ain't
and
you
you get knocked out
smuggling
twice,
bologna
nigga?
already?
How you get cheated? How you get cheated in the fight when you get a draw the first fight? They don't
Shut
know
your
nobody
bitch
but you.
ass up, bro.
Goofy
Nobody want to
ass
hear you
nigga.
explaining shit.
Goofy ass nigga.
Nobody
Shut
want to
your
hear you
bitch
start to
ass up,
explain.
nigga, because you don't
When
know
can
shit
we
about
cook?
shit.
When you gonna
You
cook me in a
nigga,
debate, nigga? When you cook me in a
check this out
debate?
though, bitch ass nigga. I don't
This
need
your
no
last
cosign,
time.
bitch. I don't need no
This the
cosign,
last
bitch.
time.
Bitch ass
When can
nigga.
I cook you in a
Hey,
debate?
we can get
Is it
real
ever gonna
disgusting,
happen, or
nigga.
will you
We can
lie
get
earlier?
real
Was you
disgusting, nigga.
capping?
Hey,
Was you
nigga. Only
capping
reason you
about a
came up
debate?
with your cosign said, hey, you gotta cam up now, bitch ass nigga.
Are
Stop
you
fucking your
capping on
mouth,
the
nigga.
debate?
Don't take your bitch ass on, nigga.
Are
Get
you
your life
capping on
together,
the
nigga. Leave
debate?
that smoke alone.
I'm
Whatever
gonna
the fuck
ask
you
you
put
this
in
a
your
couple
body,
more
stop,
times.
nigga. Leave that shit alone,
I'm gonna
nigga.
ask you this a couple more times. This is my first time again. Or were you capping on the debate? Can we debate? Twice.
Not right now, nigga.
Are you
Ain't no
capping
debate,
on the
nigga.
debate? When
Ain't
can
no
we
debate,
cook?
nigga. Ain't no debate, nigga.
Okay, so this
Ain't
nigga
no
was
debate,
lying
nigga.
for 5 hours straight. I'm gone.
Ain't no debate, nigga. You already got cooked, nigga.
This guy, man. The only thing I can't get around is them homosexual jokes and shit, man. That shit's weird as fuck to me. You know what I mean? So
just got out of nowhere. I don't know. I guess people like to hear it.
That's
I don't like to hear. I don't like to hear.
like Billo. Hey, Billo, that's your little brother, Billo.
Hey, bro, that shit had me crying. This nigga double
that nigga talk like you, Billo. That nigga talk like you. Once he cammed up and I started watching that nigga talk, I said, y'all niggas gotta be related, nigga. That kind of y'all niggas crazy as shit. And nigga said something. He said that Texas shit. He said, say, hey, and all that other shit. I said, yeah, this nigga from Texas. Yeah, so Billo vouch for that nigga. Hey, Billo, you gotta stop vouching for that nigga, man. Stop vouching for that nigga, man. Something wrong with y'all. Shorty ain't rap too tough. That nigga talk about baloney meat.
Well, hey man, let's move on from that shit. Method, what's your predictions for Wilder and Caleb Plant?
That's Marky Dan. I don't know. They kept saying that dude sounded like you, Marky. I'm like, that dude sound anything
that dude
like
sounds like
Dan.
me.
That's what they kept saying. I don't know what they're talking about. Whatever.
Well, I don't know that nigga. I don't know from nowhere.
I don't think we really got to touch on like the Wilder fight. I think everybody in there, I think everybody with the same mind.
How many rounds do you think it's gonna be?
I think that's more the dialogue. Under 5, about 3. If he hasn't gotten his mind right, about 8. You see what I'm saying? I think Caleb Plant should perform better with Breadman in his corner. I got Meyer, Clarissa Shields, Devin unanimous decision. I think the fight is going to be trash. I don't think Kambosos is going to do anything. I think he's just going to chill and just watch the fight. Don't give a damn about the co-main event or the undercard to that card. I think that's about all the fights. Yeah, and Antonio should win. He should beat that guy. Unanimous decision. Shit. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
You say you got Savannah Marshall tomorrow, right?
You lost your fucking mind, nigga. Hell no, Clarissa Shields.
No, you said you got Michaela Mayer.
Yeah. I got two boxers running. Yeah.
I think that lanky bitch is gonna get knocked out.
By who?
Who you think? By Bumgarner?
Y'all niggas living in dreamland, nigga, with Peter Pan or something, nigga. That shit ain't happening, nigga.
Man, listen, that girl gets hit too much. All she is, she's big and long. That's all she is.
Who?
And she a little strong.
Who?
Michaela Mayer.
Oh, she gonna get blitzcrank, bro.
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna tell you something. Clarissa Shields, man, that she gonna be in the fight this weekend, bro.
I don't think so.
No, I mean, I see so. I see so. Because really, she hasn't fought no. Look, it's not like the talent pool is deep in their division, but these are two very best women. That's why they're fighting for undisputed. Here's the problem, though. Both of these fighters have not faced the other fighter, that they're facing today, in the previous fight. So I believe that this is gonna be a good fight, man. But
I just think Clarissa is like, and I'll admit it, I don't really watch Savannah Marshall that much. I just think Clarissa is just a different type of talent, and tomorrow she's gonna prove it to the world.
Wait, did I?
And niggas are gonna stop doubting this girl forever.
Well, I never doubt her. I just think that this is a tough fight for her, bro.
No, but I mean, like I look at Clarissa like almost like how I look at Floyd, and I mean, we all agree that Floyd was beating everybody in his era. Like, name somebody, and we'd instantly say Floyd beat him. That's how I think of Clarissa.
I don't look at her as a Floyd. I look at her as a very talented boxer, very skilled. Lack of power.
He undisputed in 2 weights.
So fucking what?
About to be 3.
I agree with the story on that. So fucking what? Right. All right. So I think yesterday niggas was talking about records and shit. Right. So because women's boxing, right, and this is no slight to women's boxing. Women's boxing isn't men's boxing. It's not even women's UFC or women's It's that shit about it. Women MMA just in general.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. It's not even women's kickboxing. I mean,
right. It lacks athletes. It lacks talent. It's damn near only 2 handful of women in women boxing that are elite, and they're damn near all spread out. You see what I'm saying? Some at like the flyweight, lightweight, and then when they fight, sometimes I think we've only gotten that fight once with Serrano, Katie Taylor. That's 2 of the girls down. Then they now be getting Clarissa fighting a supposed to be good champion, Savannah Marshall. We don't know. She only has 10 fights, but we're speaking on her as if she's a great. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, women's boxing is just
like it
lacks. It lacks a lot of shit.
Okay, but Method, if you go through 3 fucking weight divisions and beat everybody, I mean, like, bruh. And not only that, she outclassed these girls. It's not like she was going in there getting into fights.
Why
she
do you
made
think?
it clear who the fuck was the better fighter.
Well, I'm gonna use another example, right?
Okay.
Many fighters below lightweight don't always get in the Hall of Fame. Now, some of them deserving for sure. You know, shit. I think Chop will get in there. I mean, should Estrada get in there? He gave him a hell of a fight. You know, they're gonna fight again. He probably give him another hell of a fight. You think they're gonna put Estrada in there? It's been guys in history. It's some of them don't get that same recognition. And that kind of applies to women in boxing. It's because the competition is entirely different. I think it's changing in time. You know, I think somebody said in the chat yesterday, if we had a 30 Clarissas, 30 Serranos, 30 Katie Taylor, it'd be a different sport. I mean, it just would be a different, I don't even call it, it'd be a different sport. Women's boxing would be off the chain. You get what I'm saying? But it doesn't have that. We only have one Clarissa. We only have one Katie Taylor, and we still got questions between who's better between Serrano and Katie Taylor.
I don't think that's necessarily fair, though, because, I mean, women's boxing has just started coming on the map. Let's just rewind it to even before Pacquiao was on the scene. When Nonito was trying to get into professional boxing and getting someone to put them on the damn fight, what did they say to you? That Filipinos can't crack an egg?
Yeah, they wouldn't let me. They won't let me in because, you know, they didn't think that Filipino can fight.
So, I mean, if we have come from generations of where we are in boxing, and slowly there has been more respect to, you know, different races, and now, you know, the opposite sex, which is female boxing. So you can't be like, oh well, there's not a lot of them. I mean, if there was such a big thing in boxing, there would have been no reason for Holly Holmes to go over to the UFC, but there wasn't. There has to be a gateway. And now that the fact that, you know, these women are putting on amazing fights, headlining their own fights now, it's getting more popular, and people are seeing like, oh, so you mean after the amateurs, I don't just have to quit because there isn't an opportunity for me?
Or go to MMA and you know, and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, MMA put like...
No, but before boxing, they would go to the MMA circuit because
they got more respect.
Yeah, they had more respect there and all that stuff. But now that the bigger thing with boxing, you know, everybody is seeing them.
That's a good analogy or a good you know, parallel, because, you know, look, at the end of the day, you know, as far as you know, the women's it is about respect. Don't get it twisted. It is about giving someone a chance, because, you know, when we look at the parallel, when we look at the counterparts to like the MMA's women fighting, you know, or kickboxing, Muay Thai, a lot of times those women are getting a lot more respect, and they're getting a lot more how should I say, more opportunities to not only make money but also showcase the world-class talent they have in their particular sports. In comparison to boxing, it hasn't garnered the same attention or the same amount of respect or the same amount of opportunities, you know. And I guess when you start to open it up and let these ladies show what they can do, you know, it definitely can. It definitely is showing its fruits, you know. Because I mean, to be honest,
I agree.
Right, you know, since 2018, when they started to really highlight the beef that this is just for me, right? Because it's like there's not so much women's boxing that's even showcased to see what they can do. Now, I'll admit, because the talent pool isn't as deep, we're not going to see as many quality of matches, right? But showing the Senicia Estrada versus Marlene Esparza, their little issue and beef and whatnot, and showcasing that fight got me to look at it. And then seeing, of course, you have Serrano, you have Clarissa Shields getting a lot of hype over the years. Of course, Savannah Marshall overseas, Katie Taylor, you know, Micaiah Mayer's getting hype, and Alicia Baumgartner's emerging. There's so many, you know, opportunities and stars to be made. And, you know, like, look, you know, me being a fan of Amanda Serrano, even with that, I still thought, man, Serrano and Taylor, this fight being hyped up, it has to live to the hype. And them ladies, and unfortunately for a fight like that, they should have made it either a 12-round fight or added the 3-minute rounds like they do in the professional men.
100%.
So
yeah, but they wouldn't sanction it, which is bullshit. If I'm asking,
I mean, you're looking at these women at a very, very top elite, just incredible fighters who got bigger balls than a lot of the guys. What I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like it has to be placed upon those who can make it happen.
But I think also, like, when you're in the infancy, when you're in the amateurs and things like that, we all look at where are we going, where are we headed, and when you don't see a crop of women getting the respect that they deserve, you quit when you're 18, right? If you don't make it to Olympics, you're just like, fuck this. Why am I working so goddamn hard to make $2,000 on a 10-round fight? And so them getting the bigger paycheck, not bigger, but bigger paychecks than before, and being showcased. Now they have someone to look up to. Now they're seeing that women are getting recognized, and they're not just going to spend 8 to 10 years of their adolescence building a skill that they can never show off.
Shit, man, $2,000. That's a lot of fucking money. When I came in, they paid me $400, sometimes $60 a round. Yeah, no, not for 10 rounders. I'm saying, like, when I came in,
in the first couple fights.
Yeah, my first couple fights.
Again, Filipinos, they didn't want him to.
I was the.
Were you fighting in the Philippines?
Huh?
Or over here? Were you fighting in the Philippines or America?
No, I fought here. They the most I got here was $100 a round. So
damn.
Sometimes
you were fighting in a high school gym or in a club.
4 rounds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They had you fighting in a high school gym, the Civic Center.
Exactly.
Usually
they'll call me in about maybe a couple of days before the fight. I mean, I was in a special one who Olympians and stuff. Although I was the alternate, going into the fight, going into it, but I wasn't the Olympian, and that's pretty much what it was, and I proved myself knocking these guys out.
Wow.
And this is why I fight everybody, because that's how I was built.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, see, I mean, like, it's crazy to think, because nowadays, like, if you fight in a local card, I mean, look, of course, if things probably a little different in other countries, especially in the Far East or, and whatnot. But as far as over here in the States, you would think that 800, 900, 1,000 would be the least you would get for even your first or second or third fight, in the professionals. But I mean, $200, $300, like,
Well, that's only if he hit those rounds, though. That's why he didn't want to knock people out so early, because then if it's $100 a round, he only making $100 if he gets it first round knockout, right? So it was like,
I mean, there's deals that you get $100 a round, but even though if it's 4 rounds or if you knock him out in the first round, you still get the $400 because it's a 4-round fight.
Right.
Times I want to be.
What are you saying? What are you singing, Marky? Shit.
Oh, Rod Wave. I don't know. I just listen to that nigga all day.
Oh man, I feel it. But yeah, I mean, these female fighters. I was just thinking about it just this week. Something that you just touched on, Nito. Yeah, I mean, these women are bringing it more so than the men. They're giving us the fights we want more so than these men are. And they're not asking for a big price. I mean, of course, the talent pool is a little shorter. There isn't as much, for people to go off of. But at the same time, I mean, you got to give credit to where credit is due. And, there needs to be a little bit of, look, me, I'm not the type of dude to just say, oh, I prefer women to do sports, right? But of course, I'm always going to respect a fighter who wants to do what they need to do. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that, you know, they're coming out and they're showing out, especially the top female fighters are doing what they got to do, and they're talking legacy talk, undisputed talk, on the best talk, while trying to fight the best. You got to reward them, because they're giving us something that we're asking, you know, these I'm gonna just call it what it is. I mean, you're from a different generation of boxing. I'm just talking about the guys that came around the last 6-7 years in a prominence, the vast majority of them. I mean, Devin Haney's an exception, Usyk's an exception and whatnot. But these these arrogant, pompous, you know, I demand $5-7 million per fight, but only fight once every 3 years. They're getting what they want. They're demanding what they want. But these women are doing way more than these guys doing in the span of 2 years versus 6 years. We're waiting 6-7 years for fights to happen. And, you know, they're not, like I said, I mean, talent pool might be different. Prestige might be different. But I'm rewarding somebody based off of performance and based off of what they're giving me as a viewing audience. You know what I'm saying? I think, instead of giving these purses, these a little, $1 or $2 million or $600,000 purses to these guys, not trying to get into nobody's pockets, but I'm just saying, you reward performance, you reward people who wanting to fight and want to fight consistently. They need to give up a little bit more money to them women. You know,
but I mean, like, look at that Showtime fight with so you got to build up, right? Yeah, Cajas versus Martinez, and then the other guy, who was it, Montiel versus Adames, and then you got a bullshit fight as the main card.
Yeah.
And yet we're over here going, oh well, women's boxing, okay, well those guys should have fought 2 minutes. How about that? Because
Right.
I put it on mute. I even
Talk your shit, Rachel.
There are so many. I mean, you want to talk about, like, we do have a great pool of, let's look at it, 5 to 10 people per division in the men's division. After that, like, and that's even pushing it per division, okay? And then you put guys that shouldn't be on freaking the head of Showtime, the main card in Showtime, getting paid to be there, all this hype and all this story and all this BS, and I'm freaking falling asleep on my couch because the first 2 fights were so much better than that fight. So they should have run 2 rounds, because then at least I would have gotten off my couch a lot sooner.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree wholeheartedly. You know, I mean, and that's why, and that's why, Showtime, and I've been hearing for like at least good 2 years that Showtime is ready to give up on boxing. And obviously, we just heard what Adrian Broner said, you know what I'm saying? Like, because they're putting on mediocre cards. So, look, I mean,
not only that, man, Floyd Mayweather fighting on the zone, like, that shit was like, bruh, I did not expect that.
Hey, you know what? That really is a big, middle finger to, to Showtime and to, the people that work with Showtime, Espinosa and Al Heyman. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, but historian, it's an exhibition, so I don't think he's contracted for anything other than actual boxing matches. And if you have to look at the contracts that are in place. So it's PBC, right? And they have their dates, and then Jake Paul is, has his. It's not even just one fight; it's a contract that they have to actually budget for. Could they afford a Mayweather fight at that point? And under contract and obligation, he doesn't have to obligate himself to a professional boxing match. So, I mean, I hear you, but I mean, at the same time, like, are they in the position to even fund something like that at this point?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I think the money, what I've been sensing is that the money, I've actually noticed that probably a couple of years, like, the high purse demands, and of course, guys have broken it down more so, especially, certain guys have been in the business. But I, as someone that watches it and just see it for what it is over the past couple of years, the money, it's not going to be the same large expected purses that these guys are thinking about, a couple years down the line, because it's not like people are not going to have that invested interest because guys are not fighting the best guys. Like, I mean, just like the card that's coming out this week, look in both cards, really. I mean, much respect to Devin Haney for what he's doing. I think that they shouldn't put that on as a pay-per-view card because I don't think there's not going to be too many people that's going to buy it. Off of pay-per-view. And as far as Deontay Wilder versus Robert Helenius, nobody's gonna.
I think Wilder can get a solid 200K.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he got a solid fan base that will show up just to see him get a knockout.
Yeah, we're in Alabama.
I really think so.
I'm not sure, right?
No, but like I think of Wilder the same way like Tank. Tank can fight anybody, and he still have a solid number like around 200K. Because he got that fan base.
Yeah, I think he has a good.
Does Tank have that fan base though, or is it?
I think he does. He got people like Method who will buy whatever the fuck he puts out.
See, they always lying on me, man. They make up. They're
Baltimore niggas, man.
You've never heard me say I buy the only fight that I bought.
That is a lie.
In the last 15 years, I went to the Earl Mikey fight in the movie theater.
Bro, you a lying ass nigga.
I bought Bud versus Porter, and I bought Floyd versus Conor. That's it. Everything else.
So you didn't buy no. Bro, I swear to God, you told me you bought Rolly versus Tank.
All right, man, I lied. Goddamn. Shit, nigga. Hey, that's free TV to call it my name. Shit, nigga.
Hey, if that's your man, it's cool, bro.
I'm a fan of the sport first. Like, I'm a fan of the sport first. I don't knock the fight. I knew Tank was going to knock him out. I think Rolly can be tough for certain guys. I mean, the way he did Yiga, it makes an intriguing fight for other guys. But I don't think he can fight with a Tank at all. You get what I'm saying? But he did hold his own early on, but that was about it.
But so the last fight, so Tank versus Rolly, like they released the number of actual buys, or just the fact that the seats were sold out.
They did not. Like, I don't think there was an official number out there. It was numbers ranging from 275 to 400,000. So we really don't know what it was.
On TV, but not rings, like not tickets.
I think all I know is they said they broke the live gate record for boxing matches at the Barclays Center. That's all I know.
Live gate record means people that came through the door. I want to know what the profit margin was compared to the tickets that were given.
Okay, I'll look that up for you.
I mean, you don't have to. No, it's not that important.
No, just for the sake of it.
Because there were so many stars, right? Like you looked at that crowd, and yeah, there were people that showed up, and I'm just wondering if it was
packed.
Yeah.
I wonder how many tickets they gave away.
That's what I'm saying. Like those celebrities, they're not paying for tickets. I'm sorry, they don't.
No.
And they filled up pretty much all of the ringside, and all of the ringside is the most expensive.
They said about 275.
275 what?
1,000 people. Views.
Not views. I want
no views who bought.
I want to know tickets. That's where the celebrities went. How many tickets did they sell?
That's a good question, but because I think that they probably sold.
Let's open the books. I'm just kidding.
But there's always an estimated number, but then there's never an official one. And I don't know. I'm gonna just go off of what I'm thinking. It probably did something. They probably had maybe a good 8,000 people that bought tickets, but I don't think it was as big as they put out there because they probably saw the numbers.
But my point, TBH, was I think Wilder has that fan base, and I think they'll come out to see him fight. I think they'll buy. I think they'll sell out that place.
Where's the fight at?
The Barclays Center. How many times you already fought there?
I think maybe.
If Andy Ruiz did good numbers in his last fight, Wilder should do good numbers as far as like seats.
How many?
Yeah, no, he's gonna do good. He's gonna do because he's fairly known because going back to 2018, that's why they should have got that damn fight with him and Joshua because that would have, if anything, I think that was the biggest misfight of this whole era, just because you have two big ass heavyweights from two sides from two different sides of the pond, fighting for undisputed. That should have fucking happened. And that would have
imagine if they had fought for undisputed at that time.
Oh, that would have brought boxing all the way fucking back.
I'm just saying, like, think about
even if they just
think about how it is today.
Yeah, because that was a missed opportunity.
I mean, I think everything happened for a reason, right? So, I mean, if we look at the situation right now, how quote unquote Showtime is having this issue where it's hypothetically or conspiracy with the narrative going around is that they're going out of business, right? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, on YouTube, everyone just hates PBC and Showtime. You see what I'm saying? Is that a bad thing? Will all these fighters just go to Top Rank and then we have a Royal Rumble? You get what I'm saying? So a whole bunch of tournaments where we get the fights we want to see. I mean, it's.
I don't want to. Here's the thing. Let me answer that method. Look, as much as I praise what's going on in MMA as far as people wanting the so-called smoke, guys wanting to fight from legacy, and what UFC in particular, which is the biggest of them all. The problem is I don't want to see a monopoly. All right, because I know what a monopoly can do. A monopoly, what I've seen the last, going back, I remember back in the gym, man. One of the coaches said, man, look, monopoly is not a good thing because at the end of the day, where a fight is gonna go, if one guy is eating up all the bread and you're just getting little smaller crumbs, fighting on other promotions, and that's one thing I don't want to see boxing go to. As much as all this free for all, this wild west stupid shit is going on, it's good to have at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 guys at that level. Like if Showtime, if Showtime and HBO, ESPN, and maybe someone outside the country that's international is doing good, then there's more bread to be spread for everyone, in all levels, whether you be the highest level, whether you're a mid-carder, mid-tier guy trying to get up to the higher levels, or even if you're a guy that's like a gatekeeper. So to me, I just don't think, I just wish that if it would have happened, then there's an option for Showtime, then there's an option for everybody, and then there's more money to be made, and there could have been a sequel, could have been a trilogy, could have been a rubber match.
Well, let's say, well, the positive, and this is a perception of my idea, right? With a monopoly, let's say a Top Rank did get majority of, let's say Showtime, PBC, they decided to just sell everybody on the fighters to Top Rank, but and Top Rank becomes a monopoly, right? Why not turn boxing into a tournament style? You get what I'm saying? And you just put the brackets up like a March Madness. You see what I'm saying? And you have it seasonal. You get what I'm saying? And you get paid by winning. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you're talking about something more so like a salary base. You have to remember these guys are independent contractors. So you put everybody into the same thing and you're like, fuck you, you ain't paying me $100 a round. I'm like, where are you gonna go, bro? You have nowhere to go. You want to go fight in Mexico for $10 a round? Go ahead, be my guest. So that's the problem if one person holds all the people, because we're not salaried. It has to be, fight by fight, contract by contract, and each fighter has their own different minimums. And you don't know your quote unquote worth because everybody's going to hide money from you. So when you start to be, when you have that free agency period and you can actually go around and find the better deal for you. One will do three fights a year. One will do 2 fights a year, but higher minimums. Like, you have to be able to figure out what is your worth in this market. If it's a monopoly, you have nowhere to go.
Is that a bad thing? I mean, let's say if transparency was there. I mean, when we look at Dana White, we see that these guys aren't getting paid. They're getting a substantial amount of money to those that live in poverty is something, right? But for those guys, they got to pay the trainers and all the other the taxes and all the other stuff. But in boxing, it's like there are guys who just can't even get fights. So wouldn't a monopoly with at least the tournaments where they can just enlist to a tournament fight, and I mean it works your way into being a champ. I mean, it keeps the belts revolving. You know, like they have 4 tournaments going on, and everybody just has to fight. And the further you go up, it's $1 million, and it's like they can raise the incentives, and you understand what I'm saying? But there's no tax.
How do I negotiate my purse into that tournament?
Well,
considering that I wouldn't have anywhere else to go.
Well,
if I don't take it, then I'm not in the tournament.
Well, now here's what I'll say, right? Because just to the point y'all getting at now, as far as MMA as a whole, you know, just in parallel to what's going on in boxing. I mean, right now, the cool thing is about the UFC, they make the most money, or at least as far as we know, they make the most money. But they pay their fighters a shit. But when you go into like Bellator or PFL or 1FC, they're actually paying their fighters a whole lot more than the UFC is, and that's just based off of what fighters have actually said verbally. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I think that in a lot of times their stuff, they had like 1FC, PFL, they have tournament systems. You know what I'm saying? And the higher you go, the more money you're going to make. As far as boxing is concerned, the tournament system that they have, like if there is any like a tournament system out there, I haven't seen one since the Super 6 days. It's really not much, really. In you know, if there's a monopoly in boxing, I think the only way it would work is if there was one governing body of the whole sport, and they segregated everything to, okay, the champions make this much, this, and then everybody else is going to make this amount. So to the best purse that you can get is to be a champion. You understand? To me, that's the only way it can work, because as far as the promoters are concerned, I don't know how they would try to manipulate that for their own means, you know.
My only twist to it is similar to like how football and basketball, like after you become champion, you're no longer that champion. I mean, you're a reigning champ, but you still gotta get back into the tournament. You know, you play the season. But with boxing, I think it should just be like it's always a tournament going. You win a WBA tournament, you become a champion, and then you can go back into that tournament and fight a new round robin of guys. You see what I'm saying? And just
you want the Bellator system.
No, the PFL system. Marky
no, but that Bellator, they don't have they don't have Grand Prix for every division, and then the champion has to fight in those Grand Prix.
Oh, you're talking well. That makes sense, you know, because that's what they're doing right now. But I think what Method is saying is that what Method is pretty much doing is talking about more of something what PFL is doing. Yeah, you won the 2002 so-called lightweight or bantamweight title, but if you don't,
I wouldn't say it's a good idea. But I'm saying more so if a fighter wants to be more active. Right, we have these 4 sanctioned bodies, 5, including the IBO. So it's like all these sanctioned bodies can get involved, right? And it's so many different sanctions, it's so many different weight classes, and it can also bring fighters globally across, right? So, like say, all right, we got guys that want to get in this IBO tournament. You see what I'm saying? Now, how much money would be the problem? You get what I'm saying? As I know the WBC, they have a bigger backing. You get what I'm saying? It's more people invested to the WBC. You see what I'm saying? So but I mean, it would invite more guys who want to get involved. Like, all right, WBC's holding this tournament. It's going to start in February. By let's say it probably could end by like June. But then in July they started holding another one up. Now, if you want to jump back in there in July and June, that's your choice. You see what I'm saying? If you want to be a champion again and again, you see what I'm saying? It changes. I think it revolutionizes boxing, where guys who we see that just can't even get fights, they're getting in these fights. And at the same time, they get to compete because they want to compete. And the only problem is just then it's like, well, the wealth. You see what I'm saying? You want to get wealth, you know. But I do think boxing does, as everyone says, needs a union or when you even enlist in these things, it's like you're getting they should put money to where as though when you want to retire. Let's say because you're not supposed to box. I'm not saying you're not supposed
like a
pension
to box. System.
Yeah,
like what the NFL and the NBA have.
Just from even fighting in our tournaments and appreciation.
You guys keep talking about like systems that have salaries. We're not salaried. So if we're salaried, that'll be a whole different issue. And you're talking about teams that if they're injured, then someone else can step in, and you lose your money. You lose the fight, you're done.
Right.
So how does that affect the boxer?
Well, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, so that's when all the sanctioning bodies play in effect. So let's say you lose in the WBC tournament. I mean, this is an idea. You know, I doubt this will ever happen. I'm just, when you look at it from the way I'm looking at it, let's say you lose in the WBC tournament, but you see that WBA tournament's coming. Oh, let me jump into the WBA, or let me jump into the IBO tournament, and it keeps you active. And then I have no control over the guy losing. You get what I'm saying? Like, I have no control over that. You know, you win sometimes, you win sometimes you lose some. But I think the goal is just to stay active. Guys getting paid. I think, again, maybe the starting price. I mean, again, prize fighters do deserve to get paid. So probably the first rounds, 250. I think it's possible, but again, boxing's purses is not salary. So it's an idea.
No, it's not I mean, anything works. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and that's the reason why, look, boxing fans probably can make better ideas than the actual promoters, but because the promoters at the end of the day right now, let's just be honest, you know, in league, Bob Arum's doing a great job. He's the only one doing a good job because he's the only one that knows what the hell he's doing. But outside of him, a lot of these guys are just living in the Stone Ages as far as the business side of boxing, or how to accumulate the masses into their product. They're not really with the times, and they're very ignorant and very stubborn to what's going on in today's time. And these old cheap tricks are just not going to be able to. They're not enough to draw in the fans and whatnot. And I think that with the idea of having that type of system would work, but these corrupt sanctioning bodies are not going to do it. They let people juice up. You know, they let people go up and hold belts for like 5 years without defending them. And I'm being, hyperbole when I say that, but that's what it seemed like. So it's going to be hard for them to do that if someone has reality. It's reality. I mean, everything's corrupt. It's just that boxing just seems to be the most corrupt, to the point where they lose all sense of reality and sensibility. You understand? But
boxing is a reflection of society, though. I think it's I lost what I was ready to say. Shit. Damn. I don't know. It's a lot of different lanes, but something got to change, because again, if guys aren't, Keith Thurman is a perfect example, right? Gone for a very long time, nobody gets opportunity. The welterweight division right now, both ready to be out for a very extended time, and it's all because of I can't really pinpoint a name.
Listen, if them two, if they are not fighting each other, they need to be mandated to fight Boots Ennis. Or excuse me, Earl Spence needs to be mandated to fight Boots Ennis.
Bro, it's getting ridiculous that the motherfuckers holding.
Either drop that belt and move up, or fight fight Boots Ennis.
Even Canelo, listen, and although he's hurt, he openly came out, I'm gone for a year. You get what I'm saying? It's like, well, it's a sanctioning bodies, right? And there's a damn near 20 persons to each list. Some guys are apparently in each list, some, but they're fighting for a reason, right? They want to get paid. They want to be a champion. They all have their goals and their ambitions and their aspirations, so it's, well, if I'm just because I'm this mega diva, right? And I think that's the true heart of boxing over the years, that it became about the diva. De La Hoya, Leonard, Mike Tyson to a degree, but he wasn't. He was the bad boy of boxing. You get what I'm saying? So Mike Tyson was the bad boy of boxing, but Leonard, De La Hoya, Floyd, and Canelo were like the divas of boxing. And they were bigger than boxing to a degree. So if they didn't want to give you a shot, they didn't have to. I mean, Oscar didn't truly have that in his nature, but Canelo and Floyd and Leonard, they were very high strung on that. And that's kind of to the core of boxing, and one of the flaws too. And the sanctioning bodies had no problem with it, and promoters. You know, Floyd being his own promoter. You know.
Well, I mean, what they could do with Canelo, if he's going to be out for that long, you know, they did it to Obali when Obali had COVID in October, and Nonito was supposed to fight Rodriguez. Nonito ended up having COVID, then goodbye Rodriguez. They didn't take Ubali's belt. They put him on champion in recess, and then you know, they allowed Nonito and him to fight because that was the original fight to begin with. And then so he kept his belt, and then we took it. But they could do a champion recess because you can't just have a belt sit there, and that's the best position for anyone who wants to challenge Canelo is to get that you know, the I don't know what you call it, but the champion and then the champion recess, and when he comes back, they have to fight off.
Right. Yeah, there has to be, like you said, it has to be a reset because, you know, I mean, Canelo, I mean, look, he just defended his belt against his 4 belts, or I don't know, maybe just the WBC title against Triple G, but then, okay, you're going to be out for a whole year. So if you're out for a whole year, then that means those belts are just going to sit on the damn they're just gonna sit on the shelf collecting dust, collecting cobwebs, while there's cats out here, you know, hungry looking for the opportunity. And it's like, okay, if you're gonna be out for a year, then you're gonna have to either drop those belts or, you know, look, whoever else is, you know, maybe like Benavidez, or hell, I wouldn't even be, you know, against David Morrell at that point, just because shit, you gotta fight somebody, you gotta give somebody a shot. So I don't know. Boxing's in such a silly conundrum. It's just not even. It kind of defies logic to a degree, because it's like, if I look at their other combat sport counterparts, you don't get to sit on your belts and just sit there and not defend them. You know what I'm saying? If you sit there and you don't defend them, then you get stripped, and that's what should happen. But for whatever reason, these sanctioning bodies, I don't know how they think it looks good on their part or in their organization to allow champions to sit on your belts. It doesn't make sense.
Well, I think most of the time, though, they have to, like, the number one they have to push it. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say that they forget, but I mean, we're looking at how many weight divisions and how, you know, and both male and female, that I don't believe that any of these sanctioning bodies have like a ticker on their calendar that says, hey, this guy's supposed to be defending his belt at this point and he's not. So what are we going to do with him? There are managers that will pursue a really good positioning when they see that, and, you know, write a legal letter to invoke their right to fight for the title, considering X, right? Like I said, injury or sickness, whatever. But it's you have to be proactive. Like you just have to ask for what you want, right? And hope that when it comes down to that, especially if you're in the number one position, now you have paper trails that's telling the organization, hey, this is in your bylaws, so I'm demanding my mandatory position be put into place for a title shot because it's been this much long. You know, you just have to be aggressive, because you can't leave your career into anyone else's hands.
No, that's true. I mean, you have to be vocal, and I think the more successful people in boxing today, if they're not hiding behind a particular promoter that they know is going to speak for them, you know, like the Church Boy out in Texas, you know, then, you know, you have to speak up. You have to be vocal. You know, you have to do what you need to do so that, you know, the guy that you feel is dunking, like in the case of, let's say, Boots Ennis or Virgil Ortiz, then, you know, you got to push for that, you know. And, you know, like you were just explaining just a day ago, like when the fight didn't get done and the fight got stopped, or the whole car got canceled, you demanded, you know, that purse to be paid to, I don't know if it was you or one of your fighters, but that's what you got to do, you know, at the end of the day, because look, otherwise, boxing, they get over on people, and we've been seeing it for how many decades, for almost, pretty much for a whole century. So definitely got to demand what you want, so I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, you just can't sit on the sidelines, like I said. Like, I mean, I think like with what happened with Nonito and Ubali, and then what ended up happening eventually, right? I mean, we got straight to that shot with Ubali like we were the first time, even though Gaballo had won the number one position, and ended up becoming our mandatory later. Could he have tried to invoke his mandatory at that point? I don't think he could have, but it's us being proactive and not just sitting and being like, oh, well, so we had a contract with Ubali. Let's just wait here for a while and see if anyone's going to give it to us. Just vocalizing it and saying, just putting it like, hey, so we didn't forget what position we were in. We want that position back, and following up on it, because I just don't feel like everyone has shit in their lives that they have to do, and I don't believe that any fighter is at the top of any promoter's mind or any manager's mind. You are you will be paid attention to if you are the noisiest wheel.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's a business, and you guys know more than we do how cutthroat boxing can be. So you got to be almost as cutthroat as far as demanding what you're worth. Demanding what you're worth compared to the average person in their particular field. So for sure.
So going back to the girls' fight this weekend, can someone teach Michaela Mayer how to kick? Because that really irked me.
That was funny.
Apparently, Alicia's getting underneath her skin. Like every single time, she's not taking it lightly at all.
What's funny about that? I've been noticing that, and it's I hear why that they both have a beef with each other, and it's kind of, I mean, it's verbal, and don't get it twisted. People can get emotional about little things, but it's like, the reason why they have a beef is it's almost like the reasoning doesn't explain
What's the beef? Okay, what's the beef? I need to understand this.
Well, okay, I guess it was some. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Somebody probably knows more than I do. But the little bit of what I saw was that I think that they were just jawing back and forth. And I guess one of them believed that the other one didn't want the fight or was being too demanding about what they wanted before the fight, and that I think that was from Michaela Mayer's standpoint. I didn't see Alicia Baumgartner why she has an issue, but that's the most I got. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything recent, but I'm only going off of maybe an interview she did, maybe on here on YouTube, maybe a couple months ago.
I don't know if that's even the stuff that I've seen Alicia try to pull off and stuff, and getting under Michaela's skin just seems way more personal than that.
Oh well, what does she call her? A horse face
Karen. Are there memes right now about horse face Karen? Like
that'd be. I don't know, but that
damn, she said that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my goodness!
I haven't seen that face to face.
Oh, it's a face to face. Beautiful. It was
Mark, man, go on Top Rank, bro. They got that on top rank, whether it be on Instagram or Twitter. That 1 little minute, that shit is funny because obviously they both have issues, and it's funny because Alicia Baumgartner just smiling at this chick. And she's sitting up here saying, "Oh, you man, what are you smiling for?" Like, well, she's like, "What? What you smiling for?" Because it's over. Because
yeah. You literally could just put horse face Karen into Google and it'll come up.
Oh my god!
Let me see this shit.
Really? You can?
Yeah, put up horse face Karen.
Oh,
hey, that girl is gonna be a star. You niggas wait.
Hey man, I like Baumgartner, man. She horse face Karen.
Horse face Karen. You lied to me.
What?
I ain't seeing it.
I have it on mine.
Wait, so
you probably been looking up. You probably been looking up the fight all day. That's probably why.
Oh no! It actually pops the Alicia Baumgartner. That does pop up. It's the 22nd. It's 20 seconds on YouTube. Oh, this shit's funny. I mean, yeah, man. No, they was like, man, why you being racist?
That's some nasty shit to say to somebody.
No, but it was funny.
I know it was funny. Like, what are you smiling for, bitch? Because you're a bitch. Hey, this is so. Hey, that jaw jacking. I ain't gonna lie. I watched that like 50 times, man, because that shit was so funny. You know, them chicks going back and forth. That's why, man. I want to see what the hell happens in that ring. Are they gonna actually just say fuck boxing and we're just gonna do this like a street fight? Because that's exactly how.
I know Michaela Mara is coming with that type of energy. I know she's coming with that style.
I just feel like if someone called me that, I would start busting up laughing and be like, oh, that was good. That was good. That was pretty funny. I wouldn't be able to hold a straight face.
She's like,
Wait,
man.
so she called her a horse face Karen, and that's when she tried to get in her face?
No, Michaela said, why are you being racist? That was separate from the weigh-ins when Michaela tried to kick her.
No, she said, why are you being racist, bitch? Why are you being racist, bitch?
Yeah, and then they pulled her off.
Oh man, that shit was funny. She tried to kick. Hey, that shit was funny. She tried to kick her, man.
Yeah, I don't get it. And she sucks at kicking, so do not have her in UFC, please.
Oh no, she break a leg.
Right?
She tried to kick one of them girls. She checked that. She gonna break her shit, man.
Why you wishing bad on her? TBH.
I said that she better not. I'm wishing her that she stay in her style and discipline, which is boxing. She get up in there and MMA.
But if she want to go do that, she could go do that, man. Why you wishing bad on her?
Bro,
you too, Rachel.
I'm not.
You're supposed to send her words of encouragement. What y'all talking about?
Okay, I encourage her if she would like to kick, then she can contact me and I will teach her how to properly kick because that was no kick. That was not even a soccer ball kick. So
let me go see this shit.
Technique wise, like that's just not what it is. It just looked funky. And her legs are long enough that she doesn't have a lot of that much muscle in her legs that if she kicks and someone decides to drop a knee on it, it looks like it might break.
Oh yeah.
So they just been fighting every time they see each other?
Oh, they look like they want to.
No. I think every single time that they've gone face to face, there's always been something where they've never been able to finish a face to face where they're not pulling them off of each other.
Oh no, you know what? Okay. I remember there was a face-off where they were both like, you know, where you stand in the press conference, you just look at each other, then you look to the crowd, and take pictures, right? And I guess Alicia Baumgartner said something to her. See, I don't even know what the hell she said, but she said something very smug, and her face was kind of smug. What's her name? Micaiah Mayer. She said like a two-liner. And she was looking in the crowd smiling, and then Alicia Baumgartner said another thing, and then Micaiah Mayer just started talking shit to her, started getting up in there, trying to get up in her face and shit. So I'm gonna say this: whoever's winning the mental game, that's Baumgartner for sure. Because every time either she's smiling or talking shit to the chick, she getting under that girl's skin, and it's funny as hell, man. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like that. Why is it? But I mean, unless it's just a joke to you because you've never had like a personal experience with this person, then you're just like, okay, you're talking shit for no reason, for whatever. Okay. But she really gets that, like that fire starter thing into Michaela where every single time Michaela reacts. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like,
it's funny. Look, I'll just say this. It's entertaining.
No, it is for sure.
It's entertaining as hell, and that last one, you horse face Karen. You think I'm taking it lightly, you bitch? You horse face Karen.
Like I feel like she's never been in like a shit talk argument before, because like I mean like you have to know if you ask her that, she's gonna say something back that's smart, and you're gonna have to respond. It's like you didn't know that was gonna come, or something dirty was gonna come. It wasn't gonna be like a compliment coming at you when you asking her why she's smiling. It's not like she was gonna say, "Oh well, just because I got my teeth whitened yesterday." It ain't gonna be like that.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say this. Her energy, right? Micaiah Mayer, her energy, and I'm just looking at some of the stuff on Instagram. I think that's a good observation, because when I look at that and look how her response to it, like her initial response, I think you're not taking it serious or something like that, and it's like, okay, she called you a horse face Karen, say something back. You know, why you being racist? Okay, so what? Hell, I would encourage you to say something racist back to her. To be honest, just to get back at her. You gonna sit up here and take that? Like, I think her energy. I think she's gonna be so mad. Whatever game plan that comes out, she's gonna just try to slug with this girl, and it's not gonna work. Because what would make sense for her? There's the reason why I'm picking Bumgarner. What makes sense for her? She's 5'9". And she most likely has a 66 or 67 inch reach, which is pretty long for that weight class for them females. It would be in her best interest to try to use some footwork. She has better footwork than Bumgarner. And I would say
I'll say this about Michaela Mayer though.
Yeah.
She has much better combinations. Bumgarner, she only throw one punch at a time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what she should stick to the game plan. But I
got better feet than Michaela Mayer.
I wouldn't say
I
better
think so.
feet.
Well, I only seen one highlight of Bumgarner, so I can't say that. But
Bumgarner has explosive first step. Michaela Mayer has better lateral footwork. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if it's so much lateral. She just has to put her freaking right leg to either side, and she has like such a freaking gap and not a gap, but a distancing off of just her height, her legs, right? So it looks like she has that much lateral movement, but literally she's so damn tall. She doesn't really have to move that much.
Yeah, she doesn't, and I think that if she could let her emotions get to her, she could walk into something from a Bumgarner she ain't never felt before. That's why I'm kind of surprised that the betting odds is plus 300 for Bumgarner.
Oh, it went up?
From what I remember, okay, what I bet, I don't know if it went up. Okay. Let me look at my bet real quick. Let me see something.
No, the last time we talked a couple days ago, it was like plus 260.
Was it?
Yeah. And there was like plus 400. Plus 400 by knockout. But then Michaela was plus 600 on a knockout.
Was she plus 600?
On a knockout for Michaela.
Okay.
So both of them were under for knockouts.
I might put some on a Bumgarner knockout.
I mean, just because the odds are good, I'm like, I mean, it's not like, it's a 1090 fight.
Oh, let me see a go drop the vid.
Come on, let me log in. God damn
My boy Goat is undefeated on these bets.
Well, I could access something, give me some real betting odds, but that's only for like games. I don't know about if they do it for the fights. But let's see. Okay, Alicia Bumgarner. Okay, let's see what it looks like, because when I bet it looked like it was like, okay, I think it might have been 285. Let's check though.
Then it went up because it was 260.
Was it?
Yeah. Usually after the weigh-ins, the odds will either go up or down. Depending on how they look like at weigh-ins, it could change.
Okay, so she's a plus 220 against Michaela Mayer.
She went down. So what they're saying is that after the weigh-ins, Alicia looked better than they thought she would.
I'm glad I got the amount that I did the other day, because
I didn't do it.
Oh, you didn't?
No, Nino's looking at me like,
Oh no. Okay, now look at this. Now I'm on Bovada. Now I don't know how it is on Sports Draft or them other ones, but so Micaiah Mayer is a plus 1,000 for a stoppage, TKO, KO, or disqualification. Bumgarner is a plus 500 for a knockout.
So hers came. Oh, okay. Hers went up because she used to be plus 400. And you're saying she's plus 500 now?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's interesting. 1,000. So they must not think that Micaiah Mayer has much power.
No.
It's plus 10,000 odds on a first round knockout by Micaiah Mayer.
No one gonna get first round knockout.
So if I put $1, you tell me if I put $1
on that.
You know what? Hey,
What's fourth round? What's fourth or fifth?
Four,
4, 5, 6.
Okay,
on a knockout.
The fourth round is 66,000. Fifth round 66,000. My bad, 6,600. Well, 6,600. My bad. Excuse me.
Oh, I got all fucking excited. I was like, I'll put $1.
Exactly. If you put $1, it's $100 you get back.
For real.
He said 66,000. I got all excited. I was like, hold on, I'll be back.
Shit, 6,000. Let's see, 6,600. Yeah, all the way to the sixth round, then 5,000 to seventh, 8,000, 60. Oh shit! So they bumped it up.
So it's like so that means under 6 rounds.
Under 6 rounds, the biggest money. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. That's probably where you should go. Is
so for $1 you get 66 back if you win.
Yeah, should put $10 on that shit. That's $600 if you score on that motherfucker.
All right, they talking that good shit.
I'm gonna text my dad and see what William Hill's bets are. Hill betting on.
Let's see. McCann Mayer. I don't know. I mean, I would. The money would be on Bumgarner for a knockout, but if McCann Mayer put hands on her, you can get accumulation stoppage by accumulation. So,
And TKO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I'm gonna say this. I have a feeling that fight won't go the distance.
Me too.
Well, Alicia said it a bunch of times that like her whole plot was to get underneath her skin. Like that's what I want. That's what I want.
Well, shit. Mission accomplished on that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, McCann Mary does have dog in her, but it's one thing to have dog in her. As far as shit talking, it's like, I mean,
that's what I was trying to tell you, man. She's big, she's tall, she's lanky. Girls have never talked shit to her in her life. Them girls been too scared of her. And this girl, Bumgarner, she ain't scared of her.
Now, Bumgarner.
Fuck you mean, horse face, Karen ass looking bitch.
Hey, no, man.
Okay, Marky Dan, what was your comeback have
She
been?
got her ass.
What
you
would
say?
your comeback have been, Marky Dan?
To what? The horse face Karen?
Yeah.
Man, I had to say some racist shit, to be honest.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'd say,
look,
I don't know, man. Bumgarner is fine as fuck. I don't know what to say.
I mean, what am I gonna say? I mean, you big, I mean, you white teeth having cute looking.
What are you hitting on her? They'll be like, "Are you hitting on me?" Oh my
shit,
god.
The only thing I could say is you fucking
Coke bottle shaped having ass.
Shit. Yeah, I mean, you fine, loud mouth bitch. That's, I mean, what the hell am I gonna say? I mean, McCann Mayer, I mean, you could talk a little. I mean, she ain't bad. She ain't bad on the eyes. I mean, but that horse face Karen shit, I mean, she can't let that down. You gotta come back with something. Man. Shit.
Well, that's why she said it was racist, because she didn't have a comeback. Like that bought her a bit of time, I guess, or out. But she didn't know what to say. She was not ready for that.
That's what I'm saying. She's never been in that situation. All them girls are scared of her.
Oh yeah, she in the ring with the right one that ain't. And
exactly.
And see, I don't look. It's like this, right? Post conference shit can mean something, and it can't mean nothing. Because I remember George Foreman before he fought Joe Frazier, and of course, he would have every reason to be. Even though George Foreman, we look at him now, that motherfucker powerful as hell, putting holes in heavy bags. But he did say that he was kind of nervous going into the fight with Joe Frazier. Like I said, there's a reason why, because Joe Frazier was tough and he was a devastating puncher with that left hook. But look what happened in the fight. Look at him happen in both fights. I mean, he made Joe Frazier change his whole style in the second fight. He made him into a counter puncher. You know what I'm saying? So it can mean.
Foreman was just a terrible matchup for Frazier.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Foreman was just too strong, and he was pushing him backward, and it was making Frazier reset, and that gave Foreman time to get in with that right.
And Frazier, he was used to slipping punches from guys that were boxers. He wasn't used to no clubbers like that, especially not no one like that. You know what I'm saying? Like him, he was trying to.
It wasn't even that. It's just that because Joe Frazier was in a lot of slugfests with big, strong dudes. It's just that Foreman, that nigga was something different.
Yeah, shit, man.
It's not a lot of dudes who could do that to Joe Frazier.
Hell no. Well, I mean, look, Foreman was chopping wood. That dude. That's that down south shit, man. We got them down south motherfuckers, man. Have that country boy strength, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little different. So,
and they said George Foreman was in them street fighting rings.
Yeah, he was. He was beating the shit out of people, man. That was a mean joker.
Yeah, they say he was a wicked dude.
I can imagine.
Hey,
what'd you say?
You learned the boxing today, George Foreman.
Your mic is like breaking up.
You're breaking up, Smoke.
Okay.
You say you learned to box somewhere. I heard that.
Smoke? What? Okay. You sound like my son's freaking DJ deck right now.
What's going on, people? What's going on, man? Look, boxing is live and fucking well. I don't want to hear no people complaining about Spence and Crawford. I'm tired of people complaining about Spence and Crawford not happening. F all that. We got two female champions fighting. Or actually two different fights for females champion. They putting on for the boxing world. They're helping boxing right now.
Yes, sir.
And also, of course, Devin the Dream Haney, the undisputed.
Oh, that's Nate.
The youngest undisputed champ right now. You gotta tip your hat off to that gentleman. He's putting boxing on his back as well, because at his age, a lot of these guys are fighting tomato cans. At 23, he's taking risks after risks. You got Alicia Baumgartner, Michaela Mayer, Clarissa Shields, Savannah Marshall. They putting boxing on their back. Deontay Wilder, Robert Helenius, Caleb Plant, and Andre Darrell. They putting boxing in a great light right now. A lot of UFC fans are watching these fights. A lot of UFC fans are watching this fight. A lot of people are going to be watching all these fights. So we got to tip our hat off to these people who are putting boxing on their back, especially with what happened with Conor Ben. So I'm just saying,
hey, man, you know what? Salute to Top Rank and Bob Arum, because they're the only ones that know what the fuck they're doing. And look at what they're producing right now. You're producing
Hey, do you think, like, based on your statement, what happens when Bob dies?
His son takes over, right?
His daughter's husband. His daughter's husband. His daughter's husband.
His son-in-law takes over.
Yeah, but do you think that it's gonna be like you know what I'm saying? Like, cause like Bob's such a character. Like Bob's this.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
Do you feel like he will be able to carry on the legacy the way that Bob has?
No, man. It's just one of those things. When a person is gone, they're gone. You're not gonna have another Bob Arum.
Man, y'all tripping. I think Bob gonna outlive everybody on this panel. Bob is going. Look, Bob is.
I wouldn't be shocked. Oh,
he's gonna outlive every one of us.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I'm telling you, I think Bob gonna live to at least one.
Hey, TBH.
111. I think he'll be 111. Then he'll go.
No, Nate. Let's just put it this way.
Mookie Betts almost had it.
I think we're looking at a hologram at this point.
Shit.
You know why you made me laugh so much? Because I just saw Manny Pacquiao had he was promoting his fight, and he was in the hologram.
There you go.
I think Bob is gonna live long enough to see Eddie Hearn walk out of town with a shoelace holding up his pants, holes in his shoes.
Hey, Eddie Hearn gonna be the new Bob Arum. Watch, as he get older, he gonna be just like Bob.
Yeah,
just like him. I already see it.
Yeah, I know, but this weekend, Nate, you're right. Like we lost, or maybe I guess I say we never had it. We never had Spence and Crawford, right? But this is like an amazing boxing weekend.
it is.
Yeah, that's why
it's almost like college football, man. We got it all day, day. We got it.
And wait, which fights come out first?
Yeah,
they start at noon, right?
The women fight first, then
fight first. Yeah.
Haney and Wilder, their cards start around the same time.
It starts at noon, right?
Haney starts later though. His fight, Haney.
No, I'm talking about Clarissa.
Oh yeah, they start like 2:00. Yeah.
2 in the East
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like college football. You got a noon game, then you got a little mid-afternoon game, then you got the prime time night game.
But
yeah, that's how.
Got it.
Is that 2 in the East Coast or where?
They got yes.
2 in the East Coast, 2, 11, 10. Okay.
So Wilder they're in New York. The girls they're in the UK, and Haney's in Australia. What's the time difference actually? That's interesting. Haney's gonna be when Haney fights. It's probably gonna be in the afternoon. But for us, it's gonna be late night. And Wilder is gonna be around. Well, it depends on everybody. It depends on everybody on this panel's time zone. I know I'm in the East Coast, so.
I think mostly everyone here is, well, besides me and Smoke, we're on the West.
Okay,
everyone
so.
towards the East.
Okay. Y'all 3 hours before. I think it's before.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, boxing needs more of this. We need like multiple cards going in one day. I know people say that's bad for business because you don't want competition, but we need that. We need that. Imagine every weekend we got, or almost every other weekend, we got multiple cards all over the world and their primetime fights. I mean, that helps the sport so much. We don't get enough of that. Every time we had this, I mean, you had other fans from other sports get involved. Like, hey, who's fighting? What is all these? They get involved. They talk about it. And like, okay, well, I'll tune in. I never watched boxing, but I'll tune in. This is what we need. We need more of this. I've seen fans who don't even care about boxing that much, but they're like, oh, okay, I'll watch the girls fight. I don't even care about women fighting, but I'll watch it. So.
Yeah. No, that's true. And a lot of it has to do with ESPN, the marketing engine that they have over there.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, they have the strongest marketing engine. Honestly, look, they're backed by Disney, folks. Disney. Who can beat Disney marketing? Who names somebody that can beat Disney's marketing?
Warner Brothers.
I don't know, man. Disney done ruined some shit, but
yeah. Well, yeah, no. If you're talking about Marvel Comics and Star Wars, yeah, they ruined that shit. But as far as ESPN, if they don't touch let ESPN just use their network to promote their sports, and it's fine, But I mean, you got a point. Who can really challenge them? As far as ESPN.
Yeah, I also want to shift gears. What do y'all think about Devin Haney's how he looked at the weigh-in, man? I'm a little worried.
He looked dry, like a fish out of water.
Good God, man! I don't know. Usually when you see fighters like that, they either they something, their performance usually gets hindered. Usually, it's very. So I don't know.
He might have like a Crawford like Beltran performance. It can go down that lane. I don't think Kambosos is going to do shit. I really think he gonna sit back and enjoy the fight his damn self. Like he seemed more. The boy starstruck, you know. He got all these people coming there to see him in the arena. At the weigh-in, he just I don't know. He don't come off like a guy that really takes the sport seriously sometimes.
Who, Kambosos?
Yes.
I mean, like, what is he gonna do that's gonna be different from before? He, you know, the way that he normally fights is he punches. He's a puncher. So, I mean, he's front-legged. So every single time his weight is on his front foot, over his front foot, Haney's just gonna pop him every single time. And he was able, Haney was able to distance him out and range him every single time that he decided to come forward to disrupt his momentum. So what is he gonna do? Create angles and try to Devin's angles as well. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what can you do, right, as a boxer, and what's your natural ability, and what could you change within the amount of times from the last fight to this fight, June to October, that will enhance your chances in winning this fight. He's not a better boxer than Devin, so there goes that one. Do you want to out punch him? I mean, you're gonna have to break all those defensive techniques to get through the barrier for the red line. And Devin doesn't sit on his front foot. He leans back every single time and creates the distance again. He's mastered that.
I think he has the best jab in the sport, personally.
Yeah, I don't know about y'all. I'm still, I'm a little worried about Devin Haney. I don't know. I don't like how he looked. I really don't.
Well, you know what, Nate? You know what he could do? If he's feeling dry, just drink 20 gallons of water. He'd be fine.
But that shit can bloat you, though. You don't want to be too bloated.
Fuck 20 gallons of water, man. That's too much.
He wild. 20 gallons. Yeah, he needs to move up. He needs to say, screw that Lomachenko fight. Or, honestly, he's in the driver's seat. He should force Loma to move up to 140 with him. Like, he's in the driver's seat. Lomachenko. Huh?
I don't think there's too much money in that. I don't know. I think it come down again which lane he want to take. Do he want to take the money lane? Do he want to take the legacy lane? Yeah, he's in the driver's seat. You know, he just beat Kambosos tomorrow evening. He can. I think if they want to push it, they can push for one more weight cut. Fight Loma, or just go on up. But when you move up, it's a waiting line. It's a line. It's a line of them.
Wasn't there a question about Haney's promotional contract before the first fight?
He got one more fight with Top Rank.
Yeah, one more fight.
One more fight after this?
Yeah.
Who would they put in?
They want Lomachenko.
Comey. We'll probably fight Comey.
What happened to Lomachenko?
If it's his last fight, they're gonna put him in with someone they think that could beat him.
Wait, who's
they want Lomachenko. They said it.
So then they believe that Lomachenko could beat Devin, because if it's your last fight, they pretty much feel like you're 1 foot out the door already.
If that's the case, it could be Teofimo.
Nah,
maybe. I'm being optimistic. Come on now.
They don't think Teo can beat that boy, man.
I need to see that fight, man. I gotta see it. I don't care if it's belts on the line or not. It could be just bragging rights. I need to see that fight.
They can fight when they in a sparring match or a doghouse fight any other day. But right now, I think it's bigger fights to be made.
Hey, put it like this.
Yeah, there are bigger fights to be made. But the point is that when you're in a negotiational contract and you haven't signed, as of this point, you have not signed an extension on your promotional, and they're like, okay, well, we already put Kambosos and you have one more with us. They're going to put him in a fight that they feel like that person that's staying with Top Rank that has the longer contract is going to take it from you. So who is that? Not whatever weight, but this weight and the next weight above. Who is that person that they feel is going to?
Lomachenko.
That's what they're doing.
Now, and depending on Haney's performance in this fight, is if he struggles with Kambosos and we can tell it's the weight, then I like Loma's chances if they fight next. And if Loma looks great in his next fight, the odds is going to be very interesting, very interesting. But as of right now, I definitely would pick Devin Haney from what I see. But like I said, if he just struggles, and it's the weight, it's clearly the weight, then he got to make weight again. He's got to make weight again sometime next year.
Unless he wants to move up, though. What if he moves up? Who's the biggest threat in Top Rank?
Well, like I said, 140 is probably, it could be Josh Taylor, it could be Jose Ramirez, because those are all much bigger guys.
He's not fighting Josh Taylor. They said they're not going to fight Josh Taylor.
Well, I just got news and word that Josh Taylor has actually dropped Ben Davison. He's dropped Ben Davison. That's not his coach no more. So I think there's no more roadblocks for that fight. No more roadblocks.
Was Davison blocking it?
Huh?
Was Davison blocking it?
Yeah, because Haney worked with Ben Davison. That was like his strategy. Strategy. But now there's nothing blocking that fight. And also, let's not forget, I don't think Haney's going to leave Top Rank after his last fight. All the fights he needs for his legacy are mostly at Top Rank. Top Rank got most of the best 140 pounders in the world.
I think they used to. I can't say right now. Regis and Zepeda, they fight Thanksgiving weekend. Regis beats Zepeda, and Josh Taylor's like on the brim of falling the fuck out at 140. So 140 is very kind of like turn on over to a new generation.
I mean, I think what I would do if I was Haney after I beat Kambosos and they were saying I have to, no questions asked, I have to fight Lomachenko at 135, and let's pretend or let's assume that he is weight drained at 135, then I would renegotiate my contract then, like that, and extend it, but renegotiate it in the terms that I want. Because the last thing you want to do, like I said, is be in a position where your contract ended and now you have a loss. I'm just saying. I would buy insurance on the back end of the next down his throat. Well, whoever it is, I'd buy insurance on the back end.
Now, that's smart. That's smart. You, as a fighter, a lot of them don't look into that insurance part to protect themselves. So
I don't think Top Rank got a lot of guys floating around.
The Dodgers got a game-tying run at third.
Oh, really?
Did you stop the goddamn box and talk about some goddamn Dodgers?
Man, this is a good game. This is a classic, nigga.
Hey, if it ain't the Baltimore Orioles, I don't give a damn, man. Fuck the Dodgers. Fuck the Astros. Fuck all that.
Is better than the Orioles, though. But
I'm a Padres fan, nigga.
Yeah. If it ain't the Orioles, yeah, fuck it.
Who was that said that Top Rank don't got like what they say, 40 pounders?
I don't think they have, like, for Devin, right? It's damn near like just Loma, right? That I think skill for skill, or isn't green per se. I can't think of too many guys at 140 besides Pedraza, Comey. You see what I'm saying? And I think Dev could beat them guys. It kind of just points at Loma.
You think Devin Haney could sweep 140?
And Josh Taylor.
I mean, on top, if he wanted to go to 140 and be undisputed, then it's like I'm looking at the Matiases, I'm looking at the Richardson Hitchinsons, Regis Progres, Polos. It's a whole bunch of guys that's like damn near.
Progres under Probellum. The Top Rank doesn't do business with Probellum.
Oh, so I get what you're saying. You feel like on the other side they got more of the competition. Matias.
It's more of like this. Like all the fighters are just all around at 140.
That Russian guy who fought Barrios. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think it's even to me because Top Rank got Teofimo. That's the biggest name at 140 right now.
But he ain't did shit. He fought a guy named Campo and he was like ranked number 60 something, and then he fighting for Pedraza, and we still don't know if he's mentally back. Well, not even back. I mean, he's an okay kid, right? He's an okay kid. He got a lot of charisma, but then there's a lot of arrogance, and his team could be dumb as shit when it comes down to really getting in there with guys when it matters, right? When it mattered one time, they showed up, and the next time it's just they became blind to money. So then it's like when you make it a money fight, there's no belts on the line, and it's just money fight. They don't show up. That's been their pattern so far. They didn't show up after that one opportunity.
So I got a question. Do you think Top Rank's 140 pounders can beat the other 140 pounders?
I don't. I mean, we were just talking about like Josh Taylor, like a younger Josh Taylor for sure. I think for Josh Taylor would run the gauntlet, but Jose Ramirez, he's been found out. Zepeda, he's slowly getting older. You can see it, but it's hard to beat him because he can hit. But we seen Hank Lundy give him problems, So some days he show up, some days he don't. From what I've seen with Puello, he's game. Matias is always game. Regis is still a dog. There's a couple other guys, but I haven't really. Gary Antoine is tough. You see what I'm saying? He's tough. He isn't the upper echelon as far as like skill for skill, but the young dude can fight. The young dude can fight for sure. He's gonna fight you.
Top Rank, you think, has 2 to 3 players in the 140 division for Haney? Is what you're saying?
I'm not sure. I mean, like right now, we saw them throw Pedraza up there. Not throw him up there. Pedraza's been up there. He beat a prospect. Then he fought Jose Ramirez, took a loss before Comey got a draw. And Comey, he just got the hell beat out of him by Lomachenko at 135. So and the only people I'm saying now are Barboza, Comey, Jose Ramirez, who's inactive, and then Zepeda. Well, Zepeda's not even with Top Rank.
I would do a 2-fight contract extension and then renegotiate and match best price outside.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do a match best price because you could match best price and then you're not going to get, like, for example, let's say another promoter gives him a higher purse, and Top Rank's like, fine, we'll match it. But then the talent pool that you want at 140 isn't there. You're still stuck. So I would just do a 2-fight and then a free negotiation after.
The interesting thing about Devin Haney, he got all the belts in 135. I don't know how it works. Somebody told me the other day that the WBO is the only organization that allows champion in the lower weight class to get immediate title shot. Will be number one mandatory for the champion who holds the belt in the high weight class. So it's gonna be interesting to see what he does with that belt because he'll get an immediate title shot.
The WBO super champion and the franchise.
I think the WBO right now is held by at 140 still Josh Taylor. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he goes that path because the other paths, depending on who he signs with, it's gonna be harder to get in line for a title shot, more so than if he chooses the WBO route from 135 to 140.
He got the franchise as well, and the franchise is there for the big fights, so that you can go even with it. Yeah.
That shit, it's just a status, right? It's just a status.
But it's all right. So the rules, whatever the shit they got behind it is. He can move up and fight the WBC champion. That's the power it has. That's what Canelo could do with the franchise.
So the interesting thing in that is the Regis and Zepeda winner. I don't know who do anybody know what's the network that Marv Nation is fighting under? Has there anything been picked up? I heard Fight TV or something else, but.
I'm not sure. It might. I mean, I saw what's his name, Ashton Seal fighting on Marv Nation, one of his fights recently. But it might be Fight TV. It might be.
Okay, so that's interesting though because if the winner of that fight, I don't know, because Zepeda is with he's got a co-promotion with what's that? Was it Zanfer? Is it Zanfer Promotions?
Yeah.
Anybody know that is so. And they usually do business with Top Rank, so he's technically still aligned with ESPN to a degree. Regis is still somewhat an independent. No, he's with Probello. So I don't know. That's going to be a kerfuffle, I like to call right there for Devin Haney if he goes the WBC route. Because I don't know what network that he's going to be under if he resigns with Top Rank or he goes the independent route, that's gonna be interesting if he goes the WBC route for the winner of Zepeda and Regis.
I mean, it kind of depends. If we go to like a purse bid, right? You know, you move up, you get the fight mandated. Either way, WBO or the WBC, you mandated. Yeah, but, I mean, with the WBO, it'll probably most likely go. Damn, because then Josh Taylor could fight Catterall. We don't know what's going on with Josh Taylor.
Yeah,
You know,
Josh Taylor lost a lot of momentum, man. He was pretty much the UK's biggest like achiever as far as a fighter over there, or in Europe over there, in my opinion, and at the time. And now he lost all his belts, all his momentum, got outboxed, robbed somebody in his hometown, should have lost. And a lot of people don't like his attitude now because of how he handled everything. And he got all his belts stripped within the year. And now he only has one belt. So it's wow. It's interesting how you go up from the top to the bottom so quickly in boxing. Real quick, I want to hear, have you ever talked about that matchup? In my opinion, one of the most underrated matchups this year. It's a dangerous fight. The Regis Prograis and the Zepeda fight. That's a like Regis said. I heard he says killer versus killer. You know, in that fight, both guys got knockout power. So it's a hell of a fight. What do y'all think about that fight?
Fight of the year.
Yeah, I think that might be a war. It might come down to being a war, in my opinion. I think it might be a war.
Yeah, Regis. Well, I think him before Josh Taylor, that was fight of the year. Was candidate, right? So yeah, I mean, you put him in there with them top guys. He always shows up, win, lose, or draw. Zepeda the same way they show when it comes down to when they got to fight the top guys, they show up. You know, when it's like staying busy or trying to get back, get back. You know, they look a little off.
Right, I get that. Yeah, I agree. I think that these guys they fight to the level of the competition. I'm looking to seeing the best Regis Prograis I've seen, and I'm looking to Zepeda to bring out that monster as well. The monster that we saw against the fight of the year of the time between him and Branchett, where they both dropped each other at a total of what, 4 knockdowns or 5. And he brutally knocked out Branchett. That was a video. That was some video game type shit right there. I never seen that type of fight, but yeah, it's gonna be an interesting fight to see who can take whose punches, who makes the most mistakes. It's gonna be interesting. I'm going Regis Prograis by late stoppage. I think Zepeda's gonna put him down. He's got a really nasty left hand, sneaky good, and is nasty and mean. And I think he's gonna put Prograis down at some point. But I think Prograis got the chin and recovery to get back up and find a way to finish the fight and get Zepeda up out of there. So it's gonna be a good fight. So,
TBA.
It's some real good matchup. When is Zepeda and Regis fighting in November? November.
What you say?
Zepeda and Regis fighting in November, right?
November 26th. November 26th.
Okay, yeah. So October, November is some hot months for boxing. We also got November 5th. So Bivol and Ramirez, they're fighting. That's a great matchup right there. You know,
who you fighting?
Who's that?
Pitbull Cruz.
Who Pitbull Cruz is fighting? We don't know. We don't know who he's fighting. We know for sure that he's gonna be doing in-house fights. That's for sure. Unfortunately.
Let's see him fight. What's the name of the dude? The dude who just knocked out El Rayo.
Oh, Edwin De Los Santos.
I wouldn't mind seeing him fight.
Dominican Republic. I don't see that happening because Pitbull Cruz didn't want to fight Rayo because he said he wanted him to earn it. So I don't see him going downwards. He wants to go up. He's at a point where a lot of people kind of know who he is. He wants to go up. He wants big fights. He wants Devin Haney. He wants the champ title. So when Devin Haney drops those belts, I gotta look at the rankings. Do anybody know who's within those rankings for Devin Haney's belts? I don't know.
Nate, real quick, who is Rayo? You talking about Ryan Garcia?
No, El Rayo.
Oh, sorry.
El Rayo. It's gonna be interesting to see who's in those rankings for Devin Haney's belts. Because as soon as he drops those belts, it's gonna be a scramble as usual. And I think Pitbull Cruz, he won the WBC portion of when he knocked out Eduardo Ramirez. So he's probably high in the rankings. So it's gonna be interesting to see what he does and who he fights. Because them belts will be vacant by next year. But yeah. But if it was my choice, yeah, that's a good fight. Edwin De Los Santos and Rayo and Isaac Cruz, both knockout punches, both aggressive fighters. It's a knockout. That's an exciting fight. I think everybody was shocked by Rayo Valenzuela getting destroyed within 3 rounds.
I wasn't.
By you wasn't.
No.
I seen that cat Edwin.
His last 2 fights, he looked terrible. I think he got dropped in one of them, and he got hurt bad in the last one. There was blood on his face. I can't remember if he was cut or he had his nose broken. So it wasn't like, he was untouchable. So I wasn't shocked.
No, I think Rayo. I was shocked because I think Rayo's offensive repertoire was very like heavy. In my opinion, I had high prowess for his offense. He can throw a lot of body shots, a lot of combinations up top. He hits pretty hard, and he seems like he doesn't stop coming forward with combinations. Now his defense can be left to be desired, and we show that his defense is flawed. He leaves himself open when he's throwing combinations, and when he wants to step to you, he leaves himself open. That's why he got stopped. So yeah, I mean, I was very shocked. I didn't think that was gonna happen. I thought he was gonna destroy that guy. But right now, the Dominican Republic is looking very good. They got 2 world champions right now. One guy who's on the verge of a title shot in Carlos Adames. I mean, they're doing very well. They went from, nothing. I'm gonna be honest, nothing. They had Jason Rosario, and he got destroyed. So now they got 2 world champions. So they're doing very well right now. So I don't know. I feel like we might be seeing a new generation of Dominican Republic fighters on the come up, in my opinion. So
I agree.
It's an interesting time for them. The Philippines don't got any world champions right now.
Watch your tongue.
That could change. Look, y'all got a lot of talent.
Y'all got Pacquiao Jr. coming.
No,
y'all got that boy Pacquiao Jr. He an amateur right now, but he coming.
It's nice when y'all know how to have manners. And this one picked it up like instantly. I'm like, this dog don't piss in the house.
What?
Who's that?
Hey, D, go on mute.
He came off. You can see that shit.
We were talking about dogs, man. My bad.
Oh no! I thought you was talking to somebody else.
What do y'all think about Fundora versus Castano?
Oh man, fight of the year.
Oh, that's a terrible matchup for Castano. It'll be fun while it lasts, though.
No, I think Castano can get him, man. I think he can get him. Fundora has bad defense, man. Bad defense, and Castano is a way much more technical inside fighter than pretty much everyone Fundora's fought. Like, that's Castano's bread and butter. He loves the inside fighter. That's what he wants. That's what he loves to do it. You can't. It's almost impossible to fight Castano on the inside because he gets to you quicker than you can get to him on the inside. And he punches. He can punch too. So that'd be interesting. As long as Castano can watch out for that.
I think it'll be a slugfest while it lasts. But Fundora, just like you said, Fundora is also a very technical inside fighter. Yes, he gets hit, but still, when you look at his combinations, he rarely misses a punch when he's on the inside. And that uppercut, he throws like 5, 6 of them shits in a row. And Castano, he like to lean his head down there. Bruh, I see it going maybe like 7 rounds. It'll be fun while it lasts.
Hey, Marky Dan, you got a twin out there, man, named Chavo. Did you hear about him?
No, I don't know nothing about that dude.
Hey, man.
That
Chavo,
dude is wild. That motherfucker said, I got a life, I'm leaving. Then he come back. Hey,
Chavo
that's free smoke right there.
Man. Hey, Chavo
I don't know
held his
nothing
own,
about it.
though. Chavo held his own to be on here by himself, Marky Dan. I
Yeah.
to give him respect.
Yeah, I respect him too, man.
B still caught up on Chavo.
I mean, no. I can't respect him that shit he was saying. No.
Hey, man, you the one that made me give him respect because I ain't never seen nobody get your respect. And he was like, answer my question.
No, we didn't bump heads.
I can't respect some of the shit he was saying. Nah,
we bumped heads a couple times. Yeah.
Nah, I think piggyback what you was saying. I think Castano could get him. I think Castano stops him late. I think
who Castano fighting?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, my question was potential. It may not happen. I mean, Fundora. I was saying Fundora and Castano. That fight happened. I think that's a good fight.
That'll be a good one.
Is Castano even coming back to boxing?
I think Castano stops him late.
Is Castano coming back to boxing?
Yeah, he should, but right now I know he was on medical suspicion because he got stopped. But his medical suspicion should be up.
No, I'm saying that the U.S. dollar what is it? It's like worth 6 times the Argentine dollar.
Yes, sir. I done been over there.
So that nigga is rich. He's rich as a bitch.
Yeah, he doing good. But I can tell you right now, you can go in Argentina, and I know for a fact, me and my wife had wine dinners with steak for $6.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make a lot of money flipping that currency, that U.S. dollar.
Why you think he was smiling so hard after he got knocked out? That nigga didn't give a fuck.
Did you say wine dinners with steak?
For $6?
If you don't believe me,
Hold on a second.
Hold on, I'm gonna say it right now.
What's the wine dinner? What's a wine dinner? Wait a minute. Is the dinner the wine?
Hold on, listen. I'm gonna let my wife say it.
Side dish? Like what the fuck?
When we was in Argentina,
I'd have had a strap on me at all times.
We had steak dinners with wine, and it was about $6 to $8 at the most. Am I lying?
No, you're not lying.
Okay. Did you hear that? Nigga, we ate like champs, bro. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. That's gonna fuck your head up.
Hey, don't do that.
Hold on. I got something better else for you too. Not only that,
you got
retarded. Hey man, listen. Not only did we eat steak and have wine for $6 to $8, but it was the best fucking steaks in the world. They got the best meat in Argentina, bro.
Hey, that's for debate. They got Brazilian steak.
Hey, detail man, what you do? Are you Secret Service, man? You got that bag. What you doing? Secret Service? Detail?
Yeah, a little bit.
Shit.
He sell Escalades.
Making like almost 100K over a year. Shit.
Nah, I wish.
Fuck that.
I wish. Huh?
Shit.
Yeah, that's another thing. Hey, look, my wife said mention that to their ass. Okay, let me tell you this. You can go get a house. You can go get a house on the beach in Argentina. And I'm talking about them big ass windows, like mansions, and them motherfuckers be like $150,000.
What language they speak?
Like Evander Holyfield mansion.
Yes, for $100,000, bro.
For $150,000.
I am not lying. On the beach.
What they speak?
The U.S. dollar. Man.
Wow.
Argentina.
That U.S. dollar, man. Flip it. Flip that currency. Come on.
But that's why I be
had to take a trip.
I be messing with Bush, because Bush and them the opposite. Nigga, I went to fucking goddamn England, to London. Man, I went over there and took $1,000 to spend 3 nights and thought I was gonna be good. Shit, I got over there. They changed my motherfucking shit. I was like, man, what you just did? I'm like, man, our money ain't worth nothing in London, bro.
Right, you want to make money places like London and certain places in the South.
Yeah, you might want to work there, but you don't want to go there to fucking goddamn have a vacation. That ain't where you want to be.
For sure.
I learned that way back.
Jamaica, that's the place though. The in Jamaica, $1 is like $76.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the shop I got in Tokyo.
Oh my God, Smoke.
God damn, this place.
You sound like my son's freaking DJ table.
Oh, we can't hear you, man. What's going on, bro?
Oh, damn.
Oh.
I don't know what you said.
Go closer to your neighbor house.
I don't know if you heard that, Smoke. You're getting cooked. You getting cooked.
Ain't nobody cooking Smoke. I respect Smoke. Smoke looking for a
Smoke
fight. I
getting
don't fuck with Smoke.
Smoke, go closer to Oakland Hills. Get out of East 14th and go a little bit up.
That's where I am. That's the problem.
You're in Oakland Hills?
It's the top of the ninth. Padres up by 1.
No, Smoke. Smoke.
Hey, I got a question, man, because I've been off for a minute.
The Padres going to the pennant, nigga.
I got a question for Rachel. Rachel, let me know what's gonna happen with these ladies tomorrow.
They fighting.
Who you got? Who you got, Rachel? Let me know. You know something.
Rachel got horse face Karen.
Oh, whoa, calm down.
That's what Rachel told me. Rachel said exactly that way.
Let me know, Rachel. I want to know what you thinking about these women boxing.
Tell them the truth, Rachel.
Oh my God. I don't have horse face Karen. Are we really gonna call her that right now?
Yes.
Nah, I want some picks. I want some picks out of you, Rachel. This is the one
round.
You're the main feature on here now, so I need your opinion.
I mean, if I'm gonna bet, then I'm betting Baumgartner. The odds are just way too delicious to not go for that.
Ooh, you got Baumgartner winning?
Michaela Mayer, baby.
Oh, you got Baumgartner winning.
Yeah, I mean,
I think when it comes down to fighting, Michaela comes down on the outside a lot. You know, when you go right down the middle, man, it's easier and it's faster to get out there. You know what I'm saying?
Her combinations.
You got Baumgartner too, Donir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Clarice and Savannah?
I got Shield, man. I think she can box really well still. You know, she got more boxing ability. I mean, the other girl is bigger, of course, but sometimes even if you're bigger, if you can make a miss, that's all there is to it.
It's your advantage.
Hey, I can't say nothing because I don't know a lot about the females. I only saw them fight one time, but I had Michaela winning because Maya, I saw her in a dog fight, and I haven't seen either one of them a lot, but on the outside looking in, I could see why everybody would go with Baumgartner because, man, she looked like a physical man. She looks ready. She looks ready.
Down the middle, and Michaela, like if you look at her punch combination, she likes to go. She'll go straight, and then it's all like outside.
I'm still gonna roll with her though, man, because I seen her in a dog fight.
Yeah, no,
dog fight.
No, yeah, she's tough as hell too. But I think when it comes down to how the press conference has been going on, I think what's her name? Baumgartner's been on her head, like playing her.
No doubt.
I think strategically she got on her skin.
Yeah.
No doubt. I agree with that.
And to make my money work for me, I'm not gonna put, $300 to get $100. So I'll lose 100 if I'm gonna, or I'll bet my 100.
Yeah, but we're not betting. We just talking about just who we think is gonna win. It's not a betting thing. Who do you think is gonna win? That's what I'm saying.
Both. Yeah, both. Same.
Okay.
Still speaking the same person.
Yeah, I think that's a great card. I was just telling them that. I'm like, man, my channel ain't turning off ESPN. That's a great card. You got two unified championship fights in the female division, and after that, Devin Haney, and they got all of that stuff going on the same time when Deontay Wilder is going to fight his sparring partner on pay-per-view.
And then you got Plant Terrell, right?
Yeah, that's on the same card, but I mean at the same time, but what is accomplished out of those two fighters? Even though I do want to see both of those fights, I want to see Wilder and Andre Dirrell and Caleb Plant. But I'm just saying, if they're on at the same time, one's free for me because I already got ESPN Plus. I'm watching. I'm watching that fight. I'm not gonna pay to watch the other fight.
Yeah. No, I got you.
If I got a pick to watch, the Maloney and Caleb Plant Dirrell, I might have to take Plant Dirrell.
Yeah, that's what I said. But the problem is, one you're paying for, the other one is on free TV.
No, they want me to pay, but I'm not paying. That's a difference.
Oh, I got you, Matt.
Yeah, I'm streaming the shit out that fight. Unless I go to the fight, I'm streaming the fight.
I got you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just frustrating to see people put pay-per-view fights on and then we gotta sit up and go through this shit. They talking about percentages, but then these motherfuckers can jump in the ring and just throw a pay-per-view together. It's just crazy, man. Boxing's so fucking crazy.
Does anyone know why there's so much beef between Darrell and Plant?
I would assume it's a woman.
See, that's what I've heard, but I haven't seen anything like, I'm like, is it really about her?
I've seen the woman been more vocal recently, and I think I put 2 to 2 together.
Yeah, Rachel, 50% of all murders are behind a woman.
Oh, you know what? That is true.
Well, y'all involved some kind of way 50% of the time.
I ain't involved in no one.
Man, all I know is Michaela May is about to tap that ass, man. Just tune in. I think Bumgarner is not gonna be able to handle that pace. She's not gonna be able to handle that pace.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. Michaela May don't box and keep
She
on
don't need to box. She don't need to.
She don't
Y'all gonna put some respect on Maya name tomorrow. Watch.
I wouldn't say she ain't got a box. She can't go in there fighting like Mayorga, right? Or she gonna get hit with some crazy shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck, bro? Listen, she better stick to her game plan and stick to her having a little bit of reach and distance and better technique than trying to go balls to the wall with the chick that likes to go balls to the wall.
But that's the thing too. Is that's why Baumgartner's been talking so much shit to get her off that game. To keep that distance. They don't want that distance.
I think Bumgarner's going to realize that fight she wants is not exactly what she wants.
That's what I think gonna happen.
I think that's a big possibility too. But she does have the bigger chance if Michaela comes in there, rather than being on the outside. I know it's gonna be tougher, but I think she choose that way because she has more chances fighting somebody taller than her in that way.
Yeah,
the only reason why I went with Maya Mr. and Mrs. Donaire is because I seen Maya in a dog fight, and I know that she got hard.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. I don't know neither one of the fighters. I'm not finna sit up here in front and act like I know both women fighters so much. I only seen, for example, one fight from Baumgartner, and I only seen 2 fights from Maya. But when I saw Maya, I never expected what I saw out of her. I saw her in a dog fight, and it was impressive. So that's the reason why I roll with her. But I don't know a lot about either one of them. The physical appearance, Baumgartner does look the part.
Well, if it's a dog fight, honestly, you got to favor Mayer because she's been in it. But if Baumgartner is well equipped and conditioned to go that route, it might not go in Michaela Mayer's favor because of the fact that it looks like Baumgartner is the harder puncher between the two, and she's got the shorter arm reach. So,
but do we know that though, Nate? That's exactly what I just said, Nate. We don't know. I think competition. I always say styles make fights, and Nonito and them probably know what I mean. Somebody might be a knockout artist, but you might get in there with a dude that fight, and he just can take punches. He can eat that shit, and he might not be as skilled, but he can take them punches. But then you get in there with someone that's skilled, and they might not be able to take the punch. That's what's
going to be force.
Interesting.
Now look at Andre Ward. So look at what Andre Ward and Kovalev in the second fight where he was dog walking Kovalev, man, bullying the shit.
Exactly, the boogeyman.
I don't know. Kovalev was on the sauce, and I ain't talking about PEDs. He was drinking that liquor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, he was drinking before his fights. He was drinking beer. That's true, but shit, he still got bullied by the dude that moved up from 168. And he was hitting them low. He was doing everything that fucking Kovalev should have did, and Kovalev gave up like like a
They're
chump.
not trained to fight like that. You see what I'm saying? Kovalev, he's very he's well educated in the sport of boxing, but they don't really train to fight a certain way. We don't see Triple G don't fight a certain way. That's why he met the troubles he met. Brother B don't fight a certain way. Big Ball don't fight a certain way. That Eastern European style is.
It's the style.
No, they go by distance. They go by distance. So anytime you come in and bully them around, you know, they can't handle it. You know, like Canelo. You know, when Canelo came in there, you know, because he got if he doesn't have that distance, he ain't got no power.
Yeah, I think you know that's another. I'm glad you brought up Canelo, man. Like I want to hear from the Donaires. What do y'all think? Do y'all think he's on the decline?
I mean, the last fight wasn't that good. You know, I don't think he did really well against Triple G. You know, but I mean, congratulations to him. But you can definitely see the decline in his ability from previous fights to this one.
Do you think him moving up, like and trying to challenge himself? Do you think Bivol took a little bit of will out of him?
I think so. I think it made him realize that he wasn't invisible like he thought he was. You know, and that can fuck with your mind.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. I think there was a documentary about a fighter's psyche when they're undefeated or they're when they're on the hot streak, and then when they lose, depending on how they lose, it can kind of mess them up for the rest of their career mentally. And future fights.
And that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing about fighters is if you're not there mentally, you know, it'll fuck you up.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, I've never thought of that. Yeah, that I'm not gonna lie. I'll never forget that last few rounds when Canelo and Bivol fought. It just looked like, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. It looked like if Bivol would have just put the foot down on the gas, he might have could have put Canelo down or forced him to take a knee or something.
Oh man, well I told y'all, man, Bivol was gonna whoop the shit out of Canelo. You know what I'm saying?
Man, come on now. Were you really saying that?
Yes, I was, man. Yes, I was.
Most people was picking Canelo to knock Bivol out.
Yeah,
a lot of people will.
Yeah, I didn't see that shit happening. I saw someone who style would give Canelo Alvarez a horrible matchup with a great jab, with a great movement, and he's bigger. I mean, it's been Achilles heel of Canelo his whole career against those type of dudes. So, you know, you fight a guy at 175 who made Andre Ward, you know, retire because, you know, from what I heard.
Oh, wait a minute.
Know,
Hold on.
No,
Hold on now. Wait a minute. No, now you're stepping on greatness now. Hold on, champ.
Wait, who made Andre Ward retire? No. Who
that's the narrative that they were saying.
Propaganda.
No, who said made Andre Ward retire? Who did?
Well, apparently, you know, back in the day, and when HBO was still around, they was promoting all them Eastern European fighters, right? When Ward beat the shit out of Kovalev the second fight, right? Apparently, you know, not too long after that, Bivol was a dude that they were saying that, this is the guy that's this the guy that made
somebody cut their mic off in the back. They have a conversation.
This the dude that made Andre Ward, you know,
cut your mic off in the back, whoever that is.
It made
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. You're saying that somebody at HBO was saying that Bivol was the guy that made Andre Ward retire? The narrative by who? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what it is you're talking about.
I mean, everybody, a lot of people.
Everybody, like I've literally heard nobody say that Bivol made Andre Ward retire.
You know what? If I pull up the article and I post it in there, you can read it for yourself.
Yeah, please. I mean, whatever. It's all good. I'm just trying to figure out whichever works. I was just trying to figure out what you were saying. You said HBO was doing it, or
it was HBO. It was different people that was promoting this dude.
Right. So Bivol Promotions. That's what was happening.
Yeah. HBO didn't give a shit about Andre Ward for real. They was more so on that Triple G train. They were on a Triple G train.
Okay.
So yeah, he went to BT for a minute, and you know, Andre was trying to figure out his business. He had like a really weird business deal at one point. He also had a shoulder injury. He was out for a minute.
Man, Andre Ward retired too early. Andre Ward was a bad boy, man. I hate that. I'm sorry. I don't know why he retired.
No, I'm gonna tell you why he retired. I'm gonna inform you. The reason why Andre Ward retired is because he had a knee injury, right? He had a knee injury. That's one part. Another one is that there's rumors that he owed an insurance company and he didn't want to pay them. He didn't want to pay them outright, so he can't come back. That's why he didn't.
I never heard of that.
Right. So there's that, and then there's also the sparring that he had to do going into the Kovalev match. He said that took a lot out of him, and he didn't actually want to spit. He didn't think that he had another camp like that in him. It was probably about moving up to fight AJ, if you remember, and they were also trying to make the Stevenson fight. So like the idea of like B-Ball is the thing. Like I mean that's cool if you B-Ball, like if you repping B-Ball, I guess it's a nice story, but like that's not it.
I know Dre. I know Dre since we were 11 years old, and boxing has always been secondary. That's always been secondary. The only thing he did boxing was for his dad. That was it. You know, and when he accomplished whatever he needed to accomplish, the promise that he made with his dad, his late father, who was a really good, amazing man, that was it. After he accomplished everything that he needed to accomplish, that was it. I mean, again, when Dre was in high school, he loved football. You know, boxing was just his secondary. You know, when before he was in there, he was doing karate and all this other stuff, and then his dad wanted him to box. Boxing was his secondary thing. He didn't really love boxing the way his father loved boxing. And there's not a single person that I believe in my brother think that can make him retire. I mean, the man is a man. In you know, he's proven himself in every way, shape, and form. You know,
hey, respect saying that, Nonito, because that's one thing I do want to say about him, and that's what made him special. That dude was a man. He ain't believe in that bullying shit. You ain't finna bully him. You gotta beat him.
Yes,
and
sir.
He's an example. He's an example of what my favorite fighter is. Evander Holyfield was the same way.
Yeah.
You can beat Evander, but you're gonna have to beat him. If you think you're just gonna bully him and punk him, it ain't gonna happen. You're gonna have to fight. And
I mean, I've known him, you know, and the way he's always been is he was never fearful of anybody. And
exactly.
Again, you know, he loved the boxing because of the fact that his father and you know, when him and his father kind of split for a little bit, and then, you know, his father passed away, he promised himself he was gonna make it happen, you know, and that was his respect for his dad, you know. But all in all, you know, Dre did whatever he needed to do, and when he went, and you know, it's like Hagler. When Hagler said peace out, it was done. He never said or even thought about coming back. You know, he was a man of his word. And that's something I respect about my brother is when he said he's done. That's it. He's done.
And I got respect for that. I can't do nothing but respect that because he was a bad man. I ain't got nothing negative to say about Andre.
Hey, man, that's my brother, man. I tell you, man, I wouldn't be and accomplish all that I did without that, you know, without him, because I mean, I can look back, man. He's had supported me from when we was in the amateurs. You know, when I couldn't go to the amateur, he did some fundraising to get me to the amateurs and you know, to the nationals and all that stuff. I mean, he's not only that he's a good person, but he's a great fighter, a great man.
Hey, that's great to hear, man, because I didn't know that y'all were that close, Nonito, but I guess I gotta remember, you know, y'all are, you know, the Oakland man. So, you know, I didn't know that, but that's good to hear, and I'm sure probably some other people just learned something that I didn't know either. There's some other people probably learned that too, but man, people don't respect Andre Ward because he didn't have that name out there like Floyd. But a lot of people argued about who was the best pound for pound fighter when he was around, and that's why I say
Floyd stepped on his toes a couple of times.
Yeah, he did. Man, listen, bro. I'm just telling you. I think my man Nonito can answer this for y'all. It's a little bit different, and that's what need to happen in boxing all the time. It's a little bit different when they say, okay, all these motherfuckers right here say they the best 140 pounder. Let's start a motherfucking tournament, the top 6. It's a little different when you got to fight like that, versus you picking your fighters. Am I lying or am I not?
Amen. I mean, he won the tournament, and he's willing to go and beat everybody in the tournament. You know, that's always been Dre.
So we can play games. That's what I don't understand. Common sense, man. Stop playing games. I don't play games. People be talking about some, oh yeah. They picking fights, and one motherfucker got to fight in a tournament, and they making you fight. If you win, you got to fight this motherfucker. Them two totally different things, man. And that just pissed me off when motherfuckers don't have common sense and a motherfucker picking his fights.
No, and you know the other detail is that like what Nonito left out is he helped him go to the amateurs, but there are times where Nonito wanted to quit.
No, I did quit. Okay, I quit boxing, and he got me back.
And then he didn't have money to get to the gym, and Dre would actually pick him up or sneak him $20
in my bag
for the bus.
For bus in the BART station.
To get back.
Hey man, that's love, man. That's love, bro.
That's why I got love for that man.
I love it too.
Hey, TBH, you hear that, man? Look, you hear that? Look, I'm telling you, Andre Ward that's a God-fearing man.
Well, Nate, I mean,
Don't let me talk.
You don't know about the 82, that 40, that 57. You don't know about those buses over here.
Look, Andre Ward would fight anybody, man. You gotta understand it. He would.
And I believe that.
No,
I believe that. Andre Ward was a man. Let me say that. Fuck boxing. Fuck boxing. Andre Ward is a man. That's what I call a man.
Amen.
The same thing with Evander Holyfield. Fuck boxing. Evander Holyfield is a man. It's different. Y'all not understand where I'm going when I say what I say. It's a difference between a man that I don't give a fuck what you hit him with. You're going to have to beat his ass. He's not going to walk away from you on intimidation.
You remember when people were saying, like, oh, Ward wouldn't fight Kovalev again after the first fight? I remember that shit. People were saying, oh, I remember. Fight him again.
And what did Ward tell him before the fight? Man, if you think you're just going to bully me, man, I done been through that shit all my life. You're not bullying me. All that shit you talking about don't mean nothing to me. And that's a man. And that's when you find out, that's what I keep saying. You find out a lot about a fighter when he gets in there. It may not be the most accomplished fighter, what y'all think, but we learn a lot about a fighter when he gets in there with a man that does not fold and is going to fight you into his, last breath.
And TBH, since you brought up Bivol, we're gonna learn a lot about him in this fight coming up with Ramirez because he's about to fight a much bigger man. Ward fought bigger guys, so it's gonna be very interesting to see.
You're gonna find out a lot about both of them because we don't know.
We don't know shit about Gilberto Ramirez, man.
Exactly. Either one. We don't know nothing about neither one.
This dude is 540. No, hold up. This dude is 540. This dude's 42-0 and only fought like 3 quality opponents, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think
Zerto literally has the same style that fucking what's his name, Joe Joyce has, man. But he's fighting at light heavyweight. He's slow as shit, man.
Nah. So he gonna be there.
I ain't gonna go that far, TBH, and I respect everything you say, but I ain't going that far. That nigga Joe Joyce is like fucking, he like fucking in slow motion. You can click your video on and say,
bro, okay, Zerto Ramirez is slow motion. The last fight I saw, this dude was
trying to get hit by Zerto, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You get hit by Zerto, you gonna feel that shit.
Look, Zerto has no jab,
cool, man. Like I think
has no jab. He comes forward with his head, his blocking punches with his head.
But Bivol is not like a. He's not the ordinary American boxer, right? He's the Eastern European boxer. Then we have the Mexican style Zerto Ramirez. He's not your ordinary lightweight, featherweight Mexican. This is a fucking this guy is going to beat the dog shit out of Bivol, in my opinion. He can lose, right? I could be completely wrong. Bivol can go up there and jab. And Zerto want to hit him. It's shit. I'm trying to think.
I don't think it's gonna be that easy, man. Method, I gotta disagree with you on that. I don't think he'll just be able to just beat Bivol that easy. And I think it's gonna get down to boxing. And I do think their styles and their backgrounds from what they, then learned and everything, I do think that Bivol going to have an advantage. I'm gonna be honest.
I look at it always. See, I look at it as it's all boxing, right? Some guys are inside fighters, some guys are mid-range fighters, some guys are outside fighters, some guys do it all. Some guys might do 2 or 3, but Zerto, he's big enough to be at the outside, shoot a jab, be that coming range, and shoot it right hand, or he can work his way in and start digging through your body.
Matt, the last fight, Matt, I watched Zerto struggle, bro.
Last fight I saw, Bivol kind of looked. He beat Canelo, but he ain't looking.
Look who you saying he beat though. He beat the dude.
I don't put Canelo. I don't put Canelo on the pedestal though. Everybody else does. I don't put him on the pedestal.
He's a better overall boxer than Gilberto Ramirez, and he made him.
I don't think that. I prefer Zerto having his feet under him more than Bivol bouncing around.
Hey, fellas, let's hear for the donaires. What's their opinion on Zerto Ramirez? I want to hear their opinion.
Zerto Ramirez.
That's a good fight, yeah.
I think it's a great fight. I mean, he's the bigger guy coming in there, and using Bivol is gonna go around, and I mean, even with Canelo, he was very cautious, especially with the guy who's taller. All it is he's just gonna try to press on him. I think he needs to press on him regardless if Bivol is gonna move around and stuff like that. But I think Zerto has a big chance in landing his big punch.
Yeah. So who you think, Donaire? Who you got in there?
I got Zerto, man. I got Zerto. I mean, I know
Zerto, okay.
I know Bivol got a great boxing ability and all of that stuff, but I think fighting a bigger guy, with Zerto, I think Zerto's gonna do a good job. That's just personally me, but I'm biased too because he is a friend of mine. So
Okay, there you go. Because I was just about to say, I'm gonna get my opinion on it, and this is what I was about to say. I look at it like this: exactly what you just said. You think Zerto can land a big punch, and what I look at it as, the Mexicans. One thing I can say, whether people like him or not, Canelo is a fucking dog. Canelo has broken a lot of men down. He wasn't able to break Bivol down. Bivol is a good boxer, so I feel like Bivol is going to walk in there and he's going to beat Zerto.
But we can't use.
I understand you can't use another person.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is,
let me explain what I'm saying. AD, you said what you said. Let me finish what I'm saying. So I think a lot of people look at Bivol, right? Even when I look at the Ring magazine ratings, like it's no reason that Bivol should be ranked higher than Beterbiev, right? Unified champion, 3 titles, coming off a hellacious knockout win over Joe Smith Jr., right? He should be number 1. Bivol beat the pound for pound guy, but Canelo damn near quit in that ring, in my opinion. And that's it speaks to Bivol being the bigger and better man, but it doesn't make me think that Bivol is still one of the best guys. The best guy in his division. Zerto still is. He's coming from 68, but he was always a big guy. He was like 6'3". We saw him when they faced off. He's bigger. I watched him do the workout recently. I'm like, man, he's like he's a fundamentalist. Like when he sits there, he wants to make sure every shot counts. And I just don't think Bivol fights the same way. I think he's more accumulative. Like he wants to rack up points. When you fight a guy that's going to make you fight his fight, it's a different fight.
Let me say this, man. I'm not perfect, bro. By no means am I perfect on what I can say. All I'm saying is, I think Bivol is, when I look at Zero versus Bivol, I think Bivol is the better boxer. When I look at Zero, I say Zero has to land a punch, just like what they just got through saying. He can land his power and hurt him. But I also look at Canelo tried to punk him and couldn't do it. And I'm betting for example, when I make this decision on who I think is going to win, I'm saying that Canelo couldn't break him. I'm saying Zerto can't either. And Zerto ain't half the goodest boxer as Canelo with head movement. That's
I
all
don't
I'm
think.
saying.
Again, you're putting Canelo. You're again putting Canelo on the pedestal.
I understand that.
I'm saying.
One of them is bigger.
What I'm saying is that most people put Canelo on like this top 10 better boxers out of everybody in boxing, right? And I don't think Canelo is in the top 15 with all the guys in boxing, right? I think he's good at what he does. Like his strengths are his strengths, but as far as well-roundedness, I'm like, no, I don't see that. With Zerdo, I can see Zerdo has a strong jab, right? He can disrupt whatever Bivol is doing. Bang, hit him straight with a jab, and it's a heavy jab. It's different. It's a different fight.
If Zerdo, understand this. One quick second. Let me answer Matt. Let me go back to Matt real 1 second. Hey Matt, this is all I'm saying about what you just said. You're 100% right. Just because Canelo moved up, and Canelo is not a regular 175 pounder, so it really doesn't mean anything. But what I'm saying to you is Canelo had a choice. He could have said, I want to fight Beterbiev. No, he chose him because he thought he could fucking bullshit and punish him. He chose who he wanted. He could have said that 168.
That's how it leans towards the promoter.
Wait a minute.
But I'm saying, the promoter,
respect what
the
I'm saying,
promoter made that. I'm saying the promoter. No, he didn't. He did agree, right? What I'm saying, he did agree to Triple G Bivol, right? That's a fact.
I have a
but
question.
Bivol had an opportunity to be like,
hey guys, got a question. Do you think that Canelo can beat Zerdo?
No. Zerdo would beat the hell out of Canelo.
That would be a fucking.
I don't know.
No. Zerdo would beat the hell out of
Zerdo. I haven't seen a smoke.
He might be too big. He might be way too big. That man's a heavyweight coming in there.
Zerdo's huge. Are you kidding me?
He's a big boy.
Zerdo I saw Virgil Ortiz next to Zerdo. I was like, damn, that guy's huge. He's big as hell.
He's a big dude, but we got to look at it from this standpoint. I mean, he doesn't show. I mean, look, he has good power and he has size and he has aggression. He definitely has a good chin, but
he struggled in his last fight.
I'm trying to understand where do y'all see that Bivol is a better boxer? Though? Like that's where all when people say this guy's a better boxer, I'm like, how can you say that? I'm saying if you can't fight with the inside, once the inside part of your game is gone, and you don't have no inside. I don't think that this guy's like even top 10. You got to have some form of inside fighting to even be labeled as one of the best boxers in boxing.
I think he's good. To be a boxer,
I can't say he's going to be better boxer at all.
Who you talking about is not a good boxer? Who you talking about?
You gotta be able to move. You gotta be able to jab. You gotta be able to counter.
I don't know who he talking about.
He can do all those things. What I just said. You gotta be able to
can't fight. Bivol can't fight with inside. He's not a. He kind of like he guns Canelo down. Even Canelo not cold.
You know what? I did see Bivol fight on the inside only one.
He has some of the best footwork at 175.
But he doesn't.
I think he's quick. I think y'all confusing him being quick with having good footwork, and that's I may have to go back and watch. I think he's quick, very fleet-footed, but I don't think he has great footwork. I think again he's a big dude that took advantage of a little dude thinking that he was Billy Badass. But when you put a Beterbiev, a Zerdo, a Callum Smith fight probably will be a 60-40 for Bivol, but he's not on the upper echelon list. I don't think so.
Put it like this though: if Bivol knows how to box and move and clinch Zerdo, and then Zerdo doesn't fight out of that clinch, like if they clinching and Zerdo's getting out boxed. Good night. Fight out of the clinch.
Y'all mentioning things that's not going to happen. He's not doing any of that, man. He goes into a high guard. We saw it with Canelo. He's going to go into that high guard, and that's why I always said Beterbiev is going to stop him. He's going to go into that high guard, proceed to get hit on, or you can time him try and go into the high guard. Boom, hit with uppercut, pull the guard down, hit him with some shit. And these guys are his size or bigger. You see what I'm saying? It's an entirely different fight. It's not a little 5'7" dude that's a leprechaun in the division. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if Zerdo can take Canelo's power. Can Canelo outwork Zerto?
No, Canelo's gonna gas by the fifth or sixth.
Canelo got stamina issues, man. In a fight where he's got to push the pace a lot, I could see somebody maybe even making him take a knee or something, or maybe even stopping him. You could tell in that last round, the Bivol fight, it wasn't even a very high, fast-paced fight, honestly. He was gassed by, the sixth round. And he was absolutely, like, his fuel was on E in near the 11th and 12th. If that was somebody like Zerto or Benavidez, he would be in trouble with the championship rounds. He'd be in big trouble. So my thing is that if this fight turns into from a boxing match to a phone booth or a war fight, it was in big trouble.
I always say it's all boxing, bro. It's all boxing. If I take this fight from you being comfortable in your jab, and I take this boxing match to the inside or the mid range, and I'm making you miss and pay, it's an entirely different fight. You know.
Detail, we uploaded the picture. We changed our avatar to the picture of Nonito being, what were you, 90 pounds or 80 pounds in this picture?
60 pounds.
Okay, Nonito is 60 pounds, and Dre's always got his back. He's right there in the back.
Oh, man, I see it. That's a classic picture. That's a classic.
Wait, who's
picture,
Dre?
man.
The one on the left?
Yeah, in the gray, right?
Red jacket.
Red and
black. He's a red jacket on the right. I'm on the front right here on the tank top.
Oh, I see it in the tank top. Okay. Oh wow, that's a classic picture, man.
It was like 11 years old.
You were 60 pounds?
Yeah.
Was that from 1989?
Nah, I think it was 92, 93, or some shit like that.
How much when you?
My son's way bigger. My son's way bigger than me. When I was 11, I was 60 pounds.
How much when you were 18?
Huh?
18.
When I was 18, I was 103.
No, okay, that's not cute.
I still whoop people's ass though.
Hey man, that's an incredible picture. Nonito. That's an incredible picture, bro.
Yeah, we go a long way, man. We go a long way. We're like family, you know.
That's nice, man. Much respect for that, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, when you hang around greatness, you can't fall too far from the tree. That's all I can say.
Yes, sir. That's what they said, right? Surround yourself with the right people.
That's right.
Hey, Nonito, I got a question, man.
Yes,
have you heard about that Undisputed? It went from ESBC boxing games to now it's Undisputed. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I'm actually in that. They've been calling me to do my scan.
Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. I can't wait. Like, I think is Ward in it? Do anybody know if Andre Ward's in it?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's in it. Okay.
Hey, Nonito, tell him you ain't gonna be on there unless your left hook got 99 power.
I
ain't signing that shit unless my left hook 99 power.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
did
they tell you that they're gonna use like what was it, the 126 version?
I'm not sure. I think that might, because the guy that was talking to me, the creator, he was saying he was comparing data between me and Barrera, and he's like, should I give you bigger? He was joking with me. He's like, should I give you a higher stat? I'm like, you better give me a higher stat. You know,
that left hand, at least the left hook, at least.
Yeah, exactly.
If they don't give me 99 power, don't put my name on that shit.
Hey,
they need you on there. They need the boxers. That's what y'all gotta understand.
Hey, did they tell you what rating you gonna be?
That's why Floyd and don't let them put them on there. Floyd, all of them, man. Tell them motherfuckers, you better give me 99 power and my left hook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Super Saiyan, man. I don't know. I haven't really gotten the details and stuff. All they're asking me is to go out there and get the scan. But I told them, like, you better give me some amazing fucking stats.
Yeah.
Hey, you deserve that left hook. You deserve that left hook.
I appreciate it, man.
No, we didn't get those chances when we had the
Same thing with De La Hoya. You got to get De La Hoya 99 left hook.
Hold on. What she say?
My bad.
Oh no, I was just saying that when we did Fight Night Round of Champions, they didn't really. We just signed off the name and likeness, so you didn't really have a choice to be like, okay, well, like make sure you get all the fighters pretty much had all the same stuff, right? And when our little one, no, our big one, sorry, the 9-year-old started playing Fight Night, he was like, "Wow, he goes, Papa, you made your own skin." And he's like, "No, I come with the game." He's like, "You're lying. I can make a skin that looks exactly like you." So Jarrell thinks that we made a skin on the game, even though we told him that his father comes with the game itself.
Hey, look, I'm 50 years old. I don't really play no games too much no more, but I got a 15-year-old, and I'm gonna tell you like this: I'm buying that new PlayStation if that damn new boxing game coming out. And my first match, I want Nonito on PlayStation. I want you, Nonito. I want you. We ain't fighting in your weight class though. We're gonna fight somewhere else. I don't want you. I don't want to say I beat up Nonito. I don't want your weight class.
My son moves my ass all the time, man. He's fucking good at games.
No, wait. They play like Wii boxing, and Nonito sucks at Wii boxing.
No, it's because I'm going too fast, and the controller can't go with my rhythm, and you know, it's like I'm throwing like 6 punches, and it only throws.
Hey,
like
you gotta adjust though, Nonito. That's an
Hey, guess what? I know.
Yeah, the Symphony box is whack.
Man, and then adjust it, Nonito. You gotta adjust and slow your hands down.
I gotta slow it down, huh?
Nonito, guess who's in the game as well? The guy you want to fight. They got Chocolate Tito. He's in the game.
Oh, not yeah. No, they have everybody in there. You know, I mean, when we were, I'm not sure if they got Pacquiao, because I know when he fought here, they came in and asked them, and they were negotiating and stuff like that. So
no, they didn't. Not the last time I checked.
Man, we need a boxing game so bad though, man. Boxing been out for like 3-4 years, man. That's bullshit.
We getting it though, and we getting a lot of people in. I saw.
But that boxing game, even before that, boxing was one of the best ones on that video game. I love that when it came out, and it's been gone for like 4 years, man. It's been gone.
They need to have fighters different primes, like different fighters who had different primes. Only like how they had George Foreman, they had the one with the bush, and then they had the one
the object of the video game is they put everybody when they were in their prime, and you just match them up.
Make it sound like Dragon Ball Z, right? You got regular, you got Super Saiyan, you got Super Saiyan. Yeah.
Exactly.
You got 90s, you got 80s to run, you got 6, 70s to run. Yeah.
But I think what they're gonna do, they're gonna have guys in the game. From what I remember, that they're gonna have everybody in the game, you know, and everybody's different weight class. So you have Ray Leonard, who fought at 147, and then they're gonna have
147, 154, 160. They can fight at any of those weight classes. They
147, 154, and 160.
I mean, 175 was a catch weight, but he still was a light heavyweight champ.
Yeah, but they let them fight at any of those divisions.
They're probably not gonna put that up in there. Like, I mean, they
No,
probably.
it was like that. That's how.
But Ray Robinson. No, but listen to Ray Robinson. They probably.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Ray Leonard, bro.
Yeah, no. He fought Tommy Golden Boy Law and knocked him the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
Well, we believe that you're in Oakland Hills. We don't need to see the view.
No, I was just you know.
Actually, I want you to go down to East 14th where we used to live, where this fool had me live with him and told me that I couldn't answer the front door and I couldn't put my gas at night. So go down there.
You'll see all the prostitutes this time, all the prostitute walking around.
Oh hell no!
Yes, well, depending on where you are, you know, the not right down 73rd, but yeah.
You were a couple blocks from Bayview, whatever. Yeah. Not exactly the best neighborhood.
No. Yeah, International is you know, well, yeah, East 14th has always been kind of crazy.
Yeah, smoke down there with them
young hoppers.
Yeah, smoke down there with the dude. You can tell smoke know how to handle himself.
I remember one time Nonito was the Maldonado fight. Him and
Smoke beat the hood and then moved in the suburbs.
No, what? What are you talking about?
Smoke beat the hood and he done moved in the suburbs. You can tell.
Oh yeah, he's up in the hills, man. That's what the rich people are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the rich people are.
That's what I said. He beat the hood and moved up.
Okay, if you say so, D.
Yeah, I already know. That's why you all sophisticated like that and like to fuck with people.
Not even any lights around where you are.
That's why he like to fuck with people. He done made it up out of there. He know exactly what you're going through, and he like to fuck with you.
I'm sorry.
That's smoke.
Hey, D. I went to boarding school, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, man. I already know. I already know you smoke. I know your type, Smoke. Smoke made it. Smoke know everything going on in the hood, and he gonna fuck and use that shit against you.
That's good. Yeah,
he want to make sure you stay there. That's what Smoke trying to do.
No, come on, man.
No, whatever.
Rachel, I got a question.
Nah, I'm fucking with Smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Or is this no need? Whoever's I got a question.
We're both sitting here.
Okay, perfect. What do y'all think about that? That lawsuit that's going on between Eddie Hearn and Jake Paul. You ever heard about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
because Jake Paul responded and had hashtag discovery.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? With a lot of social media, like, you can't say shit that might, have an influence on investors and et cetera. So it's in Eddie Hearn's best interest for his board and the investors into his promotion to defend it, right? And even if it doesn't go through it, it's still you're standing up to someone who is claiming that there's illegal activity in your company. So I mean, if there is discovery, I mean, nobody wants a discovery, of course, because you go into your emails, your books, fucking everything, right? Your social media and things like that. I mean, like I said, I do feel like there's, especially with the last thing with Conor Ben, do I feel like there's a lot in that email box? Yeah. Nobody wants to, so like I said, it could be like literally smoke and mirrors just to say like, listen, I took a step forward, because once you start filing a lawsuit, then you're able to also, either A, do a cease and desist, or B, a gag order to stop what he's saying. And for a lot of investors, that would at least show that you are standing up for the company and the money that they put into the company.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up, because it's just interesting to hear about lawsuits in boxing, because you don't hear, from my understanding, a whole lot. Like this past summer, Daniel Dubois, he sued Don King because Don King didn't pay him his money, and they ended up settling. So it's just interesting to me that we don't see a lot of fighters suing people, and I wonder, is it because they don't get paid a lot? Or what is it? It's something in the contract that disallows them to sue, or could they be frozen out? Because a lot of fighters, in my opinion, they are under a lot of grounds where they can sue these guys left and right. In my opinion.
Hey, I gotta add something in there real quick before she answers that. Hey, Rachel, can you touch on, or Nonito, can you touch on, because I try to tell these people sometime and they think that I'm crazy. When you're under a contract with certain companies, they can say negative things about you, but you signed a contract and you can't really speak out about what's really going on with you. Does that happen in boxing? I know it happens in other sports, so I just wanted to ask that.
So Nonito can't speak on it because he doesn't know anything about the contracts that he signs. I already redlined everything. By the time it comes to Nonito, it's fully done and baked. As far as the contracts, whatever they present to you at first is always a one-way type of defamation of character, and it's never both ways. It's not mutual. And
exactly.
So fighters have to catch that in their agreement, because there is a non-disclosure, and then there also is, again, defamation usually only in behalf of the promoter. So you have to cross that line now and say it's mutual. You can't say anything against me, that was and
okay,
without just decision.
So what you're saying? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you gave me the answer I was looking for, Rachel, because I just wanted people to understand that there are people that perform for teams and they can be a superstar, and when things go bitter, they can't say anything negative about that team, but that team is talking about what you're not doing and how you're not performing. But you can't say, oh, they ain't paying me my money when they supposed to pay me. You can't say nothing negative. And that's what people don't understand about the business side of a lot of things. Because I saw that in my career where, you know, you might not even be paid. You might have not been paid in 6 months and you've been playing. But guess what? I can't come out there and just criticize the team. You can't do that.
So what I was trying to say was that since you know you see all these contracts, so it makes sense for why we hear not fighters, but the promoters. We hear a lot of them talk shit about fighters.
You damn right, and they can't say that. And when they do, look at what kind of backburn they get. They're blackmailed or they're burned. That's what you need to look at. Not so much that they can't say nothing. When they do say something, look at what happened to their career.
Most of the time, what you always have to think of is whenever someone presents you the contract, it's completely one-sided to protect the person that's giving you the contract itself. And it's up to you to cross out, red line, tear up the damn contract and be like, no, this is a mutual. Again, like we keep talking about, like they're independent contractors, which means there has to be respect both ways. But unless someone is going through one by one each line and actually fighting for what it should be, most of these fighters just sign contracts left and right. Nonito used to do that all the time when I met him. And I was like, what the hell? I was like, tear that up. I was like, nope, not this, not that, not this, not that. He's like, you put red lines on every single page. I'm like, yeah, well, I was like, there should be red lines on every page, unless I'm just going to give it to them. I was like, why should I give it to them? So, I mean, like, I urge every single boxer, even if your manager looked at it, even if your lawyer looked at it, if you're paying a lawyer to look at it, especially, I'd have him put down an hour aside of his time, since you're paying him anyway, and go line by line. What does this mean? Explain to me why this sentence is 4 lines long and with run-ons almost. And what does this generally mean to me? Like, what does this affect me and how? But I would say a lot of the fighters that I have dealt with is very few to want to take the patience and to have the confidence to want to fight for their contract.
So would you be concerned, Rachel, for example, if you were, let's say, for example, in the Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence thing, do you think that's a bad thing that you're taking 60-35 and you're leaving from a company where you signed a contract where you always knew you were getting 5-6 million a year? I mean, a fight. And now you're going somewhere and they're telling you, nothing's guaranteed, but we're going to make this much money. And when we make this much money, we're going to pay you that. That would be how would you deal with that if that was, I want to put that in your hands. Let's say, for example, that contract just came to you and Nonito. You guys are always going to make 5 million when you fight. Now, you guys just left your company and they're talking about the biggest fight in the world and there's no guarantee. And they're saying that, oh, the pay-per-views, we're going to do this. And you ask for the books. How would you handle that? I just want to know how you would handle it.
So I'll let Nonito respond to if I put that in front of him, and then I'll talk to you about legal jargon. Go ahead. Would you take a fight that has no guarantee?
Hell no.
After you've been making 5 million a year?
Listen, if I'm gonna follow through what I've known for the longest time, which is got my guarantee plus an upside on the pay-per-view. That's what I've always known to do, but without knowing how much it is and knowing that boxing, you know, it's. I mean, if you were like Floyd or this, you know, like all these
Pacquiao and Floyd, basically,
you know, and get about 1 million or more viewers or buyers. You know, then it'll make sense, you know, to go through. But for me as a fighter, no, you know,
see, I use you guys because I try to say this to people and they think I'm crazy, and I say, man, that's common sense. I say, you can play all you want to, but if someone told you you're going to get 5 to 6 million guaranteed every fight, it doesn't matter if someone show up to the fight or not.
Right.
You've already signed your contract. You get 5 million when you step in that ring, versus someone sitting up saying, you could possibly make all the way up to 8 million, depending on how many people come.
Yeah.
So, okay.
No, I
I'll
tell them that all the time, Nonito, but they think that I'm crazy when I say shit like that. I'm like, no man,
All right, D. Let them
no
respond.
man.
Let them
Hold
respond.
on. I'm giving my point. Hold on. No person, and I'm trying to tell y'all that, Nate. No person, and he understands where I'm coming from, turns down guaranteed good money versus could be good money with no guarantee. It's just different.
So the way that I look at it is I've done contracting outside of boxing. So, general contracting, state, government, regular businesses, whatever. So within that, when people say that they want that they're going to pay you a commission off of the net profit, the problem is when people start to pay off of net profit, that means that you're taking everything off of the top first before you even get paid. So if we were going to go $1 million, let's just make it even, right? $1 million. We want to go 1 million. Let's just go $100. We made $100. You're going to make 30% off of net profit. Okay, well, it cost me $10 to pay my CEO. It cost me $10 for the streaming service. The production team cost $20. The flights for everybody on the card was another $30. In addition to the meals and the hotel rooms, that's another $10. And then free tickets that we had to give to XYZ and third party is another $5 to $7. How much are you left with? And you're going to get 30% of that, not 30% of the $100, 30% of whatever I deducted first.
Yeah, they got to understand. That guaranteed money is something different. That's all I'm saying.
That sounds like something that not Bruce, Michael Buffer kind of commented on when he heard that. He was saying that the fighters' expense, their training camp expenses and their, out of the travel expenses, like how much that gets taken into consideration. He was talking about that actually, and I was just like, wow. He was mentioning what it was back in the day and now. So
well, I'm just I look at it from a business perspective, right? Because I'm part of a couple businesses that I'm in that do contract work, and when we go down into net percentages, literally, I mean, you'll see the freaking web designer and this person, the social media, like all of their salaries are in the net, and then you get the 30% off that. So, I mean, if you're okay with having to pay with the overhead of the company itself first before you get paid, that's the number one moneymaker, is you always pay yourself first. So you always pay yourself first is my belief. And that would be you get a guarantee first, and then you get the sugar on top. I'm not going to play with someone else how they run their business. I run my business way different than anyone else does. So why would I trust someone who could up their salary of someone who is a social media director or the boyfriend of the social media director who gives coffee and all these, you pad it. They can pad it so much. And guess what? You can't say a goddamn thing.
And that's why Crawford is doing what he's doing, which is reasonable. It's absolutely reasonable. And anybody who saw that, if that's true, I mean, it's just somebody maybe spilling the beans a little bit more.
Reasonable.
I
say reasonable if that's the situation. Reasonable would be say fuck that contract, pay me guaranteed more.
If you notice when I ask them questions, if you notice, it's not about them making them look bad. I ask questions that are basically common sense. There's no man that's going to sit up, for example, and turn down. That's why I don't understand. And people think I'm crazy. I'm like, he might end up signing back with Top Rank, or at least running his own business and working with them. because ain't nobody giving him no guarantees like that. That's why Devin Haney went over there. If it's so bad over there, why did Devin Haney go over there?
That's we can't use Devin Haney and Bud in the same company.
No, you can use anybody.
Hold on, D, because you get to talk. I'm gonna let you go. So what I'm saying is, again, barring what you just said with Devin and Bud, right? So again, it's where he's at in his career. He's pushing 35. I don't think he's gives a damn about boxing at that point. It's more so of this the love of the sport. So, and this is a big fight. He don't need Earl, but it's a big fight. You get what I'm saying? And you're not going to just go in there at that age, right? When you got a family to go to go in the ring again for peanuts or just nothing. You see what I'm saying? So I don't see him going back to top right to fight just anybody for peanuts as well. You know, he most likely will retire, but when you got a team, Bomac, Red, and Saul, you know, and Keyshawn that need help. I would see him more so retiring and helping out with the next generation more so. We already see him doing it.
Let me ask you this, man. Right now, you're a top prospect. Right now, you're 17 years old. Everybody come out to you right now. The Zone just came to you. PBC just came to you. Showtime just came to you. And ESPN came to you. Who you signing with?
Showtime. Wait, sorry. DAZN. Wait, did you say DAZN too?
I said everybody.
No, wait. You have to wait. No, because you can't. You have to separate. Like, okay, are we signing with the promoters or are we signing with the network? Because once you have a network take, that's everything that what the promoters need and want. You have that bridge. So, are we talking about?
You're right, Rachel. Let me say network. Are you going to sign
with the network?
Fox? You're going to sign with Showtime, ESPN. Most young fighters, when they come out, if they get the offer, they're not turning down ESPN. That's all I'm saying.
But then a lot of fighters are educated that way. I will say that.
All I'm saying is, if you get the opportunity, listen to the.
Once you graduate from ESPN, though, you rarely no one talks about back.
Yeah, but Smoke, like ESPN is the one that's going to get you the public notoriety.
That's right. That's all I'm trying to say.
While you're building.
Yeah, but definitely. Once you leave, would you go back?
I ain't saying which one's best. I just say as a young person, which one do you want for your exposure?
ESPN.
And I think we can agree on that. It's ESPN.
It's hard to say now. I'm older now, right? But if I'm putting myself as a 17-year-old, right back, like a 17-year-old, I'm coming out the Olympics, and Bob Erm and Eddie Hearn and Floyd, all these guys coming in front of you. It's just like, shit, I can hang with Floyd. Floyd's TBE, or damn, this is the greatest promoter ever. Bob Erm, like at 17, without proper guidance, then it's a different conversation. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So
over there with Floyd. I feel you.
No, I'm not saying what I would. I never said I would do that. I'm saying I'm looking at it as in the broader spectrum.
You one of them tank niggas.
No. I'm saying it in the broader spectrum because again, most guys.
I can see you right now fighting an 8-pound baby.
Ashley De La Hoya does also a decent job with his young people.
Yeah. And I'm basically saying you got the promoters, and then the network is different. But most fighters aren't knowing of that, right? Because we still see them signing to promoters, right? Instead of the networks going to these fighters, and that could be because everybody's not Jake Paul. They're not coming into boxing with this grand entrance. You know, the red carpet already rolled out for them due to their prior works doing. Like the Olympics is good, but it doesn't add up to Jake Paul having YouTube followers and already having damn near probably $15 million in his pocket.
I know everything I need to know about Met. Met is weighed 150 and bench press 400 pounds. He want to get in there with them little ass niggas and beat their ass and say, I never pick my fights. I can see him right now working with PBC. I can see him right now.
Now I see why Smoke be talking to your crazy ass same way. Hey, I ain't said none of that. I'm looking at it from like all angles, right? Because Shakur signed with Top Rank. Keyshawn is signed with Top Rank. Neither one of them is signed with ESPN. Tio is, from what I heard, is signed with ESPN. That's what I heard, but I'm not sure. But that's the major difference. You get what I'm saying?
Hold up. He tried to leave too, didn't he? But he brung his ass back, didn't he? After he
Right, but signing with ESPN is not the same as signing with Top Rank.
Hold on, but what I'm saying is TOS was ready to leave. He took
Top
his
Rank.
ass over there.
He was ready to leave Top Rank.
He went to purse bid. He was like, fuck that. He thought he was a bigger superstar.
But you're saying Top Rank and ESPN are two different things.
He said that shit was a setup, and he came on back to Bob being nice, didn't he?
Right, but
all I'm saying is that guaranteed money ain't as bad as it look. That's all
facts.
I'm saying.
I mean, that's facts. You don't go to no, even if it's $18, $20 an hour, you're not going to a job and they be like, hey, we going to pay you probably however we feel like. You see what I'm saying? You want to get paid substantially for your labor. You see what I'm saying? So I think no matter what, any person will understand, you want guaranteed money. You don't want to do something with someone says, well, I had to go do this, and well, here's $2. You know, just make sure you can get on the bus. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, that makes no sense.
Nigga be sitting up saying, hey man, look, we're gonna hold this event. It's like this. It's basically like a concert. You ever had a concert? Motherfuckers go out and spend $80,000 sitting up saying, hey man, we're gonna have Jeezy here. Jeezy want $50,000 off the top. Tip want $30,000. This one here want $100,000. Well, guess what? If that motherfucking weekend come and it rain, nigga, you just fucked your whole career. You fucked your whole promotional company up. Because if it rain and don't no niggas come out there and buy them tickets, you stuck. Because you got to pay them niggas. They got guaranteed money off the top.
That's
why guaranteed money is, you can't question guaranteed money.
Yeah. But I'm not really savvy of what exactly is going on with the Crawford Earl situation, bar what I'm hearing. And it's mostly what you're saying, and it is the 65-35. He wants to see what's going on with the books, and I'm at the point where it's after what they talking about.
Hey, what would be a problem? Hey, if you doing something honest, what's the problem with the books? Right now, me and you, right now, we sit up and say we finna do a business. Hey, man, me and you. Hey, bro, look, I'm gonna make Smoke fight fucking H Money.
The problem,
we gonna pay niggas $100,000. You want to see
the problem isn't people that have like minds. The problem are the people that don't care, right? Like the people that are.
Wrong with that, man. Let's not play games. It's something wrong.
You
if
get
you
what
can't show me the book. Man,
it's
something wrong if you can't show me the book.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree entirely, but I'm saying the problem is we can legit go back weeks, right? And people are saying that, well, Crawford is holding up this, or Crawford, why he got to see the books? He's not doing. It's legit people out here that are pushing for that, right? And now we're seeing certain individuals taking a different leaf because they understand, because everybody should understand that, especially as an adult's business, you know, because that's how you live. That's how you eat day by day, even keep a roof over your head. But I don't believe that he should continue to pursue if they're not going to give guaranteed money. You understand what I'm saying? Then we hear this.
See, that's what they want. That's the thing right there, what you just said, man. And that's what I'm trying to say. Number one, Terrence Crawford, whether we like it or not, I want that fight so bad. But I'm gonna tell you like this: if Terrence Crawford set up and said right now, man, fuck it, I'm retiring. Terrence Crawford is going in the Hall of Fame, whether y'all like it or not. Me and anybody else. He's done enough to accomplish. He's a 3-division champion, never lost, and he's a unified champion and unified a whole division. He's going in the Hall of Fame.
Which makes me believe that they've been told him this, right? Because as I look at everything now, it's like they've been playing that game, right? And it seems as though he wants to fight. And this is why I still look at Earl with a side eye. Because he's still sitting over there.
Because I don't think it's Earl. See, I'm not gonna look at Earl that way.
I would be a fool not to hold him accountable because this is the same guy that's saying I think Al Heyman and because Bud isn't the first. Bud is not the first guy. He's not going to be the first guy. He's not going to be the last guy.
I
Yeah, but Earl is like, as much as I'm Team Crawford. Earl, he doesn't have any decision making on this at all.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's Earl. I think it's the people that's over him. Even though Earl in his heart really believe I beat the shit out of that nigga, the people that's around Earl don't believe that, and that's why it's taking long. I'm just sorry, and people can get mad at me for what I say, but if that's
No, I can agree with that. I'm starting.
And if you don't like what I'm saying, and if it ain't true, well, Earl Benson up telling him he too fucking small. Last time I checked, if a person is too small for me, I'll beat your ass. If I sit up and say you too small for me, I'm not finna run and wait and get older. I'm gonna beat your ass while I can.
No, but
if you believe that, you believe it. If you don't, you don't. It's the people around him.
Yeah.
They do not believe it. It ain't Earl. It's the people who are over the company and who have a high risk. You are our biggest payday person. We make so much fucking money off you. If you get in that goddamn ring with that motherfucker switch hitting and he beat your ass like you been beating everybody else's ass, we finna lose a lot of money in my company. That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, you guys got to remember that Errol's not putting up the money. And if it doesn't make a good enough business decision, like I said, like for me, if I was PBC and Errol, and he's my A, and I'm putting him up against someone like Crawford that he has a chance of freaking losing, and I do not have Crawford on at least 2-fight or 3-fight deal and a rematch clause, then my insurance is out the fucking window. And why would I do that?
Don't make sense. And I ain't mad because don't get me wrong. Hold on. I want y'all to understand. I'm not no PBC hater because what the fuck you think they did to Devin Haney? They did the same thing to Devin Haney. They made Devin Haney do a 3-fight deal, 2-fight or whatever the fuck you want to call it. 3-fight, 2-fight. Ain't no
top rank. Top rank.
Right. He with Top Rank. He is with Top.
The top rank deal is he got guaranteed money. Kambosos got guaranteed money.
My point, no,
50,000 people in the crowd.
My point is this, man. If he didn't sign,
they paid for him to come down.
If he didn't sign with Top Rank, you would have seen Oscar Valdez getting that goddamn fight with motherfucking goddamn or Shakur or somebody or Lomachenko there to wait and gave him some bullshit. Devin Haney would not have gotten that fight if he didn't sign that contract. They made him.
That's not the same.
Business.
Yes, I'm saying
it's a business because they knew he was going to take that belt.
No, I mean it's again. Dev had more benefit than Terrence Crawford has in a situation that he's presented. Right? He's fighting for all the titles to be undisputed. He's still getting over $1 million for the fight.
For doing
obviously,
that too.
Bob, you have one of the greatest promoter of all time, flying out with you, and these guys have given him a YouTube show, and he has gotten a lot of benefits. We saw only a certain part, and again, I ain't gonna get in that, but it's certain things were said, but then we see the true the deal come to light, right? You see what I'm saying? It's not even the same. Crawford isn't being given any of that. You see what I'm saying? They would have began a process of trying to make the fight, the press conferences, the world tours, a whole bunch of stuff. The fighters, we'd have seen a different process going on, but that's not what they want to do.
All I'm saying is, bro, listen, Top Rank protects Top Rank. PBC protects PBC. I'm just telling you, you may not believe it, but those are facts, bro. If they have any doubts, you got to understand that that's your company. That's your business.
Only what I disagree is that Top Rank doesn't. They're gonna make certain fights.
Dude, I ain't prejudiced, bro.
I'm not. I ain't gonna lie. It's something I'm not saying. I can't say it. I'm holding it off for a couple of days, man. But it's something the other night, man. I sat back and I've been watching some shit, man. I'm like, okay, and everything hit me. But now I'm like, it's two totally different scenarios and situations. It's two totally different. Like I've seen Bob invest into Dev. And at the same time, Luda Bella investing in Devin, bro. And I'm not seeing that with PBC Showtime. But I'm saying
that shit was so
Deontay
good.
Wilder Helenius pay-per-view on a Saturday.
If that shit was so good, hold on. We just went from a man that was suing a nigga that was he's considered to be racist. Right after he's been considered to be racist, a motherfucker from PBC run over there and sign with him. And one of the biggest stars there is
Who?
Devin Haney.
No, Devin was with the Zone. He started off with Showbox with the Zone for Eddie Hearn.
And Devin has been everywhere. He been his own promotional company. So whoever want to pay him, he move as he goes.
No.
Devin has been moving as he goes, bro.
Yeah, it's not like it's he has a promotional company, but Top Rank is the mother. You see what I'm saying? So it's Eddie Hearn, whatever.
He fight on Top Rank. Now he fight on ESPN.
Hey, breaking news! If you want to watch some boxing right now, Maximum the Zone is about to have a fight in Australia between upcoming fighters. What's it called? Liam Powell and Brock Jarvis. It's gonna be on at 2 a.m. So in Australia. If I'm not mistaken, so on YouTube, they're gonna have the fights on YouTube. So if you just
that's a rerun, ain't it? That's got to be a rerun. I know.
No. That's live. That's live.
So them niggas fighting at 6 in the morning.
They're in Australia.
Yeah, fighting 6, 7 in the morning.
They fighting on Saturday. It's Saturday there. Well, it's Saturday here, so it's early Sunday.
Yeah. So I'm just letting y'all know if y'all want to watch. 13 people already waiting. Well, actually 20.
What time you say the fight start?
2 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So 30 minutes. So 30 minutes. Over 30 minutes. So yeah, 2 o'clock Eastern time, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's 12:32 where I'm at. I'm on Central.
Okay. Yeah, so I might watch them. Just give me a heads up.
Who y'all got winning though, Pearl or Jarvis?
I think Pearl. I saw Jarvis fight on the undercard, and he almost lost against a guy they handpicked. He almost got knocked out. I think that guy is his defense is very suspect. He's used to just knocking people out early and easily, and I think this other guy who's supposed to be some type of puncher is going to get him up out of there. The kid, they putting the kid in too deep. He's basically still a prospect. I think the other guy's kind of ranked somewhat higher, a lot higher. So I'm going with Pearl. He's going to get him up out of there. Yeah, that other kid almost got stopped.
Not to cut that conversation off, but Rachel, be careful with YB. I ain't gonna say he a Earl sexual, but he got Earl sex. I can't say the whole word. I can't say the whole word, but YB, be careful with him.
YB is
but
calling you out. You better come on.
I love him, Rachel, but be careful with him. I see him trying to pull you over there. He's trying to pull you over there to Earl. He's trying to pull you over there. I'm just saying, be careful with him.
I know.
Hey, Miss Donaire, Mrs. Donaire, yeah. I got a question. Since we, talking about the contracts, in your position, if you were team Chris Eubank Jr. After what happened with Conor Ben, and after everything that's happened, and obviously the fight is postponed for now, what would you?
Hell no, we're not fighting him.
What would I do if the fight got canceled over a positive drug test?
Yeah, and
keep it moving.
Your team Chris Eubank Jr. basically.
I would still demand my pay.
There you go, Rick. See, they don't understand that. You still can get paid, and you ain't getting in the ring either. Let them know.
The queen already died, and we're all that stuff.
Let them know. Business a motherfucker,
a freaking storm didn't hit, or a typhoon didn't hit that washed everything out. So this is an act of human error. That I wasn't a part of and I didn't take part of, and it wasn't my fault to get the fight canceled. So I'd say, I'm going to start at 100% of my person. We can negotiate back from there.
There you go. I'm getting paid, nigga. I ain't tell you to funk that drug test, and I ain't fighting your strong ass either, nigga. Give me my money.
Yeah.
Guess what? You guys, these guys have insurance. Promoters have insurance, event insurance. You don't think that they would have had to, for example, like the site fee? You think that the site's gonna be like, oh, okay, cool, we'll just let you guys off on the fact that you didn't use our event, but then blocked it off, and then we didn't get our, our pay. There's an event insurance, guys, that they could tap into, and they're paying a premium for that one night for that fight. And that's where a lot of stuff comes out, especially with, medicals and things like that. Yeah, if a fighter just so happens to unfortunately have to go to the hospital, hello.
Well, y'all better learn how this system in the world works.
Wow, some fighters need to be listening to this.
No, it ain't nothing that they shouldn't already know.
Go get that insurance money.
But you know they don't. You know why? But you know why they don't though. We've heard fighters say, "Oh, we heard interviews. People interviewing ask them, hey, why you don't look into that?" They'll be like, "Oh, I got my team." They always defer to somebody else.
That's because they not learning, bro.
I'm sorry. Is your team going in there and getting punched in the face? Or
you damn right.
Because guess what? Your trainer, your nutritionist, your whatever the hell you have on your team, they're coming out of that ring unscathed.
Hey, and I'm gonna add on to that too. Hey, and then them ones who y'all keep talking about they get paid by they pay-per-views on the back end. That don't really show up on the okay, so when your ass finish getting your brain beat in, and then you get old and you file your Social Security, and you be wondering you fought under that promotional company, and then they sit up and tell you, "Oh yeah, sir, we're gonna pay you $500 a month." You like, what the fuck? What you mean $500 a month? No, you ain't never did no taxes, bro. You been getting that pay-per-view back end money, okay?
So Rachel, I got another question. For some fighters, they've had this happen. They have deferred payments, and then some that had money stowed away for them, and they can only touch it after they retire. I think Shelly Finkel did that for Mark Breland. He had money. He had a portion of his, a nice portion of his fight money was stowed away, and he could only touch it until he retired. So
I mean, I like the sentiment. I really do. But I don't think that in a management position that needs to be part of your job. I think a financial team that is that has the knowledge and the history of actually making your money work for you is something different. Because let's just say let's pretend it's just in a regular savings account that's making what 0.5% a year, and in comparison to an actual investment team that will diversify your portfolio and grow it 8% a year and allows it to grow exponentially. I don't think managers have the fiduciary duty and license to be investing or saving, quote unquote, money aside that will be in the financial best interest of the fighter.
Because the money's never growing, right? If the money's sitting in a savings account, you're losing money.
Correct. Well, if it's just in a savings account, a regular banking savings account, then yes. That's not how you grow money. You make the money work for you. And if they're only putting, $10,000 per fight, and then you compound interest that over the course of your career, and let's just assume about 10 years, and it's, you put in 10,000 the first time, and then of course the more bigger fights you have, a percentage of that goes to that, and it keeps continuously compounding, then it will be a lot more than you had put in. But without someone who has had the experience and has a license and the fiduciary duty to tell you what's going on with your money, I don't think that's a smart decision.
So I got another question for you, Rachel. We got Al Heyman brother on here, but I ain't gonna say who he is. Al Heyman brother on this panel. So
you kind of smoke.
I wanna ask you a question. If Paramount Pictures, for example, bought out Showtime, can you guarantee us that nobody gonna lose their job?
If Paramount Pictures buys out Showtime?
Yeah. Or even if they just switching the name, can you guarantee me who gonna lose a job and who ain't?
I don't think that whenever there's a merger or a buyout, you can't guarantee anything at that point. It's dependent on the contract of the merger and the buyout. I mean, sometimes when it's a complete buyout, well, especially if it's a complete buyout, nobody wants the old company and their the way that they had viewed the company and its directive. There's a
I
reason.
just wanted to start some, Rachel. I ain't gonna even do it because you answering it too good, and I don't want to start nothing. I was just playing. I was trying to get
I'm
Smoke
going,
cooked
but
up.
hey, dude,
Smoke
the
is
one thing that
quiet.
you talk to me about, like I will go like completely legal on you and know exactly.
No, you honest though, and I know that, and you can't guarantee it, and I can't guarantee it. That's my whole point. But I was just messing with somebody else because I think Smoke had a few dinners with Al Heyman, and he think he Al now.
Rachel, getting away from the Spence and Crawford never end the saga. Just to touch back on. I want to hear what you think of deferred payments. I've heard some fighters they decide to contracts and they got deferred payments where they don't touch their money until several years later down the line, even longer.
From their promoter?
Nah, that's only one company, bro. Don't talk about what you're talking about. Don't say everybody because
no. I'm not trying.
No, that's not normal. That's not normal.
I'm not trying to point the finger at nobody.
It's fine.
But I understand that, Nate. I understand that, Nate. But that's what's wrong. We ain't trying to bite no tongues, Nate. Cause Top Rank don't sell no motherfucker. They don't pay no nigga 10 years later. Get out of here with that. It's guaranteed. So speak on what you speaking on, bro. Don't hide nothing. That's what the fuck we about. Free smoke, motherfucker. Free smoke. From every angle.
That in general. When it comes to a contract and what has to be paid is actually paid by commission, especially the guarantee on the night of the fight. Now, the only thing that can be deferred is the pay-per-view numbers and the pay-per-view payment because of the accounting, 3 to 6 months, depending on the accounting department of the network, because you have to deal with people who are going to ask for refunds because their stream didn't work, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say about 90 days for me is good enough for a network to settle their accounting. They should know because I mean in the fiscal year there's only 12 months. So I would say at the freaking most 5 months. I'll give you another 60 days just cause. That's the only deferred payment that I have ever seen or that I would know about.
Okay, common sense, people. Listen to what she just said. Everybody that got common sense, that's who I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to nobody else. Common sense, people. Listen to what she just said. She said, my guaranteed money is paid on the night of the fight. My pay-per-views, that can be paid anytime 90 days later. So, we're talking about a person that's getting guaranteed $5 million in their pocket.
Oh my God.
You want to go play? You want to go play with some shit talking about some 90 days later, we might, depending on how these sales go. Okay, that's all I got to say.
I need to go say goodnight to my boy.
You didn't say nothing about that fight. I just put it in perspective, Rachel. I don't want you to take blame for that.
No. So
I'm talking about guaranteed money. It's the same thing in football. You know what? There are people that sign contracts, but you know what the most important thing about the contract is? They don't give a fuck that Dak
Pass the
got signed
mic,
for $200
D. Pass
million.
the damn mic, D.
They don't give a fuck about Dak signed for $200 million. You know what they give a fuck about? Aaron Rodgers signed for $100 million.
D, pass the mic, D. Goddamn.
Yeah, you better learn what that guaranteed money means, nigga.
I'm gonna leave you guys with this real quick because I gotta put myself on mute and tell my boys to go to bed. But literally the commission oversees like the payment of the fighters with guaranteed money, which mostly is a lot of the fighters that don't have pay-per-view anyway. But if it's guaranteed plus a pay-per-view, the guaranteed money is paid out and the commission oversees it after the fight. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Rachel. I just wanted to sit up and say, hey, we appreciate you on here because, see, you're a lady and you sound like a teacher for these old third grade ass niggas.
Hey, now this was good information for a lot of people, like deferred payments.
Yeah, niggas like me don't understand guaranteed money.
Guarantees.
How you why you taking shots at me? You just be rambling. AD, you be rambling sometimes, man. You get
because I want you to
you get into your
understand,
old
man.
man bag and you start rambling for like 5
Man,
minutes,
I want you to
and then everybody
understand,
get
man.
lost. Who's like, what the hell, D? What are you
Man,
talking
I
about?
want you to understand though, man, that guaranteed money, that shit serious, bro. I don't give a fuck. It's a
I'm not
job.
disagreeing. I don't disagree with any of them. Right? I'm not doing anything unless
These
money
niggas
is hitting my
we
hand.
acting like, hold on, but we acting like this nigga don't want to fight, and nobody's sitting up looking at, man, that nigga just lost 5 million guaranteed and left that damn dude, and over there now they talking about giving that nigga 35%
Right.
unguaranteed. You know, I wouldn't
Right.
sign with them niggas. I wouldn't
What I
fight them.
was
And you
saying,
know what they'll say if they ain't fight them? They're gonna say that nigga Crawford was scared. That's what they gonna say.
right, but that's
And
not.
that's
That's what I
bullshit.
was saying. What I said earlier was, Dev got guaranteed money. You see what I'm saying? He signed. He signed to get promotion from one of the best promoters and one of the best networks in boxing, right? And it's working for him. And at the same time, he's still getting guaranteed money. He's getting
That's
he's
all
getting
I'm
to go
saying,
to
bro.
Australia, and we now see Australia laughing at Kambosos. We see Kambosos like a damn fool. You see what I'm saying? He's growing as a fighter, right?
See,
And
now you're talking like
he's
you on
not
your
taking a
medication.
public hit, anything, right? They have the GQ magazine this week. I'm watching all this stuff, right? And I'm like, I'm not seeing that with Showtime and whoever the hell who's supposed to have been taking on Crawford versus Spence. You see what I'm saying? They
That's
didn't
all I'm
do
saying,
they
bro.
haven't done anything for either fighter. They
That's
both
all I've
guys
been
are sitting
saying.
in the damn dark, and that's egregious.
I think Devin got a great deal. I think Devin, whether he is happy, they might throw him into some tough fights. Bob might throw him into some bullshit, but I can guarantee you one thing: he gonna get paid to be in the bullshit. And it don't matter who the fuck show up at the fight. I don't give a fuck if one nigga come to the fight. He getting his money, and that's the difference.
I think God is letting you know that you need to take your old ass to sleep, man.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep here in a minute.
Yeah, that your mic starting to lose faith in you.
I'm good right now.
Yeah, shit.
I'm good right now, man.
Yeah, hey, shit. You got Smoke going here, Mark going here. Shit, Mark has been here for a minute.
I tried to wake Smoke
So,
up to get him started.
yeah.
It ain't work, so I know he got to be asleep because it ain't work. Normally he would have jumped out. You know, he's looking for an argument.
Yeah, tomorrow morning gonna be afternoon gonna be long. I'm ready to have a ball for you.
I'm awake.
Oh, okay. I couldn't get you to argue back with me. I was like, well, he gotta be asleep. I don't have nobody else to pick on. Nate gonna stay always, you know. Nate stay in between. Rachel, she the teacher. Marky Dan, you know, we lost him. He flunked out of school, so I can't mess with him no more. It might try to, you know, get a lawsuit on me because we flunked him out of school. Who else on here?
So, detail, the only other way that you don't get paid that night of the fight is if you opted for a wire. The wire option is supposed to be paid on Monday. Now, if you left and the commission allowed you to do a wire transfer instead of a paper check, then or let's just say that they said they ran out of checks that day. The only other way that you can legally or should legally go about getting your payment is creating a demand letter with a deadline that they are supposed to pay within X amount, or then you will file a claim suit against them with interest. But I guarantee you a lot of these boxers aren't doing that, so there's that. We've always gotten paid, so let me just say that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just want everybody to understand what that guaranteed money feel like. You get a 3-fight deal right now, offer $15 million, and then they tell you, oh, but this other company want to sign you, and your fight is going to be against Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney, and Terrence Crawford. 3 champions, and we're going to pay you on the pay-per-views. It ain't guaranteed, but we'll see what we make. Now, you ain't going to that shit. You finna fight that $15 million. Three fights guaranteed $15 million. You got to understand what guaranteed money is. It's nothing like guaranteed money. No one understands that, I see.
It's like when you're working off. Basically, think about it. You're working off commission, right? So you want like, you're in the retail business. You have a guaranteed hourly. But if you sell over XYZ, like your monthly quota, then anything over your monthly quota, you get 5% off of. That's pretty much what it is.
It's just most people work behind a desk. They work behind their desks and their fingers, so they don't understand what a contract look like. Because if you understand what that goddamn signing bonus feel like, if you ever touch them sports and they tell you, oh, you got a signing bonus for your signing bonus is for $5 million and we're gonna pay you $100 million. Then another dude got a contract for $60 million and he gonna sign for $20 million. That nigga signing that $60 million contract. He want that $20 million guaranteed in his face. That other shit is not guaranteed to you. The 100 ain't guaranteed. Understand that. It's what's coming to me in my hand.
But I do feel like sometimes, like when you do have a signing bonus, it does make fighters feel a little bit too cushy.
I already understood the whole thing on Rachel. With all due respect, I don't blame PBC, but you're going from one company that operates one way to a company that operates another way. That's what's spooky for a person signing that contract. It would be hard for anybody to sign that contract when they used to guarantees. That's my point. What I was trying to say.
Well, he can go back to Top Rank. Isn't he suing Top Rank?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, as far as getting a fight though, to signing his fight what he wants, that fight is dealt with totally different to what he's accustomed to. And he's asking to see paperwork and they don't understand it, and it's totally different.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that like they know that they have you in a lockhold. What are you going to do? Go back to Top Rank? You'd have to drop your lawsuit.
That's that lawsuit been gone. I think that lawsuit been gone on Rachel. With all due respect, I thought it was already over with. They've been dropped that.
You got to understand that right now they're trying to leverage Bud. They're trying to leverage, and Bud is also trying to leverage as well because they know that he knows Errol Spence wants that belt. He wants to be undisputed.
They both know that.
That's why Bud has been saying, "Oh well, don't matter."
But good. See, the thing, I think the biggest thing is this though. PBC has all the power, but PBC doesn't really have the guarantee money. I think that's where a lot of the problem lies. Whereas if it was with ESPN, it would be more like, okay, pay-per-views, we're going to do what we're going to do, but we're going to keep that pay-per-view money. We're just going to guarantee you niggas off the top. Nigga, you getting 10 and the other nigga getting 20, 15 or whatever. Earl getting 18 and he getting fucking 12. But that feel good coming in saying guaranteed money that I'm going to get 12 million when I walk away from this motherfucker and he going to get 18.
So Rachel, I got a question. So, I mean, it was Mayweather Pacquiao where there was problems making that fight, and then they had to get a mediator between that type of fight to even get that cross the line. And then for this fight, do you think it would help if there was a independent sponsor that could come in and try to say, hey, I'll give away? Has that ever happened in a fight in boxing where somebody that was outside and kind of like just dropped in some money to make a fight get over the line? Well, that's never happened.
No, I mean that could completely happen, and if the sponsor comes in or the investor comes in, they have to. I mean, it'd have to be a sponsor because an investor at this point wouldn't see the upside. But if a sponsor came in, then they would have to write that contract that basically states that those funds are directly to the fighters and it doesn't bypass through promoters or whatever hands other people want to put in the pocket. Most people, I guarantee you that most promoters won't go for that, just because of the fact that, I mean, how many hands and how many pockets are they not going to get paid for?
Oh, they're going to want a piece of that. They're going to want a piece of that money. That's why.
$10 million? Yeah, they're going to want a piece of it. Even if it costs, so mostly, I mean,
in contracts too, in the management contract too, if they have manager, it's usually stated in the back line that they've never taken anything from me, from my sponsor or anything like that. But it says in the back that they are, what is the word? I don't read this shit.
Well, that's why I thought it was funny. You start. Go ahead,
I remember you were talking about this stuff. That's why I don't know.
Okay, so most of the management contracts, if it's from a sponsorship deal, then the manager would automatically get 30%, regardless if they had if they negotiated the deal or not. So
hey, peace out to everybody, man. Salute to everybody on the panel. H Money, hit the like button, and y'all listen to Rachel, man. Let Rachel educate you 5th grade ass niggas. Later.
Hey, Uncle D, I holla. What's good, y'all? Salute to the panel already.
Hey, yo, Mike. Hey, whoever that is, your mic.
yeah, it's kind of like scratchy.
Yeah, it's kind of loud and scratchy at the same time. Might want to unplug and plug. Might work. Yeah, so that's interesting. I was thinking that, but I wasn't too sure about. Yeah, it's probably possibly not going to happen because the people involved who are already involved going to want a piece of that sponsorship money, and usually more than likely the sponsor is not going to want that, right?
No, not if you're putting up, $10 million. Like, and these guys are saying that I need to make $5 million. Then so let's do the math. What's $5 million? 5 million, and I want to take my 30% is 1.5 million. Yeah, I'm gonna want that. But then the fighter's gonna lose 1.5 million, so he's not actually gonna walk away with the 5 million that he's mandating. He's only gonna walk away with 3.5. You think that either of them are gonna come with that?
So that's why we don't see a lot of sponsorships like just come out of nowhere and say, hey, like for example, like there was a Tevin Farmer and Mickey Bay fight that was supposed to happen twice, and on the first time they had Sprite actually was one of the sponsors. They had Sprite, and it was supposed to happen in another country, and one thing led to another. That fight didn't happen in that country. Then they moved it to another country. The fight was supposed to happen again, and they had, I think it was CBS that was kind of help sponsoring it. CBS, they were help sponsoring it. Then, it didn't happen. So it makes sense. I guess they looked at it and said they weren't going to make no money, the sponsors. So the sponsors, before they even drop, like say for this Spence and Crawford fight, they'll say, hey, I'll put in $5 or $10 million for this fight to get over the line. They will want proof that they're going to generate their money back, right?
If it's a sponsorship, then no, because the sponsorship is just given, right? If it's an investment, then yes, they're going to want their upside and the percentage that they're going to make back, right, over whatever time, 6 months. But it's just the fact that if you're going to tell me and you sit here and say, if you sponsor this fight for 10 million, we'll get it done, and I ask as a sponsor, are you sure each of them are going to get 5 million? And you say, well, there's some people we have to pay off of each of the 5 million, but they'll get the leftover. Then, so you're really telling me I have to pay 7.5 at least each. So about 15 million to get this fight off the ground because of the money, the hands in the money pot.
I see. And that's why
get the hands in the pot.
Okay, so that's why there's problems. Because I was thinking this type of fight that maybe somebody could sponsor. Because I've seen interviews with Ellie Setback. He interviews celebrities and stuff, and he always asks them about this fight, and they even said they really want to see this fight. And I was thinking of, say, for example, Magic Johnson or something like that. He's a big boxing fan. He can, he's worth a lot of money. Say he just wants to drop 12 million or something for this fight because he really wants to see it. He wants to see it. It's just a fan. And then what you just saying. All right, he'll give 12, and then people that's involved say, well, we're gonna need a little bit more because it's not going all of that's not gonna go straight to the fighter. So we're gonna need a piece of that. So that makes sense. Why? I mean, honestly, I don't see too many sponsors coming into fights and making it happen.
Most of these sponsors don't come into, well, I mean, like a lot of sponsors don't come into fights because once they find out what the fighter's getting, then they get all pissy about it, right? So, for example, there was a fighter from the Philippines that was supposed to get a deal or did get a deal, and it was worth, I don't know, $10,000. And for some weird reason, he was only transferred $2,500. When he went back to his sponsor, and he's like, "Thank you for the $2,500." The sponsor's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" The manager skimmed everything before he even thought, and then, of course, when he got caught, it got transferred. They conveniently forgot to transfer the rest of the money over to the fighter. So, a lot of these things, when there's a sponsor involved, a manager steps in, right? Whether or not that they got the contract to begin with, most of the fighters will just push it onto their manager and say, "Deal with my manager," and he'll figure it out. And either way, even if you didn't have your manager involved in the first place, he'll still, like, if your cousin Joe got you a sponsorship agreement with the freaking dentist down the street for $5,000, he would still get a cut off the $5,000, even though he didn't do anything. So, just to bring it all back in, it's the fact that within the management contracts that I have seen, it's always been, whatever their management fee is goes across the board. It goes to your name and your likeness. It doesn't just stop at boxing. And anything that you have money guaranteed on, they will take a cut of.
Wow. I think hopefully most fighters don't. Most time, especially if they got a fight coming up, they're not gonna be listening to this. Hopefully the fighters that have no fight coming up, they're listening to this right now, like everything that's being talked about, because they can take some notes themselves if the team already doesn't know this and learn something, or maybe somebody who knows a fighter. They can pass this information on, because there's a lot of details about a lot of these contracts and these fees and what could come out of their purse and what can be stipulated. And it's just interesting to me to see how, honestly, the boxing world, especially behind the scenes, is like the jungle. It's like the jungle itself. So, this is one other thing I want to touch on, because recently, I think, at least a month ago, there's this young fighter that's fighting under Oscar De La Hoya's promotions. His name is Kid Austin Floyd Schofield. He came out, him and his dad talked. I'm not sure, talk to you about. They came out and said, they seen the Al Haymon contract, and they didn't like it. They did not approve of it. They didn't like it, and they said the main reason was they don't get to control how many fights there's guaranteed they can get in a year, and they didn't like the fact that whatever they was getting paid from their sponsors or whatnot, they had to give up a certain percentage. They didn't have control. They said the main reason was they didn't have control over their likeness and what they wanted. Why do you think fighters so eagerly give that up, the control part in these contracts? Say, yeah, I'll just sign it. Is it just simply because they don't read it, or and because they have a team, they have lawyers, they have people behind them a lot of times? Why do they allow the team behind them just say, hey, just sign it? Is there like a backroom deal these contracts are afforded to also the team, where the manager or the promoter or whoever, the assistant, they get paid extra if they can get the fighter to sign? Have you ever heard of that? Because some of these contracts are just, it's all about control.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the contracts are written on behalf of the promoter, so it's always going to be in their best interest and not in yours. As far as why they sign it, there's a multitude of reasons why they would sign a contract like that. One is the interest of them in the market isn't as salivating as the one that's in front of them, right? So the contract that's in front of them, and like they went and shopped around, talked to other people, and it's kind of like like lukewarm but not really hot. And this is the only one, because you'll hear promoters all the time, oh yeah, we'll get you this, we'll get you that, and then as soon as like the paper comes in, you're like, this is not what I freaking thought it was going to be. And so
a lot of fighters too, they're enticed with the signing bonus.
There we go. Yeah.
Well, that is the number one. Like if you start to look at contract structure, one of the first couple paragraphs after saying who you are, where where you're from, and blah 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 blah, it talks about the signing bonus within the first couple paragraphs, and that's the first thing that you see. After that, especially if there's a big number on the signing bonus, then you don't really give a shit because you're like, dude, what? I mean, cool. They're giving this money up front. Cool. The problem with the signing bonus that a lot of these boxers have signed, like they see the pretty money, and let's just say it's 100,000. Or let's bring it down. Let's bring it to someone who like is just coming out of the amateurs, and they're giving them a $20,000 signing bonus. First of all, that's a lot of money. They've never seen because they haven't turned pro yet. But within that, it says that you are actually it's an advance that's payable upon the expenditures of when you go to a fight. So as we know, coming from amateurs to professionals, there's a lot of managers that have to put up money for you and your opponent just to get you on a card because no one believes in you yet, right? There's, of course, there's people like Teofimo, but I'm talking about the normal, right? And what happens is they'll put in that stipulation that the manager's flight, room, and food has to be paid for every single time you fight. And if you needed training expenses or whatever, that has to be put against the purse. So there's like little loopholes all over the contract. Is your signing bonus non-accountable? If it's not non-accountable, that means that it's just a freaking advance against your future purses. They're not going to take it all out in one shot, but it's going to take you a little bit to grow and to pay back that 20 grand.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of fighters coming in there who doesn't have a big background usually have to deal with that. I mean, you get the Olympians who are a gift. They're gifted the signing bonus and all of that stuff, But you get the majority of the people that come in, the words are twisted where they don't understand that it's taken from them along the way.
Interesting. Like I'm gonna say it again. When the show is over for this one, I think people need to save this because they can go to these timestamps and take each bits and pieces of everything about from the contracts, the guarantees, the net, everything. I mean, this is a lot of stuff to take in because, again, I look at everything. It just seems, the business of boxing is like a jungle. It really is like a jungle, and you have to know how to survive the jungle in order to survive this boxing business.
One of the scariest one that I've ever seen in a management contract is basically signing the damn fighter's life away. And, I understand that they're going to market and blah, 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 blah. But one of the contracts I've seen was being able to sign contracts on behalf of the fighter in addition to taking financial instruments. Now, if put it in layman's terms, that means is I can sign you to do a commercial for $50,000 and they're going to hand me a check and I can sign your name on the back of the check and cash it. Because you gave me authority in that contract to sign financial instruments.
It's fucked up.
And if you can read that, you're done. Like.
So my thing is this: how do fighters? Because I'm gonna make a great example. This is a fighter called Lorenzo Truck Simpson, and right now he's independent. He's going the complete independent route. He's not backed by no big name promoter, none of that. But he used to be signed to different. Like I guess I'm not sure if he dealt directly to the network. It seemed like that's what he was doing. He only dealt directly to the networks. He was signed to I think Al Heyman for a little bit, Eddie Hearn, and Bob Arum, but it was mainly ESPN. I think it was Showtime and the Zone. So directly to the network or the platform. my thing is this, nobody really talks about him because, he doesn't have like the visibility part. My thing with that is the independent route. Does the independent route totally get you out of the way from being screwed over? More so than the other route where you got to sign with a network or a promoter? Because I'm gonna be honest, his last fight got basically canceled because they couldn't find the funds for the main event, and his opponent refused to fight him for some reason because they couldn't guarantee his opponent the money. And he had Devin Haney there, and Haney was offering to give the fighter some money, like straight out of pocket. But I think the fighter's opponent, like Lorenzo's opponent's mother, who was his manager, said they couldn't take that money. They would not be able to take it because it's contracts. So what about that, where you have an opponent and they pull out a fight because they're not guaranteed a purse for that night, but then somebody else say, "Hey, I'll give you money if you just fight." Why can't they just take the money?
Legally they can't. A promotional company is the one that has to it has to go into a promotional company and then go that way. It can't be a personal transaction. It would be, I mean, first of all, you can't just hand someone cash, right? There'd have to be a lot of legal paperwork, but the person who is licensed to throw the fight is a promoter, and they're the only ones that are allowed to pay the fighter for a purse for the fight. So he would have had to infuse whoever the promoter was for that event, and again, and say, I'm let's just say I'm investing, I don't know, $10,000. I'm just throwing out a number for this fighter to be put into for his fight contract to perform on this fight on like freaking all the legal jargon, and am not seeking a percentage of interest or return on my investment.
Can that be done?
Go ahead.
Could that be done? Could that be done on that very night, or that takes time to be drawn up? Could that be done on, like, say the fight is here and now within a couple hours? Can that be done?
If he has that contract already written up for himself, then I don't see why he couldn't walk into whoever's running the card and say, "Hey, I mean, this fight did they make the weight? They made the weight already, or did he make?"
No, the weight was made. It was probably a few hours before that person was supposed to fight. The main event was canceled because the funds wasn't approved, wasn't shown proof. So that fight was pushed to be main event. But then the opponent refused to fight because the promoter for that card didn't have funds for that particular opponent, for Lorenzo Simpson. So then Devin Haney, he was there, and he offered money. He offered money. So I was wondering if there's a way that Devin Haney could have probably just said, "Hey, let me go and hurry up, get this contract written up, and come back." And maybe it could have been worked out with the promoter of the event, and they could have allowed it. But it sounds like that's not what it wouldn't have worked out.
No, I mean, like, if the promoter's lawyer was on hand at the event, Devin could have sat down with the lawyer and said this, and that. I agree to this, and that. I mean, literally, there's a very, very basic frame for investments and what those funds are supposed to be used for, especially if they're earmarked for a certain fighter. And once he signs off on it, then they might ask, I mean, I don't know, they might ask Devin for a proof of funds that he will establish the wire then and there, considering it's a Saturday. Because I believe the wire stops at 2. So they would have to ask for the wire to be initiated into the promoter's bank account. Upon that, they will allow the fight to go through, and the wire will go through on Monday. And then they would pay, and the fighter would have to acknowledge that they are not going to be paid until the wire is cleared from their funds to be processed through to the fighter's funds. So there's a little bit of, like, finagling and finesse to how they would have to do it. But like I said, I think the biggest thing is to either, I mean, Skype or Zoom the lawyer, or if he's there, it's even better. And, lay out the conditions of his investment and be very specific. That is not just into the card. It is for a specific fight for a fighter who is fighting this person and that he's not expecting his investment back.
I'm gonna let y'all know if y'all still listening. I'm gonna save this goddamn. I'm gonna timestamp towards the end of because this is a lot of shit that if you got friends that's fighters, that's trying to get into boxing or just trying to get into it, you can learn a lot from what is being talked about. Because this is real shit. This is really happens. It happens on a lot, and some of it don't really happen too often. But still, you never know. Boxing is finicky like that. Anything can happen in the ring and outside the ring. That's the funny thing. We always say in the ring, but even outside the ring, you got sometimes, Rachel, I've heard fights get signed, but the contracts get signed on the day of the fight. I mean, what do you think about that? Contracts get signed days of the fight.
They have to be signed before they step in the ring. That's commission law, but boxers do have the option, depending on how long that they've been fighting, of course, and if it's supposed to be like a main card event kind of thing. You could put that into your promotional agreement that you are not required to take a fight if you are presented the contract less than 12 weeks or 8 weeks, depending on the fighter. And if you do get a contract, you have the option to decline it, and it will not go against your number of fights per year because they didn't adhere to the deadline that was stipulated by the contract.
Wow.
Because there are fighters, like there have been, fighters that have been given a contract, 6 weeks before the fight, and if they don't take the fight, it will come off of their 3 fights a year. They'll say, we presented you a fight and you didn't take it. So your third fight, we already watched it. So you're just going to have to wait till the next year because we gave you the option too.
Wow. Okay. Amazing. So just to piggyback off of that, because, like I said, I've heard some things, what fighter says when it comes to the contracts, some of them don't even get to see the contract until, while they're in training camp sometimes. Why? I mean, it baffles me a lot, honestly. I'm not saying, these fighters are off on certain things, but it just compels me to say that, it's 2022, right? It's 2022. We've heard the fighters from back in the day talk about their contracts, how they signed bad contracts. They didn't see this, they didn't see that, they didn't know this, they didn't know they had to pay this, what is the excuse nowadays for these guys and even girls? Because female fighters, I know they get screwed over too. What is the excuse nowadays for fighters to just turn the blind eye over to what's going on when it comes to their own business? Because as you say, these are independent contractors. They are their own business. They are a walking business. I want to know what's the excuse when they can go on YouTube, they can come on to this show like this. Look, any one of us could timestamp when we start talking about things like this and go into the comments or go to the transcript of the YouTube channel and just go through and actually, siphon through and find out this type of information and use it for their own career. What is the excuse? I understand fighters got to train. They got their own lives. It's a lot. It's a whole lot. But what is the excuse to take, maybe 10 minutes of the day to do this?
Because they're not resourceful enough. I've been in that game for a long time where I didn't have the choice. I didn't feel like, taking that time to do all this stuff. So I would get the contract right there and then, and until I met her, she was redlining everything, for a long time. For a lot of fighters, man, we grew up in the streets, man. So we don't give a fuck about all that shit. That's not, what I'm saying. And as much as we want to know all that stuff, but it just goes over our head, because it's easy for it to say it now, for me at least, because I've been there. But for when I was growing up into the game, shit, I didn't give a fuck about that. All I wanted to do was fight. And all these guys, they want to fight. And then it's either you're going to price yourself like crazy or you're going to play the game and you're just going to do what you need to do. There's different types of fighters with different mentalities,
Yeah. And the thing is that, like, it's ignorance is not an excuse. You know, and like you said, like we do have the internet, we do have, you know, people and resources. We have situations that, you know, there are fighters that have chalked up, and you start to look at your own contract. But at the end of the day, as an independent contractor, you are responsible for your life in the ring, and you're responsible for the life of your career. And there is no excuse after that. Like you either hire a team that is knowledgeable, because I do know fighters that do not have lawyers, or you take the time to learn.
Yeah.
Because
You
I
know,
guarantee you, like it's really, I'm not gonna say it's not that difficult, but I mean, what is 14 years in the game? The contracts are normally the same. And then you start to see things, and you learn from the last contract. You learn from the last contract. You learn, I'm not going to do that again, right? It's a learning process for everything that we've done, and so that's why I've had fighters just come to me and say, "Can you look at this?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, don't sign that." But it didn't come with our own, you know, mistakes.
Right. So my thing is this, you know, knowing all of that, what it's tough for me to say this because I'm not no damn fighter. I'm not gonna act like I am. I'm not gonna talk like I am. I'm not gonna try to even rationalize what, like, as far as boxing. What does boxing need in layman's terms to get fighters to, like, you know, be better resourced as far as like getting this type of information? Because honestly, it's a lot of jargon, it's a lot of, you know, big words. There's a lot of words that some of the stuff I don't even understand from the language at times, and sometimes it's backwards to me and to a lot of others. The last time I heard a fighter say, "What do you need to do?" is they said you got to get a team, like you said. You even said you got to get a team. But we've heard fighters' teams, even the teams get it wrong. You've heard teams of the fighters behind them get it wrong. They say, "Hey, yeah, sign this," and then guess what? That fighter just signed the extension. They signed a contract, but it came with an extension. That if they became a world champion, they got to sign an extension. It has to be an extension once they become a world champion. Or if they beat this guy over in this other company, they got to sign with that company. It's got to be with that company. So my thing is this: one thing I do try to say on different channels is, why don't fighters, you know, watch other fighters who had a lawyer or whoever it was behind them, a manager that was able to give them more freedom than a usual fighter, and go and talk to them? You know, why can't they just reach out to their fellow fighters and say, "Hey, you know, I know you know this guy. He's helped you become, you know, you seem a little free. You're able to do this, go to that network, that. You know, I would like to talk to him."
Well, I'll answer a little part of it. I mean, like, there ain't no fighter's gonna ask another fighter. That's just not, you know. That's just, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, I ain't no pussy. I ain't gonna ask nobody. I'm gonna try to figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just how the mentality, you know, and I mean, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
No, yeah, that's pretty much it. The reason why a lot of fighters don't ask each other for opinions or for connections or anything like that is because it's such a, again, it's a independent contractor sport, right? And and there's a lot of ego. There's a lot of ego.
A lot of egos, and then at the same time, you know, there's so many people coming at us, you know, especially we make it big or we got a big name, everybody's coming, everybody's our cousin, everybody has, you know, everybody's everybody connected to us, you know, and we don't trust people, you know, because of that. And second, it's like, man, why do I gotta pay this motherfucker this much amount of money, and you know, and he ain't doing shit unless I get a fight, you know? So the mindset is like, I don't need to pay this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it's like, why am I wasting my money, you know?
Interesting. So it's the mentality. I like that. So a lot of this, when it comes to the surviving this boxing, where it's, you gotta have the right team, you gotta have the right people around you, people who do know these contracts, and honestly, you've seen the contracts more than once. And honestly, it is also on terms of the fighter, their mentality, their open mindedness, and their willingness. And also at the same time, being able to have the balls to say no, I'm not going to sign it. At the end of the day,
and
the
you know
fighter
what?
to say,
I think like the best thing, like if it was in a perfect world, and there was a nonprofit organization or a group of lawyers that were going through contract law in law school, and probably a professor that looks over them, that you could submit your contract to without numbers, without names, and see what they would say without the names and numbers. Just okay, if you here's your homework assignment today. You guys have to take apart this contract and tell me, if this was your client, would you allow them to agree to the contract? I think that would be fun. I think having a peer review of people who don't know who's involved in the contract and the money that's on the contract. I think that kind of advice.
Redacted.
I said no names and no numbers.
I'm just trying to be all,
oh, you were just trying to dig a legal jargon.
Yeah.
Yes, redacted.
Yeah, I'm trying to be all,
Good job.
legalizing or legal words.
right,
redacted. There you go.
Where'd you learn that?
From you.
So do you think if there was a system in boxing where, say, a fighter, has been through it all in terms of, the contracts, this contract, that, and they learn along the way very well, so they understand the red line, they understand the red tape, they understand the guarantees, the fees, pretty much almost everything. If boxing had something where, hey, now that could be a line of work for a fighter. You know how fighters can get put into, they could be a promoter, they can also be a commentator, stuff like that. If there was a streamlined way where they can make some money as somebody that looks through that, like somebody like that, maybe a manager. Managers look at that. What's keeping more fighters from going that route? Managers. Because recently I did see Jamel Herring. I think he's a manager now, former world champ Jamel Herring. So what's keeping more fighters from doing that? And that in terms of just so they can help other fellow fighters. Because look, if fighters got fucked over 5 times or several times, they should, at that point, understand. Yeah, I understand this. I understand that. Let me help you. And there's money coming in that type of job or a career. What's to stop that from actually happening? And do you think it could happen?
Ego.
Oh my God!
Fighters are too damn fucking lazy. They're lazy when it comes down to anything but boxing.
That's true.
Yeah. Too. Wow, man.
I mean, like, let me just put it this way, Nate. Like, there's there's a good number of fighters that had come to me about, their contracts, and I always told them, like, my box is open, and they always, they'll send it to me, and then I'll tell them what they should do, whether or not they follow what I said. That's up to them. This is my advice. I'm not making money off of it, so it's just my freaking advice, right? But I mean, in addition to, I have also tried to lead a number of boxers, a big number of boxers that I know of that had their own, that was taking their purse in their own social security number instead of an LLC, and having it having it protected
and
under corporate law.
Majority of them are like that too.
Holy shit! Wow.
And they say, it costs money to start literally it costs maybe at the most, if you're speeding through the process and you need it tomorrow, like $2,000 at the most, right? With all the state fees and all that stuff and the filings. But yeah, I mean, they're rather take the 40% hit on taxes personally than putting it into an LLC and writing off business expenses and being protected in that way. But I mean, I've kind of, it's one of those things like where I keep wanting to help. And at the same time, I was like, dude, I'm wasting my breath. These guys think they know what they're doing. And
Ego.
like,
Ego.
And I understand. I understand that you're a world champion. I understand you're a former world champion. I understand you've been in the game for this much, but what do you know about business? Because that's my backbone. And if you don't know anything about it, you're doing it wrong. And I think that's why we're seeing so many of these fighters, losing,
broke.
Pretty much broke by the time they're in the ring again.
I mean, yeah, there's so many fighters that just yeah.
Wow, that's
They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do after boxing. You know, they got nothing to fall on or anything like that. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's the majority. And even all the athletes, you know, from basketball to any kind of team sport. You know, I mean, you how many times you hear about a really famous athlete who went broke? You know what I'm saying? Especially fighters.
I mean, look at like if they were to make $100,000 and they have to put 40% away, or well, let's just say
30.
Let's just say 30% away for their taxes because they have 3 more fights that year, and then they have to pay 10% to their trainer, 30% to their manager. If it's a co-promote, they have to pay an additional, I don't know, 10 to 20% depending on the promoter. Cut men and nutritionists, sparring partners, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What is the fighter left with at the end of the day?
You know, it's funny though. I remember Ellie Setback. You know, he's always in the gym with different fighters, and even though he asks a lot of like crazy bullshit questions a lot of times, he does ask sometimes some good questions in between all that. And I remember watching some videos years ago. He asked, you know, Robert Garcia, who's a former fighter, and you know he's developed and cultivated many former world champions, and he's got former world champ. I said former. He's got world champions, and he's more than likely gonna make more world champions. He's talked in extensively about what these fighters are left with when they just get, you know, sometimes they get paid $80,000 or even $60,000, and it's unbelievable that they're left with barely anything, absolutely anything. And he always talks about like most of the time the fighters get signed. They get signed. They don't really look into it or get somebody that cares to look into the contracts. And some of these guys, they get signed to even bad sponsorship deals. Sometimes they get these bad sponsorship deals where the sponsorship would tell them, "Hey, get a tattoo of my company on somewhere on your body, somewhere visible, maybe your face, your chest, and all that." And you know, and they don't even get paid that much because wherever contract they sign, the promoter gets some of that money. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, like you said, no need to this. Unfortunate, but I just want to get clarity so in case somebody who knows a fighter and is listening, they can say, hey, you know, I learned this. Maybe you should look into that. Because for every fighter that's getting screwed over, they can learn from something like this. And I just feel like the more they learn from this, the more control they have. You can see even better fights because they can fight how many times they want, and they can fight wherever they want. And that's what boxing needs right now. It needs less segregation in terms of networks and whatnot, and deals, and more unity. And you know, that's another thing R.J. Ward did mention that about fighters. It needs me to be more fighter unity. He did say that in his Hall of Fame induction. He said it needs to be a union and more fighter unity. But like y'all both said, ego and culture, ego in boxing.
We literally don't have a lot of friends in boxing. Like Nonito has, you know, Jesse is like my little brother pretty much. Jesse Vargas is like my little brother. And then you know, we've hung out with like people like Miguel Burchell and then Oscar Valdez. We've hung out with Ramirez. You know, like
a lot of people,
you know,
a lot of boxers, you know.
But it's not that big. Like we stay in our little circle because we're like, okay, well, let's see. Like especially because most of us only meet when we're all at a fight event, and then there's reporters, there's people fronting each other because they want to fight next and all this stuff. So there's a lot of ego, and we just want to have fun. We're those people that like we'll just as soon as the fight's over, we're scrambling out of there, and then we'll go find the nearest restaurant or bar and just kick it with, you know, people who don't have ego. I mean, those people, I can tell you, they don't have ego, and we have fun with them, and we don't take it any other way.
So now we went from contracts, and now we're going from fighter culture as far as egos and personality. So that's interesting because it all intertwines in a way anyway. It's all part of the sport. So the one thing about that is, does that ego, that mentality, does it help and hurt a fighter? Sometimes we praise it so much, but does it, where does it help? I mean, obviously in the ring, but where does it also hurt the fighter?
I hurt the fighter a lot in every aspect, is because everybody on the front, fighters, they have to live the vision of what people think they are, and at the same time, they want to look good. They'll buy a nice car, they'll buy nice houses when it's not necessary at all. It's just that, oh, I feel good with it. Next thing you know, I can't pay my tax. Now I got to fight for this. I got to do this. I got, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it'll double up, and we'll see a lot for all athletes.
And I think Floyd is a personality in itself, right? Like he created his own thing. But the thing is with social media is that you are the perception is you are what you are in social media. And so a lot of these guys, they flash the cash, they flash the wrist gems and private jets or whatever stupid things they're doing, which really isn't a return, and they're thinking they're investing into their own name and likeness and their sellability, but it really isn't the case, because eventually, like I said, that unless you're running those expenses underneath the LLC, then there's actually no reason for you to be doing those types of things. And like I said, I think that's where the ego comes in. Where'd he get his suit? Oh, did you see what car he drove? I'm going to drive this car, on my Instagram. And did you see his house? You see his girl? Like it's an underlining weird competition that's never really spoken about, but it definitely came from Floyd, and Floyd has the means and had garnered that through the length of his career, and apparently still going with exhibitions. But this is something that he's built, and you have guys who are younger and are not making the money anywhere near that, anywhere near.
They act like they do.
Well, even anywhere near
Yeah.
That's his. Anyone like not even near $1 million paycheck, and yet they're over here dropping $150,000 on a watch, and yet they're still living in an apartment. Like, is that? I'm not knocking an apartment, but let's put what is the longevity of my life, right? $150,000 on a down payment on a house would have been better than putting something on your wrist that you're going to show on Instagram for 5 seconds, and then no one's going to really give a shit that you're wearing it to the next fight. Like, it's those kind of things that ego plays such a huge part on their decision making, that it becomes their downfall when it comes to, when's my next fight? I'm itching for my next fight. Or are you itching for your next fight because you really want to fight? Or is it because your bank account's draining?
You know what?
Yeah.
Just to put this out here, disclaimer, FYI, we are not pocket watching. We're not telling you what to do with your money exactly. We are not hating. That's the culture we live in now. When you have an opinion, it's hating. It's hating. Oh, you hate it. No, this is about trying to spark an idea, spark an interest into having a better future for yourself if you're getting into boxing, if you're even interested in becoming a fighter, or somebody that's trying to become a fighter. Because it's very common for fighters, and like Nonito said, athletes to be broke when the career is over. So this is all that's what this is about. And a lot of that, like I said, and sounds right on the money. Ego matters in a lot of that. So.
No, and I think I think one of the things that I will, since you said that, I will lay as a baseline and a foundation. When we first got married, it was civil, but it was in Carmel. We only had $10,000 to spend, and my family helped out making things by hand and things like that. We only had 50 people at our wedding, and then he started coming into bigger money, and we went to freaking the shopping trips. How many freaking Hervé dresses did Nonito buy me? like
or Versace,
like purses that were just dumb.
Gucci.
Yes, Gucci. Yes, every designer. Okay, and what happened was eventually the thing, especially with social media. Guess what? I could only wear this dress one time, maybe two. Right, and 3 or 4 years down the road, after we've spent like stupid money on stuff that's in my closet that I don't, change out and model every day because I don't always go to an event. I started freaking doing stuff that I thought was beneficial to me. I freaking wore, like, we went to the wedding of Gilberto in for the WBA over in Colombia. And when we went to his wedding, people were like, "Oh my God, what designer dress are you wearing?" Blah, 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 blah. I was like, "It's Walmart." They're like, "You fucking lie." I was like, "It's literally is $23.49 on Walmart.com." And then I altered it, and that actually cost me more money. And I started realizing, like, it didn't matter what I wore, like what brand I wore. It literally didn't. And so, like, I'll put my money into investments. We only have 2 cars. We used to have more cars, and that was dumb. Again, we sold them because there's only 2 freaking drivers in this damn house. What am I going to do with 30 cars? We literally we used to have cars that their battery would die. Like, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm going to take that car out today." And then I'm like, "Okay, I'm going out with my girlfriend. I'm going to take the car out." And then I try to go start it. The freaking battery's dead.
Yeah, because we didn't use it for a while or whatever,
So
a lot of that shit all the time.
So we're those people like that. Okay, we have the money. We spent it at an early stage, and then realized that saving and investing it was more beneficial than me flashing it on social media than anything. Because guess what? Here's the thing, and here's what people need to remember. Wealth is not about what you can show in cash. That's not what you're running after. You're not running around after riches and all that stuff. You're running after freedom of time.
Say it. Wait a minute. Say it one more time. One more time.
Wealth is running after freedom of time, not having to adhere to anyone else's schedule. That's what you run after for.
You hear that? People who maybe want to become fighters, or somebody that's trying to become a fighter, or you're a fan of a fighter and they may check on your DMs because you send them DMs, you're a big fan, you buy their merch. You can send them this, timestamp this, and send them this because this is very important. A lot of these fighters, some of your favorite fighters, are under a heavy duress. You just don't see it because of why? Ego. That's one of the main things, and also they just don't look into their contracts that they're supposed to. Like, wow, ego and contracts, hand in hand, hand in fucking hand. This is amazing. I mean, I might, like, this might be one of the shows where I'm actually going to, like, timestamp and go back and watch, because I'm gonna bring this to other shows and tell them, like, look, this is something that's important and we talk about more, because we want to see fighters have more longevity. And honestly, let's be honest, be stress-free, because a lot of these fighters, they fight under a lot of stress already because they're fighting for their life on the line anyway. And then
look at, like, Tio. Wasn't Tio one of the ones that when he fought Kambosos, he said he had 20 grand in his pocket?
Yeah, he was pretty broke. He said he was pretty broke.
Most of these guys are getting $500 a fight early in their career. It's like bullshit.
But the main reason why he was
Like
broke,
1,000, 2,000.
The main reason why he was broke because he missed out all them training camps. Because remember that Kambosos fight was rescheduled. Like, good God.
When you get to world class level, it costs a lot of money to have all the training partners with you. It's really expensive.
Yeah, but not millions.
No, it's 500,000. Dillian White said it cost him 500,000 per fight.
Was he giving?
What the?
Was he giving?
Was he spending on?
Okay.
I don't know. He said he was like taking them to the finest of restaurantes. I don't know. And then he's like going to. He's like, I got hotels and I got to feed them and whatever, and the boxing, and
I was like, you said you spend $500,000 per fight.
Well, then he doesn't know how to freaking budget his business because Jesus Christ. No, I mean, okay, listen. If it's under an LLC and you're going to be able to write it off as a tax write-off anyway, then fine, go ahead. But the expense versus the profit better be worth it. If you're only making $700,000, doesn't make it. Of course, that's not what we're talking about. But I'm just saying, the percentage of what you should be expending out shouldn't be that much. And if you are, is it because you're not going out there and looking at like if you're putting these guys at the Ritz, are you out of your damn mind? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a certain type of, you need to put someone in a safe environment with a roof over the head, possibly a kitchen, if if it's a long term, right? So maybe an apartment in sorry, you broke up. Your mic, you broke up.
Probably a connection. Yeah, that's probably his connection mostly. Like, yeah, that's a connection problem.
I mean, it's good.
Your connection's off. Whatever you at, you just move around or something. Connection's off.
Stand on your left foot, put your right hand in the air, and touch your nose.
Yeah, it's connection.
I did, right? Is it sounding better? I just touched my nose right now.
Okay, perfect. Don't move. Don't let your finger get off your nose.
I'm not. My nose.
That worked well. Holy shit. That's gonna be going on one of life's greatest mysteries. Damn, I can't believe Dillian White 500. I mean, shit. I can understand.
He said he was losing money when the fight fell through. He lost a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, he has to be.
Was it one fight? Because like I was about to say, like Teofimo, I understand because he had multiple fights fall through within a year or so. That Kambosos fight got rescheduled so many times. So I understand.
That's the reason Jake Paul is so good, and he can afford to buy buy all those sparring partners that are world champions.
JW,
one after another, and they teach him.
Stop! I'm about to kick you
And
off.
that's the only reason he can. I'm serious. It's one of the main reasons he can afford it.
No, she about to tell you why. Go ahead.
You said that's why he's so good.
No, that's the reason he can compete. More like
he can compete because of the numbers of likes he has on social media.
No, he can compete because he can pay all the sparring partners that are above him, teach him how to be better.
Okay,
he can afford it.
Well, he's making the money to do so, but that doesn't make him a better boxer at all.
He's not a great boxer, but he can afford to. These guys are so high level.
He can afford to have
every day.
Team.
Yes, he can afford to make the best team. That still doesn't make him a good boxer.
It doesn't make him a good boxer. It makes him a good investor, maybe.
Yes, I will agree with that completely percent. When I talk about Jake Paul, he has a great business mind, and I have nothing against his hustle. But anyone that tells me he's a boxer
is investing in the best sparring partners too.
Yeah,
he do get world champions. I'll give him that off the break.
And they teach him.
Most prospects coming in boxing don't get that.
But as a promoter, that's a damn business expense, for sure.
Yeah, but see, you're attributing. See, what I think what you're trying to say is because we were talking about, money is being wasted on, on that. Jake Paul.
I don't think it's been wasted on Paul. I think it's a good investment.
Well, no, listen. But Jake Paul just pulled out of a fight where I'm not sure. I think he was already doing training camp, so he did spend some money and did waste money actually. Now eventually he got another fight, but he did waste money.
Yeah, but I think it's good for him to waste money on it. It's better. This is an expenditure that needs to be happening on his life, man, because he's not that good. He needs these guys, man. He needs to spend as much money on these sparring partners as he possibly can and buy as many as he can. That'll help him.
So again, Jake Paul can afford. See, you can say he can do
Mm-hmm.
He can do that because
most people can't.
Yes, because he didn't come into boxing naturally like most fighters most fighters. He came in as what? How old was Jake Paul? 21, 22. Most fighters.
Something like that.
Most fighters.
I think he started a little bit earlier, but he never boxed.
Yeah,
And he
most
started
fighters
when he was
start.
like maybe 16 or 17. Kind of
Yeah,
started into it.
I don't know.
Didn't ever do no matches, but it had trainers.
I don't know if it was 16, 17 for sure, but yeah.
I think he did. I think he
most
did when he was
fighters
younger. But he never boxed nobody. He just like had trainers.
No, I don't think it was.
I think
Secretly.
Jake Paul needs to invest like 3 times the amount so then he could be at least somewhat of a decent boxer.
I think he needs to hire Rocky Balboa.
No.
He need to taste chickens, man. I'm telling you.
No, what Jake Paul needs to do is keep doing what he's been doing, which is, fight guys that he knows he can win, he knows he can beat, and he'll be just fine. He'll be just fine.
I know, it's good.
But you can't call him a boxer if all he's been doing is not fighting non-boxers.
He was that whole thing with the 200 pounds. He knew that guy couldn't make that weight, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to do it." I mean, come on. He knew that guy was going to whoop his ass, Rashid. But Morrison, that would be more funny if Morrison fought him and just knocked the shit out of him. That would have been better.
Rachel, so Rachel, I gotta think. So now we bring up Jake Paul. This is an interesting thing. I think Dana White accused Jake Paul, and some other people did. The drug testing. Jake Paul's fights, most of his fights don't really have much of the high, the top shelf drug testing. Do you think that's a business decision so he can get more money? Because who pays the drug testing companies? Like, does Jake Paul, is he a part of that? That as far as that pays the drug testing companies, or is
I thought the promotion did. Like UFC saying they're paying more money per fighter on drug tests than they are on paying the guys, pretty much.
Okay, so it's the promotion, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
It could be either or. It depends. Within boxing, you could enroll yourself on 24, 360, 365, but you could have them. You can ask your promoter and negotiate that within your contract because it's in their. Of course, it's image, perception, and best interest. But if they deny that, then your best second option would be a fight contract that as soon as you sign the fight, then there is testing. So and at that point, if it's
That's
just
pretty
a fight
expensive.
contract, I mean, it's not that expensive. It depending on where the fighters are located. If they're both located in the U.S., then VADA's commission can just go out to where you are in the U.S. Now, if you're on the other, like completely 180 of where we are, then yes, it's going to be expensive. And I think that is based on the VADA fees. Having to.
I've heard $30,000 per fight with UFC. I mean, maybe they're less with boxing, but.
So Rachel, what she's saying is the father of the fighters, both the fighters. Actually, so it could be okay. So it doesn't matter. So the farther the fighters are from where VADA is at, right? The more they're going to have to pay as far as the charge is going to be.
Correct.
Okay, because you're not only paying like VADA just to test you, you have to also accommodate the people who are doing the testing as well.
Yeah, and I think it's also dependent on if they have to send someone from the U.S. or if they have someone there in the country or nearby country that you're being tested. I know who were we training for that they came to freaking the Philippines, or was that your 24/7? Oh, no, Nino said it was their 24/7. So their 24/7 came over in the Philippines and came to, they actually made it beyond the guard gate, which surprised me. Usually the guard gate would call and say like, hey, there's someone that's coming in. Do you authorize them to come in? But they were literally at our front door and they doorbelled, and I'm like looking at them, I'm like, I'm sorry, like, who are these people? Because we're in the Philippines, so mostly they're all Filipino, and it was a white girl, and I was like, who the hell is at our front door? Yeah, it was VADA.
Dude,
So
that's for tiger blood out there. I mean, that's what I want to know.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever heard that Manny Pacquiao does some type of secret formula. It's called Tiger Blood. Remember, it's like kind of herbal formula.
I know
Have you heard of that?
Balm is a massage ointment. Oh, Tiger Blood.
I mean,
What's Tiger Blood?
they like inject some kind of herbal kind of stuff. He eats it or whatever. I don't know. I've heard that. It's like a Asian Filipino kind of stuff.
I mean, is he okay? So then my next question to your question would be: are the Tigers coming from Mike Tyson? Is it Mike Tyson's Tigers that he's drawing blood from?
Oh my God.
No, it's not. That's Manny Pacquiao.
So, okay, so, oh my God. That was funny.
He's like, where are we going with this?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so to reel this shit back. So some promoters, they would want drug testing on that level mainly because the fighters would request it. It's the fighters or the promoters. Which have you seen it being mostly requested? Is it the fighters that mostly request it, or is it just the promoters? Because I would think the promoters wouldn't want it because it would come out of their pocket. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. They would. That's okay. Because some people feel like, oh, the fighters don't want it because they may be just they may be doing something in that. As we've seen lately, it may be true. On the other end, it may be true also that promoters has a hand in it because they don't want to pay.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, like the last one, that so we fought Ubali, that was all drug tested. Every single fighter that we fought has been drug tested, and then we, as soon as Ubali was over, we were in Florida, and we were talking about the Casemiro fight, and then we went down and talked about the contract and all that stuff. Casemiro's team refused to submit to VADA. Kept delaying it to the point where it was I believe it was like 1 week that I was just like, this is a freaking joke.
It was that motherfucker's.
Yeah, well, I know. I don't like Sean Gibbons. So anyway,
it was his decision.
Yes, it was. So basically, Casemiro said that he would submit to the drug testing, and then he was like, but I'm not going to pay. And I was like, I'll pay out of my own damn pocket for your side if I have to. And they then Sean Gibbons was supposed to submit the application on Tuesday, didn't. Wednesday, didn't. Thursday, didn't. Friday, didn't. Saturday morning, he sent a tweet, and it was a blank picture of the application, and he said, sent, leave me alone kind of crap. So
Sunday, he was at church. He was at church on Sunday. Leave him alone.
No, Saturday. It was Saturday morning at 7:30. Yeah, he doesn't go to church. Trust me. 7:30. 7:30
Sunday.
It was Saturday. 7:30 in the morning, and he posted a picture on Twitter and said, he's like, sent in the application, blah blah blah, VADA 24/7 hashtag blah blah blah. So I emailed VADA and I was like, are we good? Have we gotten the application? What's going on? And she was like, we do not have an application. I was like, are you sure? He said 30 minutes ago on Twitter that he sent it. And he's like, no. And I said, okay. So I tweeted back, fight canceled. You can kiss my ass.
Oh my goodness. Holy Mac. And we're talking about John Real Casemiro, the former WBO champion. Unbelievable.
What happened on Sunday? Did you kiss your ass?
Wait. I actually was a kind of a fan of him, especially if he had that performance on Showtime. He was on Showtime. He knocked out some guy that was coached by Richard Comey's coach. He's getting his name. Andre Rozier. He just destroyed him. Man, that's wow. Okay, that's interesting to say the least.
It wasn't from what I understand though, because like John Rail didn't say anything, and it was mostly Sean coming at me, making excuses, trying to play smoke and mirrors. And when I called him out, and then so that was Saturday. I called Richard, talked to Al. I was like, not doing it. Nonito said no, and he goes, can you take like 24 hours to think about it? And we're like, sure. So we take until I think we go to dinner Saturday night, and on the way on Saturday night, I'm on my IG live, and Sean Gibbons is little on my comes on my IG live and starts talking mess. And Nonito puts him in his place and starts like just ripping Sean and was like, do you even know what's on the contract? Do you even know how much your fighter is making? Or are you hiding it? Like, what's going on?
Oh,
And he's
wow.
like, well, blah, blah, blah. So fast forward, he's no longer with Sean Gibbons. And actually Casemiro came out. Okay, so after the Rigondeaux fight, we tried to go into negotiations with Casemiro again. We were told that the contract was sent over to Sean Gibbons for Casemiro to sign, and he was holding it up. So, there's YouTube. So we StreamYard this stuff on a reporter's YouTube channel, and we do a face-to-face. And Nonito says it was sent this day, it was at this time, and da-da-da-da-da. Why aren't you giving back the contract? And Casemiro says something freaking weird. He says, send me the contract. And Nonito says, he's like, I don't have your damn contract. Why would I have your contract? You get that from your promoter. And he said, I don't always see my contracts or sign them from Sean Gibbons.
Oh my Lord. Holy fucking hell. You hit wait a minute. Let's pause for a minute. You fighters, or people who know fighters, or people who know people who want to be fighters, you need to hear this shit. Holy fucking mackerel. Like, somebody can withhold a contract from you and sign it.
So
you get in the fucking ring, and you get in the ring. You're in the ring. Holy, go ahead. Wow.
So, there were red flags that were being put up, and that was a heated face-off. And I kind of motioned for Nonito to back off, because if you don't know you can't get the contract from us, you don't know how this works. How do you not know this works? You're a world champion. You've been in the game for so many years, right? And then you fast forward, and I'm just retelling what John Riel had said. He said, like, I believe it was in November or December of last year. He said something about, remember when I said that there was a $10,000 sponsorship that he only got $2,500 for?
Yeah, I remember you said it was a fighter there.
That was John Riel.
Oh my, John Riel, man, you gotta listen. Look, get on here, man. Get on here. Whoever's your fan from the Philippines, get on here and tell. If he doesn't know, I'm not sure, because that's last year. He probably knows now, but he. Wow.
No, so now he's with Klimas. He's with Klimas now.
Oh, okay. He's with Aegis Klimas. Okay, yeah, he's pretty straight. Okay, so. That's good.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets back into the mix some point or another. But yeah, wow, that he got fucked. He got fucked basically, so to speak. He got fucked. Yeah.
So that's why. So when people go, well, why was Sean trying to attack you at the Thurman fight? Because we were at the Thurman fight, and you could see Sean coming up to us and just freaking yelling his head off, like "fuck you," blah 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 blah. And I took out my phone. I started recording it. And he's like, fuck you, bitch. This is, and he's like trying to come at Nonito. It wasn't unwarranted. He came at me first with the VADA testing. And then he came at me again when John Riel's purse bid went to Probellum, like I had anything to do with it. And so when we went to the Thurman fight, guess what? We saw each other, and temper started to go, and he was like, oh, well, fuck you, this and that, and like trying to come at Nonito, like Nonito wasn't going to throw hands. If he actually.
Wait a minute. Sean, yeah, I know who Sean Gibbons is. He is one of the people behind the scenes that kind of talks. He talks some smack. I've seen him in videos. He went at Inoue, back when Casemiro Inoue was supposed to fight before COVID hit. They were supposed to fight. And he was kind of talking mess. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Those are some funny ass videos. He was talking some big shit. But,
he likes to do that, but when you get in front of him, then all of a sudden.
Oh yeah. He's an idiot. Like, look, I'm gonna tell anybody, unless you're trained, unless you're absolutely trained, unless I wouldn't even say I wouldn't advise it either. But please don't go at no professional fighter. Just please don't. I've seen even amateur fighters fuck regular people, like people who don't really have any training. I've seen amateur fighters, just amateurs. Think about it, amateurs fuck a regular person up with barely any training, and even some training, they fuck them up. See, we're talking about professionals that's been in some at the highest levels where it's do or die in the championship rounds, tough fights, and they push through the pain tolerance that a normal person can't take and win. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot.
Well, I always think like I mean it doesn't people's history always like follow them, right? Like he was kicked out of Oklahoma for all the stuff that was done in Oklahoma. Top Rank fired him for the Matchbox was I think a Matchbox operation that they did on Top Rank. So I mean it didn't surprise me at all. I just really didn't care to expose everything about him. And the huge reason I believe that he came at me in October after Probellum won that fight, the purse bid, is because his minions were coming at me going blah, 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 blah. I was like, you really want me to talk to you about your boss? And they're like, and we were all live. And he's like, yeah. He's like, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have? And I was like, I have letters from the state commissions that Sean Givens and MP Promotions doesn't have a boxing license. So why don't you explain that?
Wait, hold on. Timeout. This is a rewind. This is a timeout. Sean, wow. That's a massive red flag. That's a massive red flag for any fighter that's fighting under their promotion. If you're fighting under their promotion, you're getting fucked. Or signed with this guy. You're likely getting fucked. No Vaseline. Yeah, I hope somebody who knows somebody that's with this guy or that promotion, they can get a hold of this and know that, look, right now at this very time, you're getting fucked. You're getting fucked, no Vaseline. That's crazy. They don't have no fucking license. So he's pretty much, well, I mean, I honestly don't have to say it, but he's pretty much kind of operating under any terms he wants with these fighters.
Well, what's interesting to me is that I've asked a couple of people, I go, what is he? And they're like, the president of MP Promotions. I go, what have you seen that says that he's the president of MP Promotions? And they're like, I go, that's funny, because I pulled the SEC docs from the Philippines and he is not listed as one of the board of members.
Oh my gosh. That's even worse than I thought. Oh, that's even worse than I thought. Wow, this guy is literally grifting. He's grifting. And not only that.
Yeah, and the MP Promotion states that we had looked into, there is no MP Promotions. So what are we doing?
If I knew Manny Pacquiao, I would tell him, look, my guy, you're getting fucked over by this guy. He's fucking you, Manny. He's fucking you. He's fucking you, Manny.
Well, Nate, I mean, technically, he could just Manny at this point, right? I mean, okay, so okay, let me put myself in Manny's shoes. And this guy's going around saying he's president of MP Promotions. He's doing whatever he wants, and he could be doing whatever is illegal or not legal. But the thing is that he's not on board of directors, and I have not ever publicly said that he is my president. So the liability falls on who? The assumption was exactly. But so MP can wash their hands because they have never publicly stated that he is the president of MP Promotions. It's always been assumed.
So so it's basically not even a real promotion, not even real license. So how do they get their banners on these fights? Because I've seen it plenty of times, even recently, right? On the Showtime card, I think they had the banner on the ring or something like that when Jerwin and Cargis fought for his rematch against Fernando Martinez.
No, they didn't. Watch it again.
They didn't?
Watch it again. And replay where they announce who in association it was with.
Interesting. I'm going to do that. That's interesting. They didn't have it, and that honestly, that speaks fucking volumes. That speaks volumes. So what? So it sounds like Manny Pacquiao. Okay, well, I'm not surprised because you know fighters. Nito said it earlier. They just want to fight. They just want to fight. Wow. This Sean Gibbons guy, I would tell anybody, stay away from him. Stay
Most
the
of the
fuck
people in
away
the
from
sport
him.
don't like him. I don't know why he thinks that people like him.
Yeah, I tell anybody, stay the fuck. I mean, he's pretty. To me, he's a funny character. He's a funny fucking character. You know, he makes funny videos with the fighters, and you know, he talks shit. You know, it's interesting dynamic, but business behind the scenes, white collar, and all that shit, stay a fucking away from him. I mean, goddamn, that's just horrible. And I want to know. I wonder how long he's gonna get away with this. I wonder. I really, really do.
Time is ticking.
Yeah, I don't think the powers that be are very exactly happy with his movement, and yeah, let's
He's
just say that.
literally a fucking grifter that acts like he's big time. This is funny as shit.
Wait, when was it? Okay, so it had to been, when was I in Cabo? It was in January. January we were in Cabo, and Mark Magsayo had just won, and then they went back to the Philippines and did a press conference. This guy literally sat on the panel in front of the Philippine press, and they asked him about Casimiro, and they're like, brother Casimiro, he just doesn't want my help, and, I still love him and all this stuff. Meanwhile, he's over here texting a bunch of reporters that his own fight. Actually, Kenito Henson, who is a reporter in the Philippines, I got him on a YouTube, went face to face with him, and I was like, so as far as you're saying that Casimiro's visa got taken away by TGB, he's like, yes. I go, so who gave that to you? And he goes, Sean Gibbons. I was like, didn't you just tell me that he had his best interests of his fighter? Why would he want to spread that news to a Philippine outlet and want to remain anonymous? I was like, isn't that not exactly what he said that he cares about, brother John Riel Casimiro? Or is it he just wants to play the violin and then hope that you're going to roast John Riel Casimiro on the other end because he knows he was leaving?
Wow. Yeah. This is another thing in boxing. It goes back to one of the things I said about fighter unity. Like, there needs to be more unity with the fighters to out pieces of shit like that guy. Like, that guy's a piece of fucking shit. I call him a grifter that acts like he's big time. That acts like he's a big timer or something. But he's actually a POS. He's actually a dignified, certified POS. And, it's unfortunate there's not much fighter unity at all. Where, look, hey, fighters can get around and say, hey, look, this guy, stay away from him. Don't fuck with him. And then the younger fighters that look up to this world champion, this former world champ, this world rank contender, or whatever. Yeah, I'm going to do that too, because, your influence. Unfortunate that this guy is still, going around like a damn parasite. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Yeah,
There's a lot. I mean, like this is the first one that I've really run into. Most of them are, I've heard stories, but I can't really pinpoint anything. This just came like in my lap. Like, okay, that probably sounds wrong. This just was put in my lap because of the situation we were put in with John Riel. Like, I was thinking like he's, this kind of asshole and all this stuff. And then, when we started coming down to let's talk, let's go face to face, and my G came up with his assistant talking shit to me and Nonito cussing him out, and then talking to John Riel himself with no one around him, and saying the things that he did. Like, I literally said, I was like, he has no idea and he's getting taken advantage of. I was like, I know maybe he's not exactly like one of those people that we would think would need our help, but he definitely is. And we had to put our pride aside in we're right, and take it from his perspective. Like, this is my perspective, and we're like, okay, well, there has to be a middle ground where the truth is. And we went down that path, and like I said, luckily, he was signed with Klimas in February, and his career goes forward from there. But it's dirty. This business is dirty. Like, you don't literally know who you can trust.
Like, we need one of those. You know how they show on. Sometimes they have on these fights when the premier fights come on. They'll try to hype the fighter. This guy's untouchable. This guy's offense is a tornado, and they had like the infographic on and show it the numbers. They kind of like animate the fighter and all that stuff. Maybe we need something like that, but in terms of business, showing how a guy kind of just comes in the office, just signs something and put it in the fighter's face, and the fighter just signs something, and guess what? After the fight, during the fight they celebrate, and then after the fight they spend all this money, and then they show how all the money's going to the guy that forcing it into their face. So this is man, it's rough to see, because at the end of the day, look, I like to say this a lot because it's true. I'm not no damn fighter. I don't know what it's like to be a fighter, but at the end of the day, I can be sympathetic to the fact that, from what I understand, is these guys sacrifice, and girls, because they fight as well, so much. They literally give pretty much everything. And for people who don't even give up barely anything, they're the ones that's taking advantage. They're the ones that are taking advantage. The ones that's barely giving up anything. Barely. And a lot of times they don't even use their own money. They use somebody else's money. Like you said, it's a dirty fucking game. Dirty fucking game. Now, I got a question about.
Hey, you have a list of questions. You have a list of questions.
Absolutely. I'm a student of this boxing stuff, because
I'm playing.
one day, somewhere down the line, I wanted to get into boxing and go in there for all the right reasons, to kind of like, I'm not gonna say change, because it's almost impossible to change, but to kind of, turn, not change, but turn as far as the steering of the mentality and maybe even the ego of the sport, in terms of fighters' excitement of just not just, I want to fight the best, I want to fight. How about I want to fight for myself, in terms of my likeness, my business, my career, and how much money my family could have, down the line. Being able to speak to my kids down the line, being able to speak to my grandparents, my parents, my friends and family, and able to just move left, right, and do whatever the hell I want to do, instead of being broke, mentally just all over the place. Got to go to this doctor, that doctor, in and out of the hospitals. Got to have somebody to help them down the stairs, things like that. Because I've talked to fighters before, and retired fighters before, and the thing is this: they say they do sometimes have questions of why did I do this? Why? Just for what? No fans check up on me. They don't check up on me. They don't give a fuck about me. I shed blood. I lost a lot of myself in that ring, and no fan gave a fuck about me. So
I think that has to do a lot with, like, self-realization and why you're doing what you're doing. And it's funny, because to some people it would sound really selfish, but at the same time it really is your life. And I think when you hear the screams of the crowd pushing you to get a knockout, and then of course being exposed to a knockout yourself by trying to get that big shot, fighters need to understand that, are they doing this because of the people that are yelling?
Well, people need to know why they're
fight.
doing what they're doing and what's driving them, their purpose, and all that stuff.
Yeah, because if it's fun, I think that's why I believe Tio is one of those examples, right? Such a huge hype, and not hype. It's such a big rise, and a lot of noise. And when he fell, after he fell, there were some tweets that were a little bit a little bit questionable about his mental state at the time. And I think it's because, if you're betting on your positivity and your outlook on life and your goals in life on an outer element, then you're losing. You're always going to lose because they will not give you what you need to survive. It's within you. It'll never be an outer source. If you don't have it in you, then you're never going to have it. But that outer source is going to deplete. And once that depletes, once the lights turn off, will you still have that drive to live? And if you don't, then that's where the problem lies. You never knew foundationally who the hell you are and who you're fighting for. If you're fighting for everyone else, you're going to be sorely disappointed in the end.
I would love a panel where we had different people who are in the baseball business, the basketball business, the hockey, football, all of them. And then people in the boxing business, of course. Y'all two would be great ambassadors for that type of panel. And just talk about, the one questions I have is, and this is to all, is boxing the most selfish sport of sports? Is it? In terms of all from the top to the bottom, fans, the fighters, the promoters, the managers, everyone involved. Is it the most selfish?
I think that depends on the person. Like an example would be Tom Brady, right? He said he was done, but then he still loved the game, right? And he goes back in there in his own purpose and decision. Granted, I don't know what's going on in there, but going back into it when you said you don't want to anymore or you're done with it. I mean, I think it all comes down to the person's will and what they want to do with themselves and where they want to go, right? Because some people need that purpose and that drive to get up, and if they can't find that, they're going to go back to what drove them in the first place, right? And that was what Tom Brady, from my perspective, did. For me, I'm still fighting because I love what I do. I love, I'm healthy, and what I do with my wife and the conversation that we have. If I don't show up in my training, then I'm done, and she has the right to tell me that I'm done. Because I told her, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave it up to you because I know I'm doing it in my own selfish desire and want to be able to do my passion, and that's something that me and her had talked about. If I don't show up in any of the training camp, then she has the right to tell me that I'm done with it. But to answer that question, there are a lot when it comes down to the majority of athletes, and for boxers, it's all about themselves. Boxing, because it's not a team sport. We learn to be selfish. We learn to do it on our own, and that's pretty much what it all comes down to is the mindset of a fighter, and we have to kind of say that it is a very selfish sport.
But I do think also, of course, like with football, it's a team sport and all has to come together. But I do feel like from what I'm looking at with Tom Brady and what's going on, it seems to me that, someone like when you say I'm going to retire and you say it and then now it's a reality. And then you're like, well, what the fuck am I going to do? Right? What is the purpose now? If you don't have a purpose, if you haven't set up that purpose, that next goal in your life during retirement, you will feel lost. And within a couple months, we'll jump back into the same thing that made you feel human. So you have to move your goalpost. So if you don't move your goalpost, then you're going to continue on this cycle of just repeating what you knew made you feel the best.
Interesting. So passion. Okay.
Passion's everything.
Yeah.
Well, I think passion is definitely everything, but it needs a direction. And that is the purpose that leads us to that passion, because we want to create something for ourselves. When somebody has a path to go to is when they train with passion. When you don't have a purpose in life, there is no passion, because you can't create when you don't have a path to lead you there and to get you to that emotional state of becoming disciplined, you know. And that's why everybody will always tell you, create that purpose, because the passion comes along with it, you know. And just having a path in each day to have that intent is a powerful thing for a lot of fighters. And that's why a lot of fighters can't say no to can't say goodbye to the game or to the sport, is because of the fact that it leads them every day with something to do, you know.
A lot of the boxers, like we said so many times, like they once they box, like, because people have taken care of their stuff outside. So let's just say a boxer had, you know, a number of investments and as running successful businesses, but they weren't really running them. And then so he retires, and his financial advisor is like, look, you're taking in, you know, $25,000 a month. That's more than sustainable. $50,000, $100,000 a month. You're fine. Everything's fine. And you're like, cool. All right. So what do I do? Oh, don't worry. Everything's running itself. Your investments are running themselves. The businesses are running themselves. This is what we've been doing since that, you know, that you've been boxing. We invested in money and it's coming on the return. He's like, what do I do? Well, every month, all we need you is on the board meetings, and then we're going to talk about stuff, and then we'll go back and we'll create the money for you. Okay, but you still haven't answered the question. What the fuck do I do every day?
Yep.
And they're like, they put on that suit 1 or 2 times, and they walk out of that boardroom and go, I'm going back to boxing. Fuck this.
And the thing about it for a lot of fighters is that we don't know any other thing but to punch people in the face and get punched in the face. That's just how we grew up that way. I grew up, I was training since I was 10 or 11 years old, you know, and that's all I know. I mean, granted, I can do a lot of things and all of that stuff, and you know, I'm blessed to have a partner that has my back and who's smart with money, who's smart with business.
Yep.
Wow, so interesting. So passion, and then just, you know, something that you love, and then also something that you've done so long that it's programmed. It's part of your DNA.
Yeah.
And you can't think and feel for anything else. Because I'd be wondering, why aren't more fighters referees? Because I feel like a fighter referee would be the best referee, in my opinion.
I don't know about that.
Would you be a good referee?
Fuck no. I'll be a horrible fucking referee. If somebody pushes me up, I'm gonna punch that motherfucker in the face. That's it, man.
Dude, like, I remember when he was on I don't remember. He's been on a couple HBO panels and all these things, different panels here and there, Japan and stuff like that. And like a lot of the times you'll hear him go, like, watching the fight, like, as a fan, right? And then he'll be like, oh shit. I'm like, oh my God, you're on the
sorry, my bad.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, like, do you remember what you're supposed to be doing? You're not a fan right now. And I feel like maybe
I cuss a lot all day,
oh
man. I'm like, oh shit, that motherfucker got hit. I'm like, oh shit. I'm sorry. I ain't supposed to be saying that.
Wow, yeah, the DNA is the part that's in your DNA. Okay, yeah, I'd be anxious to see. I might actually take the time at some point to go on YouTube and look what fighter that was ever a referee, or when they have referee school, because I know they do have that on YouTube. I saw that. I saw boxing referee.
I can't be a good referee, Monk PG. I can't do that, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I would love to see that and see, like, what's the interaction of a fighter that's been in fights, and you know how they ref fights and why. You know, I get it now. You know,
I don't think there's you need to go.
I'm gonna start talking shit in there. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Y'all gotta hit something, man. Come on, don't be stupid. I can't believe you just got hit with some stupid ass motherfucking punches. I'm like, dude, come on.
Can you imagine? Wait. Can you imagine this guy? Wait, first of all, so can you imagine no needle reffing, right? Or any boxer reffing? Because first of all, there's so much emotion with them because they feel
there's just too many emotions. There's just
well, they're the third person in the
emotion,
ring, and then he's counting out someone, right? They got hit. He's like, one.
Come on, get up, motherfucker.
Come on, man. I'm trying to give you a helping hand.
No, he's like 1, 2, 3. He goes, did you really fucking get hit with that? 4.
Like those slow counts.
5. You better fucking move your goddamn head, you stupid.
Hey, man, come on, get
6,
the fuck up. Get
7.
the fuck up. Don't be a fucking pussy, man. Get the fuck up. You think this motherfucker hit you like that? 7, 8. You're a pussy ass motherfucker. 9. I'm gonna stop it right now. 9.5.
God damn, man, that's savage. Like, okay, yeah,
I had a question.
You made your point. oh man.
Yeah, I had a question. So, what do you guys think about like boxing insurance, like health insurance and stuff like that for these boxers?
What about health insurance for the boxers? Sorry.
Yeah, like boxers should like have health insurance. You know what I'm saying? The cover.
It's not within the contract, so you have to get it through your LLC as a company expense.
Damn. So like, I feel like that's the promoters. Like they should be getting health insurance for these fighters and stuff like that. You know, to protect the fighters and stuff like that.
The only insurance that they have is literally the 9 to 5 fight,
the
event insurance.
Yeah, the event insurance. So if something happened, you know, they can take you to the hospital, they pay for everything or through the insurance and stuff like that. But it's a hassle because they, you know, like everything else, you got
to file.
You got to file it, and you got to keep signing it, and they keep sending shit to you, and then you got to sign it and all that bullshit, man.
Messed up, but I believe in health insurance. Like I believe, like just like the NFL, NBA, like they have health insurance for their players, and it's kind of like a system what they do. But in boxing, it's kind of like I'm not sure about the health insurance. I know what y'all said, but like the health insurance is this, you know, it's unavoidable in boxing, I think.
No, I mean I get what you're saying, and I agree.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like you're looking at, so let's compare. And again, like most of the analogies I give you is from a business perspective, not from a boxing perspective. The NBA and all those other teams are all salary based. That's one. Number two, you have fighters that are 4-rounders and 6-rounders that are fighting a lot more often. Would have to have more medical checks and more oversight and possibly injuries due to the amount of training camps, in addition to the fight night throughout the year. Whereas if you were to insure someone like Loma, who only fights once a year, then that would be a lot cheaper, because you're like, okay, so he has a training camp, might get injured during the fight, but then that's it, we're done, right? So how do you decipher, and do you decipher, and what is the co-pay agreement on fighters that actually use insurance a lot more during the course of the year because they are fighting more actively because they're only doing 4 rounds?
Damn, that is kind of like right though. I ain't think about it like that. Like
I told you, I'm sorry. I'm going to give you the business perspective.
I really wasn't thinking about that though, but I understand though, cause in a sense though, like these fighters they don't really like fight like that no more, like they used to back in the day.
Well, I mean, like the 4-rounders do. Like they try to get like a fight every 2 to 3 months.
That's what Andre Ward was saying. He was saying that I remember the WBC came back and said, no, that's what we're doing. We have it's not a union, but it's something like it, where we help with fighters, medicals, especially if there's a horrible injury. We have different types of pensions and stuff, all types of things like that WBC has. So, but Ward wanted a massive, like, centralized union. So things like what you just said with the insurance, that can be possible. But the problem with that, boxing is such a splintered sport. Like where and how and where's the oversight and who's going to be the agency? It's a lot to deal with.
Well, and then you're also negating the fact that a lot of these boxers that are 4-6 rounders, they're pulling guys that are not just independent contractors, because all of them are, but someone completely outside of their promotional company. And how do you insure, or where do you insure them? Do you insure them 3 months before the fight and 3 months after the fight? And how much do you have to pay for that insurance premium, considering it's such a 6-month premium instead of a long-range employee who has been with the company and put their time in? Because most of the time when you go to a company, there is a stipulation that you have a grace period before you even get those benefits.
Yeah, because like insurance is just so high these days, and like, bro, it's really high to have insurance these days.
So my thing is this: how in America, people to get the best premium insurance, you have to come out of pocket.
Yep.
But in other countries, sometimes there's even other countries their healthcare, their healthcare, people don't have to come out of their pocket.
Correct.
I think it's called worldwide healthcare, right?
It's something else other than that. Just that, it's something else with the funds for that premium healthcare where somebody don't have to come out of pocket. It's allocated to, and if I had the darn paperwork for it, I could tell you exactly. And maybe they could kind of do that with boxing. But I think the mere term of that is that it is considered a essential.
I tell people all the time, bro, go get health insurance, go get life insurance, because you're going to need that. You're going to definitely need that. I tell people that all the time, though, but, you know.
No, and you could also, the thing is that you could also get a life insurance policy that is event specific. So, I mean, you know, we all hope and pray nothing ever happens in that ring, but you can actually up your premium on the night of the fight.
Damn. That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
That's news. That's good news, actually. Shit. A lot of fighters probably don't even have no idea about that. I'm sure I didn't even have any idea about that. Good God. Wow.
But again, I mean, unless they're salaried workers, you're not going to be able to pull out an insurance clause on a independent contractor.
Yeah.
General liability insurance on an independent contractor, but not health insurance policy.
Yeah, this weekend of boxing is crazy. Like, you got so many good fights out here now.
Hey, no need to. I got a question. He's a fighter. He knows. He knows more than all of us. Is he on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no need to. If you listen, what do you think about being a boxing judge?
Sorry, say it again.
What a boxing judge?
Yeah, judging fights.
Shit, I'm. Listen, man. I think those motherfuckers are hella old.
Oh my God.
Listen, I'm gonna say straight out, man. Like, there's some good ones. Don't get me wrong. There's some good ones, but a lot of them. Yeah. Listen, these motherfuckers are getting paid to be on the panel, okay? And we know how much they were getting paid. I think it was whoever the fight was at. I think it was a Canelo fight where they told it was on the article how much they were getting to be in the panel, judge panel. You know, these guys are getting paid. You know, and the bigger the fighter, the more likely they're gonna make them win because they get more money. I think.
I told you. I've been saying that. I've been saying that stuff.
You know, but again, that's why there's like crazy.
They too old, man. They too old.
They're old as hell too.
But if
they like some dinosaurs.
One of my good friend, after one of the big fight, he went and grabbed something, and there, when he walked into this place, that the person, the judge, was one of the clerk or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Remember?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, and they were like,
you're talking about that.
I'm just saying. I'm just telling the truth. I'm like, that's what I'm saying.
So let's just call this big fight, and the was it a judge?
It was a judge.
Okay.
It was a judge that night too, the night before, and he went to work the next day.
So Saturday night he was at the judge. He was a judge, and the next day at 3 p.m. he was. It's not 7-Eleven, but just say he was He was working as a cashier.
Dang.
Wow.
It might have been his store though. It might have been his store. But
are you serious?
I'm just saying it might have been his store.
Is that your store now?
That's my disclaimer. It might have been his store. That's why he was working there.
Wow, so they make a lot of money.
I don't
His
know.
own store?
My point is he was working the night before, and my boy was like, "Aren't you this wife is like, chill." I know.
We didn't say who.
We didn't say who. Come on, man.
No, y'all good. As long as y'all don't say their names, y'all good. Yeah.
I think it's on the mute.
Y'all.
I'm just saying, the next day this motherfucker was working, and Yeah, man. I mean, all I know is they're getting paid to be in there, to work in there. And, you know, from my assumption, the bigger the fight, the more money they get, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe there's something else under the table. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just things are
Hey, we don't know. We don't know.
Is Adelaide Bird still or judging or whatever?
I don't know.
Because she should be fired.
Adelaide Bird is paid, man. She paid. I wouldn't be surprised. She got a couple businesses.
I heard that name before. I just don't know.
She has made the worst scorecards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what were you watching? Were you watching like hockey during the boxing match or what? Like, her scorecards are just. It's always been.
Yeah, she did the Mayweather.
What fight did she judge that was like
Mayweather Canelo. And,
that was is that the one y'all talking about when they gave Mayweather a draw?
I don't recall. There's way more than that.
I think that's one of them she did.
Damn, because I don't know which one.
Canelo Triple G, the first fight. Canelo Triple G, the first fight.
Yeah, because that's one of the most. Because I can't remember what y'all talking about now. Because I'm like, yeah. Because she got some messed up scorecards.
Yeah, and her husband is I think Robert Bird. He's a referee. He's had some questionable calls in the ring as well too. Like some real like what the fuck, man.
Hey, but this weekend of boxing, dude, man. This weekend, ladies, I don't know what.
Actually, I haven't looked at who was the refs and the judges for any of the fights. I need to look at that before the fights.
Hey, because like you got Carissa Shields fighting, you got Wilder fighting, you got Haney fighting, Kambosos.
I heard Kambosos and his team, they went through a gang of refs for this Haney rematch. They turned down at least.
Keep forgetting about Plant and Durrell.
Oh man, yeah.
I'm really interested in that fight because there's some weird like.
They got bad blood.
Personal bad blood.
Oh, I'm going with Durrell. I think he's gonna get Caleb Plant, man.
Well, I heard Durrell was like super pissed at Plant, and I had no one will tell me. They're like, I don't know why. He just really hates Plant. I'm like,
think
why?
I know why, but I ain't gonna say it.
I think I know why. Let me shoot. I think I know why. I think I know why.
Okay, well, he's not gonna tell me, so you gotta say it, Nate.
Oh, okay. So he's upset because Caleb Plant and Durrell were at what was it? I don't know. It was a fight. It was somewhere. They were there, and Durrell, he's actually a very friendly guy outside the ring, and he came over to Caleb Plant, just give him his props and all this stuff and yada yada woo woo, things that fighters don't always do, but they do. They do at times give a fighter props and just give him respect. And Caleb Plant was totally dismissed. So about what his props and all this, just said, just like saying one word response and wasn't really giving him much eye contact, wasn't giving him, just totally just dismissed this guy. Totally was just disrespectful. And Durrell, he's a guy that gives respect first. Because, he's from, what was you about to say?
No, I'm straight. I'm listening.
And he's from that era where, give respect to get respect. He'll give you respect if you give me respect. And he took offense immediately. He took complete offense. He couldn't believe it. That this guy had his nose in the air and he hasn't done shit, really. He hasn't really done shit. So he totally just told Caleb Plant right then and there, you a disrespectful motherfucker. You just disrespectful. Caleb Plant, went through around like, no, I talked to you, I spoke to you, I don't understand what you're saying. If you got a problem with me, then you can take it somewhere. And that was that. Ever since that day, Durrell just never liked Caleb Plant. He never did. He said he feels like he's a disrespectful guy.
Hey, yo, bro, not to cut you off. Is this for the title eliminated for WC, right?
Yeah. The winner is actually expected more than likely to fight David Benavidez.
So okay. If Plant wins, when we get Benavidez versus Plant.
I'm a fan that's in a hard rock and a hard place. I want Caleb Plant to win, but then we finally get to see David and him fight. I just got a feeling that Durrell is just going to put on that performance.
But see, Durrell got a nasty uppercut, man. Durrell got a nasty uppercut.
I like his hook, man. He got a good hook. He got a really
and he
good
got
hook.
good hook too. And
He got a good hook. I think if Caleb Plant hasn't learned from that Canelo fight, he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Yeah, but man, the fight I'm interested in seeing, like, bro, is like Wilder versus Helenius, bro.
Yeah, that's where I feel like why Darrell was sending sneaky shots at Caleb Plant on Twitter and constantly talk bad about him because he hadn't never forgot about that day. And and Caleb Plant,
But hold on, I thought Caleb Plant, I thought Darrell was mad at him because he didn't do nothing when Canelo smacked the shot out of him. He told him right to his face.
No. Well, hey, I don't think so. I think he's a fighter. He knows Caleb Plant's a fighter. Like if it really came down to it that hey, there was no fight on the line, no money to be made, and Canelo would have did that, Caleb Plant wouldn't have kept going after Canelo. He would have been throwing hands. Huh?
Remember when I was talking to you about ego?
Yeah.
Okay. That's ego.
Yeah, that is, but you still shouldn't put your hand on the man just because he called you a motherfucker.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Rewind when you're talking about Darrell, where he was just like,
Oh, yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Like, that's literally, again, looking for someone else's, he doesn't owe you respect. I'm sorry. Nobody owes you anything. And respect yourself. And for you to get so heated over because of your perception of his diss, what does it matter if he respects you or not? If you respect yourself higher than his disrespect, then what does it matter?
Yeah, you're right. There you go. We were just talking about the ego thing.
Like, who cares? I don't care. Like it's like, okay, so he ignored me or he shrugged his shoulders. I gave my respect. Don't expect anything in return. Don't expect respect in return.
That won't work in the
God.
You're in a territory, if you give respect, you went out there to give that respect, and to get slapped in the face by being ignored, I'll talk shit all day. I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, you're a bitch. I'll call him, you're a fucking bitch. I give you fucking respect. Fuck you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That would be me.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. That's just, it's like I give you respect. I mean, granted that everywhere I go, I've always gotten that respect from everybody, but I'm saying, like,
except Sean Gibbons.
No,
man,
he's a fucking pussy. That's what it is.
No, bro, we don't want to bring up Sean Gibbons, man.
But I mean, that's all I'm saying is, like, if I give you my respect, it's a territory, right? So if I'm in a boxing territory, that's how my mind works, right? That's just how it is, I'm not about to be Gandhi and take the higher road. Fuck that.
That's not about taking the higher road.
No, I'm just talking about it in a mindset of a fighter in a fighting arena. That's just how it is. Like, if I'm outside, I'm like, that's cool, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that dude. That would be me, right? But then being in there, how many times do you catch me getting all riled up when I'm in a boxing territory or boxing circle? You know what I'm saying? Like, I get hyped. But if I'm outside, then I'm calm and I'm chill. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. Is like, if it's in a
I guess for me, like, it just looks like I would just be like, oh, like if he didn't give me the respect that I wanted at that time in front of everyone, I would have just laughed it off and be like, oh, I guess he's having a bad day, whatever. Let's go on, and then like make it seem like it's really nothing, because I mean, he's acting some type of way. We'll let him take his bitch moment and go in the corner. I don't care. Like, I'm still gonna do what I have to do. But to continuously go after him, and then if anyone ever asks me anything about him, like, I really don't know anything about him. Like, whatever he has to bring to the ring, that is what he has to bring to the ring. That's it. Like, it's, for me, it's like black and white. Like, you don't want to give me respect, and I'm not going to take any mind to you. I'm not going to also give you any more than you deserve at this point. Because
I hear what you're saying, because, like, that's,
But in the moment, you disagree.
In the moment that people disrespect me, and especially, I'll side talk, I'll walk and be like, that motherfucker's a bitch, I'll call some kind of shit while I'm walking away, you know, or something like that. I don't worry about that motherfucker. He's a fucking pussy, or some shit to make him hear something. You know what I'm saying?
Mouth today.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
About that was so.
yeah, no, I gotta watch my mouth. The kids are sleeping, so that's why I get to cuss all day.
no need to. So if there's any consolidation, I would pay to watch you to spar Sean Gibbons for 2 rounds. I mean, 3 rounds would be unfair.
In that,
it's not a 2-minute round though, right? Because we don't want
no.
You know what's funny?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
You know what's funny? That guy used to be a fighter too himself back in the days. He didn't have a good record, but he thinks that he could punk me because I'm smaller than him. But at the end of the night, when he walked away, when I was chasing him, at the end of the night, he had about 4 or 5 people watching him from the Mandalay Bay, the security from Mandalay Bay, because he was afraid of his life or whatever. I'm like, dude, I ain't gonna fucking come at you.
Oh yeah. So we saw him before the Thurman fight. That's when that confrontation happened. And then after, everyone's chilling at the same bar, of course. We see him walk by. I'm like, Sean, where are you going? Why do you have like 4 Mandalay Bay security guards around you? Like, seriously, bro? Like, no one really cares about your life that much.
Yeah, man. Like that dude's a POS, man. He's a POS. Like for to learn that all that shit he did to these guys, and then on top of that, he really tried to challenge a former you were a world champ, not only world champion, but multi-division. I mean, shit. Anybody who knows anything about boxing, the record speaks for itself. I mean, what the fuck? Like, who cares if he weighs 70 pounds, 80 pounds, 90 pounds more than you? I mean, if you
all I know is if my punches land, it's gonna hurt really bad.
I was just about to get to honestly, you got this short and sweet. I was just about to get to that look.
Oh yeah, no, he's salivating. Trust me, Nonito was salivating. He was like, keep coming. And then that guy stepped in the middle. He's like, come on.
I had Igis Klimas in front of me, hold me back, and he's like, Nonito, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Igis and Jose and the other guys with him. It was funny. You come at me, I'm gonna come back at you. That's just how I am. I mean, I don't give a fuck how big you are or whatever. Even if I get my ass kicked, it was. I'm not gonna back up. That's just how I've always been.
That's another thing that needs to be in boxing. It needs to be mandatory that if you want to get into the business of boxing, you should be, rewarded, a chance to spar. You should be rewarded. Now, depending on your age and your physical ability, your physical health, and all that, you can get checked up on. The rounds can vary. If you're very fit, do at least 2 minutes and maybe not 2 minutes, 2 rounds in a minute. If you're very, you're older and this and that, 30 seconds. 2 rounds, 30 seconds, or a round in 30 seconds. Just a bit. Just to get a taste of what. It's a tiny taste, because it's not even really a taste. It's a extremely tight taste what a fighter kind of feels when they, what they feel. And there's not really much to it.
We've had a couple of our friends that, were triathletes and things like that wanted to get in the ring with Nonito and sparring, and they were gassed. Oh my God, they were gassed. I was like, dude, I thought this guy trains. Like, freaking just winded. Fighting in general it's a different, I don't know what it is. Like, because it feels like no matter how hard you train on other sports and stuff like that, when you go in, like it just depletes you so quickly if that's not your sport. You know what I mean?
I'm be honest. I do not have any idea what it means because I am not a fighter. I do not know what it means to kill myself. And I've talked to fighters before who explain to me, and some, I like to akin it to, like, I'm not gonna say hell, but almost like hell, because of the fact that you have to put your body through so much pain and torture just to get stronger, just to get faster, just to endure. Basically breaking it down to build it back up for one night, and for this just a moment.
Yeah. Well, I'll answer part of that for you, but I want to answer this question that's been sitting here for quite some time. They were saying Jannard Hill said that we should write a couple books. Nonito's in the process of writing his. Actually, I think you're writing 2, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's writing 2. I don't have time right now to.
But you have a lot.
I know I have a lot, but I just don't have time right now. But so Nonito will, like, he's been working on 2 of his, and then eventually when I can have time to do that, I will definitely start jotting down notes on stuff like that. But when it comes to fighting, I will tell you, I mean, from my own perspective, I don't know, Nonito can give you a different perspective. But when I was in the ring, like, it's there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Like, there's nothing like hitting someone and them not hitting you back because they couldn't, or their game plan was wrong, and continuously scoring. And I don't know. I miss it a lot. But I mean, everything that culminated on the day of the fights was, you know, the training and everything like that. It was worth it. There's such a high. I don't know how to explain it. It's different. What do you feel when you go in the ring? Is it fun for you?
It's fun for me. Yeah. That, you know, it's fun. It's fun for me. That's why it's you know, I love it because it's a challenge at times. But then there's things that I like to try things out. I mean, I love it, man. It's fun. I mean, you get hit with something, you know, and not how you're not gonna get hit with something or shit like that. I mean, it's fun. You know, it's something that I truly enjoy.
Man, I swear, I say this to a fighter named Mark Peterson. I know some people heard of him, and I said to other fighters, I said to Gary Russell, I met both of them and talked to them. I say this to them. I'm like, look, I'm not here to kiss your ass. I'm not here to just get pictured. No, I know y'all used to that. I'm just here to just say, look, from my deepest part of my soul, I have no idea what it's like to be a fighter. I am not a fighter. I have no conceivable idea. But I will say I will always put the utmost respect for what you chose to do. You chose to do this because it takes a certain type of human being, a certain type of person, a certain type of mentality to do that. Because I've learned and talked to fighters that said that there's many who quit along the way to boxing, in the amateurs especially.
Yep.
Probably 4 fights in as a pro, they quit. 7 fights. They just said, nope, I'm not doing this. First time sparring, a lot of people quit. And to get past that threshold all the way to the fucking mountaintops, people, it's crazy how many just don't make it even close past the amateur level or the regular sparring levels. So yeah, I'm always amazed at it, honestly.
But I do, you know, like, with that being said, I do feel like there are, like, you know, whenever you hear fighters getting in fights outside of the ring or after their retirement, there's this high you get when you're in there. It's totally freaking different. It's so much fun. Like, I mean, I remember when I was fighting and I would get hit, and it was like, just literally, like, when it's funny to say this now, but tasting the blood on my lip from a hit, I'm like, okay.
But you're crazy.
Here we go. What do you mean I'm crazy?
It's crazy. Like, she's crazy. I like to fight when I'm in the ring. I love to fight, and I don't mind getting fight in the ring, outside of the ring. I prefer not to, but I don't mind, you know. But this girl, she doesn't give a fuck where. If there's a fight and they started it, she's gonna try to make the fight happen. You know, I'm always the one holding her back.
Okay, first of all, I was in the car.
I'm just saying. I'm
was in the car.
just saying. That's all.
You want to tell the story?
No.
It was a great story.
Oh my god!
It was at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we were at, was it Sonic's?
No, it was at
In-N-Out? Sonic's. In-N-Out. One of those. Sonic's.
It was Sonic.
It was Sonic's. 3 o'clock in the morning. There's a car for us, and they didn't get their fries. And we had just got a new car, and so we pull up to the window, and they were told to park at the side, but they decided to come off the window and start hitting the window of the drive-thru. And Nonito trying to be, like calm
I'm
down.
a peacemaker.
Yeah, he was a peacemaker. So he's telling these females, like, go back to your car. I'm sure they'll bring your fries out. Literally, they're mad about fries. And so, my dumbass takes out my phone. And I'm recording, sitting in the passenger seat with my window down. And all of a sudden, you just see some girl come up and hit my phone into my face. My phone falls to the floor.
It was in and out.
Was it in and out?
Yes,
okay, fine.
it
It
was
was in and
in
out.
and
Who
out.
cares? It was fine. It was in and out. And then
No, because Banqui was asking what Sonic. I'm like, no, I don't think it was Sonic. It was in and out.
Fine, it was in and out.
double.
So
Animal style.
So while I was recording, she hit my phone into my face. It dropped to the car floor, and all you heard is me open up the car door and slam it. Come up, and there's like 3 of them.
Yeah, it was 3. Well, one was the driver. 2 girls came out, and I had to hold one out, and both of them I had to hold them back.
Yeah. So and then I came up and punched the girl in the face, and then
Yeah, and yeah.
They hit me while I'm in the car. Like, at least let me get my feet underneath me first, and then we can fight. But come on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Rachel. If I'm not mistaken, is it a black belt?
Yeah.
Yeah, Taekwondo black belt. Good thing she didn't kick though.
Oh, I didn't kick. Yeah, so that's like kind of the misconception of like my training, right? Because Taekwondo is in the Olympics, so they think all we do is kick.
She punched.
But I actually
She punched.
I grew up in a more of a traditional style that involved like boxers like Eddie Croft, who like 80s 90s was a professional boxer, and then Ramon Gatto, who was a world champion kickboxer at the time. So ours was more like just rounded than it is. So when it comes to like street fighting, then it's not like I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna kick you. Like I mean, yeah. So that's pretty much. That's only one of the fights I've gotten in trouble for.
No, that was one of that. She's been to a couple of them, but
it wasn't. None of them were my fault.
No, none of them was her fault though.
Oh wow. So this is a match made in heaven. Like, you got the fighter that's in boxing, and
yeah, it's a match made in heaven when we're in good terms, not when we're in bad terms.
Have I ever sparred?
He did. When was it? It was in the Philippines.
Yeah,
he was training in the Philippines.
She couldn't fucking touch me, man.
I don't know what you did.
No, we was fighting. He was like, "Come on, put her fucking gloves on. Let's go." And she was trying to tee off on me. I'm like, "Can't even fucking."
You didn't let me kick.
Why would I fight you? I gotta fight. I was training for a fight. You ain't about to fucking kick me because the last time you did that to me, I was gone. I was out for like 3 months.
Well, you told me to kick you, so.
So yeah, I ain't that stupid no more. So I said you can only punch. I ain't gonna punch you, but I was fucking making her mad more because she couldn't hit nothing. It's just
It's amazing to me to see the professional fighter, or it's not just professional fighter, a world champion level, seeing what they can do with somebody who that has a martial arts, a combat background, and not only any combat background, but they have a black belt, which takes fucking time that you don't see to even earn that. And then you see them just spar with somebody who's just an average person, and it's just like they're not even going over 5%. I just saw a sparring with I think a world champion at a lower weight class, much lower weight class, is called Sonny Edwards.
I've sparred a lot of guys past 200.
No, tell him about the 160 pounder you fought for.
Oh, when I tried out for the Contender, I sparred this 160 pounder, and I was there. I was one of the first guys that came in, and then they couldn't find nobody to spar me and stuff like that. So I told them whoever is the nearest weight class,
160 was your
it's
weight
like
class.
160,
nearest weight class.
160, and he's like the only guy next to you is like 155, 160 pounder. I'm like, forget it, let's do it. And I was the only person. And I got this on video too. I was the only person to produce a knockdown. I dropped that motherfucker with the left hook too.
Damn,
He
good
almost
signature.
took me down.
Wow, yeah, see, yeah, that's also amazing. Y'all guys can just put people down much bigger than you. I mean, you see it. You can see it in an everyday fight as well, but it's more common with fighters of y'all prowess. I mean, you just hit somebody with a body shot that weighs over 80
No,
plus
I dropped
pounds.
this dude with the left hook on his chin.
Oh, and then you got the chin shots. You just
Yeah,
make
no,
the leg
first I hit him with the overhand. Which rocked him, and I followed up with the hook, and that's what dropped him. You know, of course, he was able to get up because there's headgear. We're wearing 16 ounces gloves, you know, and yeah, that was the biggest guy of us. And he was, I think he was at 6-1 at that time. His record 6-1, and yeah, I mean, I've sparred with guys like 200 pounders, 180 or bigger than that, who has no experience, and they can't touch me at all. They get tired within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I was. Well, I'm not in shape anymore now, but when I was in much better shape, you know, I did minor boxing workouts, and I hated them shits. I'm not gonna lie, I hated them shits because them don't fucking killed me. I was burnt out before I could even go to my next workout. I'm like, you know what? I'll just save that for last.
Hey,
I'm not
if you go and do the strength and conditioning that Rach does, you'll be in bed rest for like a week.
No. I like I said, when I talk to boxers and they're not even their real workouts, not their rigorous one when they gotta up it to another level in training camp. I'm not even talking about those. I don't want no parts of those for sure. Just their warm-ups. It's ridiculous. Y'all warm-ups is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's just the warm-up.
We do so he usually during camps he does strength and conditioning days Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And he'll invite like whoever he wants to invite as long as you don't quit. And he'll show up and I'll have, this whole gym set up and I'm like, okay, and they're like, oh, she's going to be teaching it. There's about 20 fighters, some MMA and some boxers. And they're literally trying to throw up before half of the set that I had actually programmed. And Nonito will signal me. He's like, I don't think they're going to be able to move tomorrow. And I'm like, but we still haven't done this, and that. And I've been hit up, ever since Nonito's last fight. They're like, hey, I need strength and conditioning, this and that. And I was like, honestly, I'm kind of burned out. I'm tired. I was like, so I'll let you know when I'm coming back. But I mean, I literally had one of Nonito's sparring partners. His guy said, he's like, his coach at the time when they were sparring, high caliber fighter, said, he was like, how did you know during sparring? He's like, how did you know what my fighter was going to do? And I was like, oh, it's easy. This, and that. I was like, after the first 2 rounds, I knew exactly what he was going to do. And he was like, how? And I was like, this, and that. And then so he goes, all right, respect. He goes, well, what are you guys doing tomorrow? Because we spar Fridays. I was like, strength and conditioning. He goes, well, he runs 10 miles. I was like, okay. And he's like, what are you guys doing? I was like, speed and agility. And he goes, well, my guy can handle that. And I was like, well, let's see. What round was it that he 3, 4? His legs were shaking.
3 rounds.
3 rounds, his legs were shaking. And I was like, what happened? I was like, I thought you guys said that you guys can handle it. I was like, he runs 10 miles.
You know, Rachel, I saw a YouTube video. I think it was probably at least a year ago, maybe 2.5 years ago. I remember, and I think it was probably Ellie. It had to be Ellie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he was recording you, putting these guys through the, I'm not gonna call it no fucking drill. I'm gonna call it that real serious hard fucking work. That's a mouthful. I'm saying it because these guys were all athletes, and you were absolutely killing them. Like
yeah.
Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, killing them. putting them through fucking murder. And as you could tell after the workout, they were absolutely like, good God, man, they want that ice bath so bad. And you weren't fucking playing.
And that was probably when I only had, I think I had 9 at that time. And then it grew. It grew so like anyone who wanted a challenge, I was like, all right. I was like, you think you can play? Let's play. And their moans and groans on the 1 minute that I gave them of rest in between the rounds, like were like money to me. I was just like, come on, guys. Like literally, because that's my bread and butter. Like one of the things that I
Rachel. No, you wasn't saying that. You wasn't saying that. No, you weren't saying, come on, guys. You're like, come on, motherfucker. Come on, motherfucker.
Yeah,
come on.
that's her. Always talking shit.
Don't you dare stop.
Oh yeah, that's her.
Oh my God, that was fucking crazy. Oh my goodness, if that don't scare you, make you want to push harder, I don't know what will. My goodness, that's something that could also be an angle for y'all. You know, that fighters are getting into. You know, they're getting into fitness, being fitness gurus and stuff. A lot of people want to get in shape. They want to be healthy and want to get in shape. And boxing is one of the greatest workouts. Get in shape.
No, yeah, for real. I mean, I think, I've created programs for different gyms around. It's just, there's a difference though in bringing like the general public into like a boxing HIIT workout and bringing them through the rounds and them dying before like the class is over. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're just like you're constant. I mean, and I know who I can, especially in the general public, like. There's certain gyms I can go to that I can do whatever. Like I have to stay really corporate. Then there's other gyms I can go to where I'm literally like you're hitting the bag and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Tickling the bag? Like hit the fucking bag.
There we go. That's it.
There's freaking social media posts of me going, hit the fucking bag. What the fuck is wrong with it? Like literally. Just
That's it. Right there. That's it. Oh my God.
And but it's still not as I feel like my creative juices are always like pushing the border of creating more muscle, fast twitch muscle and sustainability, and then just pushing it a little bit more and and I like because like these athletes when they come to me, like I remember there was one of these things that I remember that one guy came that one time, the sparring partner, and there was a group of that. I swear to God, it was like 18 or 20. And I pulled him, after the class, they were stretching out, and I was like talking to them. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, who out of all of you are paying me? And no hand went up. And I was like, you're here because he invited you, but you're using my time. So if you're using my time, I expect your sweat, your blood, and your tears on the damn floor, and you crawling out of here. I didn't take my Saturday to be away from my kids for you to half-ass this.
Damn, man. Shit. I thought y'all ever heard the movie called Major Pain?
Yeah.
Come on, Jojo.
Yeah, good God, man. If there was a new movie and they want to put a woman in it, like take over. Yeah, there we go. We found it. We found it. We found one right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She brings the pain.
She'll bring the pain to some delinquents and make them put some respect in their life. Oh my gosh, man. That video still gives me chills. I still remember you just going off and making those guys take it to another level. And they feel like, I'm just going to lay right here and say, fuck this shit.
No, and that all came from Nonito. Like, when I met Nonito, first of all, he told you he was 90 pounds at 18. Mm-hmm. And then I met him at 112.
I was 103. Come on, man.
Okay.
You dropped me 13 pounds.
You're so cute. You were 103. I fought at 103. I was walking at like 115. Anyway.
Hey. Watch your mouth.
So when I met him, there was no line in between your quadricep and his hamstring on the left side, your T.
but I can float like a butterfly.
So
sting like a bee.
Oh my God. So he had nothing, right? And I was like, this is really weird. And we would have conversations because our dates would be, our quote unquote dates would be like, let's go run like Oakland Hills. And I'm like, okay, how long is that? He's like 5 miles up, 5 miles back. I'm like, why? He's like, because he's like, you have to fight for this many. Yeah, we have to fight for 45 minutes, blah, 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 blah. I go, are you running in a straight line? And he's like, no. And I was like, so why are you only using certain muscle groups and not using lateral movement and blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I don't know, because this is what we do. I was like, it's the dumbest fucking thing. Like, who told you? And he's like, that's what we've done forever and ever and ever. I was like, well, you don't run one direction around the ring, right?
That's true.
So why is that the only thing we're working? And ever since then, you know, we've worked strength and conditioning and speed and agility, and then just built it that now he has a line in his leg. You have lines on your leg that shows actual muscle groups. And then that's one of the things that bother me every single time I see fighters that have chicken legs. I'm like, they're like, I'm a boxer, of course. What, you never heard chicken legs?
No, I've heard of it, but I just find it's an interesting conversation because some people say it's genetics, some people say it's just not having the right proportion of when you do your workouts, when you have everything in order as far as top to bottom workouts, so get everything to be leveled.
See, people don't understand. I was always been really, really skinny. What I am now is like really, I have a lot of muscles, you know, and that's why when I cut weight and do what I do, I cut weight really fast is because I've always been a smaller guy. I mean, when I turned pro, I was 103. You know, I was just fighting guys 115 because nobody was in my weight class. So I was fighting guys 115, 118, and then, you know, and all that. So that's why, like, I can drop the weight down. I can fight. I got the height to fight at 126, but I'm walking around 130, you know, but I can drop down to 115 and I'm all right. I'm still strong. You know, usually when people drop down, they get sucked up and they get dry and they can't fight. You know, with me, 115, 118, I'm still good because that's pretty much where I walked in. Like everybody else, they just cut weight like everybody, you know. I'm just cutting weight like everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that like all I would hear is like, we're boxers. Like that was the excuse. We're boxers. I'm like, so, and they're like, well, we have more of our strength in our upper body. And I was like, okay, but what keeps your upper body up? Our legs. I'm like, so if you don't work your legs, how do you expect it to? I'm like, what if your legs give out? Like, and you see it, right? Like you saw people like Ancajas Martinez. Ancajas was moving around the ring like he was Floyd. And then all of a sudden in the third round, like he started being planted. He couldn't move anymore. Hey, Shelton.
Rachel, what's going on? Y'all watching the card?
What card? No.
Oh, this is his own card on right now. Some guy just got face planted.
Oh, yeah? He got his dick in the dirt? I'm going to start using that now. He got his dick in the dirt, Shelton?
Yeah, he looked like Darchinian against Nonito. He got face planted.
Oh no!
God.
Check this out.
That was one of the greatest knockouts. God damn, that was brutal. That was crazy. That's definitely going on the highlight reel collection. That's all it is anyway.
Hey Rachel, guess what?
What?
My guy gets his shot on November 5th.
Oh, Zerdo.
Dar?
Zerdo fight?
We're going to the Zerdo fight?
Zerdo fights Bivol November 5th.
Let's go.
Wait, where is that? Is that in LA, Shelton?
Abu Dhabi.
Oh no, never mind.
Wait, how the fuck? Wait, so how is Jesse getting from Zerdo's fight to the WBC? The WBC thing starts the 5th until the 11th. There's no way we're going to be able to make it back in time.
No. That was a Regis fight that we were talking about.
Regis fights November 26th.
That fight was supposed to happen in California, you guys, but remember it went to purse bid.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
They'll be getting paid. They'll be getting paid more though. They'll be getting paid more.
Yeah, they get Bivol's getting 5, and I think Zerto's getting 3.
They're getting paid more. They're getting that bag. So I'm happy for. I always love hearing the fighters who take risks. I mean, honestly, every fighter should get paid. Let's be honest. But I'm extremely even more happy fighters who take risks of fighting the best getting paid. I love
Exactly.
that. So that's great.
I agree
I'm
with that.
glad these guys are getting paid because they're taking big risks. They was fighting the guys who come in as a heavyweight. This guy's coming in at over 200 pounds.
No, I literally wish it was here, because we know him, but like I said, like there is a WBC event that we had already given our commitment to, and there's no way that we would be able to go to Abu Dhabi to watch a fight on November 5th and get back. God, we'd probably be back on the 8th, like knowing the travel freaking plans to try to get back.
Yeah, because you got to take the COVID test and all that stuff. And yeah,
Who has to wait? Who would have to take the COVID test? Coming into the US, you don't have to.
you don't have to.
No.
They changed it.
Yeah, they changed it. We didn't take it when we came back from Cabo last.
Oh, really? Okay.
No,
because my daughter went to Dubai like 5 months ago, and she caught COVID, and they kept her over there for an extra 10 days.
Wow.
They wouldn't let her get back on the plane.
That's probably that government, but it's not a requirement for our government to have a COVID test to come back into the US. Or if you had a stopover somewhere, that might.
And all I know is Bivol's in trouble if he don't know how to clinch. Because at some point he's going to have to stand there and fight. He's going to have to stand there and fight. And that high guard is not going to save him.
If he can't keep Zerto off him, he's going to sleep.
Yeah, this ain't no slow Joe Smith Jr. who, don't get me wrong, he's a big puncher himself, but he's very slow. People keep saying Zerto is slow. He's not that slow. He's not Joe Joyce slow. He's not Joe Smith slow. He's not. He's slow, but he's not that slow. And unlike Joe Smith Jr., he throws big punches in bunches. And unlike Canelo, he's not small. He's not small, and he doesn't gas.
Yeah, Zerto has a gas tank. Zerto has an iron chin, and Zerto has volume, and he punches hard. He's the problem.
And he's physically stronger. I would think that. I know he's working with Julian Chu. Is y'all Miss Donaires? Is y'all familiar with Julian Chu?
Julian Chu? Is that one dude?
Yeah, he's like a coach now. He's like a strategist.
Brickhouse Boxing.
Yeah, Brickhouse Boxing.
Yeah, that guy.
Like
we know who he is. We don't know him personally though.
Okay, the reason why I said it is because he's in and out of different fighters and different gyms and whatnot. But he's now more so stationed at Brickhouse Boxing. I think he's Zerto's coach right now. I think he's one of his coaches. So he kind of is like a strategy guy and an S&C guy. So he just a little bit of both. Yeah,
Zerto
so I like his strategy. He gives fighters good strategies in their fights. So I think he's going to employ the strategy of taking advantage as the southpaw stance and being the bigger man and actually try to bully Bivol, like make him force him into making mistakes. And one of Bivol's mistakes is when he stops, he gets into that high guard. He almost always defers to that damn high guard. And I've seen Zerto pull down guard before and come with uppercuts. Like he'll pull your guard down and he'll come with uppercuts.
Well, that's a problem that Canelo did. All he did is do 1-2 against a high guard, and it's like you understand that you're throwing just against his arms, right? Like I said, like Canelo's been just doing like a lot of 1-2, maybe 1-2-3 shots, and then like backing off. So if Zerto can come up the middle, then yeah, that'd be key.
I mean, that'd be a lot easier for Zerto, being the bigger guy, to pull the defense down and to even push him, to keep pushing him and all of that stuff, to bully him in that way, and then time him with straight when Bivol throws that jab.
Right.
Yeah, I think that honestly he needs to turn this into a alleyway street fight. That's definitely not what Bivol wants at all, and that's what I think he needs to do. He needs to turn this into change the atmosphere of the fight away from a tactical, technical boxing match. Obviously, he shouldn't just walk with his chin out there and just walk straight in because Bivol he's got 20 wins and 11 knockouts or 10 knockouts, something like that. So he can crack a little bit. He's got over 50% or is it 60% knockout ratio. So he can crack a little bit. Got some pop on his shots. So don't just walk in there stupid. But I would say make him exert as much energy and make him feel that physical strength as much as possible. Because if he can do that early, Bivol's going to be very tired because he moves a lot. He likes to move a lot.
I don't think Bivol's going to want to do that, though. Like, I think, you know, just how he was fighting Canelo was always like very careful of actually getting exposed to being able to be knocked out. I don't think he's going to want to get into a firefight, and he'll want to be careful.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest key too for Zotto is the cautiousness of Bivol is going to play into him becoming more aggressive and catching them. You know, because Bivol can't move when he's trying to be on a defense when he's very cautious about something, and I think that would set up Zotto being able to do what he needs to do coming forward.
Well, you guys know that Zerdov only fights one way.
Yep.
There ain't no secret to Zerdov. He fights one way. He's coming to get you.
Yep.
Yeah, and considering that he's such a bigger guy than Canelo, like I feel like he's going to use that. I mean, I guess for lack of a better comparison, like Fury, he's gonna his weight, his size in general he's just gonna come in and utilize that to pushing you back onto your back foot or just covering up and standing there and allowing him to tee off, and his shots are not Canelo shots. He doesn't walk as big as Zerto does. And I think that those are the key makers. If he's coming with a high guard, using the uppercut, using a lot of body shots to slow down Bivol in the later round so he doesn't move so much, then I mean it could be a really big recipe for just taking him out.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
I think Zerto's an underrated boxer as well.
Yeah.
Was that Puro?
Puro said it.
Yeah, that's Puro.
Just sitting here the entire time, not saying nothing.
Because watch the page. Is it Jeff Page or what's his name? He fought him twice.
Oh, you're talking about when he fought
Maxime Vlasov. He boxed him really
Jesse
well.
Hart. Jesse Hart.
Jesse Hart. There you go. He boxed him really well.
My only concern with Zerto is like sometimes he gets so enamored with the punishment he delivers, he kind of gets himself caught up into getting punched, and that's how he got in one of those fights. He got hurt though. That's the first time I ever seen him get hurt. I don't know what. I don't know if it was Jesse Hart or Vasilov. One of them guys hurt him.
Vasilov.
Okay, yeah, and Vasilov was trying to finish him off, but he couldn't because it looked like Zerto got that classic, Mexican where they just, they can recover so very well. Like it's just instant. You hurt them, they're gonna come back just as hard. They recover, and you're in trouble. And,
well, I think like the first couple rounds is going to be like it's literally going to be leaned on Bivol. I think first and second round is going to be leaned on Bivol, and I think that Zerto is going to time how his jab is and how he can roll those punches and come up underneath every single time to create to cut the distance. And then once he gets there, then if he's against the ropes, I think he'll unload. But again, Bivol does just randomly 3/4 of the ring back decide to just plant his feet, cover up, and stand there. So I think for the most part of the first quarter to less than that to maybe a fifth is going to be him trying to decipher the distance of his jab and where he goes after his jab and then being able to cut the distance.
Yeah, I think that another thing I'm concerned with Zerto, 'cause I'm picking him to win. I'm just saying with certain things I'm concerned is sometimes you throw combinations at him, he freezes a little bit. He freezes. So Bill was very good at combination punching. That's one of his bread and butters as a technical boxer. You can get off those fast punches and combinations of the
Yeah,
1, 2,
I agree.
3s and 4s, and sometimes even 5s, and he'll step out when he's gone, and then he'll do it again, and he'll do it again, and keep rinsing and repeating. And he can do that all night. That's why I say it's very important for Zerto to get on top of him early, get to that body as much as possible, and make him feel the physical presence. Force Bivol to push off on him. Use that, sap some of that strength in his legs. Make him lean. Do the Tyson Fury, I like Deontay Wilder route. Lean on him a little bit. Get close. Maul him a little bit. You don't got to swing for the fences with haymakers. Just let him feel your physical strength. Zerto can punch. Just don't throw a punch and it lands. He's gonna feel it. He's gonna feel it. Look. Bivol barely got touched by Canelo, but he clearly felt Canelo's punching power, even though he didn't get hit with everything or a lot. He mentioned Callum Smith in the post fight because Canelo was trying to hit Bivol's shoulder so he can drop that jab on him, and he said, "Well, I felt it, but not a lot." But he said he felt it. So if Zerto is doing that, he's gonna feel a whole lot more.
Well, I'm just going to assume that, I'm just going to assume that Zerto has dissected the Canelo fight, like he conceded in his sleep. But Canelo's fight, like we have talked about before, is that when you punch in between his punches, it stops his momentum and he can't follow through. And that helps with the fact that he's only doing 1-2 every single time. So with Zerto, he has to expect that in between his punches, there may be a jab just to offset your rhythm and to try to establish more distance between you and Bivol, and expect it to a point where you know that it's not going to change up the combination that you're thinking of throwing and work around it.
Yeah, I just don't believe, Nito, Rachel, I just don't believe that Bivol has the pop. He has to pop on the shots, yes. But I don't think he has the pop to keep Zerto off. I think Zerto's going to walk through his shots, corner him.
I think the same way.
Shelton.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think he will too. My key for me, the X factors in this fight is how much can Zerto take? Because Bivol's going to land on him. He's one of the most accurate fighters in boxing today. He always lands on everybody. It's just, for me, how much can Zerto take? And if he can take it, now how much can Bivol take the pace? Bivol is used to fighting at a high pace anyway. So is Zerto. Now not only has to fight a really high-paced fight, but if Zerto turns into a real physical fight, how much can Bivol take that? Because he's got to move. He's got to box. He can't afford to get into a war of punches. Now he's got to feel this guy's being on top of him, landing body shots, landing on his arms, his shoulders, his head, his back, everywhere. So it's just going to be interesting. It sounds like if nobody's outskilling anyone, it's going to be a war of attrition.
Yeah.
Nate, do you feel like the Canelo fight was a high-paced fight?
No, Canelo.
No, not really.
Okay.
Well, really, to be honest with you guys, Canelo was just too little.
Yeah.
There was nothing he could really do. He couldn't do nothing with Bivol. He couldn't back him up. He couldn't do anything. And the mental fatigue, it wasn't really so much of him gassing out. He was mentally frustrated and fatigued because he couldn't do anything that he wanted to do. It didn't work. Because the guy was just too damn big.
I honestly think he was gassed.
He was gassed and he was
round
frustrated.
Was it 4 or 5?
He was just done. Like mentally, he was.
But you don't. Okay, so if you're mentally done, you just give up. But he, was it 6, 5? I don't remember anymore. But 6 round. Nonito and I started timing it, and it came 40 second. Oh no, wait. It was
like a minute. He'll go in
a minute. So yeah. So when we started counting, it was like a minute, and then he'd start to Canelo would back off. Then it became 40 seconds. Then it became 30 seconds. He would come in really extremely hard, and then that's it. That's all he had in his tank. Was just the first, like a third of the round.
Because Canelo is accustomed. He's accustomed to people feeling his power and shrinking away.
Yeah.
Every time he opened up on Bivol will open right back up on him and push him back.
Yeah.
And he wasn't used to that.
But see, that's where I disagree, Shelton. I don't think Bivol ever pushed him back. I think the ring generalship in majority was controlled by Canelo. The thing is, he got tired. Like to me, the first 4 rounds were like if he could have kept that pace going, like I think he would have won the fight. I don't know if he would have got the knockout because Bivol's defense is so really good. I mean, I think he's the top defensive fighter in the sport. But I mean, the times where he got Canelo, like we're really in a compromised position, is when Canelo would be backing him up, and he would turn him, and then he would land his combinations on him. You know.
I disagree. I think that Bivol at different times of the fight pushed Canelo off, and I was shocked because I was just honestly all these 168 pounders. I'm just like, why are you not pushing this guy back? Why? Why are you not using your physical? You're bigger. There's no way in hell Canelo's stronger than you. I'm sorry. Maybe he's just. Don't get me wrong. He's not weak. He's a very strong guy to even be going up and fighting in this weight class in the first place and even being successful. But there's no way you guys are not stronger than him. So I was surprised. I was very happy to see it, though. We don't see it often. Bivol did push Canelo back more than once in the fight. He pushed Canelo off like, wait a minute, the hell? And you can just tell the strength. You can see the strength in itself. That how far he pushed Canelo back so he creates space. And I'm just thinking to myself, if Bivol would have been more physical with Canelo, that fight would have got very ugly for him. Very ugly.
But then he would have to. I'm sorry, Rachel.
No, I disagree with your assessment. Like ring generalship is being able to be on the outside and not engaging. And when he did numerous times, he stood his ground 3/4 away from the ropes. And what you're talking about when he did turn him is ring generalship. So I kind of don't see your analysis on how.
Well, to me,
how Canelo had more of a.
Go ahead.
Well, no, just that how Canelo had more of a ring generalship than Canelo.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Pearl. Go ahead.
To me, ring generalship is pretty much putting your opponent where you want him to, like either by pushing him back or you like pretty much like you're dictating where your opponent goes. Like the only time, like to me, I wouldn't say that he was being the ring general when he's able to turn him, because to me, when he was able to turn him, it was kind of few and far between, if I remember correctly. And I just rewatched it not too long ago, but you know, like I can't remember every single detail. But I mean, it to me, it just kind of was eerily similar to the first Triple G fight, how Canelo kept going back to the ropes, and a lot of people think that, well, at least I hear that Triple G was the one pushing him to the ropes. And I think a bit different because the movement was always initiated first by Canelo. Not always, but for the majority was initiated by Canelo to take him to the ropes and use his defense to counter punch him off the ropes. I mean, it all kind of depends on what the judge looks for, but that's what ring generalship is to me. Is this like you're dictating where your opponent goes?
But he only dictated it for the first 30 seconds of the round, every round. And then after that, he was on the end of Bivol's jabs.
And the thing, too, as well as the game plan that Bivol did was covered up, and Canelo could not penetrate that defense. And after that, he would counter him and would land and really put Canelo on high alert.
That's what I saw, Nilito. That's exactly what I saw.
And I agree with you, Champ. Like that he did do that in spots. I mean, I just and he couldn't penetrate. But this is the thing. That's now I remember what I was going to say. In the first 4 rounds, which I thought Canelo had a tremendous amount of success, he was pumping out the jab constantly. And he was backing up Bivol. That was the most time he would back up Bivol. and off the jab, like you know, like he would you know, Canelo uses a lot of feints. Like I remember, I think Nate was saying that, you know, he has to be strong to go up in these weights. And me, I beg to differ. To me, to consistently go up to weights, especially when you're, you know, that short and stuff, like you have to be like very skilled in boxing. Like you have to feint a lot. Like that's what I think Canelo does, especially when he goes up against these guys that are like extremely bigger than him. Like he instead of like a Zerto, which I think he's going to do against Bivol, he's going to use his size to physically push him back. Canelo literally has to use tons of feints and head movement and all that, and footwork to you know, to make his opponent hesitant and push him back, and while throwing power. If that makes any sense to you guys.
No, it does, but at the same time, like I feel like, okay, yeah. So in the first like couple rounds, like that's when Canelo was really coming forward, like throughout the rounds and trying to create openings. And then after that, his stamina just completely declined, and it came into 30 seconds of pushing. And then every single time that he had a chance, it was a launch of a 1-2 Hail Mary and then back onto his foot, because Bivol would stop him with a defensive jab in the middle of his combinations. And then he'd move and then move and move.
And I agree with you, Rachel. Definitely. Once he's gassed out, like it's just, yeah. I mean, it was a defensive battle at that point, you know, because like I wouldn't say that fight was offensive, like it wasn't beautiful offensively, because these guys missed a lot of shots.
Yeah, and
I had that fight.
That was my prediction.
I had that fight like 9-3, 8-4 at best. I had it 9-3. Bivol just outclassed him that night. I don't know. I mean, if you listen to Bivol's post fight, he said something to me that was very profound. He said, "Look, I won this fight, but I don't give myself a lot of credit for this fight because this is not his weight class. He does not belong here."
And he made him look silly too. A little short dude made him look silly at times.
Wait a minute.
No.
Bivol said that shit? Hey, man, I love
Bivol said he told the truth. He said this guy don't belong here. He's too small.
I almost feel bad for picking Zerto over Bivol, man, because Bivol's he's funny as shit to me. He's a badass boxer. He's a very good boxer.
But he wasn't lying, bro. He wasn't lying. The guy's too little. He's 5'7". There is nobody at the top of 175 that Canelo Alvarez is going to be.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I think
he's a
phenomenal fighter. Honestly, let's be honest. That Bivol, I mean, Canelo got the easiest, not the easiest, but he had it easy in the sense that who he faced. If this was Better Beef,
Better Beef destroys him.
I'm sorry.
Beef's tailor made for him. What are you talking about?
He destroys Canelo. Canelo don't last 6 rounds with Better Beef. Canelo don't last 6 rounds with
Stylistically, it is. Well, I mean, I agree with you there that he has tons of power, and we don't know if he can. Well, we know he could take tons of power, but I mean, Better Beef obviously, well, at least by the eye test, looks like he can knock out a horse.
Wait, hold on. I get what you're trying to say. Stylistically, yeah, because Better Beef comes forward. But as we learned from the Joe Smith fight, Better Beef can fight off the back foot, and he can use angles. He showed that Olympic pedigree in that fight. Like, hey, man, I don't always have to come forward. I can just set your ass up as you come forward. That's a dangerous guy that Canelo needs to stay the hell away from unless his age actually shows. And so far, his age hasn't shown yet. This dude.
No. Don't save him. Drag his ass on up there. Don't save him. Drag him up there. Drag his ass on up there. So Puro can be satisfied.
Unlike Canelo, Better Beef doesn't drink. Better Beef doesn't drink, man. He lives his life like a real fighter, like a real deal fighter. Live, breathe.
So does Canelo.
Shit. No, Canelo drinks, my friend. He gets drunk. He gets trashed.
Canelo, like I don't know if he drinks or not. I don't know Canelo like that.
People,
you get what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm drinking right now.
I mean, come on,
and we know Nonito's a real fighter, so
exactly, bro. Like, jeez.
Okay, well, Nonito. Okay, well, look, there's
Hall of Famer, bro. Hall of Famer. Come on,
checkmate.
now.
That's called checkmate.
I used to drink the night before my fights.
I mean, I drink.
I did. I swear.
Yeah,
and
you
you know what?
did.
Okay, wait. I have my reasoning. My
Hey,
reasoning is brackets went up at 3 p.m. the day before the fight. And what I used to hate is when my coaches would be like, okay, so here's the game plan. This is the first girl in bracket. This is like, or actually they wouldn't even do that. They'll usually I'm seated, so they're like, when you get to quarters or semis, like blah, 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 like, you know, they kind of pre-game how the brackets are gonna go and who's gonna win. And I couldn't stand that. Like, I'm like, I just made weight. I don't want to talk about game plan, and I need to get to the quarters or the semis before I even think about that person. And we are assuming that you think I'm going to be prepped for this person. First of all, like, for example, one of the biggest game plays I had was at the World Championships, and my coaches were prepping me for this girl from Korea, and they're like, "Oh, she's this and she's that," and my whole game plan for 8 weeks was about this stupid girl I was going to meet in the finals. I meet her in the finals. I beat her in Korea before, in her own town. And yet,